Streaming. Now let's get the phone call going, or the Skype call. Why do I always say phone call? Okay, we are going to do Skyping now. Let's do some Skyping. Going to check our studio. There we are. Okay, we are streaming live. How are you?
Hey.
Okay.
I am all right.
Good, good. Okay, yep. Good. Good. We'll speak a little bit after the show, perhaps.
Yep.
And catch up.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, good, good. Obviously, we're live streaming, so there are certain private details to all our lives that Team Dietrich shares among each other. We're not going to show them everything publicly. T-Tank Barry says, "Good evening, loud and clear, brothers." 100. So say something again, dear Aristides, so I can see if you register. I'm sure you are.
Something again.
Yeah, you are registering. Okay, so dear Brendan says he will not be with us tonight, but call him anyway. Of course, that goes without saying. And let's take a look at, he said attempted callback. At any rate, he said earlier he'd not be on tonight, but you never know, those things do change. So we'll call everybody, but in the interim, when it comes to the a blurb, don't forget to push subscriptions. And also pushing the notification bell, and finally the or clicking on notifications. It's like a two-step process that a lot of people forget. And don't forget, also they have to upvote my pinned comment that's uploaded along with the episode. That's what counts. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop
after it remuxes or after the fact.
Yeah, that's after the show uploads. Once the show publishes, I pin a comment. And we need people to start upvoting that again. We're going to, you leave that to Aristides. Do you want to bring everybody on the call first that you can, or do you want to go with the blurb first? Okay.
Well, I mean, he basically did the whole blurb for me.
No, not at all. Please. That's not the case at all.
Trying to take my job?
Oh, no. God, no. I need you now more than ever. Yes, believe me on that. You're always needed. I wouldn't be able to do this at all without Team Dietrich. So let me just burn bandwidth while you load everybody onto the call.
Okay. And work on that first.
And while we're doing that, we're going to remind people as well that this is a fundraiser episode. It is Code Black. We have had very generous and gracious contributions. And I don't believe I've emphasized enough how wonderful it was to get $50 United States from Heather Holman. So Heather Holman contributed $50 United States along with detailing a message that was clipped. So I'll have to go over it with her only if she's willing to go over it. I'll ask her if she wants to go over it publicly. She sent me a summary of a nightmarish dream that she had, and so we will discuss that with her if she's willing. And but it got clipped. In other words, the text, I think there's a text limit on PayPal messages. So she sent a PayPal message that it seemed to have been clipped prematurely. We'll experiment with it a little bit and see if we can dig some more out of PayPal, but other than that, I can show it on a screen share. And then we'll find out if there was any more details of her dream that was that gets prompted or that she's reminded of by that. I want to thank, of course, some wonderful people who contributed $10 here and there. And we'll get to that when we break into the PayPal account again. But most of all, what I'm counting on is it's before the 1st. It'll have to be before the 1st because the 1st is, let's take a look at our calendar here. We're going to bring that up, and the 1st will be a Saturday. So I can still go to the bank, but it would have to be before 2 p.m. If I am correct, it is not a recognized American holiday. So it will be instead, of course, within the Asian Lunar New Year. but the Chinatown branch bank that I go to should still be open. But that's when I will buy the money order for my rent. And that would mean, of course, that I would have to probably do that. You know, I'd have to go to the post office to get the money order, or I would have to ask for a few extra bucks because the money order at the post office is so much cheaper than the bank, and yet that's a whole, I might not make it to they both close at basically 2 p.m. on Saturday. But between now and Saturday, we've got a work week's worth of time, 5 days. And within that period of time, I'm trying to raise approximately $100 a day. I have fallbacks only in the sense that I don't want to use my gang brother again, because that always entails, of course, giving him something else to lord me over with. But I will, of course, fall back on him if I have to for some kind of relief, but it cannot be much. And all of the gracious people who donated so generously, Brooke Hagberg and Aaron Tice in particular, as well as Stephen Miller at the beginning of the month, understand that even though Aaron Tice contributed $125, Brooke Hagberg contributed the equivalent because she has a monthly automatic payment or contribution of around $40, and she contributes $100 at a time. So her gift already may have superseded that of Aaron Tice. And then, of course, Stephen Miller helps me usually through that dry spell between my paying rent and when my check deposits, which is a period of 72 hours. So it's 3 days, of course, that I need to resupply with water and beer, which is liquid bread to me. And I'm not getting the cheap shit either. I am taking non-gluten beer, or the Glutenberg from Canada, that is made from millets, which is where it gets its approval from Brendan ЗОГHET. Millet, buckwheat, and corn. It's what it's made out of. But all such being said, it's expensive stuff. It's 16-ounce cans, so they're sizable cans. But there's 4 of them in a pack, and that alone is $15 with California sales tax. It brings it up easily to about $17 or so. So we're talking about, getting 2 of those packs is already well over $30. More like 35, 36 bucks. So that maintains me for a few days. It's not like I'm drinking it, believe it or not, nonstop. But all that being said, I have to maintain my supply of water as well, because I cannot drink the water from the sink. It's not potable water, which for San Francisco is quite the exception in the most negative sense. San Francisco is world famous for having some of the most potable water in the world, but not through this shithole. So all that being said, even though people have been contributing generously in the hundreds of dollars throughout the month, I have had to spend all of that on supplies. All of that added together means that I'm trying to raise about $500,000 right now. I'm being realistic. Honestly, what I need is $400,000. But we've got to be realistic about supplies. And so with resupplies in mind, I'm aiming for $500,000. We will, of course, we don't want to stretch the resources of working members of Team Dietrich. So please out there, make certain to try and send whatever you can. $100 contribution. Forget what they say about don't overextend yourself. Yeah, I shouldn't say this. I feel guilty saying it, but yeah, push yourself a little bit. Overextend yourself a little bit if you have to. I certainly did, being a gentleman and paying back Amy Como money that she provided in the amount of 300 United States dollars, and I said I would pay her back, and I paid her back about 2/3 of that, $100 a month. And I really, however, none of this would be necessary. She's made contributions in the past, and but the only reason we turned it into a loan was because she did not follow my advice. Her civic partner, Tokyo Bloker, the her common law husband, in effect. He wanted to get a white elephant, a incredible device that should be limited to businesses, which was a cherry picker that extends where you can lift yourself up into the air to work with tree limbs, etc., the roofs of houses, upper story windows, and they got a loan for 10 grand and blew it on that. He has never, of course, this is like, we're talking like literally, this was just 1 or 2 months ago that this happened. And of course, it broke immediately. I mean, he has never used it. It's sitting not in his garage, but in a garage where it will sit forevermore. I can guarantee you that. And as I predicted, it would never be used. I predicted it would sit there on the property. The only thing I was wrong was that it's not on the property, not even on their property. It's in someone else's property, and it will never be used because he can't afford to have it fixed. So it's sitting in the person's garage, and they will ultimately either cannibalize it for parts or they will sell it off themselves after repairing it in order to cover the costs of repairing it. I mean, in other words, he got it and it broke. It's just like that. It's just, and that money could have stretched her months and months. It's just so disappointing, and it's just so I really hate always being right about these things. Okay, so all that being said, that gotten out of the way. Okay, dear Aristides.
Yes. All right, blurb time.
Yeah, please.
Full official blurb. Okay.
Yes.
All right. As soon as you get here, you should hit the thumbs up vote, little icon, and give the show an upvote. And that is very important because it's you don't know it, you can't tell, but it's needed to balance downvotes, especially that are placed that YouTube does not make visible, and they are placed by various enemies of Douglas, possibly with automated bots that might be screened out later. But in the meantime, the algorithm makes it harder to for Douglas to be discovered and displayed, suggested, etc., or possibly find new new listeners. Of course, all of you established listeners will show up anyway, but this is important. And so please do that. And make sure you're subscribed. There should be a subscribe button. It should say subscribed if you are. And the notification bell that you can turn on that will automatically notify when the program starts, either on time or especially not on time. If it gets cut off and he needs to restart, that takes usually
45 minutes.
20 to 40 minutes, to restart. So that could happen. So all of that. Let's see. Speaking of upvotes, as Douglas said, if you are listening to this after the fact, not during the live, but because during the live, apparently nobody can put comments. Was it always that way?
No. Yeah.
Anyway,
It's to clarify. People can certainly speak or exchange commentary in the chat, but they can't publish comments until after the episode is published. They can't publish comments underneath the episode while it's live. I didn't arrange for that. Don't forget to remind them that's not something I arranged. No. It's just the way it works.
Yeah, no, that's just how it is. Yeah, not the chat, but the comments underneath the window. If you're listening after the fact and there's a comment there, please from Douglas, please upvote that too. And so more on upvotes. You need an account to do these things. That's how it works. So you have some type of account. Google, YouTube, something. So if you do, you should be able to go under your account settings and create extra sub channels under your main account. Normally the purpose of these is to divide up different types of content. If someone wants to publish, keep it all kind of neat and different categories. The cool thing is each of those sub channels can do an upvote also. So I usually do like 3 or so upvotes right at the beginning of the program, so it's convenient for me to do. So if you're that ambitious, you could do that. Other things you can do to help are just simply grab the link right out of the the web link there, and it's the same link for the the permanent program and the live, as far as I know. And then you can drop that places. Just, you know, try dropping it random places. Drop it in a big chat if you're not too self-conscious about what you're doing there, or just, you know, anyone who might randomly click on it, open it, and be like, wow, look at this snazzy guy in this big thumbnail here. What's he all about? And you never know. And, you know, they might just rope him in, be the most fun they ever had. So you can do that too.
Thank you. That's delightful. That was beautiful. And and again, we should have recorded the one you performed the time that the microphone wasn't recognizing you. It always works like that. And but you're yeah, it's very professional. And okay, so we have a lot going on with all of us, and we are right now kind of waiting for more people to gather, though we've got a good number. We're going to, of course, ask people to continue to call everybody else you know, bring them online to review us live if possible. If not, just whenever they can, whenever the show is published, let people know our schedule. And let me provide hugs to, in order of appearance, in the chat that is, T-Tank Berry and Vril. Vril being, of course, our executive producer, Mr. Aristides, and you know, don't provide his last name for his own personal security reasons. Though at this point, we all know the enemy knows it. They all know it by heart. And when we use that term, that's not paranoia.
It's Smith.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
All right, that's it. I'm out. I've outed myself.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I just ruined that. That's yeah, I have gone back to black hair from the blonde, neither of which is my natural hair color at this point in life. My natural hair color, for those of you who are regular listeners already know, it's basically as white can get. My hair is fucking white, so fucking white, it's I don't know how to describe it. It's just ice white, Snow White. Snow White, I guess, would be a more literal. You know, it's just plain white. I used to use the term bleach white, but that confuses people because then they think I've bleached my hair white. So no, that's not the case. It turned that way after a extraordinarily traumatic incident in my childhood, or my teen years. I guess these days they'd call it teen years. It's like, you know, there's no real discernment between the childhood phase and the tween and adolescent teen, any of that with me, because it was all just one endless sea of horrors. The one thing that is a gift, I guess, a curse from a life that's nothing but an endless sea of horrors, is you're never short of a story to tell. Of course, that well, then part of the problem is you lead a legendary life. You basically gain more enemies than you will ever be able to count. So when we use the term enemies, it's not paranoid. We have enemies. And if you look at it from a practical, common sense perspective, we talk politics. If you talk politics, you're going to make enemies. And we are no longer in a conventional political norm in terms of any social function. At this point in history, we are not in any societal stage where we have a sense of debate that prevails among politics. It is violent politics. We are at the level of the Syrian civil war. It's just that people are in so much denial, they refuse to acknowledge that. So just from an extraordinarily pragmatic, practical sense, we talk politics, we get enemies. And the enemies, they do what enemies do, and they do everything they can to sabotage and suppress us. Of course, because I've led an extremely unconventional lifestyle, my enemies are extraordinarily unconventional enemies. And these are enemies whose entire lives are dedicated to trying to take us down. And by that I mean all Team Dietrich, because anyone affiliated with myself, they are ultimately included. So yeah, at any rate, we have Asian Lunar New Year that will be coming up in terms of the Year of the Snake, and that will effectively begin Wednesday the 29th. I will be back home for the Wednesday episode, but I will be gone pretty much on Tuesday. I'll be picked up Monday night, and I will be out of the city on Tuesday, because that is New Year's Eve day by the Sinamese, or Sinoviet. That's a Pan-Asian term for Sinitic calendar. And so we are already in the preliminary stages of the Asian Lunar New Year, but it's the celebratory aspect of the exit of the Year of the Dragon. So this is what's called like the Sinam or Sinoviet, the Sinitic Little Year, meaning the last week of the last month of last year at this point, the Year of the Dragon. So for those of you who aren't too familiar with the years, I have put a little summary inside of our text box, so you can open the text box if you go to my channel, and that way you can take a look at a little bit of an explanation. Obviously these are long and complex subjects, and we cannot do justice, as I would like, to the subject, something of such a cultural status within what little space is provided. But the number of the year for this exit of the dragon is 4,722. It is the 4,722nd year of the Pan-Asian lunar calendar, and it is, let's put it this way, when we enter into the year of the snake, and I couldn't think of anything more appropriate for Donald Trump than the fact that we're entering the year of the snake with his inauguration. And his inauguration day, the 20th of January, was essentially the beginning of the transition into the year of the snake, because it was the exact day of the beginning of the last week of the last month of last year, the year of the dragon. We are now entering into the 4,723rd year of the Asian lunar calendar. So everybody, we're the fact that we made it this far is great. We will not make it through the next 2 years, let alone 4, looking the way we did. If we survive, it will be on life support. We will all be on metaphorical respirators within the next 2 years. He's starting fast. He's starting fast, and he's doing everything to tear our world apart. Now, I do notice that we've got different numbers registering on the display for the episode when I look at on my channel, and they differ from what I see when I look at my studio. Now they're beginning to even up. Okay, so they're catching up with each other. All that being said, I am determined to take a short break, very short, just to deal with the usual problems that I have, which is eyelashes that fall into my eye. I have a double row of eyelashes. The condition, if you will, it's not a condition, just the way I was born. A condition is something which is detrimental to your health in general, and or a chronic issue. This is a chronic issue, but it's not considered detrimental to my health in some long-term fashion. It's just how I was born. I have a double row of eyelashes, and they're constantly shedding. So they are very long, but they shed, and they get in my eyes, and it's excruciating. So such being said, I'm going to contend with that in a few moments. But in the interim, I do want people to know that we haven't gotten anybody on the call. Aristides has tried. He's called everybody. I can see that. Nobody has responded. And we'll see if Aristides can hold the stage for a few moments while I tend to the eye winker issue, as I call them, eye winkers, which always annoyed Brooke Gibson no end. The thing is, I'm determined to try and hold a little bit of a round table before I go straight into full-blown monologue. We'll see if we can do that. Honestly, do you have something to read for just a few minutes, or something you can handle just kind of off the cuff, shoot from the lip for a few minutes while I go get this wanker out of my eye?
Nothing really handy to read. You try off the cuff something.
I won't leave until you find something. Go ahead and look. Take your time and look. And what I will tell people is that, of course, the monologue's not a problem. I can start in on it. The issue is that there's always far too much to talk about than there not being anything to talk about. Well, how about this? Here goes something for you. Let me get this for you. It's let me put this into the text box for you. This will be in our text box.
Sure, I called it. Hold on. Let me double check though, because somehow the numbers aren't adding up. Did I call?
Okay.
Holly? Let me see.
Make sure you call Holly. Yes.
No, all right, but I swear I'm gonna. She's been good.
Yeah.
She missed. Somehow I missed. Okay, I'm adding her now. I don't know.
Okay, good.
I knew the numbers didn't look right.
Okay. All right.
There we go. Maybe that's my save there.
Okay. So yeah, because she's a talker. Let's Okay. Let me swipe us up and see if she can respond. Okay, and here we are. So everybody, thank you for your patience.
It's not adding me though.
Okay. Let me tell.
Yeah, meet for me.
Okay.
Weird, because I thought I clicked her, and now it's not. Not letting me. We got to sort this. All right.
Call in. I don't know. Call in. I will.
Yeah. Why might not let me add her?
Well, because it's they're constantly sabotaging us.
Yeah. I don't know. She's Skype being stupid too.
Yeah.
Okay. We got to figure out what they're on. If she calls you, can you merge?
I can merge her if she calls. Let me call her now to ask her to merge. Yeah. Okay, let me do that. Yeah. I'm on the phone, so I won't be able to hear you because I only have one ear. I'm deaf in my right ear.
Yeah.
So I'll need you to shoot from the lip. Okay. Yes. Hi. Call us on Skype, and I can merge you into the call. We've had some Skype problems. But you can. It's just. Yeah. Yeah, honey. No worries. Yes, just call me. Yeah. Okay, thank you. There we go. Okay, so she's going to call me now on Douglas Dietrich 1. Let's see if we can make that work. I'll go into the Skype call here, and then theoretically I'll be able to merge her call. Okay, and you can hear me, right?
I can, yeah.
Okay, good. Don't be afraid to talk while we're going through this surgical process. And okay, it's this is so exciting. It's the most exciting part of the show, right? Everybody, we're just like, merging, merging. She's not okay. That's like okay. It doesn't seem to be working. She's not calling. Let me see if I can add her to the call. Here's what I'll do is what we're going to do.
Yeah, you try it.
No, here's what we're going to do. Last time, you know what happens when I try. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically hang up and then you call me back. It's not going to end the stream. The stream will continue, but it basically, we're going to hang up, and then either you call me back or I call you, and then we add her. Because since that, then you can add everybody again. Then we'll just go through the whole list. Okay, so let's do that. We'll hang up, and I'll call you right back. I'll call you right back. Okay? Then you add everybody. All right. Okay, so we're hanging up. Then we're going to call him back, give it a few minutes, because Skype is totally fucked and never behaves right. The stream continues, thank God, and we want people in the audience to let us know that they're hearing us, and then we're going to go through this little process all over again, okay? And, okay, now this is going to be much easier this time, supposedly, because at least we're not starting the show. There we are. Now add everybody on. Okay.
Okay. So how is this going to help get Holly on?
Just add her this time rather than last time you didn't. But I can add people after the beginning, and it wasn't letting me do that. Okay. All right. Let's just. Yeah. Try it.
Here we are. Let me just do it again.
Yeah. I mean, this way, when you dial her, then it'll be along with everybody else.
Yeah, I know. But even when it's not along with everybody else, I can add people after the fact usually, and it wasn't letting me. I don't know. Or maybe there's I don't know. Maybe difference between the phone and the computer. Anyway, all right. Do it all again.
All right. Let's try it all again. And all right. In the meantime, while you're operating with that, let me give Holly nothing other than a text.
Right.
And we're going to see if people respond in the interim. I do want everyone to know that what I might do is just go straight into monologue if nobody succeeds in being brought on. And then we'll see how the call develops. Vicky Johnson says, hi, Douglas. T-Tank Barry says, stream is concurrent. Excellent. Thank you, sir. And Vicky Johnson, you're an angel. And there we are. So let me take a look at emojis to give this dear lady. I see in response. Jesus, what happened to my studio response? Okay, here we are. Chat.
You did it. You did it.
There we are, honey.
Great.
There we are. And
yeah, it was crazy over here.
Oh, well, all our
apologies. I don't
understand. Yeah, all our apologies for not getting you earlier. Tell us what's been going on with yourself, whatever you're willing to share, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
Well, I will share I've got a banging toothache.
How did this happen?
It started right before the weekend, but I got one root canal in my whole mouth, and that thing is a pisser, man. And it goes off about it. I thought root canals lasted forever, ha ha ha. It goes off about every 7 years.
I don't understand. You have to get it recanaled?
Well, this time it's coming out.
Okay.
I'm just getting it yanked. I give up.
Okay.
And so and of course it started up like Friday, so straight up tomorrow morning I got to make that call.
Oh my God. I am so sorry.
It's and now just getting one pulled is like a 4-figure job.
Wait a second. You can just go into like chicken shit like Western Dental and it'll be a few grand maybe that they'll squeeze out of you, but
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I could go to my lady and it'll be like that, but that's how it is anywhere you go. And I went to the Medicaid dentist.
Okay.
Yeah, that was rough.
So
I love Dr. Patel, but I can't hang with that. That was Dickensian, man.
Oh my fucking God! So
Yeah.
what are you applying to it? You got any of that Benecol or whatever the fuck I'm sorry, what was it? Benzedrine? There's like a little thing they used to have. Ambusade?
Yeah, that shit was never any good.
No, it
I put
isn't.
salt and stuff on it now
Uh-huh.
to try and draw, if it's infected in there, to kind of draw it out.
Uh-huh.
But nothing's helped. So I'm attempting the vodka treatment.
Oh my God! I don't blame. Well, you're going to be
That
entertaining
usually
tonight.
works pretty good.
Yeah. Holy shit! Just keep swinging that. Yeah, you're going to be in for a treat tonight, folks.
It's time tested, man.
Yes.
Broken leg, brain tumor, it's all good.
Yes.
It works for anything.
Yeah, it's well, see, Aristides, I told you it would work the same time, that your second time. Yeah, there's no rhyme or reason to it. It's it's just the way it is. Now, what I'm gonna do is leave both of you alone to talk for just a few minutes. I'm gonna take care of this eyelash in my eye. Okay? Yeah. And I'll send a small message to Lady V, and I'll be right back. Everybody listening, you're in good hands. These people are great. They're intelligent. They are articulate. And hey, all right, I'm going to go mute just for a few moments.
Okay.
How are you doing, good sir?
I am doing all right. It's kind of a mystery why I couldn't add you, because I thought I clicked, and it's like, now if I go even look at the list of people in the call you're not in, I don't know. It's we'll see how it goes.
Strange on my end too, and it should have been working, and I did everything, and then did everything again, and then finally you're fine and dandy. So
right.
no, I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, we'll see how it goes next time, but it's just a little weird. Sometimes stuff can happen. I don't know why I would be hiding somebody or.
Yeah.
Like I could see your personal message, but I just couldn't add you to the.
Yeah, I got desperate and tried that. And sometimes reception is still in this day and age a little sketch around.
Yeah. I don't think it was that. I think it's just Skype weirdness.
I figure Skype will too. So I go to a special spot. Any lines in particular jump out for you or anything?
Any what?
Headlines or current news?
I do want to talk about whatever. So what's this supposed $500 billion AI something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's with that Sam Altman guy, right?
Yeah. Is it?
Yeah, and Elon's kind of butthurt about it.
Well, why is he? Whose deal is it? Altman and who else?
It's Altman's, not Elon's.
Oh.
And I was reading an interview with Elon, and he said, "Oh yeah, I know there's a lot of real strong AI out there, but I have to get in it. I can't just not get in it. He's doing it because he has to. So that's real exciting and encouraging. Thanks, guy."
So okay, that's more than I knew.
The whole
I haven't been running to. Yeah.
Since the firing and the rehiring, and now everybody's quitting because it turns out there is no corporate integrity involved in the thing, like they all promised. Oh no, we won't beta test it on the public. Oh no. And that lasted 5 minutes because that's exactly what they're doing. Hence, we have AI hallucinations. Woohoo!
Right. Okay. So I didn't even realize it wasn't with Elon because I have not tried to look anything up about it.
Yeah. So. It's deep and confusing, and I haven't drilled down on it either. That's just what I gathered from rolling the headlines.
All right. Yeah, maybe I'll poke around on headlines now myself. What's it called? Stargate?
Stargate. That Altman's a creepy fucker too.
Oh yeah. And what was he? Right? He's been around. Wait, what was he involved in before?
I thought he was the big guy behind ChatGPT. True or false? I mean,
Okay. Oh yeah. OpenAI. Investor.
Yeah, that. He was the big dude, and then they fired him for being too crazy.
Here we go. Yeah, big news. President Trump shrugs off Elon Musk's criticism of $500 billion Stargate plan. He hates one of the people. Yeah, so that's right in one of the blurbs. I didn't have to open. I just Google,
That's
and of
right.
course it.
And that's all I know about it either. But it is kind of an exciting little punch up to watch.
And what is it supposed to do?
The big master AI. You know, the whole. I guess.
Stargate, is it called?
Yeah. Yes, they're calling it Stargate. I just got back in time for that. Okay, so, yes, tell us what's going on.
I mean, they're all just struggling for dominance. There's nothing, nobody's better or worse. It's just who gets in the pool first.
Yes.
Same with these power plants, these battery plants.
Yes, tell us about that. Update, please.
Oh, I mean, it's so... I'm not talking politicians here. I'm talking head of these supposed regulatory agencies. The only firewall we got. And they put some poor lady up there to say, well, I guess they haven't checked, they didn't Google what's the toxic chemicals in lithium batteries. She actually, this poor one had to stand up there in front of this crowd of pitchforks and torches, right? And say, well, since we don't know what chemicals to test for, and this is a quote, it wouldn't be prudent to test now. and he said prudent, man. And then a minute later, it was all like, nope, plume gone. It's all good. We're not testing. No more testing. So, and without the soil or water, and it turns out the sensors at the factory don't even test for hydrogen. So it's like these are fancy, expensive tests that nobody's running. So now there are citizens groups jumping up that are pretty serious and pretty hardcore. And so citizens are, send money. The group is on Facebook. Moss put in Moss Landing.
Oh God! I need them to send money to me.
I don't mean you. I don't mean you. I'm saying for the audience, especially if you're local. But they're really getting traction.
No, I need the audience sending money to me, not to that.
No, also true. Very true. And I definitely concur with that.
Yes.
Yeah, you're the early warning system.
Yes,
you're what we get.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
But their private citizens are coming together to go to the fields and streams and collect the samples. And there's another group building a database on all the symptoms that people suffered. So there's one group collecting symptoms and then getting science people to look at that. And then there's another whole outfit, that's taken in hundreds of samples. And sending them into a lab that's capable of testing for these, more rare chemicals. And so we'll find out soon. But now it's a big question mark.
Yes.
Nobody knows how poisonous. All those farm fields, all that ag land. And I tell you what, those farmers aren't going to be running to get a test. Because imagine if your little farm is then deemed a toxic waste site.
Yeah.
You're never coming back.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
There's no more career there.
Yes.
Such as it is. All those workers and down here there's the pesticide history is so god awful anyway. With the methylbromine and they got some new horror that they blowing out all over the schools. Everything, man. So now this too, but there's a strong organic push also. And so that plume doesn't judge. It just goes where it's gonna go.
Horrible.
And so now you're getting big panic because it's time for the yellow pollen to fall off the evergreen trees.
Jesus. Okay. Yes.
So it's like the first time anybody's ever noticed yellow pollen, and they're all going crazy.
Yeah.
But not everybody. There's some trolls. They busted the head of Vistra's wife, who snuck in and signed up in the citizens group.
Okay.
to get all the intel.
Okay.
And so they ran her out real fast.
Oh, wow.
But there is infiltration, and there are getting controlled, and there is a couple of politicians that are standing up. But nobody in the regulatory agencies is looking an eye.
Of course not.
And this is business as usual. I mean, they're already putting it back together and breaking ground on the brand new plant in Watsonville.
Really? Is that nearby?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Right in the middle of American farm.
Why do they keep building it in the middle of farmland?
Hell, they built it next to a major waterway.
I mean, why did they do this? I don't understand. Why aren't they building it like out in the middle of the desert or something?
No one understands that. And it turns out, you know, I never knew about this transition from Duke natural gas to these battery installations until it was a signed off, done deal. And then you miss the paper one day, I still wouldn't know. But apparently it was some, you know, all of a sudden now you can make a buck. It's a big panic for green technology, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they ignored it since, I mean, insurance companies were upset in the 80s and 70s. Oh, no. But now, we got to hurry so fast that they weren't even, Coastal Commission didn't even have to give them a permit.
Wow.
Bypassed. Yeah, nothing. Just it's green, and that means it's better. And so we're going to bait it. You know, again, it's another corporate rush to get to market. And so they're saying right in these articles, oh, yeah, there's better, safer batteries, but, you know, we did it this way. And if that doesn't work, then we'll have to put the new, better batteries in. Like, duh. What the hell? It's beta tested on our backs. With imagine the oceans of government subsidies they're receiving.
Yeah.
They ain't even paying for this.
Right.
It's welfare.
Yeah, corporate
They're
welfare.
On the dole. Government builds the shit and then can't even
speak louder, please. Just make certain to shout into the microphone. You're doing okay.
Yeah, sorry.
But, yeah.
Can't even be bothered to do the minimum of monitoring or anything. Absolutely anything.
No, outrageous.
So that's where if it wasn't for these public groups, you know, it'd be a done deal. Fire them up and see if they explode.
Yeah. Holy shit.
So that's that. Hopefully I'll have more information next week to see if these vegetables even should be eaten or what. I mean, maybe it did all blow to Nevada. I don't know.
No,
but I mean, and there have been people watching for die-offs in the slough, in the waterway and all that, and nothing's been reported so far. And it's polluted as fuck anyway. I mean, Salinas Valley groundwater, you can't get on your skin.
Okay.
You get
what happens?
Chloracne.
Oh.
You get pustule acne. You know, the kind that's like. They used to call it chloracne. They have a different word for it now.
Yeah.
'Cause it was a thing in Jersey.
Okay.
Growing up.
Oh my God.
And it's
how do
like
you treat that?
Bubonic almost.
Oh, what? How do you?
If I know.
Yeah.
But you get big boils like. That's a species of acne, for lack of a better term. I mean, I guess acne was one of those blanket terms for various kinds of skin infections. But man, you don't want.
Oh my God.
People are getting all kinds of rashes and nosebleeds and headaches and all that, and hard to know how much of it is hysterical and how much is legit, but I think a very significant portion of it's legit.
No, that goes without saying. So this is so frightening, and of course, this is a local catastrophe. This is how did you phrase it? California's 3 Mile Island, yes?
Yeah, big meltdown, and at least when it's a nuker, it gets some attention, but. you know, and the plant gets in some kind of trouble, but these people are still being treated like gods here.
Well, this is a new form of nuclear meltdown. This is the nuclear meltdown of the green energy age. So this is all supposed to be green energy, but it's all bullshit. There's nothing green about it, as we can see. And this is horrific. So, like,
Yeah.
and
anybody that's not sick with the plume is all, shut the fuck up, it's better than oil.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's plenty of pushback. Because, you know, people aren't real sympathetic unless they're personally affected.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Or they're, you know, the more hypochondriac types that just flip over everything, you know, like they flip out over pine pollen and shit.
I hate to say it. I try to be sensitive to people, but I feel that way, generally speaking, about people who claim to be sensitive to e-meters, to the e-meters.
Yeah.
Yeah. That just kind of really, how can I say, it's hard for me to relate to that and to take that seriously. I have pity for them because they believe what they're going through.
They sure do.
Yeah. They swear up and down it's that they die near e-meters, and it's like, but then, you know, well, are you still using cell phones? And then at the same time, there are people who take it to that extreme and say that they won't use a cell phone. But if they're getting to that point, then they're usually out of the game. They're like, you're off the grid at that point. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Like the old boy in the bubble days.
Yeah.
The 20th century syndrome, they used to call it.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. The boy in the bubble, if anything, would be an example of today's incel on a computer. He had the beginnings of that because the bubble boy had to have that. That was his life, right? He was the first person who was essentially online. So it's not so much a bubble boy syndrome. It's just that these people would have to be out in the middle of fucking nowhere, literally off the grid. Because these days, of course, with the waves being everywhere, this is the radiation age. And it's kind of like we grow up saturated with this stuff. And come on now, you know, people are not dropping dead on the street, twitching like flies. It's not like that. So it can't be that bad. It's maybe it takes off some minutes off your life or something. Who knows? You know, we'll find out with generations how cancer rates might have gone up a bit. But honestly, it's, you know, generally speaking, most of these people that I've run into who have been extremely anti-e-meter are out of their fucking minds. It's just sad. They're just sad people.
I hear you.
Yeah. And so
I guess they're a lot touchier about it in Europe.
What's going on in Europe? Tell me about this.
Well, like, no, you don't live next to these high-powered substations. You know, those antenna towers where the power lines run through and stuff. The big ones.
What, they don't allow residences? They don't allow residences to develop there? Okay.
I believe that's true, at least regionally here and there. But they're a lot more cognizant that it's not necessarily good for you, if not, you know, instant death. Okay. But, you know, my inner, you know, when you close your eyes and you see a black screen.
Yes.
That since having a smartphone has changed that. That's where I can track it to, because it's not always for me black anymore. It's hard to describe it, but it's this weird. It started out to be series snapshots, boom, 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 a cow, a flower, a car, but that stopped, and now it's just geometric shapes in dull colors like a triangle. Or slashing lines. I mean, and I don't know what to believe, but I know that a very intimate process going on inside my head is different now. I do know that.
Wow.
And so I can make it stop.
Uh-huh.
But it takes effort, and I'm afraid the day will come when I can't, and that would not be good.
Okay. Okay.
That wouldn't be good.
Right.
But so help me God, it's different with me.
Okay.
So that's all I know, and I could see it becoming maddening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But not so far.
Okay.
Not so
Interesting.
far. God.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And I was like so late with the computers and becoming able to, like, do Word and Excel and use computers. It changed our thought process for sure. And it affected my driving.
Okay.
Notably, to the fact where I had to realize it because I was expecting instant responses all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Not on myself only, but also those around me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it like shortened my inner tolerance for what's a reasonable response time. That can get tricky fast when you're driving.
Okay. Wrong. And and so go on. I mean, this is fascinating because I do know one thing. I will say this much when it comes to this sort of phenomenon is that when Dr. Wilhelm Reich spoke against, and he did so very emphatically, he was adamant that the fluorescent lights burned the potassium out of the skull. And it was, whether this is psychosomatic or not, whether I had only subconsciously noticed it before, after I became aware of that stance, then I swear to God, I found a lot of problems working with fluorescent lights after that. And what I have noticed is that, certainly in my experience, from what I've been able to see, fluorescent lighting effectively disappeared eventually. Now, is that the case? Because I don't think I see fluorescent lighting as I understand it anymore.
Those early ones, man, they were bad. Wow.
You could hear them buzz. You could hear them buzz.
Oh.
You would hear them.
And it was that sick blue light, and now they're all...
Well, it's all LED now.
Okay. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
No more Freon
except
or whatever was in there.
Except for places that haven't really fully changed over yet, but they do have like LED drop-in replacements even for the fluorescent fixtures.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, because like in prisons and horrible offices, government offices and stuff.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Old. Yeah, the older buildings.
Yeah.
It's all... It's all fluorescent. They're not too old, but they're old enough. So go on, Aristides. What more do you know?
In my life.
Yeah.
No, well, they're phasing out fluorescent, but then it's debatable. People also think LEDs are killing everybody too. So.
Do they really?
Yeah, and the blue ones are god awful. But like I got a reading light that has an orange filter on it, and it is much more comfortable to you.
Okay. Wow.
But it's orangey.
Okay. And so what about well, that being said, so in the old days fluorescent was the big deal, and I could feel it after being made aware of it, and that might be psychosomatic, but it certainly was something that I preferred not to have over my head. Certainly one time, in a moment of rage, I actually shattered a fluorescent light bulb and all this crap came out. Hopefully that doesn't contribute to cancer later in my life, but then I've been exposed to so many toxins, that...
I broke some once, and I was told you don't even want to be in the room.
Really? Wow. Holy shit.
Yeah. They were pretty bad.
Okay. That's damn.
Yeah, real bad. And
damn.
you can imagine the factor.
It's that's horrible. Sorry to hear that. Rubber cement I've been exposed to too. Then I was told that was nuclear. Oh, that's nuclear. I mean, Jesus Christ.
No, I said that the new standard is don't have a kid like classrooms and stuff. No kids under 5.
Yeah, really? Holy shit. Yeah.
To be in the room with an open can.
Oh my.
Not even painting themselves with.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's
Under 5 should never smell that.
Yeah, well, I've been exposed.
And it's volatile, that stuff is coming right out of the jar. fumes wise.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so a lot of that, has been walked back with the clues and stuff that kids just love.
With the what?
Love that stuff.
No.
And oh boy, when you broke the thermometer and you got to play with that mercury.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, did you ever do
Good
that?
times.
Did you ever do?
Oh yeah.
You're kidding! Oh my God!
You kidding me?
I did that to an extent, but I never played with it on my skin. Hopefully.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah.
I didn't either. You roll it around on the sidewalk.
Yeah. It's but yeah, let's not talk about these things. Oh my God, people are just going to start wondering about us. But
I know.
It's yeah.
But I'm not crazy.
Well, we all are at this point. We've all we've all been brain damaged by all of these chemicals. But that means everybody, the whole population. But the one thing that, now that I made my point about the fluorescent lights, one of the things that I can say is that as well, I feel that the big powers that I always had the feeling you should not live near them. That's correct. Or at the base of them. That was that's a lot of juice. That's just but that's orders of magnitude above the level of broadcast transmission than you would be getting from, say, for instance, a cell phone or an e-meter. I mean, that's like, at that point, we're talking about serious power when you've got some radio tower or some transmission tower like that. That's, I mean, what's your own intuition about this, Aristides? What's your own intuition about this?
There are so many concerns out there with these type things, but people also freak out about them. And you're not helpless. I mean, a lot of this can be mitigated with the right diet, the right detoxing, just doing other healthy things.
Well, and now they sell all this supposedly Tesla necklaces and shit you can wear.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of kooky
which I
shit
don't really
out there.
buy into that.
No, right,
You gave it to
yeah,
me
now how about
yourself.
the right nutrition that helps your body, like, actually, detox stuff?
There you go. But here, that's all been covered with battery acid, so kind of going to the farmer's market because you don't want stuff shipped on a train 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month ago from Mexico. But you can't get that groundwater on your skin either.
Yeah.
So, it's just all sides, man. I tell you, I don't trust anybody that isn't depressed.
But I do know that when I was dealing for a period of time, I brought these people up before, and I'm always embarrassed to bring them up. But after it was in the period after my father's death, and I was taking care of only my mother, I began to try and just collect a lot of these old, used military games that wound up on the civilian market. Military board war games is how the civilians would interpret them. That wasn't the name for them in the military. The Department of Defense would categorize them as conflict simulations, which would mean that these are extraordinarily complicated hex boards in which they would imprint a terrain so that people could render a simulation of a military operation, sometimes at the global scale. Other times...
I played them back in the day. Hundreds of little hexagonals.
Yeah. Yes!
Fun. With a bunch of Coke? Oh, man.
Yes! Keep you going. Yeah. Keep you going for days and days. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
These would be like what people see, somewhat analogous to what you see in the films where you've got command and control operations where the men are surrounding a tabletop where they're pushing little model miniatures of airplane wings, meaning squadrons represented by miniature airplanes, ships, etc., units representing armies, or sometimes down to the individual soldier scale, depending on the grade of the operation these men are monitoring. back in the day before we digitized everything. And they would often project into the future that there would be holographic displays of these sorts of operations. But we've never gotten to that level. Instead, people are dealing with more bizarre graphic representations of them that are more abstracted inside of their command and control centers where they work with this sort of thing. But back in the day when we were using calculators and papers and pencils and all that, we had cardboard chips. If you were truly advanced at the Department of Defense level, the cardboard chits, or the solid, these would be solid, thick cardboard counters, they would have magnets affixed to them so that you would attach them to a magnetized section of the wall, and the board would be on the wall. So, but such being said, of course, you know, I was trying to seek a lot of these used ones that had made it into the civilian market, and there were collectors that I was working with that dealt with military miniatures in particular that would be experts in this field, supposedly, of tracking these things down. And one group of people that I worked with, this guy had misspent his family fortune on trying to invest in a miniatures production company, but that was on the way out because everybody was converting to computer use and people no longer work with military miniatures. You still have bizarre little industries that I won't go into right now, where you've got people working with miniatures in science fiction gaming or fantasy gaming, but that's it's very bizarre. It's and some of these are profoundly successful. Gamers, I think it's Games Workshop, and they're basically a religious cult. There is no other word for it. They are a satanic religious cult, Adamite really, and they're based out of England. But they're like, they think they're going to reach Marvel level, and it's possible. It's possible they will. They've converted so many people to their cult. So just absolutely bizarre. I could do an entire show on that, but that's just, you know, it's such a bizarre subject. Most people wouldn't even know what the fuck I was talking about. If I got into that, they would just say, man, he's really gone off the deep end, because, you know, you'd have to be trying to describe how the cultists think at that point. Yeah. But, you know, but that being said, these guys that I dealt with in the last years of my mother's life, among the last years of my mother's life, these idiots were living underneath a transmission tower. They lived at the foot of a transmission tower in a suburban kind of site that was all built, you know, at the base of a fucking transmission tower. And it must have impacted them. They were stark, raving mad. Every single one of them in that household. And I could only imagine what the people in the other households were like. Maybe it was just them because of the uniqueness, the exotic nature of what I was dealing with. But maybe you could only imagine, maybe the entire neighborhood was like that.
I always wondered why Templars had pylons.
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, take a look. You're working with a government a G-man. A man who was the deputy director of the NSA. Why wouldn't it have pylons?
Yeah, and that's what those towers are called. Yes, right, pylons.
Yes, it's also what it's also what he called his branch offices that he set up elsewhere in the world. Whenever he had a like branch church, like a new church open up in England, these would be called pylons. He called them pylons.
Yeah, so it's like some psychic bond.
Yeah.
That's called, you know, like is reminiscent of microwaves or radio waves. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a mental thing.
Absolutely. Well, remember, he started by working with megahertz. The person who could talk about that would be Aaron Tice. Is that originally Michael Aquino was working with these various megahertz levels to influence the human mind. By the way, we are joined by Heather Holman. Heather, by all means, whenever you join us, don't be afraid to interject. Oh my God, honey. And
she's polite.
If she can get off mute, maybe she can't get off mute.
Oh, hi. Yeah, hi.
So now Brendan told me he could not come on tonight, but he did relay he was concerned that he was trying to help you with your health issues. You woke up sick again after feeling better. You came back on the show, sounded great, or that you were certainly on the mend, and then you woke up sick again, and you sent me this this contribution of half $100 US with this wonderful message that I don't believe PayPal has the message space, so it clipped your words, but we'll find out. We're going to go on screen share if you wish. Or do you wish to keep that dream to yourself?
No, that's I copy and pasted the same thing I put in the chat last week, and that's just when I woke up from a bad dream.
Okay. And if you could copy and paste that again from the chat last week, or we'll be happy to. Yeah, if you want to share that with our listeners, it depends on how comfortable you feel with that. If not, we'll just tell people you had a bad dream. But
no, I just had a bad dream.
It's not pretty intense.
Are you better now?
No, I'm still feeling a little bit sick. Vinny's sick, and when he doesn't feel good, I don't feel good.
Right.
Sure.
Yeah, I can imagine. No, couples are like that. I mean, we can only really be feeling good if we care about each other, that is. If couples care about each other, yeah, their health affects each other. Yeah. And oh my God, I'm so sorry he's still feeling bad. How bad is he? Still worse than you, or getting better?
It's pretty bad. We've got a lot of stuff going on right now, so the stress doesn't help. But he's gonna go see a doctor or something tomorrow.
Good. And for what it's worth, Holly Kiefer is also in agony. You can tell Heather a little bit about your root canal is derooted.
Oh, just a bad tooth. I got to get a tooth pulled.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, Vinny was gonna have a root canal on Tuesday, but he's canceling it.
Oh, right.
That's
So
probably smart.
well, he's got to get something done about the tooth, right?
Well, yeah, they've already pulled out the problem teeth, so he should be fine.
Good.
What? Whoa! Wait a second. They already pulled out the problem teeth. He was scheduled for.
He had gone to the dentist, and they had a whole plan. They were going to pull out these teeth and just pull these teeth out, and I don't know what else they were going to do. But then they sent him to another dentist for a root canal, which I don't even know why. But I'm not a doctor, so I don't question why. He just isn't feeling up to it, and he's still sick, so he'll have to reschedule it.
Mm-hmm. Got it. And so by all means, continue with what else is going on in your life, honey.
Oh, nothing. Everything's just falling apart. It doesn't do any good to talk about it because it doesn't help,
Well, you never know. I mean, why would you? Now, not that I'm challenging what you're saying, but I'm just kind of exploring here, not probing in a morbid sense, but I'm just, why would you feel that? I mean, most people, when they have issues, will say, let me talk about them. Unless, of course, they're like private issues like, yeah, then I killed him and I don't know where to bury the body. That's why I'm saying he's feeling sick. You aren't going to be hearing him tonight. Then we can say, oh, okay, I can understand you're not wishing to discuss that. But generally speaking, most people think that talking about issues, airing them out, helps to find solutions. Sometimes, of course.
Well, there's the same problems that I've always had, and they can't really be fixed.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's fair. Because we have discussed them. Correct?
Maybe. I mean, if we discuss the way that my energy is just like a black hole, then maybe, we have discussed it.
Mm-hmm. But when you say your energy, you mean you don't remember? By that, like your memory is a black hole?
No, my energy, like, there's nothing about me in my life that is good. It's like I always just bring ruin to anything that I come around.
That's ridiculous. Vinny loves you. Vinny's with you. You haven't brought ruin to him. He seems to be functioning quite well.
Yeah. Well, some days it's not like that.
Okay. Is this due to some post-traumatic stress disorder?
No, it probably is due to a lot of my mental health issues, but like I can't even go to get help for that because I still don't have insurance. It's just everything.
Mm-hmm. Well, I forgot again what happened with your insurance. That was only recently that it's been messed with, right?
Yeah, they canceled it. I'm not sure why, and I can't manage to get it back.
Well, Well, wait, have you tried?
Yeah, I've been trying.
Okay. So just keep trying, working on that. You should be able. I can't understand why you wouldn't get it back when you had it before. And I can't remember exactly what the problem was, but obviously I'm on your side with this.
Yeah, I don't even know what. There was no problem. I don't even know what happened.
Uh-huh.
They just took it away.
That's so awful. I mean, really, it's just you've been through so much, and it's just, as you say, a constant battle.
Well, if it wasn't for Vinny, I'd be homeless, and literally, I'd be a street person.
Yeah. Well, we all owe Vinny for that. I mean, honestly. So, yeah, that's why it's so good that you have him in your life. What about yourself, dear Holly? How are you covered for any of this? I take it you're not covered at all for the extraction of the tooth?
I get Medi-Cal.
Okay. What about Medicare?
And they do have it, like I say, they do have a dental program, and I went to it, and I ain't going back.
That's Western Dental, is it not?
It was a little, it was like, no, it was in the government clinic.
Government clinic? What the fuck is a government clinic?
It's a county. It's county.
Okay, thank you.
A county-funded clinic. Like there used to even be county-funded hospitals, and they destroyed all those.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
But this is a county clinic for poor folks.
Oh my fucking god.
So they've been great. They've been great.
Have they really?
I like Dr. Patel. Oh, great for everything else. Yeah, I love my doctor. Mostly because she'll do whatever I want.
Okay.
She's a doll.
Okay.
But the dental, like I say, I had a lot of laughs with Dr. Patel, but no, she ain't doing me because, I mean, she wanted, oh, God, what she told me to do was insane.
Oh.
And you couldn't even get a, decent teeth cleaning out of her.
Oh, what did? Holy shit! It sounds horrible. What did she suggest that you do?
Pull out like 4 teeth that nothing is wrong with except the stinking root canal tooth.
Jesus Christ! That sounds like malpractice.
My face would have fallen in, man.
Yeah.
Oh no, I ain't doing that. And that was gonna cost like $5,000. Me.
Yeah, no, that's outrageous. That's outrageous. She sounds like a criminal.
Well, like I say, she was a laugh riot. We had good conversations, but no, I had to draw the line.
Of course. Well, you did.
I got a credit card.
Well,
I know I did.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's outrageous. And just, I'm sorry. It just, again, obviously she's Asian Indian. This just does not help the case of, yeah.
Well, we ain't in Bombay, man.
Yeah. Oh my fucking.
I'm just saying, and everything else has been, I don't need much and I don't look for much, as little as possible in terms of medical care.
Yeah.
But it's there for me. Because in some cases, it's still a good thing for a lot of, problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And luckily, I've not had many. But when I have, I've been, I feel I'm happy about it. And before that, there was nothing.
Right. And
unless you're on Medicaid, there's still hardly nothing until you're 65.
And you're not 65 yet, obviously.
And I'm not 65, but I'm poor enough to qualify for Medicaid, so I'm covered with Medicare, kind of as another layer of that.
So you're on both. So you're on both Medicare and Medicaid, like I am.
Yeah, but there's stuff that if you're on Medicaid. That Medicare would pay for if I wasn't on Medicaid, but you can't have on Medicaid. And that's fair, because hell, I could have Medicare for, I think now it's what, $200 a month?
I don't know. I don't pay in a conventional sense. They take money out of my check, so I'm not quite sure what it's costing me.
It's come up to now about $200 a month.
Okay.
which is a pretty good nut.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I don't have to meet that.
Yeah. Yeah. Though I think
So
I think in my case it might be less, only in the sense that it's on some. I presume it's on some kind of sliding scale. But it might have encroached to that amount by now. I've never monitored it. I just take what's in the check without seeing what's.
well, if you're on Medi-Cal, I don't understand why you're paying it at all.
Then I might not be paying an extraction from the check. I know I was in the early days, but so at this point I don't know. But definitely,
I don't believe that's part of what Medi-Cal does, give you a free ride on the Obamacare.
Okay.
That used to be a lot more than $200 a month before Obamacare.
Right.
It was unthinkable. It was unhavable. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean,
Unless
Obamacare
you got
started
it from your work.
Yeah, Obamacare started was, just so people understand, it was actually Clinton Care. It became affiliated with Obama because it cut in with Obama, but
Didn't it start out Mitt Romney Care?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I'm
That doesn't make
not
sense to me.
mistaken.
That it might have been, but that doesn't make sense to me because Mitt Romney.
On a state level.
Maybe that might make sense only in the sense he was.
For some reason, I think that. Yeah.
Yeah, but
But I haven't verified it recently.
yeah, we'd have to look into that. But I do know that at the national level, it was the Clintons who placed it. They, but back then when it was
And they mocked her like a dog. Whipped her like a dog.
Oh, they whipped her like a bitch. Yes, they.
Yeah, they did.
But then it became affiliated. Then they pinned it on the incoming administration of Obama, and they eviscerated him relentlessly. But such being said, so do you feel safe?
Oh, and have ever since. Hundreds of lawsuits.
Oh yeah.
Hundreds.
But, so do you feel safe now?
Crazy.
When you express what you did about, of course, California and our version of 3 Mile Island with what's going on with that battery factory, do you yourself feel safe where you live? Like, do you feel you're exposed potentially to any of the industrial effluvia from what's emerging from there? Because
my main concern would be fresh vegetables.
Okay. Right.
Because I fanatically juice.
Okay.
And so I like to get them from the local happy farmers.
Mm-hmm.
And so now I don't know what to do because it's the one thing I'm super consistent about.
Okay.
And here, even the grocery stores, like, a lot of it comes from Mexico, especially in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess I'd have to go to the Humboldt to get, decent stuff.
Okay.
It's got to be raw and fresh.
Wow. So you do want to be concerned. Okay, that's
So I have to. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna stand off till some of this testing comes in. Because we just talked about it. There's this huge citizen initiative to get this testing done.
Now remember, don't promote any contributions to them. I need them all to go to me.
Now you're doing it. Quit it. Now you're doing it.
At any rate, so dear Heather, are you like? How about your teeth? What condition are they in?
I've had my teeth fixed recently, and I do have to go for a cleaning, which I'm gonna be doing as soon as I can handle everything else.
Okay. Yeah.
But they're good.
Okay. All right.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, it costs a lot of money.
Real thing,
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna be paying that off for the rest of my life.
You're good God! What the fuck?
Old work, the dental work. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's like a car.
Yeah. What did they do?
It was like $13,000. They pulled out a few teeth, and then they put bridges in, and I don't know what you call them. They put teeth over teeth.
What do they call
veneers?
Yeah,
caps.
like that.
Your teeth were capped.
Oh, caps.
Oh, yeah. Capped. That's right. My teeth were capped, and then I also have partial retainers that I put in.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good for you for biting the bullet, I say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it wasn't pleasant.
Boy.
I had to do it though because it was in a bad situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to bite the bullet sooner or later.
Yeah. No. Well, teeth are so
Or
important to your
go
health.
around toothless,
Yeah, you don't want
Yeah.
that. You don't want that. No. Teeth.
Critical.
Yeah, teeth are so important for your health. Yeah. So that being agreed upon, yes. And Aristides, in a general sense, how about a situational update report with yourself in the most generic sense that you feel comfortable with?
General. Well, I did have some tooth issues recently. I hope I'm past that. I don't have too many. It was one. I had a cavity on the side of the tooth that was old, and it had gone. The filling went bad.
Ooh.
And it hurt a lot.
Oh.
And I tell you, the thing wherever it must have been like right on top of the nerve, man. Like, and yeah, it was going bad. It was still there, but it was going bad. And then like anything hot or cold, you'd swig like some cold drink, and it would just be this like shooting pain. And the dentist is like, well, it doesn't look like it should hurt that much. I'm like, it hurts that much. Like it fixes it. And then he fixed it, and then it even hurt after that.
Did you get a root canal?
No.
Okay.
But I think the tooth has a filling on the side and the tops, so it's a little beat up, and I'm a little scared for it. But that's my worst.
Oh my God!
I feel you.
And I only got it because back in the day, many years ago, I used to like get those those Altoids mints in the little can.
Yeah.
And they had like real sugar in them, and I used to like just have this spot where I'd like kind of tuck it down, in my cheek there, just to like kind of suck on it, and
God.
like so that's where the cavity came from.
I hope you all learn your lesson from this, kids.
Yeah. So.
Oh my God. So that's like somebody with a tobacco chewing habit, tucking it in a part of your gum. Ooh.
Right. It was kind of like that, but you're probably better off actually just putting tobacco in there.
You must have had the world's freshest breath.
Holy shit.
But now they have those things, those pouches. I understand it's not leaf tobacco anymore. The snooze.
You're right. They do have. Yeah, they've had those for a while.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is that?
So supposedly you can really get a buzz off that.
Yeah.
What is it?
Buzz. I know people that don't smoke that take one of those on party night.
What are those? I don't get it.
The snooze. I don't know. It's some kind of gum in there, a wad that's in a wrapper like a tea bag.
It's how people will dip, not chew tobacco, but they dip it. They just take the tobacco and they would put the little wad in their cheek.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. You know how people would do that.
Yeah.
And boy,
right. So it's that just in a convenient. It's like imagine like a little like tea bag for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's weird.
So it
But
just
it's
keeps
not leaf tobacco, right?
I believe so. It's just ground up.
Oh, is it?
Okay.
That was what I wasn't sure about. If it wasn't some infused gum.
And it gives you a buzz, you say?
Oh yeah.
Just like,
especially if you don't smoke. Hell yeah. Nicotine's a wonderful drug. It's a stimulant. It's a relaxant. It's a focuser.
Wow.
It's an important drug, and it's one of the crimes.
It's not all bad. It has anti-parasitic effects.
Wow.
In the early days, they said that cigarette smokers were not getting COVID.
Right. Oh yeah. Wow.
That was mainstream headline Google News for a day.
Wow.
And they got stomped all over because nobody wanted to hear that.
Oh, man. Well,
right.
So help me God. It's an antibacterial. Definitely.
Yeah.
And cool
Problem
boy.
is when you quit, then you get sick.
When you what? Then you get sick?
When you quit, you get sick.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yes. Cool Boy 52 says, it's chemicals in the pouches now, not leaf tobacco anymore. Thank you, Cool Boy 52.
Okay.
Appreciate that. That makes sense.
I had a feeling about that
Yeah.
because with all this vaping and shatters and all that, kids don't even know what they're using is from a plant.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it isn't anymore.
No, not really.
Yeah. And it's
All
like,
that shit can be synthesized,
yeah, it's
just replicated chemically.
yeah. And so Heather, how about your drug of choice? Anything going on in your
Oh, I don't even do drugs anymore. Yeah, I don't do drugs anymore. I don't even drink.
Yeah, they're trying to kill drinking now.
Tobacco.
They've got a big campaign now to kill drinking. I noticed that they're really going for it all out. It's like they're trying to start a third prohibition era. They're going in now, and they're saying that every drink you take takes 5 minutes out of your life. And I'm like, really? It could be the case. Alcohol is a toxin, and to the cells, of course, but this is like where it's like, just kind of ridiculous that they're
Longevity was never my thing.
it
I
is.
know I'm on borrowed time.
Yeah. It's kind of like mine, but yes, it's amazing with all that I've been exposed to. I wouldn't be surprised if I shortened my life by quite a bit. So it's but that I can tell you one thing. It's not the drinking. It's all the occupational hazards and everything else that I faced in the past, environmental hazards.
The burn pits and shit.
Everything.
God, no.
Everything. Well, of course, different from. Yeah, it's just all bad. It's just all bad.
All bad.
Yeah, just I don't want our listeners to get confused. The burn pits that she's.
Yes.
That you might be referring to the incinerators at the Presidio, I presume, but the burn pits in Iraq.
Not, but what about in the first Gulf War?
Yeah, the burn pits in southern Iraq and Kuwait in the first Gulf War. That was all U.S. Army. U.S. Army was exposed to that. The Marines weren't burning all that depleted uranium. Their issue was they were exposed to the cyclosorine nerve gas, which is what I was exposed to. And that's why I have the lung issues. But if I were exposed to the burn pits, I would have been sucking depleted uranium into my lungs, and I'd really be fucked. My teeth would be falling out. It would be that's what happened to so many Army guys. The Army got it worse, as far as I'm concerned. Then again,
how about experimental vaccines?
Those two. I missed the full spectrum of shots. I only had the first one twice. So I'm just glad that that's I didn't get the full range of the anthrax shots. So it's just so people understand they were deploying anthrax shots that were made for animals. They had veterinarians that were basically administering the vaccines to the troops. So I managed to get only a double dose against my will, and it was administered only to try and fuck me up of the first of the series, but I didn't get the rest of the whole series. So I wasn't getting all of the, how would I say it? Collateral damage everybody else was getting. So good for me on that. And that's, what a nightmare.
Grace of God.
Yeah.
Hey, here's a headline that just jumped to mind.
Mm-hmm.
But finish the thought. I'll hold it.
No, that was the thought. I mean, thank you. Go on.
Okay. Now, Trump's CIA is now saying that COVID came from the laboratory in China.
Yeah, what about it? Yeah, lab leak in
a
China.
Lab leak. Yeah. Now, is that because it's Trump's CIA?
We can only speculate. How are we to know?
It makes me wonder.
It sure as hell does. Yeah, that seems awfully politically charged. And
awful suddenly, all of a sudden, we just figured out kind of.
Let's put it this way. I certainly disagree with the assessment only on the basis of I researched that quite heavily. And it came out of China, all right. Make no mistake about it. COVID came out of China. But I've explained the long and complicated story behind as to why. I'll summarize it just in brief for everybody. And if our man George Knight were here, he would also go to town on it and probably remind me of a lot of details that I've since forgotten. But just so people know, what happened was that in Russia, they had this little war they started with Ukraine. But for those of you who don't know, that started long before you think it started. Don't forget the Russians had invaded Ukraine in like 2014. We're talking about like a long time ago when they annexed the Crimea. So the Crimean Peninsula was annexed by the Russians along with some tracts of land bordering Russia that belonged to Ukraine.
Well, and all that Chechnya mess.
Well, there's that as well. And what happened was because they were trying to take down the Ukrainian democratic movement, meaning the new independent government that had established itself in Ukraine and had gotten rid of the puppet that Putin had installed, along with the help of a couple of American multi-billionaire oligarchs. There was this dude established in Ukraine who the public overthrew. Then, later on, they voted in Zelensky just in time for the all-out invasion. But when the Russians tried to reach Kiev, but before then, the Russians were basically going at the low-hanging fruit, and they invaded the Crimean Peninsula. They invaded these other areas. So they had a full-on war already going with Ukraine that most people were completely unaware of. And it was during that conflict they shot down the Malayan flight that contained all of the AIDS researchers in the world, for all intents and purposes, and destroyed the cure for AIDS that they were flying to Singapore, I believe, to expose to the world, to basically say, look, we've got it, we've got the cure for AIDS, and Putin blew them out of the sky, including, of course, children that were on that plane as well, because there were children on that plane, adding to the horror of his atrocity. So when I was working with Revolution Radio at the time, they instructed, of course, that I completely revise that reality into a false narrative when I was on Coast to Coast AM a few times, and at the time that I was involved with Mike Ringley, or he wouldn't let me back on the platform. So because I didn't pay to be on Revolution Radio while everyone else was paying, then he basically, I had to do some things for him, so I had to do that. And but the reality is Putin blew the plane out of the air. And all such being said, what happened was that because they were involved in this conflict, the Russians, who under the Soviet regime had been weaponizing African swine fever forever, they basically decided they were going to pull a coup d'etat. And the reason why was in weaponizing the African swine fever, they had, and by the way, this is something anybody can look up. It's at this point in history, you will find incontrovertible evidence that the Soviets weaponized African swine fever. Now, one of the ways the Soviets did this was by breeding pigs, of course, to use as incubators for African swine fever. And when they bred these pigs, they didn't stop with the Soviet Union. Under Vladimir Putin's regime, they kept breeding the pigs, and they bred them bigger and bigger, to the point where the largest pigs in the world are bred in Russia. And they're raised in concrete apartment blocks, so to speak. There's no other word for it. These multi-story pig farms where they keep them in concrete units and wash out all the pig shit and feed them. And these are hogzillas. They're just enormous. And this gave them a advantage, and so they cut loose with the apocalypse. Basically, they unleashed the African swine fever in Ukraine and Georgia, and in Chechnya is basically the area that our lady brought up here, Holly brought up, but it was all over the Caucasus region. And you can see this on the maps. The African swine fever breakouts are all around Russia. Not inside Russia itself, except in one area near the North Pole, where there shouldn't be any fucking pigs, and certainly no humans, except it's a lab. So you see one breakout at a lab in near the North Pole in Siberasia, the Siberian, greater Siberian Asia of Russia, near the North Pole, and everywhere else you see it all along Russia's borders. All along Russia's borders, just this huge breakout of African swine fever.
So every lab is leaking?
Well, look at what we're dealing with. These are the people who built you Chernobyl, okay? I mean, it's like, come on. It's like this happens all the time in...
So they're all leaking.
Well, look at the caliber of the cultures that we're dealing with. It's not like these are cultures that do anything right. They don't give a shit. They're drunk all the time, in Russia at least. And but by the way, it didn't come from a lab leak in China, so it's not like the Chinese lab.
That's why we're still working to that direction. So that's why I'm wondering.
Yeah.
You're taking a little long way around, and I like that.
Yeah, well,
deep.
Yeah, because it's the real history of what happened.
It's epic.
Yeah.
I don't want to stop you. No.
But at any rate, so what happened was, obviously it got out of control. So they were trying to kill the pig population with the African swine fever because it destroys porcine populations, pig populations, which are important. And of course it wiped out all the shit that was in Ukraine and in Georgia, but nobody cares because these people have other sources of protein. However, in China, the one major source of animal protein is pigs. And it spread, of course, to China. And it wiped China out. Wow. I'm talking about when China started desperately importing pigs from the rest of the world. All the world sold China every spare pig it could. And we're talking about millions and millions of pigs. And that still wouldn't even compensate by a fraction for all the pigs that died. In other words, the overwhelming majority of the world's pig population is in China. People just don't get it. Pork is everything in China. Pork is what they eat. That's why the Americans...
They don't have cows.
Yeah, and...
or God forbid, sheep.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So when it comes to... this is one of the reasons why all flus are Asian flus.
And swine flus. You said that, yes.
Yeah, all flus are avian flus.
The earliest days.
Yes,
yeah.
I've always said that.
I love that.
Yeah, all flus are avian flus, all flus are swine flus, and all flus are Asian flus. If a flu is not an Asian avian swine flu, it's a weaponized construct. It's not natural. It's just naturally the reason why all flus are Asian avian swine flus is because the overwhelming majority of the world's population is in Asia. And the majority of the world's population in Asia is still involved with a great degree of sustenance farming. Now, a lot of it has been collectivized with the communists, a lot of it, but that all fell apart. And a lot of it was, of course, corporatized. But in the end, the majority of it is still subsistence farming. And the whole point is that it takes that chain, that triage, that trio of factors to create a flu every year. And what it is basically all of humanity is simply a fly speck on the windshield of virus life. Virus evolved in the bellies of dinosaurs. Virus evolved inside dinosaurs, and viruses have been around since the age of the dinosaurs. And they really don't prefer humans. Humans are just sloppy seconds. They prefer birds, who are not made sick by viruses. Birds are a massive biomass incubator for viruses, but they're not sickened by them. They simply retain the virus lives in their system, and the birds just incubate the virus. But this is why you don't go around eating bird shit. Yeah, that's why bird shit isn't used for fertilizer. It is, however, used as chemical, shall we say, kind of potash, compost. There's various things it's used for that then can become fertilizer, but you never use it directly because you would die using it. But it has to be fossilized. This is what happens with guano. Guano is fossilized bird shit, and then the guano is collected and then turned into chemical phosphates that then often are used for chemical fertilizers, among other industrial uses. But all that being said, bird shit's pretty nasty stuff, and you wait till it gets fossilized, composted, fossilized before you work with it chemically. But so such being said, however, the only place in the world where birds converge with pigs, this is an important point, is Asia, where all the chickens live on the sustenance farms with the pigs, and there's no barriers between them. They're not kept, there's nothing you can really do with that large a population to force a compartmentalization of the chicken and or duck and pig environments. So just the way things work, at some point the pigs are going to be exposed to the bird shit and the bird roll, the bird feathers being shed, all the bird effluvia, and that gets translated ultimately through them. They're the chain, the link in the chain between the birds and the humans, because pigs are the closest thing physiologically in the world to a human being. Yeah, so close that you can replace human organs with pig organs. It's not just the porcine valves they use to replace heart valves, which my father had done, but also they are used in replacing organs like literally kidneys, even a liver. They've transplanted these into human beings. So pigs and human beings are so physiologically close that some people might make the mistake and think that the Jews and the Arabs don't eat pigs because it's a form of cannibalism. But that's not the case. That's not why they don't eat pigs, because the pigs don't sweat. And you can't keep pigs in the desert because maintaining pigs would take more water than you could supply an entire village with, the water that's used for fucking pigs in the desert, because they don't sweat. So you have to hose them constantly to keep them alive in the desert. And that's just decadent. That's just degenerate. At that point, you're depriving water to entire communities of people. So that's why they don't eat pigs. But such being said, when it comes to them as a vector between the birds and the humans, that's why all the flus emerge out of Asia. That's why they're all the Tokyo flu, the Hong Kong flu, the Mongolian crud, whatever the fuck you're getting. It always has an Asian name. It's not good. If it comes from anywhere else, that ain't a natural flu. That's why the so-called Spanish flu was a bioweapon in World War I. But all that being said, the Russians then used pigs directly, because that's one step from a human being, entire human populations. But they figured in this case they'd wipe out the pig populations, which would deprive humans of a food source. And since the Russians at this point had the biggest pigs in the world, they would make a killing on the pig market. Well, what happened?
Man.
Yeah, so what happened under Putin was when the disease of African swine fever spread all the way from Ukraine and Georgia and Chechnya and, all these Caucasian countries in the Caucasus Mountains like Armenia and Azerbaijan, it all spread into China. And once it got loose in China, it was the end of the world. It was apocalypse. The Chinese starved by the millions. This is all quite recent. We're talking like 2014, 2017. All this happened. And so then they started importing pigs by the millions. And because, you can kill a population by killing its pigs when they're dependent on it for their animal protein. That's why the Americans slaughtered every pig on Okinawa, was they were trying to eliminate the Okinawan population, which, by the way, just so people know, the Okinawans are not Japanese. They are Sinitic. They are Japanized in culture, meaning they are Japanese acculturated, but they are ethnically Chinese and culturally still very Chinese. So Okinawa is the capital of the Ryukyu's island chain between Taiwan and Japan, and Okinawa, they all eat pork. That's their main source of sustenance. So the Americans made certain to wipe out every pig on Okinawa in an attempt to exterminate the population. And of course, because the Japanese won the war, the emperor demanded the Americans replace every pig on Okinawa. So the Americans had to ship millions of pigs to Okinawa in order to feed the Okinawan population. That's a sure sign among hundreds that I could give that the Japanese won the war. And because they fed the Okinawan population and all the pigs are replaced by American pigs, the irony, of course, is that every pig on Okinawa is an American pig. I'm not just referring to the four-legged ones there. I'm referring to all the two-legged pigs as well. Take it personally. Okay, so that being said, Brendan says the live stream sounding choppy. So this is bad. They're already censoring us. So let's see now. Is that just Brendan? We need feedback from the rest of the listeners. And Brendan, jump on the goddamn call if you're able to listen. And everybody, I want a full report on how we're sounding. And so what happened with the pig massacre in China was it wiped out all their pigs. They have very few natural native Chinese pigs left. And we're talking this happened in 2017, 2018. And that's why COVID-19 developed. Because they had no pigs, began importing these pigs from all over the world. And even though the world sold to China every spare pig they had, it wasn't enough. The Chinese people were starving, millions were dying, and that's why everyone turned to the wet markets. Now, the wet markets are a black market, and they are a black market in a sense that they are a legal market. I'm sorry?
Poachers.
Okay, poachers. Yes, that is true. They can be. In fact, a lot of them are. But
pangolins.
Yes. That's where COVID comes from. That's where COVID comes from. But basically what happened was because it says error, YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Viewers will experience buffering. Open widget. Let's have Brendan ̶OGHET see if you can come. Can you call Brendan ̶OGHET again, Aristides, please? Let's see if you can try and add him. Let's see if Aristides.
Sure.
Please. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
And let's see if he can provide some technical support. Everyone else, we need your feedback. Tell us if you can hear us. So let's enter that in the chat. Numbers are good. Can you hear us? Hear us. All right. Now, such having been said, so the wet markets will sell, they're not supposed to, but they'll sell anything. And they gather wild animals and they basically sell them for people to eat. And because there were no pigs left to eat, the wet markets were providing protein, alternative protein. Okay, so dear Brendan, you want to help me out here? Let's go to the studio.
Wait, what's going on?
Oh, well, according to you, we're buffering like hell, and according to the studio, we are as well. So let me share a screen, dear Brendan, and I hope everything is well with you. When you said you couldn't come on tonight, I always fear the worst. So I'm sharing screen. Can you see our studio screen, dear Brendan?
Yes, I can see it. I can see it all right.
It says, error, YouTube's not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. It says, open widget. I doubt there's anything we can do, but you want to open the widget? Let's open the widget. Error.
You can try it, yeah.
All it says is, stream status poor. Error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will...
Yeah, it sounded on the YouTube end like it was every other word.
Oh, shit.
I couldn't hear a full sentence from you.
Oh, that's awful. That's awful.
It was like choppy.
What does not receiving enough video mean?
It says that sometimes due to the bandwidth, but usually the audio doesn't get affected, so I don't know what's happening.
You wouldn't think.
Has anyone else reported it, or is it just on my end? Or
that's why I'm asking the audience here, can you hear us in the text box? So we do want feedback. Says stream status is poor. Of course, when we go to the, it's not the OBS or the online broadcasting software. That says green box here means that we're doing good. So yeah. OBS is doing strong. Yeah, anybody.
Nobody's complaining.
Yeah. If
doesn't
nobody
sound
else
like
is,
anybody.
yeah, if nobody else is
Nothing
complaining,
to it.
we'll, but let's see if we can go back to let's see now. I'll have to go back to
yeah, I say just carry on, and if it gets worse, you can always reset, but that's like worst case scenario.
Oh, yeah, no, don't want to do that. It's like Aristides said, how long does it take to restart? It's like, well, we know that's 45 minutes. That's 45 minutes.
Intermission.
Yeah, that kills the show. But enough people come back. It's amazing. These days, we have enough people come back. They're pretty dedicated. And,
I don't know if it's on my end, though, perhaps. Because something sounded choppy just now.
Yeah.
So I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah. But hey, welcome aboard. Are you able to join us for an hour or two? What's going on? That you're willing to share?
I mean, I can do a little bit, but I'm not 100% right now, so I'm not able to carry on very far.
Is this a work issue or a health issue or both?
Well, I just got off of work as well, so I'm like I got taken out by that.
Oh God!
But it's just some seasonal, like cough, like some seasonal change.
Okay.
That's affecting me harder than usual due to all my stressors and moving and everything all in one day.
Yeah.
Back in the beginning of the month, so.
Oh yeah.
Like all the madness I've dealt with. So.
Oh yes, that was awful.
So it's accumulated to the point where now I'm detoxing and I'm going through it, on and off fever and various things.
Oh.
Bad quality things. Yeah.
Oh, so sorry to hear that. Is it conceivable you could have caught a milder version of what's impacting Heather and Vinny?
Yeah, in essence, that's what it is.
Okay.
Similar to that.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, it's rough.
Well, everybody maintain Brendan in thought and prayer. Oh my God, that's horrible. Not to mention, that Holly Kaditis Kiefer is in the she's practically downwind or upwind or in the wind zone.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about that. Perhaps that has something to do with it. If it's like blowing east or some shit, because that means I'm getting hit by it.
Sure was.
Well, I felt something.
How far out
I haven't
are
been
you
like
in miles?
probably about 80 miles or 108 miles ish from the coast.
Okay.
Okay, on the coast.
From the coast.
Yeah,
I'm inland.
It's
Yeah, he's inland. He's Sacramento, honey. Yeah, go.
Well,
I think that's pretty far away.
Yeah, if it's affecting me at this point, then it's more fucked up than we thought.
Yeah, there's that. And the crazy whatever they're saying about it is that a hydrogen fluoride
Highly
lifts
toxic.
up real high. It's buoyant, man. It goes real high up, so it feasibly could be transported long distances.
Fuck.
Like, it's funny, they evacuated Moss Landing, but it was the least smoky place. The smoke all booked east.
Right.
Yeah. But they're afraid of what's going into the water,
cool.
Honey. They're afraid of the, what do they call that? The groundwater.
Well, yeah, but nobody's drinking slough water. I mean, in the immediate sense.
Okay.
People that should have been evacuated were in Castroville and Watsonville.
Right. Technical update. I'm sharing screen. So here's the technical update. We now have excellent connection with a green light. Green light here, excellent connection now. So people should be able to hear us. They were just cutting off everything I was saying about the African swine flu. We can all blame Holly, who asked the question about the CIA. She says, Doug, Trump CIA says it was a Chinese lab link. What do you think? Well, that's why they started buffering us, Holly.
Of course they did, yeah.
Well, I thought it was a pretty goddamn abrupt turn of face. All of a sudden.
Yeah, abrupt turn of face.
Boy.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, how about just a fucking lie? But yeah.
Well, that's what you wonder right away.
Yeah, but just
because I don't want else you're on the whole Marjorie Taylor Greene train, you know.
But just so that.
Well, basically, what Doug said was true.
Yeah.
And that's why they have to obfuscate it, because then it'll piss off the Russians if they point the fingers at them.
Yes, that's right. He's covering Russia's ass. Now that. Yeah, go on.
Exactly. And now that everyone hates China, it's like now they're just a punching pad for, whatever is coming down the pipes.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you guys heard about Colombia. I'm sure Doug will get into them.
It's a dog whistle to start pushing old ladies in front of subway trains and shit.
Yes. Those are the Chinese women pushed in front of subway trains, yes.
Oh,
and these people,
God.
I don't understand, like, the very strange, like, I actually brought up to my friend, and I got him to admit, Doug, remember that guy I was telling you about that was like stoked for the tariffs and shit? And I was like, dude,
who the hell was that? I don't remember anybody that stupid. Who the hell was that?
Yeah, some dude that is, some dude that I worked with at UPS. But anyways.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So
that wasn't the Taiwanese guy. That wasn't the Taiwanese guy.
No.
Okay.
No, this is a different guy.
Okay.
But he's one of my good friends. But I was like, I confronted him. I said, why are you so stoked about these? You have children. Your future is destroyed. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
And he's like, honestly, I know it's gonna be fucked, but I'm just gonna watch it burn. That's the only joy we have left. So everyone, all those people that they don't actually care about politics, they just want to see everyone go down with them.
Yeah.
They don't give a fuck. So that's the only way to explain it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
like,
don't understand
it's almost like they
that
know it's
doesn't go
fucked
well
up.
for me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But they want to see everyone just burn, including themselves. So.
Yeah.
No, that's awful.
Thing.
Yeah.
Thing.
Well, it's like a reflection on the culture.
Yes.
It's like they're
nihilism.
not bad people individually, but like overall, they've like given up or something.
No, they're nihilistic.
It's so fucked.
Yeah,
it's so hard to live and shit. It's like they're just giving up.
In other words, they're treading water, but they're drowning.
Yeah.
They're treading water and they're drowning,
Yeah.
and so they just are now pulling other people down with them at this point.
Right.
Yeah, and they don't care if
that's
we all get
unfortunate,
pulled down.
but that's what happened.
Yeah, so they've sunken into nihilism.
But I talked some sense into him with the Dietrich logic, so
thank you.
hopefully they kind of think about it. It's like
Yes.
the best we could do is have them think about it instead of just going with the Trump train into the deepest pits of hell or whatever.
Thank you, because there's no, for most people, there's no coming back from the Trump train crash. The Trump train crash is a toxic train. It's a train carrying toxic waste that is going through major cities before it derails. Think of that metaphor. Yeah, and it's carrying radioactive and toxic waste, and it's just going to spill it all into this stew combo.
And he's already going to fight Colombia for whatever reason.
Oh God, yes. Well,
Back to just before we get too far away.
Of course.
Back to that.
Yes, of course. So back to.
But yeah, carry on, you guys.
That was so great.
Yeah. Well, before.
Oh, sorry, no, not at all, Brendan.
Oh, no.
But
Before.
I don't have very much stamina, so carry on, and I'll get back into it.
Okay.
In a bit here.
All right. So we love you dearly. Get some rest. Come back whenever you want.
To say the least, I'm under heavy occult siege because of some things that are planned between Douglas and I.
That's true.
So let's just put it simply and up front.
Yeah.
So I'm holding my my ground and maintaining the the circle of the magician to the best of my ability at the moment, and it's not easy dealing with someone like that. So
thank you.
Not that it's a bad thing. It's just is what it is.
Yes. Thank you. Well, God bless you. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Jump back on anytime you feel up to it.
Yes.
Hey, Brandon. Hi, and bye.
Greetings, Aristides. Carry on.
Yeah. Greetings and best wishes with all of that. Keep us posted.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll be all right.
All right. I know you will. I know.
Thanks.
Yeah. Was there anything you wanted to say to Brendan, Heather, Holly, before he goes?
Just that you'll be in my prayers for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Brendan.
And my
I hope
very
you feel better.
best wishes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also you, Heather.
Yeah.
That you both.
Yes.
Jaidam.
Thank you.
Every confidence that you both will be okay.
Yeah. And I thank lovely Holly for reminding me to get back on track with my train of thought. But just so you know, Holly, I'm real good at that myself. You'd never be afraid and never hesitate to remind me. Always, it never hurts.
That's good, 'cause
never hurts.
Before I was on many a night, I was like, dang.
Well, it takes a lot of work to throw me off.
All over the world.
No,
we go around the world.
It takes a lot to throw me off, but I usually tend to go into tangents. But to be thrown off a thought process, the person who was brilliant at that was Brooke Gibson, because I finally figured it out. She's dyslexic. It's not just ADHD. It's beyond ADHD. It's dyslexic. Everything I said to her, she would hear just the opposite. She could not hear what I was, literally could not fucking hear what I was saying. To the point where George Knight confronted her and said, you talk like the enemy, because that's what the enemy does. Only they're all pathologically dyslexic because they've been programmed into that mindset. But she acted exactly like that. So you couldn't continue any train of thought because she would constantly interrupt. So there would be no point in talking because you couldn't get any words out. You couldn't complete a sentence. So it was like she was attacking, but it was just a convergent condition. In her case, it truly is a condition because it does not work to her advantage of ADHD and dyslexia. Now she's been diagnosed.
I've heard of that that type of dyslexia, that the AURAL oral sounds are disorganized.
Yeah.
You perceive sound in a disorganized fashion, not.
Yeah, she has not been diagnosed with that, but if they bothered, I told her to present that to an MD. I'm certain with enough testing, she will be diagnosed with that. I'll bet the farm on that. Yes, there is what's called a verbal dysphagia, where you cannot speak what you think because your thought processes are not in tune with your ability to vocalize. And then there's what you're speaking of is this oral aphasia, where you're not hearing what people are saying. They're literally saying something, but you're not hearing them. Now she can understand.
Like if you're seeing and the words are scrambled or the
yes.
words are all backwards.
Well, it's like being colorblind.
Except your ears.
Yeah, it's like you're colorblind except it's with your ears. And her son is colorblind. So it's not surprising that she has maybe some kind of synesthesia going on there. Not synesthesia, of course, but I'm just using a parallel. So for people who don't know, synesthesia is where you are tasting smells and you're like, which we all do, but more extreme than that, you're like tasting sights and you can hear smells, that kind of shit. That's synesthesia, when your intake of processing your environment is extremely, shall we say, seamless. Which is not a good thing, generally speaking, but
it's kind of why people take drugs.
Yeah, so they can get like there. That. Yeah, to get there. But people who are born with that condition are trying to do anything they can to get out.
Right.
The one person suffering that, if you will, is Billie Eilish. Which, of course, Holly mentioned. Billie Eilish has a 1,000-yard stare. She's got a dead stare.
Her eyes, man, there's something wrong there.
Well, it's synesthesia. If she weren't like that, she'd be stark raving mad. She's got to take the world with the dead stare. She's got a 1,000-yard stare because she's got to work hard at sorting out what she's processing. Just so you know.
So. I don't know her music, so I can't really judge her, but. Those eyes creep me out. And I didn't take it as like necessarily that. To me, it's like there's nothing. She's not looking 1,000 miles. There's nothing coming out.
I don't know about
kind
that.
of the opposite. It's just my gut.
All I can say is I'm kind of biased. I mean, I kind of just like her shtick, her style. I kind of like it.
She's beloved.
Yeah.
Beloved. And I don't know that much about her. It was purely from print.
No, I don't know that much about her either. I do know.
No, I haven't actually even seen her.
She very likely has had an incestuous relationship with her biological brother. I know that much. Which, I don't judge.
Well, they were a duo originally.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Doesn't necessarily mean that.
Well, that's not the reason why I've heard that, I assure you.
Okay. Okay.
Do give me some credit. At
any
rate, now such being said, again, just so people understand, that's not something that I pronounce as some kind of negative to quote unquote besmirch her or defame her. It's just like
it is unusual.
It's just unusual. It's just one of these things that it's unusual only because our society says it's unusual. If people realize how common that was, holy shit, it's like there's no point in even rendering a judgment. It's like, especially with COVID, that kids growing up during that time not leaving the house.
Oh no, God,
but we won't dwell there. But we will get back on the COVID trail, and so just to drive the point home again with the Russians unleashing the COVID. the Chinese turned to wet markets because their pig population was decimated. And in the wet markets, they brought in everything, and it was a poacher's paradise at that time. Everyone else was in purgatory, but they were relying on the poachers to bring in food. So the poachers brought in everything, and I mean everything. So what?
Bush meat.
Yeah, to the point where, for people who do not know this, the national animal of China is the panda. By that, it's the people might say, "Whoa, it's a dragon." No, that's traditional and symbolic. But the official national animal of the People's Republic of China under the communist regime is the panda, because that's their primary diplomatic emissary, is the fucking pandas they send to other people's zoos. So that's why pandas generally have a name similar to mine. My name is Yiping. Your average panda is going to be named something like Ping Ping, which means double peace. So something like that. But at any rate, this implies that they're peacemakers. So, but of course, it's illegal to eat pandas as a result. But during the time of COVID, people were so desperate, poachers were bringing in pandas. Of course, those that were caught, they were punished severely. But people were still...
because there ain't many pandas left in the woods.
It's,
because they need to catch them and send them to other people's zoos.
They breed them now, but...
oh, boy.
The one thing I will tell you is, Holly is right. Pandas, if it were not for the Chinese Communist government breeding program, pandas would definitively be extinct. They are
long gone.
Yeah, they're not only not in the woods very much anymore, but they naturally really don't breed very much. They naturally really just barely reproduce. Their diet is extraordinarily specialized. Mostly nothing but bamboo. In the woods, it would be almost exclusive. Believe it or not, pandas love meat, but they can't catch it. However, if people will...
Because they're too cuddly.
Yes, but people have to trap them. When people catch the pandas to take them to breeding camps and the like, people catch them by burning meat. They'll cook meat. That's how you catch a panda. The panda smells the meat and tries to come for it, and that's how you catch them. That's there you go.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah, that's how they do it. But at any rate, so there were even some pandas in the wet market, but where COVID specifically, incontrovertibly, scientifically, was proven to have emerged from, was a specific cage or series of cages in which bats were kept on top of, because the wet markets, they just pile cage on top of cage. And in this case, the bat cages were piled on top of the pangolin cages. So where the bats were shitting down on top of the pangolins. So the bats were shitting and pissing all over the pangolins. And the genetics were tested. And COVID-19, DNA-wise, via deoxyribonucleic acid is traced to pangolins that were exposed to the diseases of bats. So in this case, it wasn't birds, which are not mammals, but the descendants of dinosaurs. Birds are dinosaurian. They are the descendants of dinosaurs. So birds usually transfer their viruses through pigs, which are mammals, into human beings. In this case, it was bats, which are mammals, that transferred their diseases into pangolins as a vector into human beings. Now, pangolins are, of course, for those of you who don't know, they're pretty hard to categorize. They're basically like a mutant armadillo. They're just basically, by the way, armadillos are, for those of you who don't know armadillos, they're like armored mammals.
It's a Pokemon.
Thank you.
It looks like a Pokemon.
Thank you. Yes. And they were selling them for food in Chinatown till the FDA clamped down at that time. The FDA doesn't police Chinatown anymore. But for a while in Chinatown, they were selling armadillos that you could eat. But
The scales are medicinal as well.
Yes, thank you. And that's what people think about the pangolin. Yes, they want the pangolin.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, pangolin scales are medicinal in TCM.
Yeah, traditional Chinese medicine.
And then they just eat the rest or something.
Yeah, that's right. Then they eat the rest. That's correct. But I remember one Food and Drug Administration official, big black African American guy, very tall, was saying, when it comes to armadillos, they carry bubonic plague. I'd sooner eat a dead rat. He was saying that, officially. He said that officially to try and discourage the sale of armadillos. And obviously eating armadillos is dicey. But with these pangolins, again, part of traditional Chinese medicine, but not when they have bats on top of them shitting and pissing all over them. Well, at that point, this is what COVID is traced to. Now, all of this was conclusively proven by science, and they proved that it came out of Wuhan wet market. So the idea of the CIA suddenly coming up with, oh, hey man, it couldn't have a lab leak in China. Well, kind of, sort of. It may as well have, but not really. What they're doing is covering the ash of the lab leak in Russia, and how that wound up with now the Chinese have to turn to the Russians to get their Hogzilla super pigs, their meat, so the Russians made a killing off of unleashing the African swine fever, and literal and figuratively. So it really ultimately all comes out of fucking Russia and the Ukrainian war. But there you go with that. So that's the trail, the real trail.
Definitely answered the question.
Thank you.
So the moral of the story is, yes, Trump's going to blame the labs.
Yeah. Yeah,
Trump will blame the labs.
Yeah, it's Trump CIA will blame the labs, but nevertheless, tell him, Brendan, there was fucking Umbrella Corporation was somehow involved. So there is a Chinese link to this that is quite sinister. Tell him.
Yeah, I forget the name of the company, but it was literally Umbrella Corp. Resident Evil style.
Yeah, I don't know. Holly, do you know what we're
We'll have to go
about?
back in our archives to dig that shit up.
Yeah. Holly, do you know what we're
It's been
talking
a crazy
about?
5 years.
Yeah, it was. It was crazy 5 years. Just say yes or no, Holly, about whether or not you know that.
No.
Okay, so please explain to Holly what Umbrella Corp is and Resident Evil, the whole franchise, and it just bled into reality. It's
like a government-sponsored megacorp that was studying all these different viruses, and it had let out the zombie virus that causes like the entire franchise, like the entire, from Raccoon City all the way to Res 3, and then I think later 5 and 6. So, yeah.
He's using some gamer terms, so I'll translate that for you, Holly.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
This is a
yeah,
gaming
but
thing.
it was a gaming thing, but it bled into reality. Basically, the Japanese, very important to remember.
The Japanese took it from reality.
Yeah, the Japanese
like a real company.
Yeah,
because the symbol is the exact same.
Yeah,
their logo is the exact same, and let me find it. I'll tell you guys.
Yeah, it's absolutely bizarre. So there's a Chinese corporation that sponsors scientific labs. There's a Chinese scientific research corporation that sponsors labs that was in Wuhan. China, where the COVID source is from. And their symbol is this red and white umbrella symbol where you've got, the umbrella subdivides because the umbrella tines these metal frames, and then sometimes they paint those different colors on the umbrella silk or the umbrella material. And so it's like a red and white combo beach umbrella that has these like red stripes, white stripes, in a circle. So it's a very distinctive, easily recognizable logo. That is a real company. But because the Japanese and the Chinese obviously have hostility towards each other, the Japanese took that and integrated that into a gaming franchise. Here we are. We found that, and they changed the color on it because it was red. Yeah, it's exactly like this. It's in the text box, so you can access this in the text box, Holly.
This is complicated. No, I gotta follow.
RLSW, thank you so much, dear Brendan. Yes, that is it's incredible. So Shanghai Ruslan Biaohusan Biotech No English speaker could be expected to remember that. That's but at any rate, this is incredible, and that was. By the way, it's bizarre that they made it green. Just so people know, in Asia, red is a lucky color. Green is the color of evil. So it's almost like they took the red color and rendered it green to even render themselves more sinister. So thank you for that other incredible link there, dear Brendan. That's incredible. So here's the link, and everybody can just click to that now. So basically,
so there's an actual chemical laboratory going.
Yes, series of laboratories, meaning a whole, like, shall we say, a whole franchise of laboratories that this are fronted by this company. It's not like they're front companies. The company itself is real. It sponsors these laboratories in scientific research, and so the company exists in communist China, but the Japanese made it the primary villain in a gaming franchise that then became a series of movies that was called Resident Evil. And Resident Evil, yeah. The
Mila Jovovich, love her.
Mila Jovovich. Let me look her up because it's been so long since I said
She's
her
fabulous.
name. Yeah, she's half Ukrainian, half Serbian. Yeah, yeah, and yes, I adore her as well, of course. Mila Jovovich, and yeah. But she became the star of those films, and the geeks all love her and shit. But she is.
So that was like a direct propaganda war between the two countries.
Yeah, that was a propaganda war between Japan and China. But then it became all too real.
In plain sight. Yeah.
Yeah, because they were almost certainly somehow involved with monitoring, or maybe even the development of the weaponization of COVID after it was isolated and found to be what it was. In other words, once the disease developed, they almost grabbed it and privatized it. So this is where you can say with some degree of veracity that you could say that this was a communist Chinese lab leak, but you're simplifying the story. And
this was the original company that sequenced the SARS-CoV, the first SARS.
Yes.
I was gonna.
So they had it in their files.
Saving it.
Studying.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, because I remember, I actually got to go to Thailand briefly. The only time I've been in Asia in my life.
Wow.
Right before the horrific, unimaginable bird culling.
Wow.
I mean, it was mind-boggling.
What happened?
They killed every bird.
Why?
In most of Asia.
Why? Because
Wild
of COVID?
and domestic. Because of SARS.
Okay, SARS. That was it. SARS.
You can look that up too, boy. Oh, man. I mean, I'm telling you, you could not be a bird in Thailand and other countries too.
That's awful. So
they
sad.
went hard on SARS.
Yeah.
And over here, it was just a blip.
That's right. Yeah. And I remember.
Wild. They killed every bird. And how they love their birds. And their swarms of ducks. I mean, shooting seagulls out of the sky.
Wow. Let's take a look
maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't think you're wrong at all. That sounds about right. So
like they had to do with all those pigs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I mean, that was prior to the pig thing.
Unbelievable heaps.
Yeah. You mean what you're saying? The reason I ask again is because you're kind of glitching on us. I'm looking at our connection is excellent. Our connection is excellent here, this side. Okay. So it's not the studio. In this case, it's your phone. My
phone slipped. Yes.
Yeah. So in terms of what you're saying is that they did to the birds what they did to the pigs, correct? Later, when they had to kill all the pigs.
Yes.
Yes.
And that would have been in the 2000s for sure.
Yeah. I remember SARS. And I'm trying to remember, there was some other disease in between MR something, but it was when
Yeah, vaguely.
yeah, and that was found to be isolated because it was found that a bunch of shit was spewing out of public plumbing in Hong Kong. So that was something they actually found and isolated. But the SARS, of course, was, I think, different. And so I used to know more of this because I took all these lectures at the UCSF. Again, the extended, the Osher Lifelong Institute for Extended
Yes.
Education. Yeah, that I was auditing the medical courses for
Wonderful
medical
program.
journalism.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You remember that?
Wonderful.
Were you part of it?
Wonderful.
Or how did you know about it?
No, but
Okay.
some of their courses here were at least outstanding.
Okay.
You got to go out on boats and look at phosphorescence in the ocean and shit.
Oh my
I
God.
mean,
Yeah.
amazing shit.
Wow.
Amazing.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I haven't checked in on it in a long time, but I should.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Well, I was involved almost from the fucking beginning. I was involved.
Wonderful.
And yeah, it was like from the second semester on. And so that became
Love it.
part of my life for a long period of time. But yeah, it wasn't a happy part of my life because I was just trying to better advocate for my parents, of course.
Right.
And it was
Right. But where else can you go to school for medical journalism, for God's sake?
so true, so true. Which is yeah, just so people understand, that's essentially what it was, because there's no other purpose for it other than to be able to communicate to others what's
Really
going on medically.
important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so all that being said, yeah, now we've explored that. I'll be ready to jump into monologue whenever I have to tonight, but with all of you, whatever else you wish to talk about. Heather Holman says she has to step away for a few moments, so she's away from keyboard, but she'll try to get back in a hurry. What about if you feel up to it, Brendan, feel free to talk. Engage on subjects you might think are important. You've already done immeasurable service tonight by providing, what you did about the Real Umbrella Corporation.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that, of course, is profound.
That's so foot in both worlds, virtual and IRL.
Yes.
I don't know how to separate this shit anymore.
Yeah, well, that's part of the problem, is that at least with Douglas Dietrich around, you got the context. With the other idiots, say if you got this from QAnon, they'd fuck it all up. They would
That is factual.
Yeah, and
That is right.
Those people are in charge now. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, we live in a nightmare world.
Yeah, good cue. Good cue.
Yeah, good cue. That was one of Peter Moon's last statements.
It was his final word before he became a lich.
Yeah.
Or whatever you want to call it, The Walking Dead.
Well, actually, in his case, we might as well pronounce it. Traditionally, it would have been pronounced very close to leech. In his case, both terms would apply. Yes, leech. Yeah, it's literally, he's a leech.
But that's giving him too much, he's not the Witch King.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That dignifies him. You're right. That dignifies him.
He's like a walking skeleton, basically.
Yeah.
That just happens to, have a lawyer or something.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's spending all his money on that and miracle cures. Lawyers and miracle cures. Yeah, and, oh, God, that piece of shit. He's like... he's not even a walking skeleton. I doubt he can walk very well or very far. He's probably on a walker.
Yeah, Pete, I want to see more Qigong.
Videos.
Qigong.
Yeah, show us some videos, Pete. Yeah, let's see this Qigong videos. Yeah.
At least that's neutral, Come on.
That's
how much worse can we get here? How much more can we make fun of you? Let's see it. It's not that bad.
Yeah,
I'm sure people would say shit about me if I did my meditation video publicly. Come on, if you're really about it, you might as well do it.
Remember the one time you got eyeballed when you tried to? He said, "Walk the figure eight loop," and you tried that. Yeah, and how you got eyeballed.
Yeah, people were grabbing their kids and shit. I was he was about to go ballistic. You're come on, Johnny, come on, Susie. He's He's powering up for some kind of,
He's set to blow.
you know, yeah, he's set to blow or something. He's gonna set some depth charges.
Yeah.
Oh, and for those anybody out there who thinks we're being hard on Vinnie Barbaric, otherwise known as Peter Moon, which is nothing but a criminal alias, just remember the guy, was on my show for how many years, droning on, saying I'm getting the book ready.
I think we did the math.
Yeah.
We did the math that if you were a normal employee,
yeah,
and you worked, / letting him on your show / working for him,
yeah,
you would have made something like. It was like $1 a day. It was like sweat camp wages or something.
Oh yeah, yes. Yes.
So it's like there's nothing to be nice about really here.
Yeah, yeah. Yes. No.
Like Doug was getting not paid and shafted for pennies a day. Like some, we might as well been making T-shirts. Like I was saying, better investment than working with him.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's right.
Well, my rare first edition copy of Roswell Deception skyrockets in value.
Yeah, it does eventually.
I'm just sitting back, knowing my retirement.
It's not signed by Pete, is it?
Is it signed by Pete or myself? Your copy's signed by Pete.
I treasure it. I treasure it.
Well, I'll have to give you a signed copy.
I'm not even loaning that one. I don't care who you are. You ain't getting it. I did that too many times before.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Yes, loaned books do not come back. Oh my God. So tell us.
I have a horrible story about that.
Tell us, Brendan. Yes, by all means.
Oh, I remember when I was a kid. I have this cousin, or he's my aunt's sister's son, but he's like very awkward, probably autistic, but he had like all these like fresh copies of Harry Potter first edition, and then he made the mistake of letting me borrow one, and I destroyed like a first edition Harry Potter, like the Holy Grail. Yeah.
How did that happen?
And I like brought it back.
What did you do to it? Got that.
I just took it to school. Like I just was dumb. I like took it, put it in my backpack. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. I was like really young. And then I brought it back to him like months later, and it was all dented, and he was like crying or something. It was bad.
Oh, that's bad.
It was like the pinnacle of his collection.
Oh my God.
That's not fair. I thought it was.
I think the parents had a lot of money, so they just bought him a replacement. But
well,
it was
there
just
you
bad.
go. There you go. Yeah, I get it. So
but it was still like, come on,
Yeah.
Don't lend your books to, especially children.
Yes, thank you.
But I don't think he knew that then. Now he knows.
Okay. Jesus Christ. How old was he when he lent it to you? Was he of age peer? He was a peer in age, or?
No, he was probably in his 20s.
Okay.
20s, 30s.
Oh hell.
20s.
That's
the world's healthiest fixation. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if he's
some of these people, like, they live virtually. Like, they're just playing video games, Dungeons and Dragons and shit. Like, they don't even leave their room and stuff.
Oh, right.
And he's paying for it in his later years. I'm sure he's all depressed and shit. It's like, but
Oh my
well,
God.
they keep that kind of stuff in plastic covers and stuff.
Yeah, he had
never cracked the spine, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had it all set up, and then I ruined it. So I was just reminded of that.
You stuffed it in your backpack.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so don't borrow books. Yeah, Doug's right. Like,
yeah.
Don't be a borrower or a lender. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, but especially don't lend books. Books.
Yeah,
but,
yeah. With the expectation of them coming back.
Yeah, with the expectation.
I've given away books just fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's different.
Yeah. You almost have to, literally. I mean, that's the only way to go. It's just, here, I'm giving this to you.
And they're not all cursed like Pete, where he's like licking the bindings.
Oh, it was awful.
Or whatever he was
It
doing.
was awful when Brooke Gibson was jumping, on me about that, albeit, not in a horrible way, but she was like, how could you give him the name of Ubo Sathwa? And I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, what the fuck, man?
Christ. I mean, but tell him, Brendan, he was hitting me for years. And I was just finally, he said he needed it to get the book done. Oh, I needed it to get the book done.
It was on air.
He
was like, Doug, when you get off, like, get me that name. Like, it was like he had a mafia hit on you. Give me that name, man. It was like.
Yeah.
I thought it was weird, but I didn't really know what it was. Like, I had no concept of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Until you started explaining it, now I know how horrible and wretched these anti-gods are.
Thank you. Tell people how you got almost like, how was it, like a psychic resonance or a vibe? It hit you so hard it was like getting sick when I became.
It was like like a spectral echo, like an ectoplasmer transfer of like the whatever that energy of that being, and you know, it's not good.
Yeah, like, to say the least. Yeah.
Like it's, you know, it's, I don't want to recount it, but it was like, and I was sick for days, and then look, it destroyed my life. I mean, all those people went crazy around me, like the occult radiation fried everyone around me.
It's
like,
true.
My so-called family.
It's true, but that's also a combo.
And all my coworkers, they were just having random shit go wrong, and yeah, it's bad.
Oh my god! But that was also,
don't mess with anti-gods.
Thank you, but that was also a combo of the witches that were dressed alike, like they were part of the same Mansonite groupie family cult that were planting. They were showing up in your property and planting shit. Tell our listeners about that. Literally. Holly doesn't know. Yeah. Oh god.
Yeah, preemptively going to a property owned by my family that I was supposed to live in, and they were planting shit inside the bones of the house and talking to the contractors like where to put stuff. And then the contractors were asking me, "Oh, did you know that lady?" I'm like, "Who?" And then they'd be like, and then so we installed cameras and we caught one of them. And then after we caught them, I tried catching up to this lady, like driving on the street, like I saw her walking by. And I turned a corner and she had disappeared on like an open street in the middle of daytime, within seconds.
Yeah.
And then I've never seen them again since then. And one of them, even when I was staying at my mom's house, she looked through the front window when nobody was supposed to be home, but I was sitting on the couch, and I opened the door and I was like, "Who the fuck are you?" And she was like, "My name is Nancy." And then she like also walked away and disappeared. And no one else knew that person, or the property management didn't know of that person. Yeah. So there you go. And they were dressed alike. Black puffer jacket, kind of like John Lennon looking mini glasses with shades, little mini shades, and salt and pepper hair, you know.
Almost like a wig. Like they were all part of the same Manson cult, go-go girls and shit.
Right. Yeah.
Except older. Yeah, and that's why.
And then after that, my uncle and his partner, they literally devolved into madness, just pure. I don't even know what to call it. What
violent madness. It's violent.
Yeah, literal violent madness into insanity. Just complete insanity.
Yeah.
Just being totally what would be the word for it?
There's no word for that kind of behavior. I mean, literally dogs shitting everywhere, letting the dog shit everywhere. And
in a brand new. So imagine like doing a brand new like $10,000 tile floor, and then they're telling me to my face, "The dogs can shit everywhere. I don't care. I want it like that." Like this is the kind of madness I was dealing with.
Yeah.
So you think it was this stuff that was put on the house worked?
Yeah, the house was cursed. Yeah, from the inside out before we even moved in, because of reasons. And the one person that asked me where I lived, and I was a fool and told him, was Vinny Barbaric.
Yes.
He was like, "What? I'm just curious. What city is it?" And I told him the city, and he said, "Oh, I know where that's at." And that was the last. And then he never talked to me after that again, basically.
That's right.
He was like telling Doug, "Get him off air."
He was. Yeah. He was. Yeah.
So he found out where I lived and then started hurling spells and who knows what else. They were probably Scientologists, these ladies, or something. Yeah. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah. And
there's a lot getting up in Central California that.
Yeah, they're here.
Yeah.
There's a Scientology office like down the street. Yeah.
Well, hey, come on. This is the birthplace of Scientology, is California, honey. Yeah. I mean, this is like, where we.
But yeah, so Pete dug it out of me, and I naively said it, and then after that, everything blew up.
So understand.
And we knew he was actively cursing spells, like sending curses.
We did, and at the same time, we still couldn't get it through our heads just how serious this guy was. It was almost like, it was almost like an eccentric old man who was doing something
like a dabbler. I thought it was like a dabbler.
Yeah, like some kind of
Or
dabbler.
just talking about like lemon money spells. Like, oh, how quaint. You know? That's what I thought.
A total ego thing.
Mistake. Total mistake.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
competing with Douglas.
Yeah. We didn't even think it was at the level of an ego thing, because usually egomaniacal magicians, like scientists, you think of Aleister Crowley. You think of guys who are going all the way if their ego's really into it. These are guys who are going to go extreme. But we didn't really think of Peter like that when we should have. We knew he was an egomaniac, but
I wouldn't either necessarily. No.
But you just thought he was just weird, just a demented old man who was just weird, and
ineffectual. And
he clearly took advantage of that.
Yeah, and he took advantage of that, and it's like we underestimated his capacity for doing damage. But at the same time, who could blame us? I mean, the guy's like putting us to sleep, right? I mean, and he would just sit here and talk about, always shit, just always assholes and shit. Just, I went to Romania and had the runs. Everything was, I was shitting all over Romania everywhere I went. I had the runs, and, then colonics, everybody get colonics, and, and then pushing it on other people, not just on Marina Saren. Remember, he started saying, oh, I'm glad you want to get colonics too, Doug. And I'm like, when did I say this?
Yeah. Every chick, everyone he felt was hot enough, he would suggest it.
Yeah.
You know what would be really good? And then I was like, I made the joke to myself. I was like, let me guess, colonics. And he's like, colonics, It got so predictable. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. Now, did you already tell Brendan about the show you saw in San Francisco, Holly?
It was very minor.
Well, it's not minor.
The bundle of sticks. The bundle of sticks.
Where there's no trees.
Yeah.
No, that was like it was a dark fae.
It was up by that big movie theater. It was weird, yeah. And you heard the Cho dream.
At the very least, dark fae, definitely Cho though, because no fae would be in SF otherwise.
It was something. Me and my friend looked at each other and we're like, what? The hell was that?
Yeah.
But you just
I met a hybrid. I met a Cho hybrid.
Tell her about that.
COHOST-PRODUCER.
Yes, I've heard that story in the diner.
Yes.
Yeah. So the Vietnamese people, the Vietnamese Buddhists, like adopted her or something, but she never would come out to the public except when I went there, and then she like appeared from like under a table, literally, or something.
Yeah.
And was
basically
like
out of nowhere. Basically, like she wasn't there, literally. And then she was there.
Yeah, literally. And then she knew the conversation that me and the other guy were having without even being in the room, or presumably I thought she wasn't in the room. And then she said, oh, you would have gotten that food for free or something. And I was like, what? I couldn't understand them at first because they had this weird kind of lisp.
In other words, her vocal cords were so inhuman that she could not speak the human language in a normal sense. Go on.
Right. And the average person would just assume like, oh, it's someone like with Down syndrome or something.
Or a product of Agent Orange, like a product of Agent Orange in Vietnam or some terribly, mutated fetus.
You made the eye contact.
Yeah. And so I spoke with them. I said, oh, that's funny. Ha ha ha. And then I walked out. And right when I walked out, I was like, holy crap. That was a show.
Right. Yes. Yes. Yeah, which is what Holly thought when she saw that. Now, at that time, you knew about the show, or this was before you knew about the show?
No. The dream happened after I knew, but I did not know.
What was the dream again? Show the dream again.
That was
the dream's awful.
black background and pictures of food, like in a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, they kept trying to get her to eat the cadaver food.
Photos.
Yes, that's right.
And I didn't realize till later. I don't think those were photos of food.
Right. It was just body parts. Right. Yes.
It was like a psychic temptation. Yeah. Just
it was
mess
butchery.
With you. Yeah.
Yeah. It was some kind of butchery raw.
Yeah.
Like that Marina Abrahamson and stuff, like that whole freaky. I don't know. But underneath it all was a low, very guttural Asian voice.
Mm-hmm.
talking real fast.
No.
And
That's
it
a
was
joke.
in the hypnagogic state, right when you're falling asleep.
Yeah.
It turns out in the morning when you wake up and see freaky shit, that's the hypnopompic state.
Okay.
But this was hypnagogic, and like I say, the big clue was that I was falling backwards.
Yeah.
And when you fall backwards, that's a thing.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, here comes these snapshots of meat presented like dining, fine restaurant, Chinese restaurant guild photos, and this creepy ass voice.
Yeah.
And so I was like, what the hell is this? Because I'm not fully asleep. And I brought myself out of it.
Right. So
I
sure.
fell backwards. And
Yeah.
this is where it gets really deep, because it's not often where you wake up and go back in the same dream.
But you did.
I did, straight up.
Fuck.
And it started happening again, same voice, and I was like, fuck.
Man, they're sick. These beings are sick.
And that's because I know you, Doug, because I think that's what got me, knew that, no, this isn't me.
Yeah.
It's like I say, Jung's old trope that everything in your dreams are you.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
Thank you.
And I think that all the electronics and the tech and the iPhone and what all have contributed to that ability to, anybody with no prospects and a lot of free time can learn how to astral travel, right?
Yes.
It's doable. It is doable.
Yes.
That's the only way you can feel powerful in it.
Don't recommend.
Yeah. So
Well, they're like, you get a JMA.
yes. Thank you. Exactly.
Again, one that I doubt. I always have found
He was
it
like
hard to
hanging out with
convince that he'd have
psychic
any
slugs, and he thought they were like
actual
fallen
ability.
angels and shit.
Yeah.
Just like I doubted to the height Peter having any actual ability.
Right. That was it. We didn't really credit either one of those individuals with actual
No
ability.
actual ability.
But it turned out the biggest threat
turns
was Peter. Turned out the biggest threat was
Yeah.
Peter.
Yeah.
But
It's like minions and shit. That's a thing.
yeah.
That's disturbing.
But by the way, I'm sharing screen.
And potentially very real.
Can both of you see this cursor moving? Aristides, can you see this cursor moving? Holly, Brendan?
Let me get it.
I could try.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh yeah.
Holly?
Okay.
Okay. So Holly,
Yeah.
does this look recognizable? Here we are. So here we are.
You're not gonna
Resident.
show us the show again, are you?
Well, here show you something worse. Here we are.
Oh, thanks.
Resident Evil, human butchery. So here we are. This should remind you of your dream. There we go. Let's see, famous campaigns, and here's like edible human limbs from the company, the corporation that worked with the Wuhan lab virus. That's
yeah.
that's what you saw was stuff like this, right?
No, it was way more. They have
Human hand.
professional food stylists.
Yeah. It was more like on the boat, like on the passing boat that had like pieces of sushi or sashimi.
No,
in it.
it was like in a restaurant.
Yeah.
It was style. And
Okay.
so, no, I thought it was, maybe that's delicious Chinese restaurant food. Yeah, Homer Simpson, great. But the combination with the creepy voice and all, no,
Yeah.
I wasn't having it.
Right. Yeah.
And you hadn't, it was early on in the show download from you, and
okay.
but I kind of immediately thought,
Yeah, Doug, they don't like being revealed, by the way.
Yeah. No.
they're the king of dreams.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. They are, but none
They're
of
the
this
dream
looks.
people.
So this would be too brutal or too upfront.
Yeah,
be
no,
too
no, that would have. I don't want. Yeah, that would have tipped me too fast.
That would've
This
tipped you
was
too
all
fast.
Stylized.
Got it.
With,
Yeah,
like,
it was prepared.
flour and
In other words, it was
shit.
prepared
Yeah.
food. Prepared food.
And presented food.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way
like
she
in the
described it
Chinese
before was like almost appetizing.
Every
Yes.
picture on the wall looks good. Oh yeah, I want that. I want that. I want all of it.
Like it was like
Got
mapo
it.
tofu or something. Yeah.
Got it. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Kind
Oh,
of
yeah.
kind of like the bang bok chow salad that was presented to myself.
Oh,
Yes, it's all vegetables, but it's the salad sauce. See, it's the salad dressing.
exactly. Like a delicious lo meins and
Yes.
and sweet and sour everything, man.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, but you don't want to eat those.
Oh, but here's the kicker. The thing of it was that it happened again. I had to wake myself up twice from it.
Jesus Christ. Yes, that's bad. That's the show.
I woke up, I sat up, I laid back down, and I fell backwards again.
Yes.
And falling backwards is a real tell.
Yeah, well, tell people about how you went to Cho Chocolate Factory, exactly where they said they were holding tours, and what did you find?
Well, that was all random. It was the farthest thing from my mind. But I was cruising through Oakland, and after your great stories, I did run into Cho Chocolate all over the place in the high-end gourmet stores.
Yeah, in the early days.
$15 chocolate bars.
Or Doug brought
I
him
think
down
it's
to
still out
Safeway
there.
level.
Yeah, before I brought them down
just-
to the
oh,
remainder
no.
boxes. Go on.
No, we're talking gourmet shops and shit.
Yeah.
They penetrated the high-end
Echelons.
market.
The upper echelons of the high-end market. Yes.
It was real gourmet.
It was,
And
elite.
Which is
Elite
impossible
edibles.
to do.
Yeah.
Which is impossible to do
Oh, yeah.
in like a basic
Oh,
business
yeah.
sense.
How are you going to do that? Unless you're like Goldie Hawn or something, you know? You have to have some kind of big Hollywood cred. But no, there it was. And so I did, and I remember sending you the pictures because it was so hilarious. There it is. And of the back label, and I saw the factory address, and one day I was going through Oakland right on the street, and so I whipped out my phone, found the picture. Let's check it out. And it was just an empty lot.
Yeah, just an empty lot. Holy shit. It's
Now, another time, I was, when you come over the Bay Bridge in San Francisco from Oakland, and you make the right, like the second right, what is that street that goes straight to Green Street?
Oh, God.
It's like
street.
it's like California or something.
Yes, he knows. He
Something
drives.
like that, yeah. And so I was going to the Asian Museum, and that's the street
It's where the Waymo almost killed me.
Yes, tell him about the Waymo.
Oh yeah, that's a great story. That was crazy.
Yeah, carry on. She knows
Yes.
about the Waymo.
Yeah, so go on, Holly. Yes.
The Terminator taxi.
On the left side, so on the right's going to be the Asian Museum. On the left side is that fortified federal building you talk about.
Okay.
That's like
You know
near
what I
City
mean?
Hall. That's like in the
Yes.
center.
Oh, and by the way, do you remember, and I don't know if it's still there or not, the Black Cube building at Moffett Field?
Barely. But tell us what you remember about it.
That was crazy. It was straight up there, man. And you had to be able to see it from just look at right the right time, at right the right spot on 101, going north. And there it was. And it was supposed to be the NSA building.
Ah,
It was
yes.
about a 4-story black cube of glass. And there it was. And that's all I know about that, but I saw it. It was real.
No.
And it was quite remarkable. But back to
Well,
I forget where it was.
so your original place you were living in was extraordinarily haunted. Whatever you're comfortable sharing, apparently
No,
Carmela
none of
Saldana came in and kind of cleared the place.
She did me a solid. Yep. To
But
this day, I'm indebted to her.
so
This
okay.
day. This very day.
But then she kind of moved in to take their place.
No. Oh, no. She did what she said she was going to do. She needed a certain period of time. And I could accommodate. And she took the time. And then she went on her way.
After
She
parking herself for a while, right?
Well, it wasn't that long. I mean, I like to, my living's very humble, but
it was comfortable enough.
Oh.
And yeah, we didn't, we're not best friends by any means.
But somehow she got her doctor to basically cut loose with the ephedrine. What was that? The precursor molecule to methamphetamine?
Like I say, I'm not going to shit talk her ever. I'm not, because she did good by me.
Mm-hmm.
She did.
Okay.
I stand by that till the end.
Okay. Well, that's appreciated.
She really did the job. Yeah. Because it was kind of freaky.
Well, she was cool until she tried to scam on Doug's program.
Yeah, thank you.
I had nothing against her.
It was at that moment. It was just I had to. She hasn't been on since. Let's just put it that way. I don't hate her, but I certainly did not appreciate. She put me through some difficulty that month. Let's put it that way. I haven't been in that bad.
Well, she was high maintenance. No question.
Well, that's beyond high maintenance. It was like, okay, whenever I had her on the show, and this isn't shit talking, it's on the show. I mean, whenever I had her on the show, this is on record.
A lot of that.
Yeah. She was alluding to someone we both know with a great deal of disrespect, claiming she was not respected, that sort of thing. You might remember her cutting loose with that.
No, but I remember her other dialogues on stuff.
Yeah. But when it came to
she could talk.
Yeah,
she's a good talker.
Oh, well, I don't know if she's a good talker. For one thing,
she can go on.
Well, let's put it this way. It's always about herself, so there is an issue with that. There is nothing in the world of Michelle Carmela Sultana than Michelle Carmela Sultana. That's it.
Well, she could talk about everything from Idi Amin to...
You don't get it. It was always only through her filter. It wasn't like...
A lot of stuff.
It was like, no, but that's...
A lot of stuff.
She would have said she was like related.
Yeah, she would have said, yeah, honey, it's like...
I can, that whole I can...
Oh, dude. Honey, when she went through...
pretty good shit.
It then... Let's just put it this way. It all fell apart for me when she just basically said, I have cancer, and started asking for money on my show. And this was after, it was shortly after that, or even before.
I was there for all that, and she would go on.
That's all she ever went on about was herself.
It got real weepy.
Yeah, but it was, she was crying all the time, but that was how she gets her money. But, it was, of course, Brooke Gibson who smoked her out. She does not have cancer. And Brooke Gibson, interrogated her for quite some time about this. Personally, however, she did it on a private call. That's why she got. That's how
never did anything like that, man. Yeah. No.
Well, Brooke got it out of her. Brooke was confronting her on a private level. What are the tests? What are there's no tests. It's like, what do you mean there's no tests? Yeah, and it's like, oh man, it's like treatment. What about treatment? Oh, I'm not going for treatment. And it's like, well, why wouldn't you go for treatment? Because she had all this set up with the hospitals. So it's like, it was just, that was okay. I was angry about that. Now, she did contribute.
She's a very unique sort of intellect.
It's one I could do without. It's just too, I'm sorry, it's too self-centered. It's too narcissistic for me to tolerate. I tolerated so many narcissists, but the point was,
and they're a science, man. It's a
she's what's called a white knight narcissist, where she sees herself sees herself as the one who's here to rescue us all. And that but she's rescued so many people in her mind. It's like and
from everything, every angle.
Yes.
Street ministry.
Street ministry. Yeah, street ministry. Man. Okay. That is bad. Yeah. That's just.
Oh yeah, her and Michael Basham were going off on that shit back in the day.
Yeah. Who was this guy? Michael, what was his name? Michael Basham? I can't remember.
Michael Basham? Michael Basham?
Michael Basham. Yeah.
The Taiwanese
Wasn't
missionary.
He the Children of God guy in Taiwan?
Yes.
Yeah, he lives by Brooke now.
Yeah. Yeah.
For some reason, I'm still friends with him on Facebook. I don't know how that happened, but sometimes it'll come up. it'll come up where he's like, I wish I was in Taiwan or something.
That's so sad. That's so fucking sad.
Because COVID, like, basically got rid of everyone, even missionaries, you know, from China and Taiwan.
Yeah.
That's how the Jewish tea guy started and all that. They were like living in Beijing, living the high life, and then their lives got wrecked. Like,
Oh yeah, and had to go home.
And it's like that was like the highlight of their life, which I don't disagree with. Like, I don't blame them. But.
Yes, that's right. It certainly can be. And but I'm like, yes, but by all means, anything else come up to your minds? Let's see if Heather's returned. But both of you are doing great. We're having a nice little round table here before I go all out into monologue. Once I do, of course, I suck.
Yeah, it's a slugfest, man. It's like, I don't know how you do it. Like, there's so much shit going on now. It's like, I mean,
it's awful. Yeah, it's literally.
It's like, how is this guy at 80 years old this crazed? I mean, like, how does he do it? It's like some Masonic magic.
Did you see him?
It's absolutely crazy.
One of you, Aristides, maybe.
You know,
find the footage of him dancing with the village people. He's sword dancing with the village people.
Oh God!
At his inauguration. It was at his inauguration. He brought the village people on stage, and he's sword dancing with them.
The village people, like the band?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Yes.
You're kidding.
Can you believe it?
And they're gay
I'm
as
surprised
fuck.
They didn't come out in a bathing suit.
Yeah, they're gay.
Yeah, but they're like the gays that hate women. They're super gay.
Well, obviously they hate themselves, or they wouldn't be up there with Donald John Trump.
Were you the one that said that? Controversial statement. Everyone brace yourself. That being gay is like a form of narcissism or something.
I am the one that said that. By the way, this is not meant to be an insult. It's just like I can see it.
Dude, I'm transphobic, so
no, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
just
a radical
makes logical sense.
Okay.
Yeah. But so tell us about this transphobia, Hoodie. That's actually funny to me. Tell me about that. Oh, and Nemo, if you're out there, jump on the fucking call, because I want you to see this tonight if I manage to get to it. I finally, but before we go there, Holly, tell us about this transphobia. How did this come about? This is interesting to me.
Okay, I'll tell you.
Yes.
I will tell you straight up, and with the disclaimer that, hey man, I have no problem forming friendships with anybody, whatever, as long as they're nice people. But from my earliest age, as soon as I knew there was a difference between boys and girls, I knew I was a mistake. I was a gay white guy stuck in a female body. Like, I always knew that. And if I could have paid a doctor to make me a real boy, I'd have got the money.
Right. Yes.
But to face a lifetime of cosmetic surgery, hormones, and antibiotics to have nothing work, I ain't having that. But so there comes a point, I believe, in life where you're kind of better off playing the cards you've been dealt. But on the other hand, I believe that human sexual relationships are not going to be what they were when I was a teenager.
Okay.
And that's because now you don't have to touch somebody to be sexual.
I would just say that doesn't sound very satisfying.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah, I would prefer.
And it did to me too. But for kids today that don't remember the agonies and the ecstasies of actual contact and the responsibilities, I mean, I think it's changed. Kids don't want to own cars anymore. Like, the American.
And that's a bad thing? Is that a bad thing?
That's fine. That's okay. And I'm not saying any of it's a bad thing, and that's how I come to grips with it. Because I'm sure there's many people Well, dick reconstruction is not for anybody who isn't very rich.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if vaginal construction is either.
Uh-huh.
So I'm thinking that you can be whatever you want without growing or cutting off parts. And that's good too.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Right? Be a guy with a full beard and a big
but what
tits.
you're talking
I
about,
don't care.
but what you're talking about is just practical issues of cost. That's not transphobia in the.
No, and that's why I make it kind of a joke, because it's also practical issues of the fact that at this point you're not going to get a real penis or a real vagina. And I have to object to like pregnant people. Not yet.
Oh, well.
That's actually was changed in the lexicon. To be correct, you can't say pregnant woman anymore.
What do you say?
You can only refer to pregnant people. That's happened.
Yeah, I think that's pretty hard to enforce. But,
well, no, but with fact checking in like magazines like that I read obsessively, The New Yorker, for instance. And, I mean, kind of. I guess they don't say it on Fox News, but anything that isn't hard. Right,
oh, believe me, actually, anything politically correct, they say it on Fox News so that they can rebuke it. Everything they say on Fox News, they say it.
Well, I rebuke pregnant people. I'm sorry. You know, I have to find a way to live with they.
Okay, so what you're trying to say, you need to clarify these sorts of things for our listeners, that you're not rebuking pregnant people.
But you get what I mean, right?
You're rebuking the term.
The term.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you're going to confuse people. The first thing I thought was that you were protesting pregnancy because people are bringing lives into a world with little hope for the future.
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Now it's not correct in certain circles to object to men making the claim.
That's
so it's like women's issues are the new men's issues. Let's put it that way.
Where are you getting this? It's not that
Does this sound crazy, Brendan?
I'm not denying it. No, I'm not denying it. I'm just saying that I don't personally run into this outside of like I don't know. Maybe my environments are pretty rarefied, but I don't normally.
Maybe.
Yeah.
No, this is all just changed.
Oh, okay.
But you know, it went way into government where you now elect your pronoun.
Oh, okay.
Now you don't get to pretend to be black.
That's
a lot do get away with pretending to be Native American.
Yeah, and Peter Moon was trying to con both by claiming that all Native Americans were black. Remember? Yeah, the Montauk Chief, all that shit.
He was like fucking Pokemon, gotta catch them all.
Yes.
Like gender is an option. And okay, so it's the future, I get it. But on the other hand, I kind of see it as part of the great confusion. Because I had to play the cards I was dealt.
Okay.
And be the best kind of a female I could be.
Right.
Even though it's never been a good fit.
But
so
it's
deep confessions, which I don't want to do in front of thousands of people.
We're hardly at that audience level, but I understand what you mean on record. But such being said, I'm not getting phobia out of this. It's simply what I'm getting as what? Just kind of like that's not transphobic. Transphobic would imply that
that's
you
right.
basically hate
I don't hate anybody.
Trans people.
They're really fun to party with.
Okay. But I think so. What you're saying is that you simply feel that it's an unnecessary effort to go through the effort of changing one's gender. You feel is something that's ultimately unnecessary. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no. I feel like if it works for you, okay. But if it ends up being a big weird bollocks, I'm very sorry.
I don't. Well, that's kind of like, how would I say it? That's very rare. That
Well, as if you don't go the full surgical hormonal route,
mhm.
it's just a phase. I mean, what teenager isn't gender confused?
Well,
sure
he actually, in the old days, theoretically, they usually said that it wasn't an issue in the old days because basically no one would.
Not allowed.
Excuse me. As a teenager, I was never gender confused.
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
No offense to
Then
anyone who
came
was.
David Bowie, so David Bowie was very confusing.
Yes.
But yeah, well, you can hear my sad story. I was born mistaken.
Well,
But-
were you born like I've gone through this with one of my latest episodes where I was talking about Trump coming out with that, we'll call it a coming out part for Trump, where he came out and said that there's only two genders now. I was explaining that's
Oh, yeah.
scientifically not the case. You didn't hear that, of
No.
course. You don't review
No,
my
and I'm totally down with that. I know. Well, I know.
Well,
People
you
can be
didn't-
born.
Wait, you
Both.
didn't hear my response to that,
Oh,
though.
sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
what was
Yeah.
So, well, when you say you're totally down with that, you're down with what Trump has said?
No, the opposite. That
Okay.
it's a wide spectrum,
Thank you.
and that every male has a woman inside, and every female has a male inside.
Well-
That's just Jungian,
Well, I think that we could say
and
that
balancing those forces.
well, we could say that in a Jungian sense. The term would be archetypal, I guess, or metaphorical.
Anima and animus.
Yes, of course. We could use these metaphorical terms, or we could say it's poetic, metaphorical, or
But a
Jungian.
psychological. I believe.
Right. Well, I mean, the potential for that is there, but and it's certainly, I have no problem acknowledging that myself. I was speaking in a scientific sense. There are 5 sexes. At baseline, there are 5 sexes, and that is because some are hermaphroditic in a perfectly
Yes.
balanced sense. Some are hermaphroditic in a sense that's more feminine, with more feminine genitalia, but say, for
Yes.
instance, whiskers on the face. And then there are others who are essentially more masculine, but still have feminine physiological traits. These are all medical situations.
That's right. And I've met those. I've met people. Yeah.
Yes,
I'm totally
so
down with that.
That's what I was pointing out, and it's 1 in every 2,000 children. That's 1
I
every
heard
2,000.
the statistic was in 1,000.
It may be 1 in every 1,000 at this point in history. The
Which
statistics.
is unbelievably common.
Yes, no.
And
it
just
is-
goes to show you how many fucked up people there are, because it's not respected, at least in this culture.
Well, it's not respected. It's not even acknowledged. So this
No.
is the point that I was making in that episode, which I can tell people which episode it was. Let me go look it up right now and give people the date, because it's an episode that bears listening to, and people should basically review that episode, most certainly. But one thing that I will say is that when you take all of the European microstatelets together, the Vatican City State, the what else was there? Liechtenstein.
Yeah.
Between Germany, or rather Austria and Switzerland. When you consider, say, for instance, Andorra, San Marino, but take all 4 of those city-statelets together and a few others and add the populations of all of them and the population of intersexed people, meaning people born in a hermaphroditic state.
That's right.
Yeah, in the United States alone would outnumber all of those microstatelets combined in all of Europe.
I mean,
So
that's real.
yes, that's
Yeah.
that's
That's
an
real.
enormous population in the United
Yeah.
States alone.
Yeah,
Yes, and
enormous, and nobody knows.
yes, well, it's not
The
acknowledged.
doctors fix it.
No, they not fix it is the wrong term for it. The doctors
I know. I'm
ruin
being
it.
facetious.
Yes,
I'm
they,
being facetious.
yes,
At
got
birth,
it.
they
Yeah.
fix it.
Yeah,
The doctor fixes you, and your parent is happy, and that's it.
So it was our latest episode before tonight's that I went into great length about this. So I do want everyone to review that episode. It's very important. Not right now, of course, but do it later after this episode uploads. And by all means...
so the question is, I mean, it was always the case.
Yes, it was always the case.
There was he, she's, and the Thai belief is that the ones that are born both... Native Americans have a term about this too, but I forget.
Two-spirited, twin-spirited.
Yeah, but there's a native word. It starts with a B.
Oh, yes. It used to be known as British, but that's considered a terrible insult. That's considered a terrible
Today,
insult.
Is it? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the thing of it is, has that stayed steady, which we know it goes back to the foundations of humanity, or is it increasing?
I think it's increasing. It's increasing because of chemicals and estrogen and everything else in the water supply.
I think that too.
Yes.
I think that too.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's being, now when there should be more compassion and understanding and allowance, it's gone the opposite way. And that's bad.
Yeah. Yeah. And so
I was just enough I could get away with playing the cards I'm dealt with. I'm not saying it's worked out all that great, but no surgery, no hormones, no antibiotics.
So
God help you.
Here's the what I'm going to enter into the text box, and I will enter it into chat. So that give me a second here to get the quotation marks on it, so that I'm a stickler for, of course, proper semantics and grammar when I can provide it. So this would be the proper Native American term for people who were blessed with the condition. And I hate to use that term.
The loneliest life.
Well, it shouldn't be. The point is, all of these people should be acknowledged and respected for what they are, and they should be allowed to become what they are until the age of 18, decide what they want to be, a man, a woman, or as they are, or just left alone as they are, because I'm certain many of them would select that. So this is probably unpronounceable to most of us. I do not know how to pronounce this, but I'll take a stab at it. And it's Ojibwe. The Ojibwe tribe is now become the vernacular among the Native American nations. For people who are twin-spirited, it would be Nij Maniduag. Nij Maniduag. As opposed to Birdash or Birdash. Yeah, which is now, that's the equivalent of calling somebody a faggot or a cunt. Yeah, it's so...
Thank you, I did not know that.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, but how can anybody know these things? Nobody speaks of these things. That's the point. Instead, they come up like, thank you. Instead, they just come out and say, there's only two sexes. But you remember how fascinated Peter Moon was with the hermaphrodite guy who was selling the pencils, peddling the pencils? Yeah. And then Peter Moon started peddling his pencils, which is... Yeah, that's a phallic suggestion if ever there was one. Peter Moon peddling a hermaphrodite's pencils. Oh, God. He was...
All kinds of confusion.
Yeah.
So there's confusion because now it's become trendy.
Yes.
And it's also become a means of therapeutic intervention, which gets a little scary after a point.
Okay. No.
Like, in other words, you'll be happy if you just change your gender.
Now, do you feel that the powers that be are suggesting this? Like it's being pushed or promoted as an agenda?
Well, there's a lot of right-wing propaganda around that fact.
Yes, thank you. That's the best way to phrase that.
And it's a big panic button. To the point where even leftists get a little worried.
Yes.
And the leftists get a little worried.
They're being intimidated.
Imagine what the right is doing with it. They're just going off the charts.
Oh yeah. Yes.
They're just veins are popping.
Oh yeah. Well, that's their thing. They get off on it. It's like Peter Moon. Peter Moon is the kind of guy who complains about it, will degrade homosexuals and insult them, and then all he does is jack off over gay porn when he's at home. That's you know, and I know that because that's what Paula told me. So that's
like a political party now.
Yeah,
They
well,
have their own. Yeah.
who has their own political party? The trans
The
or
people
the transphobes?
No, the phobes.
The phobes. There we are.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's
that's
a lifestyle. I
Yes.
mean, for fuck's sake.
It
You
is.
win election to the highest office with that in Ohio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, Trump won the election to the highest
It's
office
a ride.
nationally. Yeah, Trump won
Yeah,
nationally with
It's a
that.
ticket to ride. You can get votes,
Oh.
money,
Yeah.
anything out of that.
Yes. It's,
So, and no looking over the shoulder at the human casualties.
yeah. Yeah.
On the other hand, I think the hormone surgery antibiotic track is the biggest gift to American big medicine since the facelift.
Okay. Yeah.
It's a golden river of money to the medical professionals that can help you with that.
Yeah.
So I view it with a certain amount of suspicion.
And just
My
like,
God, what
hey,
a
we lost.
boon. People don't get facelifts anymore. You can just get injections.
Oh yeah,
So
well
that's
that's
joint
supposed to be bad, isn't
and
it?
changing gender.
But by the way, are you having trouble hearing
Sorry.
me? Are no, I was just curious. I was wondering if it's if it's a technical issue. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good.
I can hear
Okay.
you good.
Good.
Yeah.
And but
Maybe I'm not speaking right.
no, but I mean Holly might be in a different
We're missing the money.
cell zone. She might be in a different cell reception area, is what I mean. And I think there might even be
Yeah,
a little
that
bit
could
of a
be.
delay. Also, I think there's a little bit of a delay.
Uh-oh.
So, Heather, have you come back to us? I'm just curious because we lost Brendan. Brendan dropped. I hope he's all right. And
I'm back. I'm listening. I'm just really not present, you know.
I understand, but I'll need you to
Yeah.
be in a few moments because I'll take a short break. So let me ask our man Brendan if he's all right, and we'll find out. And see if he can come back before my break, just because, of course, I need all the talkers I can get before I take a short break. And then when I come back, I'll probably dive into monologue for the night. And that will be, you know, once I start doing that, I suck all the oxygen out of the room and you're all going to die. So we don't want to get there just yet. We try to keep the monologue going till around midnight. In other words, for around 4 hours. Midnight in terms of is acceptable during California time. I would probably start monologue early tonight because there's simply so much to talk about. The numbers are good right now. But before I do that, I usually do take my break just for the sake of, you know, centering myself. And I want to make sure that we have enough people here to talk. So, my dearest Heather, I want you to join Holly. And our man Aristides will be Lucky Pierre, the man in between the two ladies. And all of you can pillow talk each other while I, you know, take my break within a matter of minutes. We'll make that about 15 minutes or so.
Okay.
I'll
Or
commit
much
to that,
sooner.
but
Thank you.
then I'm out.
I understand, honey.
Yeah.
And
So wait, you're going on break? You're doing a break?
soon. Yeah,
Okay, for
maybe
like 15
any
minutes.
minute.
15 minutes.
Yeah. Do you need to prepare?
And-
Do you need to prepare,
No, I
Aristides?
can't. Yeah.
No,
I
no,
got
I'm fine. I'm
nothing
just saying,
15
yeah.
minutes.
So
Okay. Yeah.
just anticipating you're gonna go on break. Holly can stay here through that, but maybe has to go after that, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Holly, do
All
you
right.
want me to start sooner rather than later my break?
Yeah, up to you guys.
Well, yeah.
Okay, I'll start in a few
My head
minutes.
is hurting with the tooth.
Oh, that's right. But you're drinking vodka, right?
Yeah, and it's helping.
And does it
No
render
doubt.
you? Does it
Good
render
medicine.
you? Does it render you more loquacious?
Unfortunately, not.
I
been
noticed.
a
Not
lot
enough.
tonight.
Not what I wanted. I was hoping to get something juicy about Michelle Carmela Saldana out from you.
Oh, hell no. Hell no. Not doing it.
Oh my
She helped
fucking
me.
god! Oh
I will
God.
stay to the end. And I wish the best honor.
Well, I respect
Whatever.
that. I respect that.
Wherever.
I respect you for that, and I respect her for that in that regard.
Good.
So I'm going to
Yes.
go mute in a matter of moments, okay? Now, you kids have got this. I love you all, and everybody listening right now, you're in the best of hands. These wonderful people are going to talk. Let's start with asking Heather a little bit about something that might be like, hey, Heather, describe to Holly that accident you were in. How mysterious that was. Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
the recent one.
Yeah, well, I go mute. Okay? Love you. Okay.
Yeah.
And Brendan's back. Brendan, I need you to talk, Brendan, because I'm going to take a break. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much,
What's
dear
going
Brendan.
on?
Oh, I need you to talk because I'm going to take a short break before my monologue. So I'll take a break for about 10-ish minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, or so, but I need you guys to hold roundtable. I'll be back. I love you all, and you're in the best of hands, listeners. I'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes, and these people have you. And Heather's going to start by talking a little bit about her accident. And all right, so I'm going mute. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, carry on.
Well, I was going to ask you when you mentioned Colombia, were you talking about the planes that couldn't land?
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking Brendan.
Yes.
So yeah, I
Yeah,
thought
the
that
planes
was
that-
really interesting too.
Yeah, and then he got pissed off. They
They
basically
won't
put a
accept the asylum seeker. They won't accept the deported.
Yeah.
yeah, they were deported back via
Yeah.
military planes. And then I thought it was interesting that when they showed the photos, it was mostly like women. So
Yeah.
I don't know what they're worried about. It's very
Right?
strange. It's very
How
strange.
hard could it be to sort it out at the border? The guys with the face tattoos from the women and raped up children.
Right.
God. Well, and has not Mexico refused? Is what
I'm
thought
sure
I
it'll
saw
get pretty hairy
also.
here soon.
Yeah, I
Everyone's
thought
gonna refuse
Mexico
it.
also refused airlifts. So
Oh,
those
I'm sure.
people, I mean,
I'm sure.
what airport are they in with their kids? Wow. I mean, they're stranded. Can they even get off the plane?
They wouldn't let the plane land.
Yeah.
Right. So where? I mean, you're in the
They
air.
had to come back to the U.S.
Oh, Lord. Okay. Yeah. Maybe
That's
they're
gonna create some
maybe
problems.
They're still on the plane and they're like maybe giving them a sandwich. I don't know.
I
do
mean,
not
that's very
know.
optimistic. But yeah,
Right.
so
And
anyways,
you know, I mean,
he already approved like a bunch of tariffs on that country, Colombia.
Colombia.
And they're, I'm sure it's just going to get more crazy. And then it was like, but I didn't understand. He said on imports from Colombia, I don't know what we get imported from there. I think it's just kind of like just on principle. I don't think it really affects anyone's economy because like
Maybe
I don't.
coffee.
Yeah, something like that. That's the only thing I could ever think
cocaine
of. Like,
still?
yeah, but that's like black market. There's no taxing going
Yeah.
on.
No, true.
Yeah, and there's
Except
so much
for,
other coffee in the world, like it won't really affect. As of right now, it won't affect anything until later. But yeah,
But
there's like
the people, the women.
yeah, but in the meantime, yeah, the plane was
Yeah.
full of chicks, so I don't understand
Yeah.
what's up with that. Like, how dangerous could they be? Right? Like, it's very strange.
Maybe they were the Washington sex workers. I don't know.
Yeah.
God. That's
I read
crazy.
somewhere that the people starting the fires are sleeper cells, or I don't know about that. What do you guys think? I just think they're people who are mischievous and criminals running around. They know what they're doing.
Well, they're obviously
I
being
got a-
paid off and stuff.
I
But
got a
it's like it's
story
funny
about
because
that.
yeah, carry on. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I always thought the past years that was kind of a MAGA thing. And I still kind of think that when it comes to California. Is that maybe
Yeah,
getting
obviously
kind of-
it's not like a random thing. Yeah, like,
Yeah, and I do think with these all these so-called lone nuts running around, shooting and starting fires and whatever, that the effectiveness is because it's such a loosely knit organization, and nobody's really in charge of this disruption, this burning it all down. But there is intercourse online with everybody that like spent too much time.
It's just a bunch of
in the queue.
salty. It's just a bunch of salty randos that get,
Yeah.
riled up, and then they go and
Yeah.
do shit like that just to, make themselves feel better or something. They're
And
expendables.
congratulate each other later.
Yeah, or no,
Like,
they'll
hey.
just say online. They'll just say, "Oh, it was these crazy environmentalists starting the fires in California."
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Rico terrorists. Yeah.
yeah, something like that. So
And
I
that's
mean, it's
what
just
blew my mind, the whole Antifa thing. I mean,
Yeah,
that
it's all
was some
cheesy.
PR firm that made up that term.
of course,
There was no
of course.
Antifa, right? And so there's been other ones like cancel culture. That was straight up right wing PR firm. And
Yeah,
another
of course.
one-
It's all sides are controlled. That's
Yes. Yes. But I appreciate that Douglas, pointed out they're still, as disgracefully as the Democratic old guard has comported itself, with Palestine being the most egregious example I could possibly imagine. Still, there's a difference.
well, everyone's doing that. Yeah, yeah,
Oh, that's what Trump said today, and he always said it, and he's been saying
Yeah.
it for a long time. Clean them out.
yeah,
Time to clean out Palestine and let Jared do his thing.
yeah.
Straight
Yeah, it's
up.
just there's no way to stop it at this point. They have the.
No.
You heard about our exposition of NEOM, thanks to George Knight. Did you remember that?
I did not hear that.
The giant building, like the
Tell.
new building they have
Where?
in the deserts in Saudi Arabia. It's called NEOM, the giant
God.
line building.
Oh my God.
So they're gonna clear out that whole region on the coast and then put people into this like giant city thing that they're calling NEOM, and it has just a bunch of rail lines going straight to the coast. And then the Saudi Arabians are gonna build it and all this shit. So Doug can explain it better right now. I'm not in a condition to explain the full thing, but
I never
we could
heard
try.
of that.
We could try.
I'm still freaking on the sphere. I ain't going
The
in
sphere?
that sphere.
The Las Vegas sphere?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, fuck that.
that's some fucked up right there.
Yeah, no.
I
Not
mean,
doing
people
that.
are like buying tickets for an Eagles retrospective at the sphere. That's the most nightmarish thing I could possibly imagine.
The Eagles, like the band?
Fucking A.
Stupid. That's dumb.
Right after the Grateful Dead's residence in Las Vegas. It's so
Is it? Are you
surreal,
serious?
God.
Are they really there? Are
They
there?
really did it.
That's stupid.
It's so horrifying.
Or whatever's left of them. There's only like one or two left.
I
thought.
know. But like imagine the Eagles God in that thing. Oh, that's so horrible.
Hotel California.
Oh, stop, you're killing me.
Yeah. So yeah, that's what we're.
So this lion.
Yeah, that thing looks crazy.
Oh, that thing is like, people wonder why their brains are not working.
Right.
They used to.
Can't be good for the eyes. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. So horrifying. But this Saudi thing, no, I never heard of.
You never heard of the NEOM, the linear city?
No.
That's what it is.
No.
Really?
No. I'm
We had
intrigued.
brought it up recently, and then I didn't know it was like a fully fleshed out plan until George Knight came on, and we like exposed it just naturally through this exposition.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love
so.
it. Because, Dubai and all that's crazy enough.
Yeah. This is crazier,
That's
in my opinion.
old days crazier. Oh, ocean waves in the desert. That's nothing now, right?
Yeah. Now this is like
So
dystopian
what does this
shit.
building do?
Yeah, this is like dystopian level.
Yeah, like what's it do?
It's just going to
People
be a
live in
giant
it?
prison camp for all those people they clear out. But they're trying to say that it's some kind of
Oh,
futuristic city that all these people are going to live, and it's going to be this multi-billion-dollar project in the desert and all this shit.
huh.
we
Is it like
can bring it
to
up,
house
but
foreign workers or?
no, they're
Yeah.
saying it's going to be a state-of-the-art city, but that's not what the plan. Like the plans are not aligning with what the PR is aligning to. So
Yeah.
it's interesting.
Yeah, and is it NEON?
Here, I'll bring up the article. NEOM, neon.
Okay.
But it's
Never heard.
it was something we exposed recently. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm sorry to miss it, but I'm glad you're catching me up.
Oh yeah. So yeah,
Ooh.
if George Knight was here,
Huh.
we could get it here
Was it
going.
recently that he was on? I hadn't heard him in a while. George Knight.
This was a couple months ago.
Oh, was it? No, I missed it completely.
All right, here it is.
All right.
And they're doing even more PR nowadays.
Wow.
It's
It'll
even
be
more
in the
it's even more high
Airplane
level.
magazine soon.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it looks like.
Right. Oh man, no thank
Here,
you.
I'll read their description of it.
Okay.
It's NEOM, a unique investment opportunity, unrivaled
Ooh.
anywhere else. This is not business as usual. Be part of it. Invest in the future now. Invest in NEOM,
Oh, yeah.
the line.
Ooh.
So here's what it says. No roads, cars, or emissions. It will run on 100% renewable energy, and 95% of the land will be preserved for nature. People's health and well-being will be prioritized over transportation and infrastructure, unlike traditional cities.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, they're full of shit. The line will eventually accommodate 9 million people and be built on a footprint of 34 square kilometers. This means a reduced infrastructure footprint, creating a never-before-seen efficiencies in city functions.
You
Ideal
said 9
climate.
million?
9 million. Yeah, 9 million. That is an interesting number.
Me.
The ideal climate all year round will ensure that residents will enjoy the surrounding nature, access to all daily essentials within a 5-minute walk, in addition to high-speed rail with end-to-end transit within 20 minutes. A revolution in civilization. You know, clean air, time to spend with loved ones, perfect climate.
Ooh, my head is exploding.
Yeah.
God,
The line will
every
tackle
hippie dream.
challenges, humanity and urban life.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a deeper thing to this. This is just their PR.
Oh yeah.
And if you look at the CGI, it's hilarious of like how it looks like Blade Runner, but like mixed with like Skyrim. It's like Skyrim and Blade Runner mixed together and shit.
Yeah.
Like and of course the Brits are on here. Hear from the experts. Giles Pendleton, Chief Operating Officer. Yeah, so the Brits are here. Yeah.
Aristocracy.
Yeah,
And the
vertical
last gasp.
urbanism.
Yeah.
The line has a strategic location within the northwest of Saudi Arabia on the Red Sea. Diverse terrain, red desert expanses, and snow-topped mountains that have views of the Gulf of Aqaba. Yeah, so there you go.
It's like Club Med forever.
Yeah.
Not just vacation anymore.
No, it's your forever prison. It's like WALL-E. You know that film WALL-E? Or was it WALL-E? Or...
Well, I mean, and there's talk of this attempt, and we talked about it before, about that happening here, as far-fetched as it is. Curated, walled cities that, you know, you have to apply to enter, and then everything's utopia up in there.
Yeah, well, they can keep it. I mean, good.
Same. But I mean, I guess there is an American movement to that, in that direction, and that you get a lot of chatter about the sovereignty movement.
Yeah.
These cities expect to be sovereign, like Indian reservations.
Good luck.
They're not.
Okay, I'm back. So tell us about these Indian reservations. Good luck with what? What's?
Oh
Well,
no, it's
Brendan
worse than
just
that,
shared
Doug. We're
with-
talking about NEOM.
Oh, what's? Oh, yes.
So
Yes.
now they have
never
this
heard of
PR
that.
spin. There's a PR spin on it that, oh, it's going to be this utopia where you can have well-being. It's almost like they're listening to us. Well,
Yes.
health and well-being and access to nature.
Yes.
You know, the Brits are real funny about that shit. It can,
Ah!
you know, it can house 9 million people, and you guys can have the, you know, time to spend with your families and all this shit. Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine? I mean, it's so crazy. That's like Mexico City crammed up
Yeah.
in
But it's basically just a giant prison.
Here. Maybe you just lie in bed or in a jar, and it all just is piped right into your brain. And,
Yeah, I was hoping you could give a better overshoot, Doug, because I'm like
please.
I'm not able to like stamina it.
Oh.
Give the stamina of it.
Oh
Right
my
now.
That's
God.
the craziest
So-
thing I ever heard in my life.
Okay, so let me see if I can find our some notes I took on this or accumulated on it, and
Yeah, if George was here, he would be like, you know,
all over it.
awesome. But
all over it, yes. And so here we are with we're going to do some sharing here, and if you can all come on, Nemo, I see you in the chat. Oh, thank you for being in the chat. We love you dearly. See if you can come on the call, because I do want to show you something that I won't be able to show in the chat. So, but here we are with, here we are, honey. This is Saudi Arabia's plan for building bizarre cities in the desert are becoming more unhinged. Just one example of this: dangling glass boxes, monolithic pyramids, lush gardens. What else will NEOM come up with? It's basically, they say it's a visionary but flawed concept, to say the least. I mean, for one thing, if you take a look at this illustration, if I just enlarge it a little bit, you see just it's mirrored, which means that anybody, these ships, you remember Archimedes? These ships that are floating around here are going to burst into flame with the concentration and reflection of the desert sun onto
the lead and tin bolts are gonna melt out of the sides and shit.
Yeah, there's not going to be any vegetation near it, because it'll all burst into flames like God speaking to Moses from the burning bush and shit. This is just not. Yeah, this is like not workable. But nevertheless,
they tried to say it would have breathtaking views of snow-capped mountains and the Gulf of Aqaba, which you'd have to you wouldn't even be able to get to because it's full of like rocky terrain and like deserts and shit.
Yes,
you could look at it, but you can't get to it.
Yeah, mom talk.
No, you'll have a jack in the back of your neck.
Yes. Here we are. Mom Talk tried to make NEOM look like paradise, and it backfired spectacularly. This is a mom whose husband is working on site, imported British labor. And so basically here we are, influencer marketing gone away. A group of influencers, primarily women and mothers, have cropped up on social media to share their lives at the compounds within NEOM. These are all white people.
They're getting paid by the
happening?
Saudis. Yeah, they're getting paid by the Saudis.
Yeah. And
because Doug, you weren't here for it, but I read the latest from their website, like the header page.
Yeah.
And they were like, ultimate investing opportunity, invest now. It was a timeshare. Like a timeshare from hell.
Yes.
But this is where it goes. This is where it gets sinister. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu unveils a regional plan to build a massive free trade zone with rail service to NEOM. He wants to convert all that beachfront property in captured Palestine, and these are like what they say is going to be Gaza, just oil rigs off Gaza's shoreline to develop what the Palestinians don't have the money to develop. And he's going to use all that conquered Gaza Strip.
Yeah, you can go to nature, all right, but it's all the way in Gaza. You can go to the beach.
Yeah. Yeah, but take a look at this. Here's the Gaza, conquered Gaza. Gaza, Arish, Sderot, free trade zone with the Beersheba Neom train rail line that goes down to Neom, where they're going to deport all those pesky Palestinians into Neom. Yes, this is Netanyahu's
Probably to
Marshall
build
Plan.
it.
Yeah.
At first, I thought it was to let them live there, but no, they're gonna just build it.
Yeah,
probably.
yeah,
That's my guess.
No, they'll be stuck there. They'll be living on the bottom floors, you know.
Yeah. Like I said, it was like Blade Runner. They'll be like those or whatever those people under
the
the cities and
underclass,
shit.
literally under city dwellers. Yes, and this is
Yeah, you used to think fluorescent lighting was bad in the office. Get a load of this.
Yeah, oh yeah. There's no lighting. There's no lighting.
No.
Yeah. And so you've got Gaza here. You've got, this is where Neom is going to be. This is why Neom's being built here. So they just ship all the pesky Palestinians down to Neom. That's going to be a mega concentration camp. 132-mile railway.
No cars. They were saying no cars. You can get anywhere in 10 minutes, and there's one train or a series
one
of
line
like,
that's
trains.
supposed to be going at hypersonic speed. It will kill you to ride it. That's a young man's game riding that rail. That's like that's going at like, you know, the speed of those astronauts where they're on those spin arounds to test how many G's they can take.
Yeah, it's like 5G.
Yeah, that's like
the 5G that'll actually kill you quicker.
yeah, that's right. So there we go.
G-force.
And then they want to use all
This
this.
is like the result
Yeah.
of billionaires taking ketamine to
Yeah,
feel better.
No, this is the Saudis. The Saudis just drink and hashish and shit. They're already naturally fucked
Bathtubs
up.
of it.
They're just
They're
naturally
bathing in it. Isn't this the sheikh that cut up that Turkish journal?
Yeah.
Yep, those people.
Yeah, Mohammed bin Salman.
Khashoggi.
And he's not a sheikh. He's literally the monarch.
Yeah,
king
he's
of
the
whole
monarch.
country.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Same
King-
guy. Yeah.
King Mohammed bin Salman. Yeah.
He's in.
Yeah, he's prince
This
actually.
is his dream.
Yeah, the king's
This
on
is his
hospice or
dream.
something, but he's running the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they want to build, of course, electric vehicles. New electric vehicle manufacturing city in northern Gaza. This is courtesy of the Israeli Prime Minister's office. Courtesy
Yeah,
of the
that's
Israeli.
That's why. What's his name today? He said, "Clear him out. Clear
Yeah.
him out."
Yeah, well, Trump
clean
gave
it
him,
up.
what was it, the mother of all bombs to do so with? Trump gave him the big
Yes.
Yeah,
blockbuster
the
bombs.
2,000 pound. Yeah, 2,000 pound bomb.
The Moab.
Yeah, Moabs, mothers of all bombs. Yeah.
Isn't that like 80s technology? What the fuck?
Oh fuck yeah, that's back ass technology. I don't understand why that's such a big deal.
Why do they even need that? Yeah, like I don't understand.
Yeah,
It's almost
surplus.
like they're just
Yeah.
bored or something. You know, it's like, why do you need that? Like,
yeah. Well, they want to finish off the Palestinians.
isn't it already leveled?
Oh,
Because
yeah,
that's what he came out. He came out today and said it's already leveled. Just clean it out. You know?
Yeah,
Clean it out.
yeah. Well, they want to go underneath, honey. They want to break through that crust. They want to break through into the tunnels beneath and just, just.
No, they're basically just. Yeah, it's gonna be. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's then they're gonna
They're gonna
rebuild it.
scrape the first layer off.
Yes, that's it.
Well, and so that's what I wonder about this NEOP, because one of the greatest things you say, Doug, is those FEMA camps aren't for you, America.
Yeah.
So they ain't gonna be spending no money on the Palestinians in Saudi.
Yeah. They're shipping all
No,
the
House of Saud has enough money. That's why he talked to the King of Jordan earlier and said, "You guys take them." So this is already like planned. Like, we won't have to pay for it. They want the other Arab countries to pay for it.
Yeah.
And they're fine with it. Like the Saudis have enough cash.
Yeah. It's not only that, but the Saudis and the Israelis are now kissing cousins. They're Siamized at the fucking hip. And,
Oh my God.
They're friends.
That's like so That's so shocking,
awful.
you
So
know?
awful. Yeah.
So awful. That's
Well,
what
House of
debate
Saud has always
it
been
all
crypto
is.
Jewish, anyways.
Yeah. Tell her about
Who
that.
is?
Explain that to Holly and our listeners.
Well, they're Wahhabi. They're Wahhabi.
Yes, Wahhabi.
It's like they're both the extremists, Zion and Wahhab.
Yeah.
It's like the whole
Yeah.
alphabet, X, Y, W, X, Y, Z.
Yeah.
Like it's just, yeah. they're like so extreme that they like found out that they have common ground like way back in the 60s, and they're like, you know what? Let's just do it.
Let's go forward together and wipe out the indigenous culture.
Yes.
Yeah, look, and then they're happy with that.
So it's like Palestinians are the Indians, the native people.
I wouldn't give them that much credit, but yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of the native people.
Well,
the problem is Islam already destroyed any indigenous anything in the Arab Peninsula. So
yeah, I can't argue.
So, but
that.
they feel that the Wahhabists, especially Beit Saud, they feel that they're like these, especially the Sunni side. They feel that they're the stewards of Islam, so they can do whatever they want with Islam.
Right.
They consider them their people. Yeah.
But remember, of course, they were put in power by the British, the original keepers of Islam, were the actual direct descendants of Muhammad, the house of Hashim, which is the Hashemite dynasty. And they're in Jordan before they ruled the entire Saudi peninsula and Syria. But the British boxed them in and replaced them with a bunch of filthy camel jockey thieves. A bunch of camel thieves.
Yeah, you can thank T. Lawrence for that shit.
Yeah, thank you.
That he literally got shipped from London to do that. Like, I walked by his office building.
And
literally, they were like, T. Lawrence worked there. And I was like, holy shit, they shipped him straight from the center of London.
And the worst of it is he meant well. He really did. And that's
what kills me.
Yeah.
It kills me. Especially when it's Peter O'Toole.
Yeah, but the Brits didn't fill him in on the rest, or whoever sent him didn't fill him in on the whole story. They just,
you're killing me.
Yes.
So he was resisting.
But by the way, he was gay as hell, and the whole movie. If you ever watch the movie Lawrence of Arabia with Peter O'Toole, it is the ultimate gay film. There is no woman. There's not a single female in that film. It's all male. I don't know if anyone's ever noticed that, and but that was
and that's what you pointed out. You know, this age old since Roman times.
Yeah,
men utilize women, but they bond with men.
Yes,
emotionally.
Yes, no, they fuck women, but they only love other men. They may fuck women, but they only
employ women.
Yes,
for function.
Only for reproduction. Yeah, it's
ancient Greek style.
Yes,
the ancient Greeks thought that women were gross or something.
Bonding is with other men, and we see that today all the way down to the incels.
Yes, absolutely.
They are all bonded
with other men. Yes.
Yeah. And that's always been a thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Always.
Yes, and it's And
you see it in every culture. Hey, Rastafarians, you bet.
Yeah. Well, tell us about what you know about the Rastafarians. It's a culture.
Well, nothing, but I'm saying that it's always that the women serve and the men explore their friendship. Friendship with women isn't really allowed.
Yes, that's right. That's quite true. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. We are.
Well, it's a sad damn thing that's bigger than us.
Yes.
Just like all this going on now. So like and I think, well, and I have had this sensation that where is the point where witnessing counts or doesn't when we're dealing with forces that no amount of public resistance or street protest can alter.
Right.
When that time comes, and you never really know. I mean, maybe this time it will succeed. And thinking back in history of the millennium of how many times it's come so close, but it never really succeeded. And this whole pendulum shit is bullshit. I mean, it swings right, it comes back down. Swings right, and it comes back down. It never really equalized.
Yes. And what? Go on.
Nothing. You go, please.
Oh no, I think you're doing great, and believe me,
Never really equalizes. It just gets worse.
Oh, but with all of that being said, you're talking about the constant imbalance between men and women, correct?
Yeah, and good and evil.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Who kind of went into that with the pendulum,
Yeah.
which has been a placating.
Starting to sound like Vinny.
That was the last thing he was saying before he went, totally into meltdown. He started using the pendulum.
Oh God.
The pendulum.
It swings, but whose pendulum is it? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, but it doesn't swing back. But it's been such a placating device. Oh, don't worry. Everything's crazy now, but it'll come back the other way. Bullshit.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on it.
Yes.
The string's been cut.
Yeah.
No.
We're plummeting. This isn't pendulum.
Pendulum. Yeah.
So
Yes.
we just have to serve as some kind of witness.
Well, let's put it this
mean-
way. I'm a very optimistic person. Otherwise, I would have killed myself a long time ago. But yeah. When it comes to where we're at now, this is the analogy that I use for the situation we're all in right now. We're in an elevator where the cable has snapped or been cut, essentially, and we're all plunging towards the bottom. And the question is, who's going to survive? It's one of these things where, you theoretically, the last minute you jump and you might survive. But, basically
Yes.
the majority of us are not going to survive this. We're going to, the majority of us will die as the elevator plummets and ultimately hits, the floor level. So, but until then, hopefully enough of us will crawl out where we can rebuild. But yeah, we're in a bad situation right now. It's really bad. But such being said, a few things to bring up. I don't know how familiar any of you were with this. The first that I'll mention is, I'll go a little deeper into this tonight, but one of these things is Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, if they've made Pete Hegseth the man in charge of the Department of Defense, they're going to make Tulsi Gabbard our intelligence master spy chief. And that is, that is, for those of you who do not know about Tulsi Gabbard, as I said, I will get more into her tonight a little bit in monologue, but I do want people to know she is a member of a breakaway Hare Krishna cult, of all things, of some cult leader in Hawaii that almost nobody knows about. All we know is the guy's name is Chris Butler. He is the founder of this Hare Krishna offshoot. She claims to be a practicing Hindu. She's not any Hindu. She's a Chris Butler cultist. But he's supposed to be her guru dev, or spiritual master. So she said the first thing she's going to do is use the intelligence services of the United States to do what Chris Butler does in her church, which is kill all gays and tolerate no dissent. That's
Damn.
Cool.
yeah. So there you go. This is the woman who's going to be put in charge of our intelligence services. This guy is known to have a total hold on his followers. He's the man who dispatched her to visit Bashar al-Assad in Syria. So when she was ultimately asked, why did you go to Syria to basically commune with a sworn enemy of the United States, she said she was on a mission from Chris Butler. So he's done to his part of Hawaii what they've done to what Bhagwan did to that
Holy shit!
antler.
I hope I didn't actually have dinner with these people. Like, holy shit.
It's like, this is how the guy is known. What I'm going to do is cut and paste this from one of their propaganda pamphlets where they're trying to recruit people. But this is the term that they use. Now, you're also going to see an image come up that has nothing to do with him. And so an image should be coming up at the same time. And but this is what they call him in the Hindu is Jagat Guru. How do you pronounce that? But as for
hold on, I'll do it.
Yeah. And the young lady, just so you know,
Jagat Guru.
Yeah, go
ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just so you know, the young lady in that photograph is, and I don't know if you knew this, Ollie. Did you know Elon Musk has a trans daughter who has rejected him and moved out of the United States? She has the most integrity of any human being on earth. He offered her billions and billions of dollars to become a boy again, and she told him, "Go fuck yourself, and I want none of your money." And she left the United States because Trump.
They're trans?
Yeah. So that's the trans girl. That's his daughter. That's his trans daughter, who was a boy, born a boy.
Okay.
Yeah, but he's insinuated he became a girl because of abuse from Elon Musk. This has never been detailed. She's never provided details, but we can only speculate. But apparently Elon Musk...
Well, just imagine just being around him as abuse it up.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, you're not. You know, he whelped her on some poor CEO of his and then left her in some sterile mansion and went back to work.
Yeah, and
nothing.
Yeah,
and then went to sleep
that
under
kid
a desk.
He carries around on his shoulders. Oh boy, there's another Baron Trump in the making. God, can you imagine? Hey, listen, on this note, I gotta go.
Okay, we love you too. But wait, you gotta listen to Brendan ЗОGHET pronounce this guy's name again. Okay, please pronounce.
I could try.
Do it again.
Jagat Guru Siddha Swarna Panada Paramahansa.
Oh my God.
Swarupananda Paramahansa. It's basically they took a bunch of positive, Sanskrit words and just shoved them all together. I mean, it's total fakery. Like, there's no rishi called that, like, ever.
Oh,
like, no
God.
rishi. Like, no rishi would ever call themselves, like, basically it means the highest, it means, Jagat is, like, the highest. So, like, the highest guru, Siddhi, which means power, and Ananda means bliss. So the highest blissful guru. I mean, it's just like no rishi ever called themselves Anand because like they already have bliss. Like they don't need to go around saying I'm bliss. Yeah, I'm pure bliss and shit. Yeah, like nowhere in like Srimad Bhagavatam like will you find a rishi named Bliss. Like they don't exist. But these people do. That's like the red flag. If anyone starts naming themselves like Satchit Anand and Anand this and like they're immediately suspect. Just not saying they're all bad, but just immediately be cautious. Yeah.
Thank you.
Like imagine in English if you said I am the highest bliss, like they'd throw you in an asylum or something.
Oh yeah.
If you like renamed yourself that, I am the highest bliss.
Unless you have a very much money.
Oh yeah.
Then maybe not.
Yes.
You could become
Western people tried. Like I think, like when they were all tripping out and following Hare Krishna, like what's his name? Santana tried to change his name, and John McLaughlin, these people tried to like change their name to like Ananda or something.
Yeah.
For Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
That's...
But that was probably just the acid, yeah. Like they were definitely feeling good, yeah, but it doesn't mean it lasts.
I really want to thank you for exposing that because that is so. It's outrageous and
telling.
It's telling, and it exposes so much. By the way, I put in a link which gives us another photograph of Elon Musk's daughter.
And no, I didn't visit them in Hawaii. I was concerned for a second.
Yeah, there you are.
I was like, shit, maybe that was the people that cooked me dinner.
Oh my God, no. Oh God, no. I doubt it. No, these people I understand are very isolated. It's like they don't. Yeah, they're a cult. They don't.
Well, I went to a temple in the hills. Like I went all the way. I went to Kauai and went to like this valley where they built a Hindu temple, but this wasn't them.
Okay, yeah. So But just
All
so
right,
people,
dudes, I'm out.
okay, well, we
we'll
love
talk
you.
Wednesday.
Yes.
Love you all.
Okay.
Thank you, Douglas.
And
Thank you.
is your your tooth going to be pulled? Your tooth going to be pulled?
I don't know, and if it's, I'll text you.
Please.
But God willing,
Yeah.
we'll be together again on Wednesday.
Yes, please. We
If
hope
I don't
so.
get it done till that day, I'll put off my phone and be out of commission. But I'll let you know.
Yeah. So everyone say good night to Holly.
Good luck, Holly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good night, Holly, and good luck. And I know I've been through less dental pain than that recently, and I was almost crying like a baby. So I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did good.
It's horrible.
All right.
It really strikes a nerve, to put it literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
Hope you feel better.
This is a very healing group.
It
So
is.
thank you, and all my prayers too.
Thank
You
you.
guys.
All right.
All right.
Good
Talk
night.
soon. I love you.
Yes. Love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. There's Holly Kiefer.
I think Doug needs like green prayers than anything else.
Yes,
paper
thank
prayers.
thank you, everyone, please. Yes. Oh, we got half $100 United States dollars from Stephen Myers, our brother from another mother in New York
What a
City.
saint.
Yes, what a saint. So God bless you, Stephen Myers. And he left no message with it, I believe. I'm going to look for a message. And but definitely thank you so much, Stephen. And we pray for you all the time. Hopefully everything's going well with your mother. Let us know if she's still alive. And is for that, we again, I do want Nemo to see this. I'd like Nemo's feedback, but I'm sure Nemo would be interested. These were actually the first images I was able to find of Elon Musk's daughter, Vivian, who not only rejected all of his money, but moved out of the United States as soon as Trump was elected. And I mean, talk about just, there's nobody on earth who has more integrity than this individual. To reject all those billions just to be herself, that's incredible. And he claims she's dead. He claims she's dead. And she, of course, leaving the United States like that, she probably fears he's going to try and make her dead. I would not put it past him to fantasize.
Well, the assassin probably like collected the money and shit.
Yeah.
So in his like ketamine brain, she's gone.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. I mean, I love
There was
it.
probably some like nanny he hired to kill her off, and then they didn't have the stomach to do it, but they still collected the money.
Yeah,
So-
I believe it. That's I can see that. I can see that happening. That guy is so fucking gone. That guy.
And anytime they they come up, someone asks him about it, he's like, no, they're definitely dead.
Yeah.
I paid that.
Yeah, well, that's what he
I
told.
paid that Dark Brotherhood contract.
Yeah, there you go. He wouldn't say that part, but yeah, he would say the other part, and that's essentially what he told Jordan Peterson. Yeah, it was that. Yeah, she's dead. She's dead. Yeah, and what a piece of shit. And like you said, just being, you know what? Just having that masculine, quote unquote, figure as a role model. Is that what a man is supposed to be like? No wonder this kid
look what
became
it.
a girl. Yeah, no
I was gonna
wonder.
say, look what it did.
Yeah, no wonder his son wanted to become a girl.
Imagine if that was your idea of what men were like. Yeah. You'd be pissed.
Oh God, I'd become a girl. If my dad were Elon Musk. Yeah, and he was saying, "This is what a man is like." Yeah,
Right.
blowing.
It's like, man, that's not worth it.
Yeah, that ain't nothing's worth.
I'm
it.
growing up to be that thing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not worth
fuck that. Fuck that. That's so there you go. What a piece of shit. And he deserves everything he gets. And yeah, so Nemo, if you can come on the call, please do so. Otherwise, I'll show you these images later, but I never really was able until recently to find images of Vivian. And she's been hiding for obvious reasons. She's been in fear of her life. And ultimately fled the country. And who can blame her? I don't know where she went, and I think she's keeping that a secret. But I would guess it would be England. I'm sure that would be your first guess as well, Brendan. Is that she would probably fare
Well, I
better?
definitely wouldn't go to South Africa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because not only are the other family members bonkers, but it's just not safe there.
Yeah, it's just not safe there.
My bet would be Europe. I would bet Europe.
Yeah.
Not necessarily England, but just Europe in general.
Yeah. But South Africa, you're talking about the highest rate of AIDS in the world. It's like 50% of the population has AIDS. Men, woman, gay, straight, it's everybody.
Not only that, there's literal highwaymen, like bandits.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think there's any other country where you can literally just be a normal family and you get attacked by bandits. Like, that just sounds sketchy. I went to school with some kid.
Yeah.
And he came up and did this whole presentation, and we were like, "Oh, where are you from?" Yeah. And he said, "South Africa." And then he lifted up his shirt, and he had like a stab wound.
Yeah.
And we were like, "What the fuck, dude? Like, like a scar?"
Yeah.
And he was like, "When I was 12, my whole family got attacked by bandits." I'm like, "Holy fuck!"
Yeah.
They left him for dead and burnt the car and like killed his mother and shit. And he had to that's how he ended up here. Yeah. And I was just like, fuck South Africa. I'm never going there. That's for sure.
No, it's no, of course not. And this is like, by the way, let me do a screen share here. So this is your typical wheels in South Africa for civilians. These are for civilians. This is how the civilians get it. Yeah. It's basically, this is what they ride in South Africa.
That's what he said. He said that they were driving like a normal van or something, and they got attacked by bandits.
Yeah.
So you need that shit to get across.
This is just where they go shopping in. This is what they go to the cafeteria and shopping.
The Marauder, the Paramount Marauder.
Yeah. And it features upgrades that make it better suited to a wide range of missions. But this is what families use in South Africa. Yeah, and it's South Africa is like you might as well have died and gone to hell. And it's
it's like a war zone.
Yeah, shit. Cash in transit and armored vehicles in South Africa, the armored group. But these are just civilian cars. It's road warrior lifestyle. You'll notice that with these civilian cars. Here we are, global specialized vehicles, South Africa. And you'll notice the metal slats so that the bullets and knives can't penetrate the windows so effectively. And it's like
it's hideously funny. Holy shit!
Yeah, but it's necessary, and we'll be like that here soon enough. We'll be like that.
Literally shuttered windows.
Yeah. These are shuttered. Yeah, and my understanding is that the shuttering can go all the way when they're under heavy attack. So it's like you can really button down in these things, as they call it. But there you go. South Africa manufactures its own cars for a reason. They have to. There's nobody else manufactures cars like it. I don't understand why these aren't bestsellers all over the world. I mean, literally. I guess because it's hell to park them. It would be, imagine trying to park that in San Francisco.
It would be impossible in any city, and they're left-hand drive, so like
that's true.
The countries that have left-hand drive, other than Australia, would be impossible.
Yeah, there you go. It's like limited markets. But
because Australia is the only place, but that place is relatively safe compared to South Africa.
Yes, compared to South Africa, that's true. It's it's of
Nemo
course
would probably beg to differ, but but at least you're not getting like literally like you're just a family taking your kids to school and you get attacked by bandits. You get left for dead.
And by the way, let's be honest here. We'll use the term black bandits. That's what they are. It's not whites attacking other whites in South Africa, dude. No. It's like and Nemo would not beg to differ because Nemo's heritage, his family is South African. So he actually, his family escaped South Africa to move to Australia. So he's incredibly fortunate, except let's say he brought the violence with him. You can take the boy out of the jungle, but you can't, not in and of himself, but his dad. Holy shit, Nemo's dad he's a work of art. That's well,
imagine growing up in that shit. I mean, it makes sense.
Oh yeah, they're all damaged. No wonder Elon Musk, but you can't give him an excuse. He was born rich. Elon Musk was he's like owning
completely privileged.
Yeah, beyond privilege. Him and Peter Thiel, all of them. They make me sick. They are just awful. The worst of the worst.
And then people try and pull that rags to riches bullshit. It's like, come on.
Really? Oh, it makes me sick. It makes me sick. These people are so disgusting. And
I think someone tried to defend him and say they were like it was a diamond mine, and then someone was like, oh, it was just an emerald mine. It's like emeralds are worth more than diamonds.
Thank
dumbass,
you,
fucking idiot.
Thank you. Oh,
like as if that has anything to do with anything. Like what the fuck?
yeah.
Oh, it was just an emerald mine. Like, so fucking what? They're gemstones.
Who was the idiot who said that? Who was the idiot?
It was like some interview. It was probably Jordan Peterson. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
someone,
probably. Yeah.
Some just these talking heads. These talking heads.
Oh my.
Because everyone has a podcast now.
Yeah, that's right. It's so sad, so disgusting, and
it was probably Joe Rogan.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. That piece of shit. Yeah. These.
Well, don't worry. He wasn't that rich. It was just an emerald mine. Like what the fuck is that? Are you crazy?
Oh my god. Yeah.
Anyways, carry on.
Well, I was just gonna say I'm gonna start monologue soon, but first I'll put in some eye drops. Again, I just want people to know I do have that eyelash issue, and well, oh yeah, well I rinse my eye out first with tap water, but then because that's all it's good for is rinse water.
There's no LSD in these eye drops, right?
No, I wish. Man, I wish I had the ketamine. Actually, I'll tell people what. Right. When my dad, my legal father, of course, was dying, he should have had the ketamine because they say it brings you, you're looking at death with equanimity and you just don't care anymore. And, how is it my dad didn't get this privilege of ketamine to make all the transition so easy when, but this motherfucker, Elon Musk, is on it from the moment he gets up in the morning. This is outrageous. Outrageous. And it's, and beyond that,
totally misapplied, yeah.
Yeah, my gang brother Beaver didn't even know about this. I had to tell him about it. And I told him I found out that Elon Musk gets it aerosolized. He's on a nasal spray of this shit. So anytime he wants.
Yeah, they all do. Yeah, they all do. Yeah.
Outrageous.
Bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even Tramp Boost Nicholson had to use a salt shaker. That alone is bad enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
right.
Even he has too much free and easy access already to this shit. But yeah, with doofus, and I swear to God, it's exactly as Brendan Ząghет said. The person who took a shit on my steps and rubbed the shit onto the steps of my Russian Hill home the other day had to be Trampus Nicholson. It's the only one we could think of who would rub it into the steps. It's like, who would do that?
Right. That's bad even for San Francisco standards.
Yeah, that's Trampus.
Homeless people, anyway.
Yeah. No homeless person would do that. They'd just leave the shit there. They would just take a shit and leave it there. Like,
walk away,
Happy New Year. But Trampus rubs it into the steps. That's like piece of shit. Oh my God.
No, he's salty because he tried to tried to email.
Yeah.
I miss you guys.
Yeah, then he took my opiates. Then he took my opiates.
I'm his life partner. And they were like, I guess it's cool,
Yeah, because it's San Francisco. It's like they don't want to look like they're, discriminating against
they probably see a crazy spouse like 99% of the time it's a crazy spouse coming to pick shit up. Yeah.
No shit.
Because the other person's bedridden and shit.
Yeah, true. They probably thought I was some gay guy dying of AIDS. I'm sure he probably told them that. Yeah. And
they didn't even think about it. They were just like, sure.
And just gave him my painkillers. Oh my God.
That's funny.
I'm sure he swallowed I'm sure he swallowed the bottle. Yeah, I'm sure he swallowed the fucking bottle.
One go. Not even one day. It was just, that was like breakfast. That was breakfast.
Actually, I saw that poor son of a bitch. What was his name again? Max Spears. Max Spears. He would down half a bottle. He was
going full Dr. House, just handfuls and shit.
Yeah. Mine's Aristides. You can come in now. You can enter the stage. Enter stage right.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. You can tell people now.
Ta-da.
Yeah. I do that with melatonin.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, man. That's as hard as I get with the drugs, man.
I don't know. You said you took like a handful of melatonin at every night or something.
Oh shit. Was
I'll
it
take
every
a
night?
handful because I got the high dose one. It's in one capsule.
Oh, cool. All right.
Got
Yeah.
it. Got it.
Oh, that's right. Back in the bad old days when it was how many milligrams? Were you taking a lot? How many milligrams?
In the bad old no, it was not the bad old days.
Sorry.
You can like act like it does. It like fucks you up. It does. It does.
You made it
doesn't,
sound
yeah.
like it.
It don't
You
do
made it
anything,
sound
No, I
like
didn't.
it. The way
No,
you
I didn't.
The way you described it. I'm not being. Look, I'm just having fun with it. But honest to God, you made it sound like it fucked you up. It was-
No, I think that. No, I don't think so. That was
Sounded pretty good.
it sounded like good shit.
It is good stuff.
Okay, cool.
It is.
Cool. I gotta
Well,
start
that was
trying
just
that.
Doug just wants to get fucked up, so
Yeah,
that's
yes.
why he thought that.
Yeah, that's right. I'm projecting.
Yeah.
Yes. So, but
Yeah,
such being
you
said,
are exaggerating.
how
a little bit.
many milligrams does it take to get, fucked up?
There's not an answer because it doesn't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, melatonin's weird. Like if you take like microdose, you feel tired, like
Yeah.
you fall asleep
Yeah.
instantly. But if you take a lot, it feels like nothing's happening. You
Weird.
just
Right.
sleep easier.
No, or okay, now I do like sleep, but instead of like a kind of medium deep sleep where you like dream and stuff, and maybe just take your time and sleep longer, it's like it's so deep that it's like so efficient, and it's like you wake up after 5 hours, you're like, wow, I'm well rested.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't fuck you up like a
It's
narcotic.
almost
like,
it's
for Christ's
more
sake.
of like a nootropic. You've heard of this term?
Yeah.
Nootropic.
Yeah,
Interesting.
It does other stuff too. It actually has a number of biological processes. I got a guy who's
Yeah.
done all
Yeah,
the
it's the
research.
most efficient antioxidant in the
Yep.
body.
Yeah,
So
it's all kind of things. Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
people use it for cancer treatment and all that stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Do they really?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Mhm.
See,
Yeah.
Michelle Carmela Saldana should have been checking into that. Yes.
No,
And-
it's like all these people that have brought like, oh, I'm sick and shit, and I always bring up a solution. They just say, oh, I can't.
Yes.
I want to be sick.
Yeah. Oh, did you notice how common the pattern is on my show that people come on, claim they have cancer, and start, swindling money. They start, panhandling.
This was like what, the third person or something?
Yes. Yeah. They come on my
Well,
show.
one of them, what was his name? Derek Talley. He was like, I'm going through dialysis, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, the next time you see him, he's like 100 pounds thinner and like on a beach. It's
Yeah.
like, really? That was.
At a dance. At a line
Yeah,
dancing.
dancing.
He was line dancing, motherfucker. Yeah.
Yeah. So all those lies he was telling about being in the hospital, like, why did he have to lie about that? Like, it doesn't make sense.
He's insane. Not only that, I believe he was in a hospital. Look at the shit he was eating. Tell people about that.
That part I thought was funny. Yeah.
Yeah. And he would take pictures
He was
of
like ordering DoorDash to the hospital and posting it on Facebook.
piles of fucking meat.
Look at these ribs, and
Yeah.
it was like ribs and mashed potatoes, and like,
Yeah.
look at this tri-tip that I got. And I'm like, dude, aren't you in a hospital?
Yeah, in a hospital, and this guy's like, just eating like he's on death row.
Right.
This is like the last meal you get on death row.
Yeah, his last meal was every night.
Yes, like he was going to the electric chair every night.
Yeah. Yeah, someone told him about DoorDash, and that was a mistake.
Oh man.
He's like, oh, I could just get it delivered straight
Yeah.
to my bed.
Yeah, and then he started saying, "No, I don't have no money." And I'm like, first off, he's a lying sack of shit because he was doing what's called double dipping. He was getting a military, he was getting a VA check for disability. Plus, he was driving a truck, which he shouldn't legally be doing when he's got a military check coming in for disability. And he's driving a truck.
Yeah, he was making good money on it.
Yeah, while claiming to be legally blind. While claiming that he was memorizing the fucking stupid ass, eye charts. Oh, I can memorize the eye charts, which I don't give him credit for. He's lying through his fucking teeth. Have you ever tried memorizing a goddamn eye chart? How the fuck do you memorize a goddamn eye chart?
No, he was just like paying off the guy or like sucking him off. Or
Yeah, it was something like that. It had to be.
Because he,
go on.
yeah, he said, I shouldn't be driving because I have like, some kind of bad vision or something.
Yeah, technically, legally. Legally,
And
he should not.
the funny part
hazardous
was, it was
materials.
like-
Go on. Yes, go on.
He was like, all I have to do is get glasses. And we were like, why don't you get glasses then? And he's like, oh, I just don't like them. It
Yeah.
makes me nerdy or something. I
Yeah.
was like, what the fuck?
Yes.
Are you crazy?
Yes. Yeah. Of
So you're
course.
endangering people's lives because you
Yes.
don't, it's like some kind of fashion sense? Like,
Yes.
what the fuck?
Thank you, because he's driving a hazardous materials truck, no less.
Yeah, fuel, like some kind of fuel or some kind of dangerous materials. Yeah, like
Yeah.
what? Hazmat.
Yeah, he was
Like, what the
hazmat.
fuck, dude? Gas,
Yeah,
like
qualified.
pressurized gas.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what he told me. It was pressurized gas, and he needed glasses but didn't want to get them or something.
Yes. Yeah, so he's endangering other people's lives. He's the equivalent. I said this on air. Remember I said it on air. He's the equivalent of a fucking terrorist. Yes. Oh my
Right,
God.
right.
So Brendan, he has caught like a milder version of what Heather and Vinny have. Oh my God. Yeah, I can hear that in the cough. I thought that might have
It's
been
cough,
Holly.
cough.
I thought that might have been Holly because she was sucking on that. She was sucking on that.
No, I
vodka.
told you, I got hit.
Yeah.
They're
I'm so
sending
sorry.
the full freaking Dumble. What are those things called? Death Eaters, like the fucking the Voldemort army after me.
Yes, they are. Holy shit.
They want to prevent me from like even doing anything for you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we'll see how far I get. Shit.
Yeah, they consider you one of their greatest threats, as they do Brooke Gibson for whatever odd reason. I do want to say I did
Well,
promise Brooke.
she's out of commission.
Yeah, she is in a sense, but everybody hold her in thought and prayers. For whatever reason, the enemy considers her the greatest threat since the coming of Jesus Christ. So that alone makes her worth her weight in gold.
Did you hear her? I think for some reason you didn't get to hear it. Her like story about the grandma.
Tell us.
The grandma was like, I guess like super old, or it was a great grandma.
Mhm.
And right before literally the night before she died, she like summoned Brooke and said that you're the next in line to be a great witch, and all my power is going to you. And then she died the next morning. And then Brooke saw this all in a dream. Yeah, Brooke saw this all in a dream, and the grandma like died the next morning. Like the parents like woke her up and were like, "Your grandma died," and she's like, "I know. She gave me all her power."
Wow. Wow, that'd drive anybody nuts. Holy shit.
Yeah.
She never told me this at all. Did she say that when I was on one of my Coke binges? Like I was out back doing lines and shit?
Yeah, you disappeared for a while.
Oh, damn.
No, she was on air telling us about this. You'll have to ask her.
Wow, holy shit. Yeah, no, I knew
So
you.
somehow they use like there's like an anime called Earth Maiden Arjun.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever heard of this anime.
Right.
But there's like this secret government, the black choppers, they can like detect like different aura and magic fields and shit.
Yeah.
So when the girl got her like avatar power, they could like see it through the black helicopter. It's like that's how they identify these people. They have some kind of technology.
That's amazing.
So they could see Brooke somehow has like some power up, but she doesn't know how to use it. She's just like burnt as fuck.
That's amazing. Yeah, that's incredible. And I thank you for sharing that. By the way, I remember Game Designers Workshop. Just so people know, GDW, our Game Designers Workshop, no longer exists. But Game Designers Workshop was one of the original defense contractors who helped design conflict simulations that I had spoken of earlier in transmission tonight, that I went hunting for after my retirement, around the time my mother began to die. This was after my father's death. And so when it came to Game Designers Workshop, they were a defense contractor who did these professional conflict simulations that like trying to war game out the entire Third World War conflict with the for the United States government, as well as designing hypothetical invasions that could have happened in World War II, again for the Defense Department, for educating the officers, such as what if Hitler had invaded Spain in order to shut down Gibraltar. So these people later on, when they in the 90s, they began trying to maintain themselves as a private civilian corporation because they couldn't keep up with the technology. In other words, the government was beginning to digitize, or rather computerize. And when the government began to computerize, they did not have the infrastructure in their corporate setup to evolve. So they were maintaining what they could by transferring into role-playing game status, where they started publishing paper and pencil tabletop board game war games that were role-playing games. In other words, kind of trying to break into the Dungeons and Dragons market, except with a kind of more government-inspired, since they were a former government contractor, but they were quickly being edged out of the business. They could no longer compete for government contracts because they couldn't digitize or computerize. They start doing these role-playing games, but they had a very, very unique role-playing game they were offering. And it was very conspiracy-oriented. Among other role-playing games, one of them was used by the government, called Twilight 2000, in which they portrayed and gamed out a third world conflict where America would simply abandon Europe, which was the actual plan. They had it all. By the way, everything, the scenario they had for a European Third World War was pretty much exactly as the Germans planned it and exactly as the Americans planned it. The Germans planned it where the West Germans were going to go on the offensive, that the best defense is a good offense, and they were going to invade East Germany. For those of you who don't know, that's why the Germans were considered so militant and were highly mobilized, whereas the Americans were just going to withdraw from Europe completely, evacuate it if they could, and let the Russians nuke it till it glowed. That was, both of these people were operating on completely antithetical scripts. But what happened was GDW gamed all that out and published it. And that was something they said that this is speculative, so they could get away with doing that, but that was exactly how the government had gamed it out, both in Germany and in the United States. But so they were providing this, but one of the things that they had predicted in their scenario was that Sedona, Arizona would become, I can't remember what the term for it was, but you know how certain communities like New York City are ethnically enclaved, so you have ethnic gangs and people fight each other, and you know, we can all say this easily, the next civil war, uniforms, well, skin color will be the basic uniform. It's whether you're black or white. Race war will be an integral part of the next civil war. But Game Designers Workshop predicted a scenario in Sedona in particular as the epicenter of this, and the entire Southwest as kind of like where it would be endemic, would be where people are not just racist in terms of skin color, but they're racist in terms of the color of one's aura. So that people would be killing each other on the basis of, I don't like the color of his aura, or I don't like the color of her aura. That was like where they predicted.
What are they doing? Taking like Carillion, you know,
photographs. It's
they're like carrying around a Carillion photograph setup or something.
Well, they were predicting a scenario in which various New Age cults would be bringing out latent psychic powers in people that Aquino was already working with, and that that these latent psychic powers would enable people to see other people's auras, and that
I've met people like that already.
Interesting.
Where they're like, I don't like their vibe, you know.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. And that, but they felt that these cults would solidify and stabilize and begin to grow, and that they would begin to train their populations to be antithetical to the other cults on the basis of their aura colors. So the auras become almost like gang colors. Isn't that fascinating? That was that's
kind of cool.
Yeah, it's like, wow, holy fucking shit.
It doesn't work like that, but that's interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting, speculation, social speculation, or social,
yes. And it would be Sedona that would pull that bullshit.
Thank you. So they read it right. Yeah, that's
and Shasta. They forgot to put in.
Oh
Shasta.
yeah, Shasta. Oh yeah. Yeah, what would you call New Age bigots? New Age spiritual bigots. Spiritual bigots. Assholes. Yeah. Oh my.
Like that scam that Pete and that other guy were running out of Shasta.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Joel. What the fuck was that guy's name? Joseph? John? Something?
Shalimar. What was his name? Shalimar or something?
Jonathan Shalimar. Jonathan Shalimar. V laughed at that name. She said, "Oh, he made up that fucking name." Yeah, it was just like, Chris Butler making
Yeah, it's like a sci-fi name. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a sci-fi name.
Yeah. And but there you go, Jonathan Shalimar, who's a Trump pumper, a fucking Trump pumper, who when he found out Crystal Rivers politics and my politics, he banned us and and brought in and Peter Moon.
Well, but what's weird about Crystal? He hates chicks because she's actually for it. She's like Texan.
Yeah, but
she's different.
Well, Crystal's weird, and that, no offense, Crystal, I don't mean weird in a negative sense. I mean, Crystal is unique in the sense that she goes almost QAnon, and she's pro-Texas, but you would think she would bleed into the Trump humping, but no, she hated Trump, just like she hated them all. She just thought all the politicians were clowns. So she was fairly...
To her credit,
to her credit. But she bought into a lot of the conspiracy shit that was, shall we say, just unhealthy. Like believing that the snow in Texas was not really snow, that it was some kind of weapon, like weather weapon or something.
Yeah.
So do me a favor, gentlemen. I'm going to get those eye drops in my eye. Let me rinse my eyes out, do one last thing with a little bit of the razor blade and some powder. Be right back. I'm going to go mute for a few minutes, but you guys have got this, right? Okay. Right?
Yeah. I'm doing my best. I'm really out of commission right now, to be quite honest.
That's okay. You're good. You're good.
Right.
Aristides?
All right. What do you need? A few minutes? Because...
Yeah. Just a few minutes.
Yeah, all right.
I mean,
all right.
Yeah, so I can get some eye drops in, just to... Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. Go on mute.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, are there any other supplements that you're into? That were beneficial?
I've tried a lot. I'm trying to do a bunch of stuff. I want to do more stuff. I'm mostly taking a lot of, nutritional...
Do you take the B complex, the classic?
I don't. I've thought about it, but I hope it's kind of something I'm taking. I do have stuff that's more combination. I have some individual things, but I take it's like beef liver capsules. I have oyster capsules. More whole food type stuff that'll contain a whole variety of things. No, I haven't actually looked into B. What foods have that?
B complex is very tough to get in food.
Yeah, or what's the one that we find hardest to get that's best to supplement in, or
B12? Yeah, B12.
Yeah. Well, then they have that kind of synthetic one, not the natural one. You know what I mean? It's like the cyano.
Cyanocobalamin.
Yeah, there's an actual
based
one,
off of cyanide.
Yeah, that's a synthetic of the actual one.
That's right.
I forget the exact name, but it's not that.
Yeah, it's the methylene version or the methylated version.
Yeah. So if you get that, it's going to be more expensive for sure.
Yeah, but you can get it now. It's affordable now. There are ways of making it through plants and various bacteria.
Right.
So yeah.
Right. Yeah. I feel like, maybe that's a good reminder. I should look into that. I've just, so many bases to cover.
Oh yeah. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot to deal with.
Yeah.
But I think mainly people, it's easy to think about things like minerals. You can start with actual whole food, like you said, stuff, minerals, salts, stuff that the body needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
For building.
What do you think of what they sell as the cell salts? You know what I mean?
Cell salt. Yeah, I've heard of cell salts. Cell salts. Yeah.
I've never really done it. Of course, like everything, you'll get those people that swear this is the shit. This is the one fucking linchpin of your overall health and well-being. But of course, people that want to make money selling something usually say things like that.
Yeah, I mean, cell salts are homeopathic, but it's they're not like a cure all.
Yeah. Oh, it's all homeopathic.
Yeah,
it's not
homeopathic.
It's not like actual minerals your body's getting.
No. Well, it is. They're targeted minerals, so it'll be like a certain type of potassium at like a certain level to get into your cell.
But low doses, very low doses, homeopathic doses.
Well, it depends. It depends on what you're buying, but I find them to be extremely expensive for no particular reason. So that's why I don't really like them. You know,
right? Yeah, I haven't gotten there, but
so when it's according to that thing, like the homeopaths, there are 11 elements that combine to form 12 salts: calcium, iron, potassium, magnesium, sodium, silica, chloride, fluoride, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur. You know, so those are the cell salts that basically those are the minerals that your body uses the most, which is, there is truth to that. That makes sense. I mean, you know, your body's made up of every element technically.
Yeah.
So at varying amounts, but these are the ones that are primarily needed for daily, you know, function. So,
okay.
Yeah, and yeah, fluoride is good for you, and it's whatever necessary amount. It's actually in your bones, like that's what makes your bones strong and stuff. So there's a lot of
there's always a question of form. Usually, like, of course, what they're going to give you as fluoride is not the same form.
No, the one they give is toxic, but I'm saying like on a fundamental level, like it's necessary for the body. Like when you drink it in. When you drink it in mineral water, it's fine. Like it doesn't hurt you. But when they do like sodium fluoride, then it's bad. Like
then the natural form is like a trace element, not like, because the shit that they get, they're like that they dump in the water. They're like happy to get rid of that at some kind of factory, so they don't have to dispose of it as like legally as toxic waste.
Exactly.
It's the byproduct.
So that's classic.
Yeah, toxic industrial process, and they're just like, close enough, just dump in the water, So two or three birds with one stone, you know.
Good for your teeth. Yeah, it's good for your teeth. Yeah, that's
good for your teeth, good for the mind control, and gets rid of toxic waste for free. You know, no regulation.
Yeah, triple threat.
Usually it's
that
expensive.
One's good. Yeah. There you go.
Really, really a win-win situation there.
Yeah, so some people have success with cell salts, but I mean, I find that like, the ancient formularies will already cover all those bases. Like they're like minerals infused into the jellies. Like if you go to Ayurveda, there are these things called rasayanas, and they put like bamboo silica, which is bamboo manna, which has a lot of silica in it, and then you get all these other herbs combined. Yeah, and those will give you all the minerals your body needs. Just bamboo through the plants.
Yeah. I think the one guy I like for supplements, he uses the bamboo silica as like maybe like a filler instead of like something way worse that they normally would use.
Yeah, and then it has some benefit. Yeah, there you go.
Then it has a benefit too. Yeah,
because you need silica to like build nails and hair, stuff like that.
That's true. I was getting the expensive version of the magnesium stuff I do with the carbonated water that had silica added, but like then I stopped getting the expensive version because I realized you could just get the basic magnesium powder for like a tenth of the price at like a bulk, weight place. Yeah,
that's right.
So I just do that. I'm like,
how do you feel about how? I mean, how's the cheaper one?
Fine. It's fine for the magnesium part. It's just, I guess, it's the same thing. It just doesn't have, like, the other one claimed it had, like, a tracer, like, silica in it, too. But you can get that. There's got to be foods and shit, like...
Yeah, like mineral water is number one. Like, if you drink, like, actual glass bottle mineral water, it has most of what you need in it. Because it comes from the earth and all that.
Yeah. Well, it's hard to get mineral water all the time, so I make do. I do the magnesium water. It's only magnesium. I did end up buying a couple like different kinds of like kind of mineral drops. One was more volume and like just more basic minerals, and then another one was a smaller bottle where it was like more aiming at like the trace stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you add it? Did you add it to
regular water? Mineral drops, because Well, because I do like distilled water. I'm like, at the end of the day, it's for sure. You know, you can fuck around with all these reverse osmosis and all these filters that are, you got to change and maintain all this shit, or you just like run the distiller and it's like, boom. It's like, no fuss,
exactly,
no muss.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
you just
empty.
You add your own minerals to it and you're good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But it's for sure clean. Like, it's like,
yeah, you know, it's just water basically, or as close as you can get. Yeah.
Like, nothing's like really slipped through the filter there. It's just
Yeah, which is why I noticed, I don't know if you noticed this, but back when I was younger, it used to be like there would be like a whole wall of distilled water next to the spring water. Yeah. And now it's like you can't find distilled water hardly anywhere.
I don't know. I haven't looked lately, but yeah, maybe.
It's tougher.
They probably took a lot of it out.
Yeah, so it's definitely tougher.
What else? I feel like probably thinking about 5 other things that I would do before sell salt. So I'm trying to think of what they were. I don't know. Pretty good basic spread of stuff. Whatever. I'm trying to think of some other things. You need some kind of like greens or something. Even if you're not eating greens, you need like a
chlorophyll.
Like you know, there's a lot of good greens like powders, superfood. You know, real good mixes of powders. Just to get some like chlorophyll in you, you know.
Definitely. Like anything with antioxidants, like that's fresh and real. That's true.
Okay. Well, what's this about? Yes, I've got finally refilled the protein powder that I wanted, a plant-based protein powder with 100 superfoods. Refilled that for me. It's a miracle someone didn't steal that off my porch. It was sitting there, you know, in front of the door for God knows how long. By the time I woke up and picked that up today. So they delivered that on Sunday, along with my red Korean ginseng, which, you know, I put into my tea, one of my favorite juice boosters. What else arrived aside from that? At any rate, I found another box, thankfully, of my, lipospheric C. There we are. Which V hates, and she hates it because of the cost. She hates ordering that for me because of the cost. And she claims...
What is it?
Lipospheric C. She's claiming it's full of sugar.
Oh, yeah.
She's claiming it's full of sugar because she doesn't want to order it because she claims it's a ripoff, you know, because it costs.
It's expensive. Yeah. But it is in fact legit, but it is expensive. Yeah.
And
that's the unfortunate reality of it.
Yeah, well, you know, even though I have those over-the-counter options concerning my ability to use my insurance once every 3 months to get, you know, what was this year $250 worth of goods, but now has been lowered to $150 for the year 2025. You don't want to order vitamins using that. They have over-the-counter vitamins, generic, that hospitals do sell from their pharmacies. You don't want to use those vitamins. Now, when you're going for vitamins as opposed to over-the-counter generic meds that are pharmaceuticals, that are chemical meds, but tell them about the problem with using these kinds of vitamins that are provided from an environment like that.
Yeah, they're just tablets. Yeah, they're tablets, like, you know, that have lots of binders in them. And it's essentially the lowest bioavailability because of that's just the way our system is they give you vitamins that are processed like drugs, but...
Oh, they cut him off. Good, John. Let's see if he can get back on. Let's check our call here. Man, they cut him off. I guess the pharmaceuticals are in for him. They, how you doing, Heather? Let's see if she can come off mute for just a minute. I'm trying to regain my, you know, stamina here for the rest of the night. And how you holding up, Aristides? You sound pretty good.
Okay, but you know, if you're going into monologue soon, that's cool.
It couldn't be soon enough. I get it.
No. At the moment, no. I'm okay. I'm okay at the moment.
Okay, good. Thank you. And Heather, are you there? Just curious. I'll send another message to Brendan. Let's take a look. You all right? I just said this. All right. No, and when I go into these modes where I'm asking somebody something and I'm distracted like this, don't be afraid to talk.
Yeah. All right. Let me think of what to possibly talk about. I know, like, yeah, this time I wonder, like,
dude, you need to take up
2 days ago. What was I like? Oh man, I gotta bring this up with Douglas, and like hope that I like wrote it down here or saved it on the computer.
Yeah. By the way, let's put it this way. This happens to all of us. This happens, but go on. Yeah, please.
Let me see. Elon Musk is listed in a Jewish encyclopedia as having some Jewish ancestry, and there's an interview with his dad that says he has some Jewish ancestry. So a lot of people are wondering about that. But
yeah,
I mean, I can copy him to you, or you can just believe me on it.
I believe you, of course, but such being said, it only emphasizes.
You can evaluate that. Yeah.
It only emphasizes the fact that he's highly schizophrenic.
Right. Yeah, he's everything at once.
So Christopher Rimel says, excellent audio connection over here. So let me thank him. And there we are. Let's see if I can enter anything at all. Once these notifications come up, sometimes they interfere with the... all right, here we are. Thank you. Thank you. At Christopher. There we are. And I'm sure this will be an entertaining image that our man is providing. Let me take a look at that. Let's go back here. We're on the call. Here we are. Okay, there we are. Photos in my private message. Got it. Okay, there. Okay, excellent. Okay. I thought he was going to give me some photograph of Elon Musk, something that had been memified, around his Jewishness, which he himself, Elon Musk, claims.
I put those links in the
Got it.
in the group, in the call box.
Yes. Which, for people who don't know, Elon Musk was interviewed about this, apparently by a Jewish interviewer. Was it Shapiro that was interviewing him? Somebody?
No, that I don't know. No, I don't know if Musk was interviewed. There was an interview with his dad.
Well, it was Elon Musk himself. Remember where he said, "Oh, all my friends are Jews. I grew up with Jews. You could say I'm Jewish." Remember that? And then how the Anti-Defamation League just jumped in to defend him when he did his little tweak, when he was tweaking and doing his adlocutio, which is the Latin phrase, the correct term for what people call the Hitler salute, or the Sieg Heil, people have referred to it as, but it's basically the adlocutio. And so when he went into that mode while he was tweaking, then, the ADL went in to defend him immediately. So there's something going on there. But I've described this insanity before, that the Zionists in Israel that are on the hard right, which is basically every Zionist in Israel, they're all hard right. It's part of the, let's just put it this way. It's like saying you can't you can't say you're a moderate Zionist. It's like there's no words for it. It's if you're a Zionist, you are basically advocating the genocide of everyone around you that you consider to be expendable, other than those that are deemed useful to expansionist Israel. So when it comes to what was I going to say about this? It had to. When I was trying to explain the insanity of why the Zionists in Israel under Netanyahu are increasingly sympathetic with all of the alternative right movements in Europe, such as Viktor Orban. Viktor Orban, of course, for those of you who do not know, George Soros, who is infamous as the most hated Jew in the world. Basically, everybody hates on George Soros. He is targeted by the enemy incessantly. As far as I'm concerned, this betrays the fact that he must be, again, like Brooke Gibson, worth his weight in gold. I mean, aside from Brooke Gibson, I've never seen anyone attacked as much. Aside from myself, I've never seen any. Aside from Hitler, I've never seen anyone attacked as much as George Soros. But the reason he's attacked is because he funds pro-Palestinian movements. And he is anti-Zionist. He is Jewish, but anti-Zionist. And he comes, for those of you who don't know, he comes from Hungary, Magyarország. And he is hated in Hungary because Viktor Orbán has him just this side of Satan. As a matter of fact, he probably has him beneath and below, beneath and beyond Satan is George Soros. Basically to Viktor Orbán, and he's got all the Hungarian people indoctrinated at this point. They think George Soros is worse than Lucifer or Satan or any of the classical demons or devils. And the Israelis agree. Benjamin Netanyahu and Viktor Orbán, they share each other's pantyhose. And they all love the Russians. Now, in Israel, that's understandable. In Israel, 1/3 of the population is Russian. All of the people coming into power after Netanyahu dies and that generation dies are Russian. In Israel, the Umgangssprache, the commonly spoken language for 1/3 of the population, is not Hebrew. It is fucking Russian. Their voting pamphlets and various other labels on products that are sold off the shelf are bilingual. They are in Hebrew and in Russian. So you can understand why Israel would be pro-Russian. There is no reason for Hungary or anybody in Europe to be pro-Russian. It's if anything against their own best interests. But all of the alt-right movements are funded by Russia in Israel. That's why they're not to be trusted. And the people who also fund them, who also back them and consider them their next of kin, the Zionists of Israel. This is why Netanyahu's son is so much in league with David Duke. Believe it or not, Netanyahu's son puts up those the little caricature of the Jewish merchant wringing his hands and chuckling. That horrible Jewish caricature that's so repulsive to look at. That is, Netanyahu's son has published that, ad infinitum, ad nauseum. He speaks online openly with far-right movements all over Europe. He is considered a bro by the KKK in the United States. They refer to him as one of the good ones, meaning one of the good Jews. This is Netanyahu's son, and he's directly aligned and in communication with David Duke. David Duke has been invited to Israel. So understand, if you're talking Zionist, you're not talking someone who is moderate. These are extremists. They are people who advocate genocide. And at this moment in history, the alt-right in Germany, which is, and as well as all over Europe, but of course it's Germany what counts, but they're all Islamophobic. So who else is the great Islamophobe to the point where they're annihilating Muslims? Well, the Zionists in Israel. So who stands up against this? George Soros. So he's been targeted and character assassinated ad infinitum, ad nauseum. There are people who, for no reason at all, hate George Soros. They see him behind everything. Like when women protested Trump during his first misadministration, his original inauguration. Woman came out with these vagina collars where they were all dressed like giant vaginas. Everybody, the hot rumor was George Soros had paid for all those vagina costumes that all the women were wearing to protest Trump's anti-feminism. So all of this anti-Soros hatred means he's obviously one of the good guys. Well, such having been said, you also need to realize that Elon Musk is one of these neo-Nazi Jews. that he's a self-loathing Jew, just like all the Zionists are. And this is what brings us back to Carl Gustav Jung. And Carl Jung said that his analysis of the Jews as a race, as an ethnos, to put it more politically correctly in this day and age. You use the term race and people, their logic goes out the window. They just get emotional and they shut down. But remember that Sigmund Freud and Carl Gustav Jung, a number of other German fathers of modern psychiatry and psychology, they all started in Austria and Germany. And when it came to Sigmund Freud, the Nazis, when they came into power, considered his Jewish psychodynamics to be too, for lack of a better word, neurotic. They were heavily involved in judging everyone on the basis of sexual repression, incestuous proclivities. It can be, let's just put it this way, at this point in history, Freud is essentially discredited. I find that a bit tragic because one of my original psychiatrists who treated me for complex post-traumatic stress disorder, Dr. Harry Z. Koren, who I will forever be indebted to, was Jewish. And he was one of the last of the Freudians. So I have a respect for Sigmund Freud. And the Nazis did as well, because they did not discredit psychology or psychiatry as a thing. It was not dismissed as a quote-unquote Jewish science. Anytime you hear something like that, where somebody's propagandizing against the Nazis like that, it's bullshit. If anything, they considered Einstein. You'll hear the common bullshit line that, oh, the Nazis never developed the atomic bomb because they thought physics was a Jewish science, thanks to Einstein. Nothing could be more insane. There is not a more lunatic phrase I have ever heard in my fucking life. If anything, the Nazis considered Einstein to be a product of a German education. They considered him, in other words, they thought his Jewishness was irrelevant. They figured everything he got from the Germans. Period. So that's the way they looked at it. And they built an atomic bomb. So we've gone into this before. This is not conspiracy. This is history. We've gone into some depth about that in the book that was published. But of course, I'm not going to advertise that book because I don't get any money for it. And such having been said, when it comes to Sigmund Freud, the Nazis did feel that he was a pervert. They essentially felt his obsession with sexuality was unhealthy in the most negative sense. He wasn't looking at sex as a healthy engagement. To Sigmund Freud, everything was anal retentive, oral fixation, incestuous penis envy, Oedipus complex. We could only hope to God none of us grows up thinking like this. That's not his concept that basically all of us, if you're a girl, you envy your father's penis. He's got one, I don't have one. I would, let me put it this way. Women don't really, generally speaking, this is stereotype, but generally speaking, women don't really lust after, that penis. They tolerate it. When it comes to men, the idea that they all have an Oedipus complex, that the general family situation is one where they're fantasizing about killing their father to fuck their mother. Okay, you can see why the Nazis just thought this was, hey, you know what? We don't think this is healthy. So they wanted an alternative to Freudian psychology. And therefore, they took up the banner of Carl Gustav Jung. Carl Gustav Jung considered himself the Aryan Christ, basically the Messiah of a new generation of psychomutants that would usher in a kind of psychological Superman, an age of the archetype. where man was balanced between anima and animus, the male-female Jungian male-female balance principle, the yin-yang, etc. So all of this is how to understand Carl Gustav Jung. And Carl Gustav, that's a political context that no one ever talks about. They get lost in the symbolism because the political context is just too controversial. It's too frightening. But then again, you take a look at somebody like Sigmund Freud. How could that not be controversial or frightening? At any rate, Carl Gustav Jung at one point conducted an analysis of the Jews as an ethnos, since he was essentially replacing the great Jewish founding father of psychiatry and psychology, Sigmund Freud. And his conclusion, though people will argue, all of the naysayers and detractors, the cynics will argue, he did this because of the Nazis. He's humoring the Nazis, that this is a cynical, no, he believed this. He honestly concluded this. And I can see why. At any rate, when he was confronted with the question of, how can you say anything about the Jews generically? The Jews exhibit both examples of individuals who are extremely conservative, arch-conservative, meaning right-wing, as we would interpret that today, and they exhibit examples of people who are communists, Bolsheviks, and out founders of communism like Karl Marx. How can you say all the Jews can be generally analyzed and diagnosed as an ethnos? That is impossible. They're too individualized. And he said, the bottom line is that the Jews, as an ethnos, not individually, but as an ethnos, are insane. That there is a racial insanity. And so that becomes almost personified in examples like Elon Musk. So there we have that. Aristides, any thoughts?
I like Carl Jung.
Thank you.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I'll go with that. If I had to pick between the two, I'll go with that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice response. And with that, we're going to dive into monologue. I guess we could consider that the warm up. Again, want to do a little blurb before I go into monologue for me? Then you can kind of retreat into the gentle night, as you say.
What, the same blurb? I mean,
sure. Why not? Why not?
Hit the upvote button. We need it for the algorithm. People put upvotes. They're hidden. They're jerks. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the notification bell. And share Douglas' link. Different places you can. Send him money into his PayPal, which is Nemo was nice enough to put in the chat. And there you go. And you need a few more $100 this month. So please, anything you can spare.
Yes. Yes, thank you so much. And we love you dearly, Aristides. Stay safe and be well. Have a blessed night. You'll probably wake up before I close show. Okay. Unless they cut me off. Yeah, unless they cut me off. We'll see what happens. Well, if they cut me off, you'll definitely wake up before I finish transmission because we'll be reloading because we'll reload. And all right. So, such being said, okay, he's the man, and I believe Heather Holman is probably retreated into the gentle night. If not, honey, you're welcome to come on and say hello to everyone before I dive into the night. Such being said, all right, well, welcome back to Critical Omissions, where I wonder aloud why yesterday, and it's still yesterday for me because it's not yet midnight here, why yesterday wasn't Vesna Vujovic Day in Serbia. It was on the 25th day of January in 1972 that the Aero hostess Well, we used to call them sky hostesses in the West. These days we only call them stewardesses. Very sad. They should be glamorous and should be glamorized as they were back in the day. But at that time, she was a glamorous air hostess, trained in nursing and multiple languages, as air hostesses were required to be. And she was working on a flight from Copenhagen to Zagreb when a briefcase bomb, well, this briefcase bomb blew the DC-9 apart, killing all on board except herself. She was blown literally out of the aeroframe, and she was 22 years old, and she survived a fall of more than 10 kilometers. That's more than 33,000 feet for those of you who use the imperial measurement system. Though she did not survive unscathed, treatment for her fractured skull and broken vertebrae, legs, ribs, and pelvis took months. But she did, indeed, miraculously make a full recovery, aside from a slight limp, and almost as remarkably, wanted to continue working on flights. The airline gave her a desk job instead. She lived another 44 years. Happy Vejna Vuljovich after day to those who are not afraid of flying, despite the most harrowing of experiences. And tonight, we're navigating Trump's America to destination Mars. Long before Elon Musk purchased our presidency and Donald Trump was sworn in as his own 47th president, or Musk's own 47th, the global impact of Trump's second midterm was already being felt. A dying SpaceX rocket had already torn a blood-red hole in the sky over Texas. Again! And critical omissions will help you make sense of what the Trump administration and its various hangers-on are up to. I don't expect the next 4 years to be an easy ride, and I'll be here to guide you through Trump's policies and aims, rows and missteps. I'll try to be fair to our legally criminal commander-in-chief. But I won't forget the threat posed by Trump to huge swaths of American society. And I'm not above pointing out the foibles and just plain fucking weirdness of a madman who has been trying his entire life to be taken seriously, yet spent the night before his own inauguration dancing on stage with the village people. Now, in the first days of Trump 2.0, the Trump 2 destruction is already in full swing. A lot of things have happened. Here are but some of the things. A guide, if you will, to the week one distractions, late night devilry, executive overreach, and the misadministration's early infighting. There's a quote of the week. I'll read the quote before the credit. Patriotism is loyalty to country and loyalty to the Constitution, not loyalty to a single head of state. No stroke of a pen and no proclamation can alter the facts of what took place on January 6th of 2021. When others in the public eye are not willing to risk their own power or popularity by calling out lies when they hear them, the record of the proceedings in this courthouse will be available to those who seek the truth. That was the United States District Judge Amy Berman Jackson, joining other federal judges in Washington, D.C., in reluctantly dismissing a case against a January 6th defendant at the request of the Trump Department of Justice. And this brings us to the other Trump pardons. Beyond the J6, or January 6th pardons, President Trump was abusing his first week in office to abuse the pardon power in other ways, to signal whose side he is on regardless of the law, to score political points, and to reward supporters explicitly for their political backing. He pardoned D.C. police officers convicted of egregious misconduct, up to and including sexual assault and murder. He pardoned all convicted violent abortion clinic bombers and sundry anti-abortion terrorists. He pardoned a convicted online drug kingpin who was a cause célèbre for pro-Trump libertarians. All of this proving that it's easier to break than to build. In his first days back, the president has already pulled the United States out of the World Health Organization, tried to cancel the constitutional guarantee of birthright citizenship, declared an emergency at the southern border, and taken aim at diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. I talk a lot about the structural imbalances in American politics, but perhaps the most consequential disparity arises from the Trump right's fundamental commitment to breaking shit. We've all seen it unfold in spades this last week, as promises to destroy as much as they can, as quickly as they can, begin to be kept. It's not new to Donald Trump. It's been an essential element of the paleo-reactionary project for decades now, reflected in the anti-tax zealot Grover Norquist's infamous line about shrinking the federal government until it is small enough to drown in a bathtub. When destruction is the point, and there be no responsibility or accountability for building, creating, or even misadministering, all manner of democratic norms and civic consensus start to fall apart. Perhaps, in the long term, the consequences of the destruction will exact a political price, but in the meantime, the performative transgression is its own reward. Thus, the Trump 2 destruction continues. Swaths of the federal government have ground to a halt in but the first week of the second Trump misadministration. Here's what's disturbing. Trump has moved to close the Pentagon office focused on curbing civilian deaths. Here's what's shitty. The Trump DOJ, or Department of Justice, has rescinded job offers in its honors program. Here's what's alarming. Health researchers are reeling as the Trump misadministration pauses all science, all scientific travel, all scientific communications, and all scientific meetings. And here's what's vindictive as fuck. After yanking special security protection from his own former national security advisor, President Trump has now done the same thing to Mike Pompeo, his own former Secretary of State, and Brian Hook, his former special representative for Iran. Both men have been they've been under threat of retaliation from Iran itself. But, you see, the intimidation is the point. As President Trump rolls back anti-discrimination rules across the federal government, including some that date back to FDR, the law professor Samuel Bagensentsos makes the point that the way Trump is doing it is designed to squelch pro-diversity voices in the private sector as well. To quote his T, but there's an even more pernicious aspect to the new anti-DEIEO, meaning the Anti-Diversity, Equity, and Inclusivity Executive Order. It will be used, and appears to have been carefully designed to be used, to intimidate and harass private institutions that are outspoken in their support for a robust vision of equity. And it will be used to encourage those institutions to silence their employees who speak out in favor of such a vision, and on university campuses to silence those who speak out on other matters. And that brings us to the toils of Cassidy Hutchinson, a female aide to former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. According to a bizarro report in the WAPO, the Washington Post, in the midst of their bogus counter-investigation yesteryear of the January 6th committee, some House Republicans got jumpy that if they subpoenaed former Trump White House aide turned whistleblower Cassidy Hutchinson, then sexually explicit texts to her from former members of Congress would come out. Again, to quote or read therefrom the Washington Post, acronymous as or abbreviated as the WAPO, before that meeting, a Johnson aide told Loudermilk's staff that multiple colleagues had raised concerns with the Speaker's office about the potential for public disclosure of sexual texts from members who were trying to engage in sexual favors with Hutchinson, according to correspondence produced at the time that detailed the conversation. The exact nature, timing, and scope of the sexts, as they're called, meaning sex texts, remains pretty opaque in that WAPO report. As a matter of fact, in her 2023 book, Hutchinson herself recounted some creep-tastic moments involving then Representative Matt Gaetz, Republican from Florida, and Rudy Giuliani, which of course they each denied. By the way, we are joined by our man Brendan Ząghett. How are you holding up, dear Brendan? And oh my God, they took you down when you started talking about vitamins. Maybe you want to finish that thought. We were talking about binding agents and the fact that you get the minimal benefit from generic over-the-counter. Well, they took them off again. Holy shit. Damn, Brendan.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they don't like you, man. Man, and it's just vitamins. Audible? You're just talking. Yeah, you're audible. Tell them, man. They don't want you to talk about nutrition, dude. The pharma, I guess it's Big Pharma, doesn't like Brendan Ząghett.
Yeah, Big Pharma, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying that, like, yeah, those tablets are processed in a way similar to the pharmacy pills in microdose form that are like extended release or whatever bullshit they've invented. But vitamins are a macro thing. They're nutrition. So there's, you know, that's why they don't work. And that's why you should just buy the whole food vitamins. They didn't like that. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. So thank you. No, that's impressive. And it's something that people should take into account. Vitamins are something you want to put your money where your body is. What kind of vitamins do you recommend for people? Maybe you could explain to them a little bit about how the body needs to almost taste what you're imbibing in order for the body to respond properly. Maybe share a bit of that wisdom with our listeners.
Yeah, that's an Ayurvedic concept when it comes to herbalism. And Western herbalism does it too, but the taste of the herb gives away its qualities, obviously. But for your body to, you know, create, like if we're talking scientifically or evolutionarily, like it needs to be primed to whatever create the proper enzymes or, you know, prime the cells to receive this thing that they're getting, like just like any food, like when you eat any food. You know, you start salivating when you smell someone cooking or whatever. So in the same way, the body needs to understand what to produce to process a certain herb or something, you know, that you're imbibing. So it's important not to take really capsules of herbs. You want to taste the herb, like in a tea or a tincture form, for it to be efficacious, or more so, for your body to be compatible, to know if it's compatible with it or not. But if you bypass the upper digestive system, which is like the mouth, the tongue, esophagus, then it doesn't have a chance to, you know, identify, or, you know, that's where a lot of the sensory input's coming in, even from the subconscious part of the processing, the digestion. So that's why it's not recommended to really take capsules of herbs, per se.
Thank you.
It's better to take them in whole food form, or at least taste it first. Like if you've never taken it before, at least taste it so your body knows what to use it for. So this is a very common thing in herbalism. And yeah, with the vitamins, it comes down to what is a vitamin. A vitamin is, the word vitamin is short for vital amines, meaning vital proteins. They're like, originally they were thought to be proteins, but it turns out there are a bunch of these vital molecules that your body needs to actually produce its substances and its hormones. So there's a whole spectrum of them, but for the most part, the most important ones that you can't get from food, you know, that your body cannot produce itself, in other words, you have to get it from food, would be like vitamin C, vitamin D, and the whole spectrum of B complex. So, and these names were just created, like A, B, C, D, you know, those were just added by one of the early chemists, like just created. So you can get them from food, and that's the best place to get them. But with the degradation of the farming and degradation of the environment around us to the point where there's all this toxin buildup, it depletes the soils and it depletes the bodies of any kind of minerals, proper minerals. So the best place to start is with these. That's why, you know, everyone in health and wellness, they start with vitamins, because if you prime your body to, at least, even if it's synthetic, you're at least getting your body rebuilt, and then you can go from there and build, you know, get to a more whole food, balanced diet and all of that later. So that's the idea of vitamins. And so there's no point in taking like mini micro doses of these, like, you know, synthetics, when you could eventually build up to just getting proper vitamins.
Excellent.
So so that's what it would be. Yeah.
By the way, some incoming good news. I got a notification that now I just had it up here and it escaped me now. But it turns out that United Health has been fined almost $200 million for fraud.
Imagine that. Yeah. And these are the bastards that don't want me talking about some petty shit like vitamins.
Thank you. Yeah.
Like, don't worry, it won't hurt your profits, you fucking bastards.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's outrageous. And any news on Luigi Magnoni? They really shut down all news on that guy ever since.
No, they put him in the same clink as Diddy, P. Diddy, or whatever that guy's name was, Sean Combs.
Oh my god.
So who knows?
Yeah.
That's the jail that killed what's his name? Fake killed or whatever. They disappeared. What was the guy?
Not the
Pedo Island.
Oh God, Epstein.
Yeah. So
Jeff
it's
Epstein.
like that's the same New York prison. Yeah, it's so who knows what's going on in there.
Thank you. Yeah, remember that bullshit that Peter Moon kept grooving off that? Jeffrey Epstein, he just made it a joke. It was just a joke to him. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself. And he kept saying that like it was some kind of punchline. Like
Yeah. It was a meme. He got it from a meme.
Yeah, of course. That's how unoriginal that fucker was. Yes. And he would repeat it and think he was being funny. It's like, god damn.
Right.
Yeah, there you go with that.
Cheesy as fuck.
He is, yes. Yeah, everything about him is so cheesy, so sleazy. Oh, it's like, no wonder. If Paula wasn't a lesbian before marrying him. I know now why she reached out to Brooke Gibson, which she did. For those of you who don't know, it was Paola Masson who reached out to Brooke Gibson and tried to friend her on Facebook. Yeah, go on. Yeah,
Friended her on Facebook.
Yeah. It's if she wasn't a lesbian before meeting Pete Moon, she was after living with Vinnie Barbary.
Right.
It was, yeah. He'd drive anyone to that. It's like kind of like, the son of Elon Musk grows up saying, if that's what a man is, I won't want no part of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But feel free, Brendan, to jump in anytime you want. I know that you're kind of under the weather, but you sound good. You sound like you're good. You're picking up. And
Yeah, I don't feel good. It's like I'm getting hit really bad, so I'm
Jesus.
gonna carry on. Probably sleep.
Yeah, but if you happen to be awake and you feel the need to interject, please do so. Obviously, before I let you go, I'll be going on a little bit about some references people can look into about Kash Patel, because I hate that son of a bitch, just like I do Vivek Ramaswamy. But they got rid of Vivek Ramaswamy. You know anything about this? About why they got rid of Vivek? Him and Elon Musk, before they even started, they got rid of him from the DOGE. Do you know this?
No, but I don't doubt it. That dude's insane. I mean, what? Yeah, he was too much of a flight risk. Like, he was just going to cut everything, so there's no point. Imagine trying to talk to someone like that. Like, like you're like trying to tell them, like, look, I get it, but we can't cut 90% of the government workforce. And he's like, no, we have to. It's just like, yeah, you can't deal with someone like that.
Thank you.
It's just not practical. Even for those crazies. Yeah.
Do you know anything about the cultural? Are these kinds of guys like Kash Patel or Vivek Ramaswamy, or are they from Mumbai or some particular part of India that stands out? Bombay?
No, they're American. They're born here. That's the problem.
Got it.
They get corrupted by the parents are rich, so it's like a Musk complex. They think that they built everything, kind of like my uncle. Yeah. It's like these people come here, the parents work their ass off, slaving away, trying, building businesses, working in the desert for 20 years, and then the kids think that they're the shit, that they know how to do it, they know how to do everything. So that's the problem. They get poisoned by, or it's like we don't get affected by the American culture in that way because we just lived in it. But they're like, from an outsider, they're trying to prove themselves.
Not only do we just live in it, we grew up fucking poor. But go on.
Yeah. But even American, even people like if we got money, we wouldn't be that crazy. Crazy, yes, but not that crazy. Right?
No. We would be different because you and I grew up without it, so we know what it's like to live without it. That's why we would be balanced if we ever got it. But go on.
Yeah. So these people get rich and start making businesses, and they feel like they're so good that everything they say is the word of God.
And that somehow they did all this, that it all came from within them. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that all the people they crushed along the way are just worthless. It's a sick mentality to have. And even people like what's his name have this hints of it. What are these people that stupid kid that always goes he goes to those places and argues with college students and shit.
Oh God, who is that? I forget.
Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, okay, go on.
Yeah, so these people, they all feel like they've, I've made $100 million.
But by the way, wasn't it Ben Shapiro who was interviewing Musk when Musk started saying, I'm Jewish? All my friends. Yeah, okay, so go on about Ben Shapiro. Yeah, say that again. He goes to these colleges. Yeah. Tell us about this.
Yeah, he got famous, arguing with lesser intellects because he was quite intelligent, but he wanted to make himself feel better because he was nerdy or whatever. So he started arguing with all these lesser intellects about just jargon. I wouldn't even call it substantial anything. And then he got famous in the conservative world. And then now that he's got a business that makes 100 million, it's like they think that they know everything somehow. It's bizarre how that works. Like, money is not everything. Like, I hate to break it to these people. Like being a businessman and knowing how to live your life are totally different things. Like,
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, these people have... Oh, here we are. Here's the notification. United Health fined $165 million for fraud. Holy shit. Yeah, no shit. Yeah.
come on, how come they can't? Why are they keeping that Luigi guy there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, too bad he didn't escape.
They ought to give him a medal. They ought to be giving him a fucking medal. I'm shocked to find out they put him in the same place where they murdered Jeff Epstein. Jeff Epstein, of course, deserved to a lot worse than being murdered. But Jeff Epstein, we know why they took him out, so that he wouldn't expose everybody else from Clinton to Trump. You know, I mean, basically everybody. But it's everybody wanted that bastard dead. But when it comes to Luigi Magnoni, I can attest that he's being treated well. Apparently, all the prisoners consider him a hero. They all want in on, his good graces because he's interviewed quite a bit, or they try to interview him, but none of it is allowed to be published. I think they've stepped in with some kind of national security shutdown on, what do they call it? A silence order? A gag order. So it's really sad. This is awful. And, definitely thank you for your insights into all of this, and anything else that you think is going on. There's so much going on, but anything else you think that's going on that you feel we should be paying attention to, please bring it up.
Oh, it's an endless sea of horror. It never stops. It's like, this United Health shenanigans. It looks like this was like before that Mangione guy did anything. This was like the 6th of January. Am I getting my timeline right?
I'm just getting the notification now, so it must be something new.
Well, this insurance business.
I know they were under investigation. They were under investigation. Maybe it was 2 weeks ago. This notification might be 2 weeks.
Finalized.
Okay.
So it got finalized.
Yeah. Go on.
Good riddance. Yeah. They should be fined $1 billion.
Dude, they should be liquidated as a company.
And there was another look. This is a different one. United Healthcare $450,000 fine for illegal barriers to mental health care.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Justice Department. This was November. So the other one was May. This one's November. Sues to block United Healthcare's Justice Department sues to block United Healthcare's acquisition of some other company. So this company's just been. So that's freaking the guy that he killed was not worthy. I'm sorry. I'm sure it was a peach. You know.
I mean, this company is like Umbrella Corp. They're like Umbrella.
Yeah, this is like. Yeah. Well, at least Umbrella Corp was nice enough to turn you into a mindless zombie. It's like, these people were like dangling you and by your throat and shit, like keeping you alive.
Yeah. Oh my God. Hey,
like,
let's take a look.
You could pay us, but you're not getting mental health care, bitch.
Yeah. Oh, they are so awful.
Your spine is broken. Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're awful. Now I'm sharing screen now. I don't know if you can see this. 2 headlines in particular I want to point out. Here we are. Another casualty of the Israel's war in Lebanon. Efforts to save endangered turtles. Now, by the way, I love turtles, but, here we are. Lebanese volunteers are anxious to get back to sea turtle conservation on southern beaches that were off limits to civilians. Look at these children, these wonderful children, these angelic children taking care of these turtles. And, of course, here's this idiot, Brandon Young. He would step in and say, the Israelis are the good guys, man. They were saving the turtles from the Palestinians, eating them or some shit.
I bet. I fucking bet.
That piece
No, I've seen people commenting online that said, fuck the animals. We got to save the people.
Oh, God.
It's like, what?
Oh, God. I'm with Brooke on that one. I'm with Brooke
Yeah.
on that one. Yeah. Yeah. I think most of the animals are more worthy souls than the people are.
Yeah. At this point, that you can almost guarantee it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then here we are, another one. Trump wants Egypt and Jordan to take in Palestinians from Gaza. Here's why they're likely to refuse.
Yeah, because they don't have money to do that shit.
Thank you.
Idiots.
Thank you. They're deserts.
I don't understand. He obviously knows about economics, and he doesn't care. He doesn't give a fuck.
I don't think he knows about economics at all. I think the guy's fucking totally out of it.
Just take 1 million people that don't have jobs. It's like, how does that work? What the fuck?
Yeah, just like that. Just like that. Yeah. It's outrageous. The insanity.
There's some disconnect. Yeah, there's a disconnect for sure.
Yeah, it's
and I don't think you were on air earlier when we were talking about that when they sent that plane to Colombia.
Yes, tell us about that again.
They packed a bunch of people into. So when I saw the footage of it or whatever, the photo, it was all chicks. The plane was loaded full of like these hot Colombian, or not hot, but these like decently young Colombian women.
Yeah, breeding
so it was
age. Breeding age woman. Go.
Yeah, breeding age. So it was like bizarre. Why would they pick these people to deport and not all like, Holly was saying, why don't they pick all those like gangsters? It's like it's bizarre.
Interesting.
It was a bunch of chicks. So I was like thinking to myself, like, why are you deporting all these women? It doesn't make sense.
Oh, I know why. I know why. See, in the brain of Trump and his ilk,
because they were gonna have the anchor baby.
Yes, they're young, they're hot, they're breeding age, young, hot, breeding age. They're all gonna have anchor babies. They're fuckable. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, get them out of here.
Here, I'll see if I can find the photo because you could like see their asses in the sweatpants, and you're like, why would they send these people? This is bizarre. Yeah.
And by the way, Christopher Rinel asks, I'll turn on screen share, and this is
Wie geht es Ihnen? Yes.
Yes, thank you. He is in Germany. He says, how to find an eyelet on the ceiling of a prison cell in the first place, or did I come too late to the show? I'm not quite sure what he's referring. It must have been while I was gone that this came up. This subject came up. Was it Heather? Was it Heather talking about something like that?
No, he was probably saying something like about like Epstein. Like, how did he,
Oh, that's it. Yes, got it. How did he hang himself? Right? Because that's what he did.
Yeah, that's all very fishy. That we know it was fishy.
Yeah, well, we all know. Basically, he was murdered. He didn't find.
Yeah, they just did the old Yeller, whatever that old. What is it?
Yeah.
Not old. Yeah, it was old Yeller where they had to put her down at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. This hurts me more than it hurts you. And just blasted him. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's Of Mice and Men. Of Mice and Men. I don't know about old Yeller. Maybe they put the dog down too.
No, I wouldn't give him.
Oh, the human. You wouldn't give the human.
He didn't get a Lenny. He didn't get a Lenny.
Right, because that's sympathetic.
Yeah, where it's like, look at the rabbits, and he's like, oh, I love rabbits. And
yes,
like,
that's right. Yeah.
No, they straight up just walked up in there and just killed him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's right.
Here,
Good
I'll
point.
find this.
Good point. Yeah, that's funny as fuck. So while our man Brendan is looking for that,
yeah, here.
Go on.
Check this. Yeah, just check the photo, and you'll see like they're all chicks.
Jesus Christ! Let me take a look at that. I'm going to look at this photograph he's providing us now. Now, is this in the text box? Okay, he's going to enter it.
I know.
Good. Let me take a look at this. Trump suspense.
So is it just, am I tripping, or is that all chicks, the whole plane?
It is. It is. Oh my fucking God. Yes, there you go. It's just like, yeah, they're going along with, get the breeding age woman out first. They'll squeeze out them anchor babies. It's like, Jesus Christ, you motherfuckers. What a bunch of shit. They're so pathetic. They are awful. They're awful. And I mean,
it's just like, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah. It is, but then again, of course, what else would you expect? I mean, this is like what we expect from them.
Yeah, going after the women and children. You
Yeah,
know, he's
yeah.
like doing it the satanic way. You know, woohoo.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Like I said, he released one of them fucking drug dealers because he was a big hero among libertarians who think that drug dealing is simply, honest business. It's just all business is good business.
Laissez-faire.
Yeah.
Buyer beware.
Yeah. So it goes to show.
They're destroying entire neighborhoods. That's fine.
Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, that piece of shit. That's how they are, and Big Pharma, as we can tell, is just another form of drug dealer that shutting down our man Brendan when he's talking about fucking vitamins.
Right, vitamin tablets. Yeah,
yeah. Get that guy shut down. Shut that fucker down.
shut him down. Yeah, fucking stupid.
Oh,
Twice in a row. Like there's
three times.
Like,
3 times. Yeah, it was. You were shut down
How-
earlier,
like,
right?
that's-
But go on.
Yeah, they cut me off again. Yeah, randomly.
Mhm.
Just.
Yeah.
But it's like you can't make this shit up. Like fuck.
Yeah. No, they're hitting us and they're hitting you in the occult sense. But hopefully you.
Yeah, and then the
go on.
Germans are quoting, these other people. Trump's making inflation worse, not better. Yeah, no shit. Colombia is a major exporter of coffee, meaning breakfast is going to be a lot more expensive
Oh yeah.
due to Trump's tariffs. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, at least the Colombians broke down. They broke down. They accepted the ladies, and probably thinking they can pimp them. Yeah. Wait. Now the second thought, we can pimp them, and but there you go.
Oh yeah, you know it. You know they're not going to be taken care of. That's for fucking sure.
Yeah. Not in any conventional sense. It's so awful, but Trump is going to try and dominate the whole Western Hemisphere. He's going to try and make all of Latin America surrender to him, and he's realizing the dreams of the old Confederacy, which was to conquer all of Latin America, and impose.
Yeah, I don't understand why they don't just, if they're really tripping on make America great again, why don't you just get all of it? Yeah, like that makes sense. That makes more sense than waging a world trade war.
Yeah. But he's gonna do it all and just fuck it all up, He's going to.
Oh great. He's gonna pull a Napoleon and we're just gonna fucking implode.
Yes, we'll just implode. He'll get the whole world against us with But don't forget what he's doing is, like I said, he's threatening Denmark. Now I probably won't have time to get to it tonight because Denmark, they thought he can't be serious. He's blustering. He's got to be just doing this for political capital. They couldn't believe he was serious. But then he called up the Prime Ministress of Denmark, and everyone says that was the words that they used as adjectives were unusual. Let's put it this way: you don't hear words like this historically. Yeah. They were using words like horrible, terrifying. Just word, adjectives you don't normally hear between nations, like horrible and terrifying and stuff like this. Yeah. No, but they said he was shouting at her, cussing her out, and saying, "I want Greenland! I want Greenland! You'd better fucking give me Greenland, or you're gonna pay the price, and it might be military. I will not, rule out military options." And so they're on full alert over there. They're mobilizing. So they expect the potential.
They're gonna have to.
Yeah, but the beauty of this is that, God, if he tries to attack Greenland and Canada, this literally theoretically brings in NATO. At that point, a NATO member state is attacked. NATO would have to respond.
But aren't we a part of NATO? So how did, I don't think there was any stipulation. I don't think they planned for this.
The historical precedent would be Turkey and Greece went to war and they were both NATO members. So when Greece and Turkey were both NATO member states and Turkey invaded Cyprus, then you had two NATO members at war with each other, and the rest of NATO just didn't know what to do. They just stood back. Yeah. Now, theoretically, they can do that again, but realistically, look, I'll tell you, it's going to impact them psychologically, where they're going to have to say, look, we just can't allow America to keep doing this. And that means that Europe once again faces a two-front war with the Russians and the Americans. Yeah. So that brings Germany back to the center all over again. If Denmark wants some help, they're going to have to turn to Germany. So this is all working in our favor in the long run. It's you know, this is what I've always wanted. So Trump's doing us a great favor, and there you go. He's an idiot, but in some ways he's a godsend. And he's not doing any of this. Yeah. And so Christopher Rimmel says, yes, thank you. Yes, a fellow Deutsch. Oh God, how do you refer to it? Is the term Deutschlander correct for a German person? Deutschlander? Is that correct too?
You could say that, but I don't think that's the full thing. It's,
okay.
Yeah. Deutsche. I think it's Deutsche or something like this.
Okay.
Literally German person.
Yes. Okay. Deutsche. Yeah. And so that's good. And so all that being said, like I said, jump in anytime you want. Love you dearly.
Deutsche.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah, it's Deutsche. He is German. Yeah, there you go.
Yes. Excellent. And so I've been asked the question, people are asked, whither the yellow house nigger, Kash Patel? Well, the confirmation hearing for the Trump coon FBI pick, Kash Patel, has been scheduled for Thursday, January 30th. I believe there'll be 3 relevant headlines for this that people should check into. One of them is the New York Times, which said, FBI pick pushed false and misleading claims about Trump investigations. Oh, no shit. Bloomberg said FBI nominee Patel's CNN defamation lawsuit fails to advance. Yeah. And the New York Times again. Trump's FBI pick sees deep state, plotters in government, and good only in QAnon. Oh, man. This is where
good
we're
Q.
at. Yeah, good Q. Yeah, there we are.
Yeah,
back to good Q. Yes, it's
that's the Vinnie Barber mantra. Good Q.
Yes, he is piece of shit. And what a dumb fuck. I remember when I told. Remember that guy killed his wife's kids. Well, killed their kids. He took their children down to Mexico. He was this surf instructor. Killed his kid. Do you remember that case?
It sounds familiar, but I don't know the details. Yeah,
he was a Q fanatic, surf instructor.
Oh, of course.
Kills kids because he felt that they were monsters. In Mexico. Mexico. Let's look this up. And QAnon dad Matthew Taylor Coleman. And what was it they deemed him with? Let's do a little screen share here. So I'm doing a screen share here. And here we are. We're going to look up people.com. QAnon dad Matthew Taylor Coleman deemed incompetent to stand trial after he killed his own children. 2-year-old son and 10-month-old daughter. He took them down to Mexico and killed them both because he believed they had serpent blood because his wife had a touch of Japanese in her. So his wife, this is like when you take a look at his wife, his kids, look at his kids. They're both... These are his 2 children that he killed. 2-year-old boy and a surfing coach accused of stabbing children to death in Mexico. And so his son was 2 years old. His daughter was 10 months old. And if we take a look at... and they're blonde, for God's sake. They're
right.
Blonde. And but, you know, his wife, who might have dyed her hair, and that is not the wife that I saw. I remember she was blonde. That's why the kids were blonde. But the original wife was blonde. But I remember when I showed her to Peter Moon, and here we are. But this might be the mother of the 2 children. But I remember he was convinced because of a 23andMe test, that she had this little strand of Japanese blood in her. And he said they're the serpent people, so my children are serpents. And he killed both his kids because of a 23andMe test because the QAnon people said, oh, there's serpent's blood. And so, see?
Which is basic. basically the QAnon just taking what you've said and just like
Twisting
fucking it up.
Yes. Thank you. So here we are. I remember, I think it was this photograph. This was the photograph that I showed Peter Moon, and Vinnie Barbarick said, he said, I see the Japanese in her, is what he was claiming. He said, I see. Look, you notice how the photograph disappeared as soon as I added up? Jesus Christ. Yeah, here we are. So, at any rate, yeah. So Peter Moon looked at her and said, I see the Japanese in her. And I was like, you sick fuck. You sick motherfucker. You're as bad as...
There is none. That 23andMe is just full of shit.
Yeah, yes, thank you. Did she look Japanese to you? Jesus fucking
No.
Christ. Thank you.
No.
Thank you. And the kids, they do not look like her kids, though. That's what's so strange about it. They do not look like her kids. So it's like the kids look very different, and they look almost like they come from different parents. But he, then he basically...
This guy's so dumb, they were probably adopted or something, and he still thought...
Yeah, for all we know, that might have been the case, yeah. Or it'd make almost more sense if he felt she was fucking somebody else and said...
Wait, what is it? Wait, go back up. You said he had visions of serpent DNA.
He said visions and signs revealed that his wife possessed certain serpent DNA and had passed it on to his children, and that all things were pointing to the idea that his children have corrupted DNA that will spread if something is not done about it.
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yes.
Classic.
Yes. So Coleman confessed the slayings, telling the feds he thought his children were going to grow into monsters, so he had to kill them. I mean, this guy confessed. He confessed. Right. And they let him go. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go.
They let him go? What? Are you kidding?
Yeah, they let him go! Because they said he's incompetent to stand trial.
He killed them with a spear gun? Jesus.
Yeah, he's a surfer, so he had a shark killing spear gun. Killed his children with a spear gun blast through their chests. I mean, what a way to go.
Holy shit, this is crazy.
Yeah, and... It's like, but Peter Moon was saying, but I can see why. I can see the Japanese in her and shit.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Vinnie Barbarick really is a piece of shit. He belongs down there with this QAnon guy.
She was squinting, like what?
Yeah. What the fuck was she squinting and shit? Yeah, it's like, no, she looks all American to me, or by that I mean Europoid descent. But their children, however, did look different from the parents. And it might have been, like I said, it would have made more sense. Not that it would have been justifiable in any way or defensible in any way, but it would have made more sense if he said, I think they're someone else's kids, so I killed them. But then, of course, they wouldn't let him go.
Oh, that's a good point. So maybe that is what happened. It was like an affair or something. That makes the most sense, because otherwise... But he would have been better off saying they were changelings or something. Yeah.
But he definitely...
I guess it worked. I mean, the
Yeah, they let him go, so, he took the QAnon route. I thought they were going to grow into monsters, man! Yeah. That Jap serpent blood, but then it's the same thing that... that's why I couldn't understand. Oh, that's it. If... Peter Moon hadn't had that dream about Aquino coming into his dream saying, that baby that Paula's carrying, yes, it's me coming back into the world through your wife's womb. And then Peter said, this baby must be aborted. It's like if, like I said, she was just all right with it. When he said, you must abort that baby, she just said, yeah, sure, just shrugged. And I said, because the kid would have come out looking like Tiger Woods, because we know she was fucking somebody else. But at the same time, if the kid had come out looking like Tiger Woods, Peter Moon's so fucking crazy, he would have thought, that's my Moorish blood. That's my Moorish genes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She could have gotten away with it.
Yeah. It would have given him a huge boner. He'd be like, yes.
Yeah.
I'm really
black.
Moorish.
Yeah. Motherfucker. Now, I finished my crock of tea. I'd like to make another one. Can you hold the stage for me while I do that? It shouldn't take long.
I could do what I can. I can do what I can.
Okay, do you want to find something to reference first? Something like maybe that that wasn't too long an article on the werewolf girl, but something like that. Do you want to look something up first that you can reference?
Yeah, do you think that was legit? The werewolf taxidermy?
I do.
That's shocking.
Yeah.
So apparently it's floating around in one of these curiosity museums.
Yeah. It's, by the way, you know why I think it's real? Let me tell you something. There's a difference between the true lycanthropes and the people who are just hirsute. There are people born with a congenital defect where they are excessively hairy, and they just look like hairy people. But the real lycanthropes, you get the snout, the cynoencephalus. So it has the snout. It's real. It's a kynoencephalitis, which is a canine head. By the way, can you understand this? I'm going to share a screen here. Let's see if you can read this man. He's speaking in the Deutschen Sprach. Did I say that correctly? The German language, the Deutschen Sprach, or is it Deutschen Sprach?
Deutschen Sprach.
Okay.
Sprache.
And he says, no one states ein Deutsch. Deutsch? How do you pronounce that?
It may be a typo. Deutschen.
Must be a typo. Yeah,
I think it's a joke.
Yeah, because no, it's a typo. It's a typo. Yeah, because he's trying to put he's keyboarding through a phone. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
The phone is almost impossible to
One
use.
states ein Deutschen.
Oh, he meant like what you said, ein Deutsche. Ein Deutsche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
That's what he meant.
Deutschen.
Yeah.
Deutschen. Yeah.
But it came out as DF instead of the E, SE, instead of the SE. And so I'm gonna use that red Korean ginseng juice now. I'll be right back. I'm gonna put that into my green tea, and I'm gonna make some green tea. Do that. It'll take about 5-7 minutes. Find something you can reference if you would be so kind.
Holy shit! Okay, I'll try my best here. Because everyone else is asleep, I'm assuming.
Yeah, everyone else is dead to the world. Did they change the schedule of your work? Did they change your work schedule? Just curious.
No, I worked an overtime shift, but I'm never doing that again. Fuck these people. Fuck all of them. They're so fucked.
Thank you.
It was those same ladies that like bitched at me the one time, and if I knew it was them, I wouldn't have done it. But I get there and it's like these bitches are there. It's so bad. Like,
so sorry. Yeah,
and
don't
do that.
Let's
not go off on it because it'll sound like I'm just.
No. Feel free to cafard.
They're all shaped like bowling balls. I'm not even being rude. Like literally, they're all like circular. It was bizarre.
I believe it. And weren't they supposed to be like gym instructors or something? It's so
they're supposed to be teaching cheerleading. It's like this you couldn't do a cartwheel.
Christ.
Fuck. Yeah.
That's outrageous. That's outrageous.
And then they all hate me because I like ratted them out the last time. So it was awful. It was horrible.
That is awful. That's just awful. Don't ever do that to yourself again. No, it
ain't worth it.
Yeah, no. You've got to.
Fuck, I'd rather work with prisoners. You're right.
Thank you, dude. You'll be so much better off. Jesus Christ. I mean, it's like compared to these people, at least the prisoners and yourself both know where you stand. You both know where you stand. It's like that idiot Stallone said in Rambo 2. Rambo 2. Yes. At least here I know where I stand.
Precisely.
Okay, now I'm going to make this tea. In worst case scenario, I'm going to be 10 minutes. I don't think it'll be that long. It'll be more like 7. So come on, it ain't that bad. It passes by before you know it. Come on.
Yeah, that's true, but I don't have anything prepped.
Okay, find something. Find a reference. Something that you think could be a good reference.
I can't get to NHK anymore. It's blocked.
Really? Is it paywall?
The Japanese one I can't get to.
Oh my god.
No, it's just straight up blocked.
Oh, really? Holy shit. Yeah. Wonder what's going on with that. Yeah.
The Japanese don't want their shit out.
Yeah. I guess.
Or at least not untranslated.
Yeah.
They want to be the ones to translate it.
Yes. Yeah. And it's
Yeah, so here we go. Damaged cables in the Baltic Sea between Latvia and Sweden. So this is like the fourth one. I mean, this is ridiculous.
yes. Just so people know, that I can go to town on that another night. We won't do it tonight, but our man Brendan will report on it now. So Brendan,
Yes.
And always don't forget to emphasize, whenever this happens, we know what it is. It's oftentimes Chinese ships in Europe, but they're run by Russian captains who claim, well, I'm working for China, and they're trying to use this cover your ass, But the Chinese and the Russians are cooperating on this. When the Chinese ships are cutting Taiwanese lines, they use Russian ships with a Chinese captain. Yeah, it's like, so they're covering each other's ass. It's all shit,
Yeah.
But anyhow, I'm going to go mute. Brendan's got this. You're all in good hands.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
this.
Okay. Bye for now. I'll be right back.
So this is another incident of damage to an undersea cable. We're talking straight up attacks. Governments of Latvia and Sweden said that they've confirmed damage to an underwater fiber optic cable laid in the Baltic Sea between the countries. Governments made the announcement on Sunday that the incidents in the latest are in a series of damaged power and communication cables on the Baltic Sea floor. Authorities suspect external factors are the likely cause. They intercepted a ship sailing near the cable as part of their investigation. A Latvian broadcaster says that there may be slowing of data transmission speeds due to the damage and various other issues. Latvian Prime Minister Evika Selina told a news conference on Sunday that officials are working closely with their Swedish allies in NATO, investigating the incident. The damage was discovered to be as well as others in the region. In 2023 October, this is when they began essentially. Other undersea power communication cables were found severed, and then all the way through December and November of last year, 2024. So this has been happening for the last couple of years. So the countries in the region are suggesting possible acts of sabotage involving Russia as NATO steps up its air and sea patrols in the area. So essentially, we're in this World War scenario where cables are being cut, countries are being attacked, information's being completely severed. So we're in some serious shit. But it is a World War III. I mean, there's no other way you can't sugarcoat this shit. So, and then the latest from the U.S., it says federal agencies in the U.S. have stopped updating their websites. They've stopped posting on social media since Trump came in. It reports that organizations such as Department of Human Health Services took steps in line with the intentions of the new administration. Center for Disease Control has not published its weekly report since January 16th. CDC says influenza surveillance has not been updated, and etc. The FDA, National Institutes of Health, have not posted anything on social media since January 21st. Other U.S. media outlets are reporting that the health department, as instructed by the administration, issued a pause on mass communications that are not directly related to emergencies or critically preserving health. This temporarily halts communications, which took place during previous transitions of power. So this is not, supposedly it's normal, but they add that medical personnel are concerned by lack of information during these seasonal respiratory diseases and etc. And caution against long information pauses. So, I mean, this is just, we're in a situation where you kind of have to take your health in your own hands. We're at that point. And it's not exactly a good thing, but can be positive. There are definitely positives to it. You can always spin it to a positive, of course. Like, people could take more responsibility for their health because there is no security net anymore. There's no constant reminders from the outside, so to speak. So self-discipline will become invaluable in that way over time. So more so over time. This is like the age of Saturn, because there's going to be a lot of conflagration in the Saturn and Jupiterian signs in the next 15 years. So starting, as we can see. So Saturn being the more grounded, practical planet. So we're getting a lot more of that practicality. You got to take care of yourself, discipline, keeping your things in line, because there's not going to be any safety nets from like the system, let alone the actual divine itself. So that's what we're in for. Yeah, and let's see what else we got here. It's India's flexing its military might. They have a 76 Republic Day with its colorful parade, jet fighter formations, motorbike stunts, and the president of Indonesia was the guest of honor. So this is like a yearly military parade that India holds. So, they've got a lot of stuff going on. So it looks like we're back into the era of military parades. There we go. May this occasion, this is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking, may this occasion strengthen our efforts towards preserving the ideals of the Constitution and working towards a stronger and prosperous India. So there you go. They had the president of Indonesia, a large marching band, members of the Indonesian Armed Forces took place, or did, some parade as well with the, in solidarity with the Indian Armed Forces. So there you go. Indonesia has been a guest nation since the very first Republic Day in 1950. Back then, Sukarno, Indonesia's first president and leader of the country's struggle for independence, was the guest of honor, and it was a matter of great pride that Indonesia was part of the parade again. So India has a tradition of inviting these foreign heads of state to witness the parade. French President Macron attended last year, and Obama did in 2015. Republic Day celebrations mark the anniversary of the adoption of India's constitution in 1950, nearly 3 years after the independence from the British colonial rule. And the parade took place on Rajpath Avenue, built by India's former British rulers, and was lined by huge lawns, canals, rows of trees. It was redeveloped as part of the celebrations for the 75th anniversary and was renamed Karta Vayapath, or the Boulevard of Duty, in 2022. So there we go. So it sounds like the world is getting more militant. There's more Martian qualities coming in. Definitely more Saturn. We got to be independent and self-going. So that's where what I'm getting from this thing. Yeah. So there you go. And there's other places in the world that are having issues as well. As we know, of all the hot spots, we can hear about it. There's also something that never really gets reported out here in America anyway, there's a lot of violence in Congo. There's this group called M23. It's like a rebel group, basically coming through from Rwanda or into like on the border regions. So within 3 years, the March 23rd movement, supported by Rwanda, has occupied large parts of northern Kivu in eastern DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. And in recent days, the militias have taken control of strategically important towns of Minova, and briefly seized the small town of Sake before being partially pushed back by Congolese soldiers. And from positions in the surrounding hills, rebels were firing heavy artillery. So according to UN peacekeepers, the patrol with the Congolese army are assisting in securing a civilian population in the region, which is repeatedly caught in the crossfire. And its attempt by the M23 rebels to capture the million-strong city of Goma on Lake Kivu failed over the weekend. 13 forces from international peacekeeping were killed during this attempt, and governors of South Africa, Malawi, or Uruguay announced deaths of their soldiers, prompting an emergency session of the UN Security Council in New York. So this is on the border of DR Congo and Rwanda in the border regions. It looks to me that it's kind of more north from the map they're providing here. And yeah, so there's a lot going on there. So it's something that we don't get reported. It doesn't get reported out here very often, from what I could tell. So it says this conflict has displaced more than 400,000 people in the region since the beginning of the year, which is alarming. That's a lot of people, and they're talking this year. So like what, 20 days? That's quite something. Displaced people are lacking food, water, medical care, and etc. Many are fleeing the neighboring Rwanda because they fear Goma might be captured. So it's another border city, like a large city on the border. The M23 objective is to control raw materials. So they want to gain control over the natural resources such as gold, cassiterite, coltan, cobalt, diamonds. After capturing parts of Rutshuru and Masisi regions, the rebels are moving towards the Walikale area, known for its significant coltan production. Coltan is a mineral that is strategically important for, quote unquote, the energy transition. So I would presume it was like batteries, stuff that makes batteries and cell phones and all that. In early August 2024, under Angola's mediation, a ceasefire agreement was signed between Rwanda and DR Congo. However, as of October 20th, the rebels resumed their offensive in the northwest, and peace talks between DR Congo and Rwanda under Angola's mediation had failed in December of last year. A meeting between the Congolese president Felix Tshisekedi and Rwandan President Paul Kagame were canceled last minute, of course. And M23 rebels then occupied the city of Kalembe, 90 kilometers north of Sake, but were driven out by the counteroffensive. So there's a full-on war in DCR on the border of Rwanda, and it goes back to us, or the West, in the sense that the whole point of this is over control of minerals. And these minerals, these blood minerals, are what powers the phones, so, you know, the devices, all the things that we use every day, you know, for communication, for economics, for travel. Well, you know, like cars, like there's chips in every car now. So this is the situation we're in, you know. Are M23 rebels exporting coltan to Rwanda? And it seems to be so, according to this article. The Congolese government accused M23 of exporting production from the Rubaya mines to Rwanda. According to local civil society organizations, M23 had already distributed minerals and resumed mining operations at these sites. According to the latest UN report on the DRC, there are 3,000 to 4,000 Rwandan soldiers from the RDF, Rwandan Defense Force, on Congolese soil, supporting these rebels, who number about 3,000 fighters. The RDF has no longer been limited to supporting M23 in ̔ishtutu, Masisi, Nyiragongo regions, but also directly intervened decisively, the UN experts stated. This has allowed both groups, M23 and the RDF, to quickly expand territory to the shores of Lake Edward, the report says. According to the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Project, ACLED, a non-governmental organization that tracks global conflicts, the M23 rebel movement has been involved in nearly 1,700 violent incidents since resuming its activities in November 2021, which have claimed lives of at least 1,700 people. And this article was then updated as of January 26th to reflect new developments, as we heard about the minerals and all this. So that is the recap of hotspots on our planet that are not so good for humans right now that live there. So it's very interesting times we're living in, and we're pretty close to going into the Chinese New Year. So it's like a few days from now. I think it's on the 29th. We'll get the the solely lunar New Year transfer point. So yeah, into the year of the snake. So yeah, so there you go.
Okay, I'm back. So you're talking about the year of the snake. All right. Okay.
Yeah, you came back at a nice, happy time because we were talking about some not so happy shit.
Holy shit! What were you getting into? Considering what we've already covered.
There's a huge war in the center or on the border of Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yeah.
And there's a rebel group called M23
uh-huh.
that's backed by the Rwandan forces.
Yes.
Ultimately, what they're doing is they're seizing control of local mineral mines and mineral deposits that are used to make batteries, cell phones, all of that shit.
Yes.
So
continue.
These devices are beyond blood devices. I mean, this is like, these things are like murder incorporated. Like, I don't even know what to call them.
Yeah.
They're dripping in blood. All these things.
Absolutely.
So. Yeah.
Yes.
So the Germans were just exposing that through this article. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. By the way, I'll go into screen share again so you can see the response of Christopher Riemel, and I want to thank him for being so active. So we're going now to the chat box. So I don't know if you can read this. I can't make it larger. So yes, he corrected it. He said Deutsche.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Now he said, I am not in contact with Peter Moon, but he called me once while still living in SoCal. He needed some advice while remodeling his house, especially with the wood floor. He seemed to be a nice fellow. I am a craftsman, hence I could help, so it has been neat to find him again on here, but that he turned out to be an unlegitimate is news to me. In the Deutschen Sprach. This would mean illegitimate, correct? Something of that nature, unlegitimate. Can you read that for us?
Okay. Yeah, that you said it right. It's almost like a French word or something.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know what he meant by that.
Illegitimate, just basically an illegitimate. Yeah, forget the typos. He says, I was searching something else in a different tab. I never worked shifts, just as Brandon states. Brendan. But, everybody says Brandon. It's basically the same name. Yeah. Werkwald. Yeah, another typo. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Christopher Riemel, for sharing that. Yes, Peter Moon can fool people. He can get people to think he's a nice guy. Nothing nice about him. Jesus. I mean, when... we don't want to go down that again, but trust me, he's an Edomite. He exposed himself, he exposed it in a manner that, the thread's been cut.
In the worst way possible.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I don't know. In the end, it all works out for the best. After all, we don't want him, if he had gotten that book out, it would have been catastrophic because he would have just fucked it all up. He was trying to add all these extra chapters onto it and shit.
Oh, yeah, it was shit. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah.
Like, not even counting the, the format errors, it was, unreadable. Sorry to say.
Yeah, thank you. Oh God, his crazy idea of fake leather, bound, limited edition. No wonder he didn't want to go for it because he was thinking of the cost, just the sake of, what an idiot. What a fucking idiot.
Well, apparently people paid him for it, which
they
he never reimbursed you or anyone else.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
He conveniently left that out of the calculations. Yeah, classic.
Oh yeah, all the people who had pre-orders. He said he had thousands and thousands of dollars in pre-orders.
No, that went straight into his pocket.
Yeah, that piece of shit. It's like, well, one thing's for sure, he's not producing anything ever again.
It was almost like that, the rug pull, the people that rug pull on the Bitcoin or the fake coins.
Yes.
crypto scammers.
Yeah.
He's like, what? Who's gonna pay all the lawyers in the Cayman Islands? You know, like someone's got to pay them. What do you mean? What do you mean? What happened to the $1 million? You know, we got lawyers in the Cayman Islands to pay and shit.
Yeah, of course, because they're getting all the lawsuits for all the people that they ripped off.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Like an idiot. She got away with that shit though. She don't care.
Yeah.
They let her go. Yeah.
I mean, so there's no repercussions for her?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh God.
They basically just said like, yeah, they pulled the laissez-faire shit. Oh, buyer beware. Too bad. You know, she didn't get anything.
That is true, but you know, I hate to say it. But it's true. You shouldn't be playing Bitcoin, people. You know, leave that to the professionals like, you know, Vinny, not Vinny Barbaric, but, you know, Heather Holman's Vinny, who's got that last name. What is it again? Mantica, something like that in Asian Indian.
Montecala.
Yes, Montecala, something like that. Yeah. Did I say it right?
I don't know. I just think of the African game, the bean game.
Okay.
Montecala.
Okay. There we are. By the way, I'm sharing screen. I've looked up Hawk to a Girl. Here we are, 3 days ago. There's growing worry about Hawk to a Girl's whereabouts. She may not have gotten away without repercussions.
Oh, shit.
There we go. Here we are. 1 week ago, they went after the Hawk to a crypto promoters. Now they're suing Pump.Fun. She may have either escaped or somebody may have taken her out. You do not think that somebody is immune to assassination. It's time to wonder, 3 days ago, it's time to wonder if a missing person alert should be sent out for the Hawk to a Girl who hasn't released a new podcast.
So I guess, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, she might be buried, people. She might be buried in a landfill. Hawk 2 of the 176 days she'll regret forever. Well, she may not live to regret it, people.
Yeah, if she's not alive, I don't think it matters anymore.
Yeah, there you go. Look, people, don't get in over your heads.
Right.
Yeah.
Bad idea.
Yes, that's it's just all together. She messed with the wrong people. This is that basically, you know what it was? The right wing. She messed with the wrong people, made herself a right wing, you know, icon. Not people to be messing with. They're bad. It's like Peter Moon. These are Fox News people. You know, they don't care about human life.
They reveal themselves, like, you know.
Yeah, these are
and
the
this is
Edelmans.
like the Ayn Rand shit. Like, altruism is evil.
Yeah. And
like, I never understood what was her point. Like, I even read some of her stuff and I didn't get her point. Like, what was her point?
Her point is that she's promoting pure raw evil for the sake of evil. That's, you know that. It's like you got.
I get it, but there has to be some logic to it, right? Theoretically, or
no.
She's just insane.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the woman who laid the philosophical foundations for the Church of Satan. For Christ's sake.
True.
Yeah, it's nothing good can come of that. This is.
I think the most offensive thing is that like basically at the end of her life she had to use a false name to apply for Social Security.
Yeah.
What a bitch.
Yeah.
She should have just died on that hill she fucking made for herself, like fucking idiot.
Oh yeah. She's a hypocritical.
She needed the help at the end. She needed the help at the end, right?
She's hypocritical slime. Hypocritical fucking slime.
Disgusting.
Yeah. It's
all these plebes on welfare, and then these people are the first people using it and shit.
Yeah. She's the first in line. Yeah. I can't go it alone. Gotta get. And she had a whole cult. And she had a whole fucking cult.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah.
Well, I think Brandon. What was his name? His name was what was her acolyte? They had like some schism at the end because she was probably vile and shit.
Right.
Forgot his.
I can't remember. Some dude she was with. Don't forget she was
Nathaniel Brandon.
Okay.
No, this was like the philosophical protege, Nathaniel Brandon. His
Oh
name was.
God. Yeah.
He
must
probably just left her to die. Following her philosophy.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm not supposed to help you, bitch.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. It's like you
Like,
yourself.
no, I think that's literally what happened. He was trying to be a purist, and she was probably like, he probably thought she was disgusting, asking for help or something.
Yeah, that must have been it. I believe it. It makes perfect sense. I mean, she's preaching social Darwinism all her fucking life, you know, and if somebody truly takes what she says to heart, then she's unfit to live. She's unfit to live, right? Yeah. And,
they gave her a taste of her own medicine, bitch. Good.
Yeah. So then she had to turn to Uncle Sam and FDR, because FDR started the Social Security system. So,
there you go.
She had to turn to FDR.
Under a false name too, which is like, I don't know why that just makes it worse.
It shows how criminal she is. You know, she's operating under an alias. You know, like Vinnie Barbaric. You know, operating
all
under
of these guys, every single one.
Yeah. And then they claim my name isn't real. Yeah, he's not Douglas Dietrich. He's not. But by the way,
but then they use Douglas Dietrich as the gematria, like the formula.
Yeah,
you know, it's so stupid.
Yeah, then they use Douglas Dietrich for the gematria when they claim his name shows he's a racist. It shows he's Hitler.
It equals 88. It equals 88.
Yeah, it equals 88. Like Heil Hitler, you know, the 8th letter of the alphabet, which is their way of bringing it back to Hitler again, right? Which is like just. It's like they're going in circles.
It's backwards, yeah.
Yeah, and in a sense,
like, okay, what's your point?
Yeah.
Like, as if you didn't say that like a million times, like.
But then
no one ever calls you out on it. They're always like,
they never attack.
He wears boots.
Yeah. Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and they never attack the fact that he says he's the son of Hitler. That never gets attacked.
Not a single person ever said that.
Yeah.
That I know of, that was like a critic or anything. Like,
yes.
No one's ever brought that up.
No one ever attacks that.
That's bizarre.
It's the weirdest thing in the world. And yet, when they say, I'm not Douglas Dietrich, in the end, in a sense, it's correct. Technically, I'm Douglas Hitler, but it's not very euphonic.
Yeah, exactly. True. Yeah.
But
no, Triple D makes sense. Triple D makes sense.
Thank you. Though people mistake it for a stage name, you know, and oftentimes I'm mistaken for black when they see only my name, Douglas Dween. They think I'm like Frederick Douglass.
Well, yeah. To be fair, that's legit.
Yeah, they all. Yeah, I've gotten hired on the basis of that. Thanks to diversity hiring, I've gotten.
And then like an Asian guy comes in, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, where's it? You know, I'll use it without the hard R. Where's the niggo that we were expecting?
Yeah.
What I would get from black people who got me hired, thinking I was
they'd be like, wait a minute. You know, like...
Yes, this is in security contracts, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of blacks in security because whites think they're bulletproof or something, but they tend to surround themselves with black security guards because, well, you know, I guess when a black guy bites the bullet, everybody just doesn't miss them as much or something. But blacks tend to dominate in security. At the low end of the security spectrum, it's Filipinos. That's for like skyscrapers or garages and shit. But, you know, at the upper end of the spectrum, celebrities tend to surround themselves with big black bodies. And my name got me hired. It actually was how I wound up being hired by Sugar Daddy. It was a diversity hire where he thought I was some big black guy.
That's funny.
Yeah, funny story. Yes, there we are. Funny but true. The ironies of life.
There you go.
So when I walked in,
turns out you were a vampire.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, lucky for him. Yeah. But yeah, when I walked into the room, he was first of all very disappointed. Looked like he felt cheated. Who the fuck are you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Where's the big black guy I thought I hired? Yeah.
Right.
Oh, so there we have that. Then he met the little girl that I was with, who later on had the sex change, and well, there you go. The history speaks for itself all over again. All I can say is it's just remember, everybody, because I get this all the time. I'm still getting emails. $500, will you get escorts? You do drugs, and it's like that's all free, people. It's part of my job description along with food. I'm working for food, sex, and drugs. Okay, I don't get paid.
Yeah, well, in that sense, you're making like 6-7 figures.
Yeah, yes, true enough. True enough.
Like 1 liter of that blood's like $8,000 or some shit.
Thank you. Thank you.
You get free reign on that shit.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. The only negative is there's no vacation time, because all the vacation time that other people take is when I'm tutoring, all the holidays. But yeah, it's there's advantages and disadvantages to everything. But aside from that, throw in the escorts and the drugs as a bonus, and I'm doing okay. But hey, when I'm back here in the world and have to pay the rent on this storage space I'm living in, both Brendan and I are in storage spaces. Jesus Christ, his storage space is so small. Yeah, your storage space is so small you can't even barely fit yourself in it. What the fuck? That's awful. Do you have room for any furniture in that shithole?
No, it's just like I'm literally on a bed on a floor with like
damn
speakers. Yeah, as my furniture. Yeah.
That I'm so sorry.
It's fucked.
It so fucking sucks. It's like and people wonder why we're not like patriots in the sense that they think it's like I get these. Why aren't you guys pro-American? It's like fuck.
Land of the free.
Yeah. Nothing's free, people. Yeah. Nothing's fucking free. We're paying.
Like I said, when I was in England, they said, "Yeah, you're free to work 3 jobs over there. Yeah. That's your land of the free."
Yeah,
that's your freedom.
Tell them about the social programs in England. How good they got it over there.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Yeah, you get. Not only do you get a council estate, which is a whole house, a whole flat, you also get a car, and they give you a job. So you get everything just handed to you on a platter, and and food, everything.
Yeah.
Like a stip in for food and all that. Like cash money.
God damn.
And then we're over here like Ayn Rand, fucking, the ghost of Ayn Rand and shit.
Yes. You're
just not working hard enough. You're not working hard enough, bitch.
Oh God! And for those of you, because Ayn Rand might be unfamiliar to many people, use the term social Darwinism. It's social It's dog eat dog, basically. It's just
It's like below that. What do we call it? Like,
there's no words.
Like amoebas. It's like amoebas. It's like the big ones will like absorb everyone else. It's like ridiculous.
Oh, it's awful. It's unlivable. It's uninhabitable in its own way. But beyond that, remember the other funny thing about Christine was she thought everybody had a grift. Her intro question was, "What's your grift?" Like, "Hi, I'm Christine.
What do you do?"
What's your grift? Yeah.
What kind of scam are you running? She literally said some shit like that.
Yeah, she did. You remember as soon as George Knight comes on, hey, and then instead of like, "Hi, how you doing? How are you?"
You're Brit. You must live on a council estate. I'm like trying to defend him. Like, look. First of all, you should know just by talking to this guy, he's not some hood, like some idiot from the hood. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
God. Oh my fucking God! And not only that,
and then she goes to that. She said, "Oh well, if you're not in a council estate, what kind of scam are you running?"
Yeah,
bitch, he works.
He does this thing called work, bitch.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Which she never did in her entire life. Oh my God!
No, of course not.
Yeah.
And look what it did. It created a monster.
Oh yeah. Well, now her boyfriend's dead, and she'll probably follow him. She'll probably overdose soon enough. She's got no more reason to live. Because it's hard to find someone to relate to. It's like it's like an alcoholic. You need a fellow alcoholic to live with, because you're both going to be waking up at 2 p.m. in the afternoon with raging.
No one else would deal with it.
No one else is going to deal with it. This is what's going to happen. So, so without a fellow heroin addict, she's gonna have a hell of a time. Yeah, she
It
probably.
sounds like that dude was like driving her around and shit, so she's toast.
That's true. It's true. I would have been holding on to his body for 4 hours too, if I were that dependent. Shit.
Yeah, true that.
Yeah, it's
Oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Goodbye. Do you remember that old British lady on that show? You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Yeah, something like that. I don't remember that actually. Was that like part of like their version of Survivor Island or something?
Some game show. I don't remember. Some quiz show.
Oh God.
But the stupidest person got eliminated first. Classic Brit shit.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Some Darwin shit.
They've got some mean shit going down there when it comes to their reality shows. I mean, they were doing some vicious shit. I remember they were like,
it's a cold place. That's why I liked it. No one gave a fuck about you. It was good.
Yeah, that's why they all just stood back when that soldier was getting his head cut off. Remember the Muslims were cutting his head off and shit?
Yeah, if you're not involved, no one gives a fuck.
Yeah, they just stand and watch. Holy shit. There is something wrong with those people.
Hey, I like it. I prefer it.
I can understand.
You can just do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. It's England. You know?
Oh, yeah. And
over here, you get all these like bowling ball, freaking cheerleading women. Oh my god, it was awful.
Oh, that's right. By the way, what he's referring to is these two fat tubs of lard. These two beached whales. We'll call them Flotsam and Jetsam. That are supposed to be involved with cheerleading instruction. That's outrageous. That's like.
Instead they're creating havoc for a fucking custodian when they're supposed to be teaching these kids whatever. I don't know, flobbering. And the funny part is the kids are like, of course, smarter than them, so the kids are like bossing them around. And I'm just like, because they look like shit.
Yeah.
I was like,
you can't have respect for someone like that who's supposed to be teaching a physical.
No. And the girls knew better. Like they knew more than the freaking parents. They they should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah. Yes. No, the parents should be protesting that these women are in that position. Those women should be like transferred to something else. They shouldn't be doing what they're doing. But of course, they have no talent for anything else. I mean, that's.
The last time I worked with them, they were arguing amongst themselves, like you can't leave. What are we gonna do? Like no one wants to do it because they're all insufferable and shit. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, but obviously, anyone who's teaching cheerleading ought to be built like a centerfold. It's just part of the job.
There were a few that were like the legit instructors, but they were like super rude for no reason. So it's like. Sometimes you just,
Well, let's put it this way. If you're a woman who's halfway attractive, the problem is you get so sick of dealing with men hitting on you that you preempt it by being a bitch. You preempt it by just being...
Yeah. They had that, resting bitch face situation. Yeah. But I don't take that personally because I've always worked with chicks like that. And they've been my best, that thing, like help in life, so...
Yeah. I get
that doesn't bother me, but it's those other ones that were just awful. Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, for those of you who don't know, Brendan suffered the Misery movie where a fat bitch like broke his legs and just stuffed him full of food. Here we are. Christopher Remail again says, other than you guys, I live in a neat house built in 1930, but constantly am mistaken with a guy that has money. In order to earn some cash, the last job was random assignments with a furniture mover. Oh my God! Well, thank you for sharing that, Christopher.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and maybe he can later on tell us, whether Germany.
Yeah, it's like.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, Brendan. Yeah.
Oh, I was saying people like, especially Americans, think that Europeans are all rich because they actually know how to take care of themselves and they present themselves nicely and so they give off this aura about them that Americans think, oh, they're all rich over there, but no, they just know how to survive on a budget, you fucking assholes.
Yes. No, Europeans, it's also because go on.
Everything's more expensive there.
Yes, that's true. Everything's actually more expensive in Europe than it is here.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
The
And somehow they look better than you and are healthier and everything. And it's, you know, it's just, it is a culture thing. It's straight up a culture thing.
Absolutely, and also they are educated and they're multilingual. So Americans,
Yeah, the education is there, and
and
exactly.
So Americans always think they're rich. Oh, they must be rich. Remember, that's what George Knight said about me the first time he encountered me on that.
That's right.
Yeah.
He must be loaded.
Yeah, he must be rich.
Everyone has said that about you.
That's true. That's true. I get
He's
that.
living in San Francisco.
Yes.
He must be a billionaire.
Yeah,
you know?
I get that all the time. That yes, everybody assumes that I'm super wealthy. I can see why. No, I'm desperate. Jesus Christ. That was the whole Peter Moon trip. Remember? We're going to help Douglas. Going to give him a little windfall. Yeah. And then, no, that book's not going out. Yeah, but I'm keeping all the pre-order money. Yeah. So he's exploiting
and
me.
by the end of it, you got paid like $1 a day and some shit like that.
Yeah. Oh, outrageous.
Oh yeah, I bet that'll help.
Yeah, outrageous. Yes. Yeah. Talk about. Oh, there's no words. But
It's just pure evil. Like, it's
yes,
fucked up.
yeah, pure evil. But hey, one thing at least, I still feel I'm better off than you, Vinny Barbaric. I'm still better off than you. Whatever happened, Vinny, I'm not you, Vinny Barbaric. Yeah, and some dirty old faggot who's in the closet and trying desperately to look straight. Crazy enough to fool myself into thinking that young Airbnb queens with money to travel all over the world are somehow my girlfriend. Yes, what a crazy delusional piece of shit. So, okay, all that cathartic. We all need a cathartic. Yeah.
I'm just glad I've never thought of doing a colonic for fun. You know,
yes. Oh, my
I could live a whole
God.
lifetime without that.
You know, people are on the way out when they start going for colonics. And like I said, you know, I liked him, but that one private detective I worked with, Gino Tinelli Neely, half Liberian, which is an African country where America dumped all its slaves like a biological landfill, and half Italian. And that guy was, as you might imagine, sleazy as they come, but charismatic in his own right. But yeah, that guy was pushing his... He had to be in his 40s, but that guy was already into colonics. But he got a heart attack. He got a heart attack. I'm sure, you know, the colonics didn't help him with that. You know, you notice that the colonics don't stop these strokes and heart attacks with guys like him.
It's almost like it makes cardiovascular shit go down, you know? It's like, oh, shit.
Yeah, it must be. I think it
Maybe
stresses.
it's not such a good idea.
Yeah, I think it stresses the system. It's got to be stressing the system.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, Ayurveda would consider that, like, yeah, you're totally, it's like putting a bomb off in your system, like putting like an outside element into your body system. Yeah, it's not good.
Thank you.
Like,
and by that, do you mean just the soapy, sudsy hot water, or are they using some additive? When, for all we know, like, are they bleaching your insides?
Even if it was just water, it disrupts the imbalance. Like I was telling you about the, that's why even if it is the lower intestine, it disturbs the microbiome to the point where he couldn't even eat food from another country.
That's right.
Pete.
It's true.
So it's like, you know, you can't do that without repercussions. I mean, you could do it for something severe, but not every day.
Yeah.
Like Ayurveda has like enemas, but you don't do it once a month or something.
Thank you. No, he was truly addicted. Obviously, Vinny Barbaric was addicted to the sensation. Yeah, at that point, he was getting off on it. That was the closest he could get to butt fucking. Remember I told you I was, you know, because I'm up all night, and how one night at 3 a.m. in the morning, 4 a.m., between 3 to 4 a.m. in the morning, he called me, and I was like,
holy shit.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing up there?
Yeah, what's going on?
And he said, oh, I was all stimulated because I had my colonics. Remember I told you that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was...
That's fucking sick.
Yeah, it's so sick. So sick. He said, "Oh, it's all stimulated because I had my colonics, and you're the only one I know who's up." And I'm like, God damn. So he's calling me for phone sex.
Holy
it's basically
shit.
because he had an afterglow. Because he had an afterglow. So he's calling
Yeah,
me.
he was still puckering. He was still puckering. He's like, you know who I thought about? It's Doug.
Yes, his asshole is still puckering. So, yeah, and then he was probably looking at images of me cross-dressed on screen while he was calling me. I have no doubt of that.
He said one time that he had a photo. Did you like give him a printed photo?
No, he had done something where he probably had Paula print it out and then so he could frame it. Yeah, it was something of that. Do you remember that?
That's shocking.
Yeah.
He said it was like by his desk or something.
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. He did say that. He said it was there with a photo, because he didn't have a photo of Paula up because they were like on the outs, really. They were cold to each other.
Yeah, so it was you.
Yeah, so it was me. Yeah. Oh, God, I hope she doesn't hold that against me. Jesus Christ. I don't think so. Yeah, doubt it highly. But, yeah, it's like, I remember when Aaron Tice said, yeah, she's been over to my house a number of times and she's held my baby, held my baby. And I said, yeah. It's like, for her, it's like cradling a pot roast.
Right. She probably took a sip or something.
Yeah. I'm sure she was thinking about it. Oh man, I'm sure she was.
How quick are we talking? Does it take can it be done in like a few seconds or
no, it takes time. It takes some time because you're going to have to make an incision. It's not like in the movies. They're not using their teeth. That's not how vampires work. It's not how I work or not how my mother worked. You've got to use a blade. And so in the old days, in the very early days,
it's like a vampire bat. They have to puncture and then lick it up.
Yeah, that's right. So in the old days, what they used was flint or obsidian. So the vampires were the first tool users, and they used flint or obsidian, which is, but for those of you who don't know, you can legitimately use flint or obsidian to perform emergency surgery. You can perform independent. Yeah, you can use it in surgery. And you can use it in the field, like somebody's going to die, their appendix is about to burst. You can use that shit to remove an appendix. So the vampires were the first tool users, but they didn't really go beyond whatever they needed. Why would they need to go beyond what they needed, which was just make an incision and then drain the blood. But it's, again, you're not going to go for the jugular because you're going to lose all the blood. It's all going to, that would be like, oh, I want something out of a tomato. Do you puncture the tomato and squirt the insides out? No. Yeah, you've got to do it with you slice it, you dice it, but you're not going to be puncturing it and then squeezing all the insides out. It's just inefficient. It's an inefficient way to get the food. Yeah. So no, the vampires don't use their teeth, though. You understand that. I could go on about this for hours, but it was really weird to me. I'm sorry, go on.
I was just saying that was my question. If it's possible to do. Yeah, that makes sense.
But so what I'm going to do is dive back into monologue. But like I said, Phil, now
I have to sleep. So
we
carry
love
on.
You dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay.
All right.
And you're feeling better? How are you feeling now?
Oh, fucked up. I'm off.
Oh, so sorry.
It's like hell. It's like hell.
It's so bad. Don't do any overtime again. Can you take? Oh, well, you got sick time coming anyway, but we'll. Jeez.
Depending on how I feel in the morning, I will have to probably call out. We'll see what happens.
Thank you. Yeah, don't hesitate to do that. Your health comes first. It's like putting your money where your body is. You and I spend money on supplements that are quality supplements because we're putting our money where our body is. And you should feel the same way about losing some money on a day when it matters for your health. Yeah. So,
I have sick pay, so I won't lose anything.
Okay, good. Good. Yeah.
It's just I have actual integrity. I don't want to fuck over everyone, but if they're gonna pull this shit on me, I might as well.
Thank you. And by the way, one last screen share. Here we are from Christoph Riemel. He says, I hope you don't mind, Christopher, my calling you Christoph. It's a German thing to do, I understand. Now, Christopher Riemel says, there's a stranded couple living here since 6 months. a German/Turkish buddy from back in the day who met a German gal in Spain and brought her back here, including her horses that she can't pay for. Oh my god.
Oh shit! Nice.
Yeah, not nice that she can't pay for them, but yeah, it's he must have some money. What is this? Some Turkish sultan or some shit like that? What the fuck? He says, anyways, the day starts over here. I am off work luckily today, so you guys have a good night. Oh, bless you.
Very nice.
Yeah, the Christoph email. Hopefully you'll
Lucky
listen.
guy.
Yeah.
Having Monday off.
Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. And oh, by the way, let me take a look at this with you. Here we are. I'm screen sharing now. So let's look up economist, German sick days. Here we are. Germany. Okay. Hey, take a look at this. Germans are
Yeah,
world champions of calling in sick.
Oh, they're efficient. They'll use every drop of that sick pay, I bet.
Yeah, it's easy and it pays well. Generous benefits. Generous benefits.
Yeah, there you go.
Germans are world champions of calling in sick. Easy and it pays well. Let's see. Historically, let's see if I get the whole article. How come I get the whole article on this? This is so bizarre. Yeah, I'm actually going to cut and paste that. Fuck. Just so, what does this say here? You take it away, Brendan. Do you want the link to this?
Yeah, if you can.
Oh, okay, let's give you the link first. And then do us a favor and just kind of, this will be something that you can talk about on Wednesday. Or even if you can't fall asleep, you can come back and kind of... So, let me give this to you in the private messages. Make it easier for you to access. And here we are. Okay, there you go in private messages. And hopefully there's no paywall for you. In the interim, what I'm going to do is cut and paste it so I have it for my own references. But definitely open it up and you can scan that for us. Feel free to.
Krankenversicher umgesetzt.
Mm-hmm. What does that mean?
Krankenversicher umgesetzt. Workers' welfare. Workers' health.
All right. Yeah. We don't have shit like that in the United States. Yeah.
No, fuck that.
Yeah. Here in the United States, it's like...
Yeah, it is behind a paywall, though, unfortunately. I only get the first part of it.
Oh, shit. Okay, so let me do this for you then. Let me send you an email.
It says here,
yeah, go on.
Germany has been a historical champion of workers' rights related to health. In 1883, Otto von Bismarck, Chancellor of the German Empire, set up the world's first statutory health insurance system with the Health Insurance Act, which included paid sick leave. There you go.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say here, we'll call it...
it says it wasn't motivated by concerns of workers' welfare so much as a strategy to beat socialists at their own game.
Yeah.
Yet it laid the foundations for Germany's welfare, and was followed by laws on accident and disability insurance.
Hey, I just sent you...
So they've been ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I just sent you the full email in the full article in an email. So see if you got the email.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, has that?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, good. Now
That's
open
here,
that up.
the whole thing.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. And so what are they saying? It says perhaps Germany should adopt a more Scandinavian approach. Why? Is there something wrong with what's going on? Do they feel that somehow it's like the Germans are doing themselves a disservice or something? And
it's the classic capitalist shit. They're losing money.
Okay, there you go.
They're saying it's hard to police, you know.
Oh man.
They're losing 76 billion between 2010 and 2023. You know, it's like, come on. Like, it's just so evil. This system is so evil, man.
Yeah.
Like
by that you're talking about the American system, not or capitalism.
No, just the worldwide system of like, we can save 3.6 billion if everyone comes to work sick. You know, it's like, what the fuck
not only that, think of the money they save when they deny every insurance claim. That's the logic.
Oh yeah. They love that shit. Yeah. You pay them and you get nothing. You know, it's like, they love that.
And by the way, Christoph Riemel he follows up. Here we are. Let's do a screen share again. He follows up by sharing this about his neighbors. We'll call them his neighbors, even though they're not really his neighbors. Let's see now. Here in the chat, he says, here we are. Oh, okay, good. He says, I am actually, okay, all right, merge. All right. So I just remerged you. Did you get cut off the call?
Holy shit! Yeah,
Yeah. So, yeah. It sounds like we can hear you, but they cut you off.
it's glitching super bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Holy shit! This is nutters, man.
Yeah, they took him off the call. They literally took him off the call. I had to remerge him onto the call.
It's like an echo. Now it's an echo of what I said to you.
Right, because we're on 2 calls at once, probably. Skype is interpreting it as you're being on 2 calls. Is that better? Okay, is it stabilizing? Stabilizing. Yeah. There we are. So I'm sharing screen. Can you see the screen? It's
stabilizing, but that was... What the heck happened? Because that was weird. It started calling you, and then it asked for my location.
Yes. Yeah, they're trying to send. They're trying to send a drone to take you out.
Yeah, they were like, "Please, allow us to find your location and shit."
Yeah. They're trying to send a drone to take you out, dude.
fuck that.
Oh yeah. Shit. Oh man. So here,
trust me, what I'm saying isn't gonna lose you 30 billion. Just chill.
Yeah, thank you. Jesus Christ. Just saying your body needs to taste this shit in order to can't have that. Right. Hey, so can you see the screen? Can you see the screen share?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so he says, I am actually called Christoph. So he says, yes, I'm actually called Christoph. He says, no, the Turkish guy grew up here. He was sent to Turkey after jail time and spent 20 years there since he otherwise would have been incarcerated for Totschlag. Totschlag, is that murder?
Yeah.
Holy shit. He must have...
manslaughter, murder, yeah.
Okay, so he says he must have murdered S.O. accidentally. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's manslaughter, basically. What we would call manslaughter.
Okay, so he's broke as well. And I found the mover's job through him. We are all broke here. Holy shit. And then says, however, she is still married with a Swiss guy who sent her to Spain to live in a fence with her horses. Okay, what's a F-I-N-C-E? Fence?
Finca. I don't know.
With
maybe
their horse.
Like a farm or something? Like a ranch? I don't know.
Okay, interesting. Sure. And the Swiss guy pulled the money plug, so all 3 of us are completely broke.
That's a bitch. Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh!
I guess we're all in the same boat, So
yeah, there you go. Well, you notice this is the problem is that when we're at the bottom of the economic pyramid, where all the people we meet are other poor people. That's the fucking problem. Everybody we meet is poor because we're poor.
True.
Yeah, it fucking sucks. Of course, I was dating a woman for a little bit of time who has some money, but it's seems to be fairly well off. But she's a musk rat. I would use the term musketeer to be polite, but people won't get it. They'll think of the novel. So he says Finca means via. Yeah, typo. So F-I-N-C-A. Finca. Finca means via.
Yeah, via ranch. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, and
man, she had it made. Damn.
Yeah. There you go. Well, so
did you see what the Spanish were doing? Spain.
Yeah. How's? Oh yeah. What's going on there again? A lot going down there. Go on.
They're gonna charge foreigners 100% housing tax.
Oh, that's right. It's the end of the golden visa. The end of the golden visa. Tell us about this. Yeah.
They had too many foreign investors buying property that the locals can't buy houses and shit.
Yeah.
So they set up basically if you bought a house in the last year and going forward, they're gonna charge you 100% of what you paid for it as a tax. Holy shit.
Whoa.
Yeah. So that's rough. Yeah.
Yeah. Now people are looking for other areas to plunder. Greece, perhaps. They're going to...
Oh, yeah. You know it. Yeah, you know it.
Yeah. So fucking sad.
Because Spain has good weather. That's why people want to go there.
Oh, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And not only
All
that-
those rich Brits and shit. Yeah,
Oh,
I bet
yeah.
you that's what happened.
No, Spain's big. Spain's big because it's a nice place. Japanese retire there. Japanese go to
Yeah,
there
I
to
bet.
retire. Yeah. And they love it there. It's like
It's warm.
yeah, they import their elderly there. Yeah, that's or export them. I mean, they export their elderly there. And but
Because apparently Japan's the snowiest country on Earth. So yeah. They
yeah,
want
Japan's cold
to
as fuck.
retire somewhere.
Yeah.
It's like apparently it's snowy and then it's hot. Yeah, that's like
Yeah. It's extreme. It's a land of extremes, but it's very photogenic. It's photogenic
Right.
as hell, but yeah, it's obviously it was the toughest hell place to live. That's why the Japanese all became warriors. You know, they get you develop this extremely violent culture from a violent environment.
right.
But then again, everywhere you go, everybody's violent, aren't they? It's like But
Yeah.
let's put it this way.
It's all that serpent DNA and shit.
Yeah.
The Nephilim. It's like Book of Enoch and shit. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, all I can say is that, sometimes the serpent people are better than humans. Let's put it that way. Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, definitely. At this point, yeah.
Yes.
It's without a doubt. Yeah.
Oh my God. But when it came to, I think it was Shotoku was, Shotoku. Let me look it up. Make certain I got it right. Prince Shotoku might have been in who I'm thinking of, but there is of course a very famous a Japanese poet. He wrote essentially the beginnings of a constitution in Japan, and this individual lived at the same time as the Prophet Muhammad. And one of the things I pointed out was that if a Arab at the time of Muhammad were to take a look at Japan, they would think it was paradise. They would say, "Look at all water everywhere. Right. It's greenery." It would be their idea of dying and going to heaven. But if a Japanese person looked at the Muslim world and where Muhammad lived, they would think it was hell on earth. That was there would be nothing there that a Japanese person could relate to or find.
Right.
Yeah, it's just so there you have that.
Yeah, which is why they ended up there and didn't stay there.
Yeah.
Or at least their distant ancestors.
Yes. Thank you. And okay. So I love you dearly.
At one point,
Yeah,
the Middle East was very lush and forested, but the degradation of the energy field has fucked it up.
Thank you.
There you go. All right. Good night. Gute Nacht.
Yeah. Anytime you want to interject, if you happen to be awake.
I almost said Arbeits macht frei, but let's not go there.
You and I can talk about that privately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's the anniversary of the Auschwitz, Freedom Day or something.
Oh my God. Oh, Liberation Day, they would call it.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus. Yeah, that's yeah, that is what I said earlier. I don't know if you caught what I said earlier because you got knocked off the call, but I was talking about the Jewish self-loathing and insanity that was spoken of by Carl Gustav Jung that is personified in Elon Musk. You have someone who, our man Aristides provided some links where Elon Musk is acknowledged as Jewish within various Jewish legacy sites. If you take a look in your text box, you'll find those links.
But he straight up said that he's not. He just said, "Yeah, my name is hella Jewish, but I'm not." That's what he said.
Oh, he might be denying it, but but the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, leapt in to defend him when he did the ad locutio and they were like, oh yeah, he it's a spasmodic reflex. He's autistic. Remember that shit? They ran in to defend him.
They said it was Tourette's or something.
Yeah. And
that's funny.
Yeah,
that's actually funny.
Yeah, that's the Anti-Defamation League went in to defend him. I mean, the Jewish people consider him Jewish. I think he's denying it because he's trying to get in good with all these white supremacists. But this is indicative of the Jewish insanity that Carl Gustav Jung was talking about. And it's why I pointed out while you were gone, the Zionists under Benjamin Netanyahu are completely affiliated with the alternative right in Europe, especially with Viktor Orban in Hungary. And Benjamin Netanyahu's son is in constant communication with David Duke. I mean, these people now consider, the Zionists consider the white supremacists to be their next of kin, and this is because they themselves consider themselves white and a white apartheid state that's in occupation over a colored group that they are attempting to exterminate. So there you have that. So I was pointing all of that out, but when it comes to Elon Musk and all of that, I guess, I'll get more into it during monologue tonight. If you happen to be awake, I tell you what, just, if you wind up staying awake, you find you can't fall asleep, don't even worry about it, because chances are you should just call in sick tomorrow just for the sake of your health. So there you go.
Yeah, probably, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So don't,
But I have that thing. I have some psychological shit to get over before I do that. So
I understand.
Let me rest. I'm gonna rest.
Yeah. Get some rest.
It's some horrible American shit. I gotta think like a German. Fucking use this shit.
Yeah.
Use my sick pay.
Yes. And
right.
I have to say, sometimes I don't understand where Holly's coming from when she says, "I'm transphobic," and then but I would have been a boy.
Her points are funny.
Yeah, they just odd. Yeah. Okay. Love you dearly. Get some rest.
Good to know.
Yes. We'll speak soon enough. And
it's 1:08. Good timing.
Yes.
So, good night.
Okay. Bye for now. Okay, that's Brendan ЗОGHET. And we have good numbers. I'll dive right back into the subject. Well, basically, here's some broken news for you. A weird day on the Pete Hegseth beat as Vice President J.D. Vance broke a tie in the Republican-led Senate to confirm Pete Hegseth as Defense Secretary. Even as the then nominee for position of Defense Secretary, named Pete Hegseth, cleared a significant confirmation hurdle in the Senate, new allegations continued to emerge about his prior misconduct. Point: the AP, the Associated Press, has learned that in response to questions from Senatress Elizabeth Warren, Democrat from Massachusetts, Hegseth revealed that in order to avoid conviction, he paid $50,000 to a woman who had him arrested for a 2017 sexual assault. Another point, CNN reported that Pete Hegseth's ex-wife has given a new statement to the FBI about his alcohol abuse. To quote us, she herself said, "He drinks more often than he doesn't." Holy shit. Running our Department of Defense. Senators Suzanne Collins, Republican from, what's the ME here for? Which state is that? That's like, ME is an acronym for state. Jesus Christ.
I think that's Maine. That's Maine.
Jesus, I've never even seen that. Thank you. That's Maine. Fuck, how the hell did you know that? It's like, thank you. Yeah, I never would.
Because the other day I looked it up to see if it was worth moving there, and it's not. Spoiler alert.
Oh God, that you don't want to move there. That's next to Vermont. What did you find out about it?
It's a bunch of. It's like a forest with like one city, a couple cities. It's like there's nothing there. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
And it's cold as fuck, and there's like no jobs, and there's apparently a bunch of ticks. It's like, it sounds like hell to me.
Oh God. Yeah, that's right. They got that Lyme's disease over there.
Yeah. It's like, doesn't sound healthy. Let's put it that way.
Oh God. Thank you.
Yeah,
No,
year of the wood snake. That was the last thing I forgot to mention. Just
okay, thank you. No, that's important. And oh yes, guess what? Shout out to Amy Como. Look, we love you, honey, but I warned you. You know, I was bitching about this earlier, but I said it very quietly how, they seem to have run away. I got some text from her saying, "Oh, we're in someplace else now. Yeah, don't send me any more checks because I owe her still $100 out of the $300 that I borrowed from her. I paid her $200 back." She said, "Oh, don't send a third check where we're at now. There's no banks." And I'm like thinking, what the fuck? They ran away. She was saying they were going to run away from Vermont because it was simply too cold. They were all like, in that little shithole he built her, the shisha.
Where is she going that there are no banks? Like, this is sketch.
Well, she's with Tokyo, and they ran away. Basically, he built her that little she shed where she was freeze dried. She's either.
But now it's like super cold apparently.
Yeah.
It's like people are dying and shit.
Yeah. They had to leave. They had to leave because, well, for one thing, she's either sweating to death in that sweat lodge, which he built, which, like I said, you put in those big windows, the sun shines through like a magnifying glass, and she's baking like a bug in there in a microwave. And then when she runs out, she's freezing to death. So, I mean, it's like, it sounds like he was intending to kill her, but then they both ran away to go someplace else because they couldn't stand the cold anymore. And wherever they're at, there's no banks. So they're probably camping out in a car someplace in the middle of the woods is what I would think, out in bumfuck. But, they had enough cell reception where she sent me that message. "Oh, don't send me another check. We can't cash it. There's no banks here." And they couldn't get it anyway because she's not at home. So they can't take...
How backwards are they? Like, you could just do a mobile deposit. Like, what the fuck?
I think that they're literally someplace where, first off, I would send her a money order, right? So it's going to go to the home they're no longer at. So there's no point. And so they're probably at no place where they have an address for me to mail it to, right? That's what it makes sense.
Yeah.
They're living in their car. So right now they're basically on the run.
Looks like you're off the hook.
Yeah, well, she's not gonna get a third payment. That's and I told her when she got that $10,000 loan, he wanted to get the, what do you call that cherry picker on that vehicle that rises up? Remember his bullshit about, I got
a lift. It's called a lift.
Yeah, thank you. There was no sane reason for him to get that, and but
a truck mounted lift.
Yes, thank you. No sane reason for him to get that. And as soon as he got it, it broke. It's not even on their property. It's in someone else's garage where he doesn't have the money to pay them to fix it. So it's just sitting in their garage. They're going to cannibalize it for parts or sell it to someone else. So he's that $10,000.
It'll. I've seen this happen literally. Growing up around cars, it'll sit there for like a year, and then the guy will need space in his shop, and then he'll just say, "Fuck it, just sell it." And it's gone.
Or cannibalize it for parts, but they'll probably sell
it. That's more likely gonna happen quickly.
Thank you.
Or if another option is it actually does get taken apart, but then it never gets
put together. That's right. That's right. But he never used it once. Once.
Yeah, that's why you got to be careful what you buy.
It's like
It would have been better off buying the Porsche off of that other guy.
Thank you.
That stolen Porsche.
Thank you. Which as she said, what do they call that when the repo guy gets it? They repoed it.
They hunted him down and shit.
Yeah. And
it probably wasn't hard finding a guy that takes 14 hours to bust.
Yeah.
He's probably been sitting in the same parking lot for like 6 days.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God. It's like I'm just like appalled. And like
what was she saying? I was doing administrative work for 14
hours.
Consultation. I was
Consultative.
consulting him for 14 hours.
Yeah,
Like, damn. Dude.
Yeah. Remember the other ladies in the chat room?
Talk about like edging shit.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Remember the ladies in the chat room were all laughing at that? Consultant.
Yeah.
They wrote it down. Consultant with exclamation marks and laughing
Like,
emoji.
quote unquote.
Yeah.
Double quotes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Consulting. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yo, well, I said it out loud. I said, "You're fucking him in the Porsche." And she,
Right.
I couldn't believe she found that offensive. It's
Like, come on, really? 14, like half a day or like almost a full day? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Like, if you weren't doing anything, that was a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, thank you. But beyond that, it's like, how do you get to consulting for this guy when you met him while both of you were homeless? Remember that? That's what she said.
Yeah.
She what the fuck?
Bizarre.
Yes. Well, they're out in
Vermont's a weird place. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and like, yeah, she said, oh yeah, she's talking about, pretty much said Tokyo Bloke is drunk. As soon as she wakes up, he's already drunk. And like, again, it cost me $15 plus California sales tax for 4 16-ounce cans of that Canadian beer, Glutenberg. So when I go up and I buy 2 of those 4-packs of these 16-ounce cans of Glutenberg, that's well over $30. It's like, where does he get the money to be drunk first thing in the morning? I can't even afford to get drunk. Right. So it's like, do they just have like a
if either of us bought a freaking bottle of wine, we'd go I'd be out of my house and shit.
Yeah. It's like, where are they getting the money for all this booze up there in the Northeast? Are they getting booze stipends or what the fuck? I don't understand.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, they seem to be drowning in the shit.
It's like the classic. What I was telling you, the old scheme. You get your EBT, and you go to Publix, and then you return it, get a gift card, and then go to the other Publix that sells alcohol.
God, it's got to be that.
Turn your food stamps into alcohol.
Yeah, it's got to be that. And beyond that, like she said, I wake up and everybody's already drunk, and it's like, and
it sounds like hell.
Yeah, but I can't understand. Like I said, that how much food stamps isn't much. So I mean, sure, I believe they could do something like.
They're buying some straight like plastic handle gallon vodka.
It's gotta be.
Some like jet fuel, some like gasoline.
Yeah, it's. By the way, Sheila Gavin says, "Greetings, dearest Douglas and Brendan. Wishing you a happy early New Year, Year of the Snake." Thank you, honey. Love you dearly, Sheila. So let me give her a kiss. But yeah, these guys,
I appreciate that.
Yeah, they've got the secret. I don't want to live like that where I'm drinking rubbing alcohol. But
right. That was the sickest I ever got was off that shit. Yeah, fuck that.
I guess
one time we got one of those cheap ones.
Yeah.
The Taka or whatever, that cheap ass plastic shit.
Oh Jesus.
And I got like so smashed that we were at someone's house and I threw it into the fire and it like burnt someone's face off or something.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Damn.
And then they tried, I basically got in a fight, and then my friend had to drag me out of there. And apparently I was karate chopping people's cars on the road.
Jeez.
And he said he had to knock some sense into me, literally beat me up because I wouldn't stop.
Jeez.
I was karate chopping random people's cars, take this,
Whoa. Man, I never realized you had so much pent-up aggression. Holy shit.
Yeah, well, that's never happened except on that plastic fucking vodka shit,
Oh, well, there you go.
It's that stuff's toxic. I don't know what they make it out of.
What's the shit that Jambo the Reese Monkey was on when he was punching light poles? Remember when he punched a light pole and shattered his hand? That dumb son.
Oh, that was the DXM.
Yeah.
You're talking about DXM.
Yeah.
The cough syrup shit. Yeah.
Here we are. Nothing gay about it, Trump. And tell people about this. Tell us.
He was singing YMCA. He was singing YMCA. You're the one who told me. I just found this.
Holy shit!
It says it was a gay anthem. Now it's a MAGA hit.
Well, that's because MAGA's gay as fucking hell, people. What do you think?
Yeah, if this doesn't prove it, then I don't know what does.
Yeah. Yeah, but by the way, so Sheila Gavin says, I'm not sure.
Money talks.
Money talks. Wait, you're on.
They're saying that Victor Willis was originally saying Trump couldn't use the song, and then the next headline of the next paragraph is Money talks.
There you
he had
go.
to change a tune. He had to change a tune. He let him use his tracks. You know. Is that really how gay they are? Is that they really needed to keep YMCA? You know.
Yeah. Oh God, that's pretty much it. Yeah. You know.
And they're calling us gay for caring about trees and shit. You know?
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. No shit.
Oh, you care about saving cows, you fag. You know, it's just
yeah.
like, come on, man.
Oh, well, remember they call us snowflakes too when they're the ones that get sensitive about. Yeah, when they're the ones who get all fucking offended at everything. They're yeah.
Classic, fucking classic.
Yeah.
So how? Yeah, like there's so many counterintuitive. It's like half of them are Christian and then half of them are gay. Like, how are they gonna like? How do you parse this out? Like,
well, remember, half of the so-called Christians are fucking young boys in their fucking churches and shit.
Yeah, that's there, but I'm saying like on paper, like, you know, they're supposed to be against gays, right, or something.
Yeah. They all come across.
It just doesn't. Something's not adding up. Yeah.
But remember what I told you. The female hookers were all just kind of lounging around idle at these Republican conventions because the Republican conventioners were going for young boys.
Yeah, they like lose money and shit.
Yeah. And dear Sheila Gavin, she writes about, she says, kisses, smiles, big hugs to you, Douglas. Thank you so much, Sheila Gavin. Love you dearly. But she also writes about Amy here. Let's read what she says about Amy. She says, I'm not sure that I'm remembering correctly, but did Amy mention one time on air last fall that she and Tokyo were thinking to visit Ecuador for a winter break, like snowbirds go to Florida? I do remember that, Sheila, and you're quite right.
Someone said that. I don't know who it was.
It was Amy Como, and it didn't make any sense. And it's like, well, it was like, didn't she say
they like knew a guy or something that had a ranch or something? It was something weird like that.
Yeah. And that might be why there's no banks. It's like
here they're going Peter Moon. I never intended when I hang out with all the boys. This is the YMCA guy. Simply 1970s black slang for black guys hanging out with each other for sports, gambling, or whatever. This is the lead singer. He's saying there's nothing gay about that.
Jesus Christ.
That's Pete Moon.
Yeah, there you go.
Hanging out, me as a black guy hanging out with other black guys. Nothing gay about that.
Oh God, that's so fucking pathetic.
Here, I'll send you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, it's pathetic. Yeah.
Why are they so defensive?
Thank you.
Just pick a side. Fuck. You know, it's like no one cares.
Yes,
That's what I don't get about like no one gives a fuck.
I mean, yeah. Look at what
was that creep? What was his name? Ian trying to call us gay. It's like, dude, I don't care. Like, no one gives a fuck.
Thank you. Well, especially consider the source.
Yeah.
Consider the source.
Like, he's the one who's eating shrimp with his crotch.
No. Tell them about his putting kids getting raped to music.
Yeah, to a musical. Yeah.
Boys.
Oh yeah. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Young boys. Yeah, that's cool though.
Yeah, young
totally
boys
fine.
getting trafficked, prostituted, raped, enslaved,
dismembered.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. He's putting that to music, and he's saying we're gay.
Yeah. Come on. Really?
Oh.
Really?
My God.
So cheesy. So fucking cheesy.
Yeah, and just take a look at this. What Brendan just sent me now about he threatens to sue any media outlet that characterizes YMCA as a gay anthem. Yeah, for him it was never intended as a political or cultural statement. When I say hang out with all the boys, that was simply 1970s black slang for black guys hanging out. Oh, by the way, boy, that's as bad as the N-word. That's calling a black guy boy.
Yes.
Yeah, for black guys hanging out together for sports, gambling, or whatever. Willis wrote on Facebook in December 2024, nothing gay about that. Yeah, I mean, they should have just been butt fucking each other up there on stage. Jesus Christ. And Trump swinging with them. It's just like, nobody would have believed this. If you had, like, shown people that on film, you took that film back in time to the year 2019, people would have thought you had CGI'd it. They would have said,
they'd be like, you're full of shit.
Yeah, that's deep fake. Yeah. Trump would never do that. Yeah, it's jeez. And
we are.
Yeah, here we are now. I guess we can call this his outing. He's out of the closet, people. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's like when Madonna outed all of that gay guy I knew, Michael Matthews, was all.
And why do they always have to be all defensive?
Yeah.
It's not gay. It's not gay. It's like Trampus.
Yeah. It's
like,
come on.
Like, I smell good. Don't worry, but it's not gay. I swear.
That's
what
right.
The fuck, man.
That's right. For those of you who don't know, Trampus Nicholson would send me these long little essays about, please drink my blood. Please drink my blood. And he would say, I wear, what was it? Scent neutral body products. I use scent neutral body products. Disgusting.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
And then he'd tell me, yeah, I told Doug about this. You guys should come visit and we can have pizza and beer. But it's not gay. I swear. I'm like, dude, what? I didn't say anything about it. Like,
not to mention he claimed he didn't drink. Because of his...
So we asked him, and he said, oh, I won't drink. You guys can.
It's all
bullshit.
I'll just watch. Oh, yeah. It's like, basically, what he really means, that's code word for he's hoping Brendan and I fondle each other while he jacks off. That's, because probably because he can't get it up. That's what Sean David Morton did. Sean David Morton couldn't get it up, so he would just have to sit back and watch while the girls went at it, meaning his wife and this... There was this time they had this... his wife was a sex bomb, and she was with this young girl that was a sex bomb. So are you, doing it with Sean? Right. And she said, he can't get it up. He just has to watch while we do it. And so Sean's just was a train wreck, just a piece of... But he made millions of dollars ripping off old ladies. And, what girl wouldn't accept the money to make it with another girl in front of him? But, I don't understand why his wife stuck with him to the point where she went to jail and, and then stuck with him afterwards. Yeah, but he's dead now.
Yeah, it's too late now. Well, she got the money in the end. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any money left to be had when they went to jail. Maybe unless they sequestered it someplace, buried it or something like that. But, yeah.
Must have been something.
Yeah. By the way, Amor Fadi's talking about how hilarious we are. He says, you guys are hilarious. Yes. That's our man.
Yeah, I'm in like the twilight of a fever dream. Yeah, it's horrible. It's fucking awful. It's sad that this is my best quality content.
Like, oh my God. No, let's put it this way. You're doing great, but it's not necessarily the academic level wisdom that you can pump out when you're not feverish. But it's still, at least if it's not informative, it's always entertaining. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, true. Yeah, something. We got something.
Yes. Yeah. Oh God. I actually, for those of you who don't know, Holly's just too decent. But for those of you who don't know, when Michelle Carmela Saldana was on my show, she was shitting and pissing all over Holly Kaditis Kiefer. She was so, and she did it without naming her, granted, but she was like, she was shitting and pissing all over her, talking about people who didn't give her respect. She felt she wasn't respected. But that's because she.
Wait, who was this?
This is Michelle Carmela Saldana when she moved in with Holly and wouldn't move out, and she wouldn't move out. She basically.
Yeah, she must have done something really like. She must have got her rocks off or something because she was like hyped on her.
Yeah. But Michelle, when she performed this exorcism, but then settled in. Like, now I'm moving into the bedroom, and then wouldn't come out. Wouldn't come
the
out.
World's first reverse exorcism.
Yeah. Where basically what happened was she was such a.
Where the the priest moves in.
Yeah, yeah. She called herself a street preacher. Remember, what did she call it? Street missionary, some shit like that.
Yeah, street missionary.
Yeah,
like street justice.
Yeah. But she when she got rid of the entities, she basically, what happened was they said, "Man, this bitch, she's like worse than us." Yeah, they said, "Yeah, if she's moving in, I'm out of here." That's what they said.
Exactly.
That's what fucking happened.
That's exactly what fucking happened.
Yeah, for those of you who don't, well, no, because Holly will never talk about this. We're talking the walls. When I was there, the walls were bleeding. Okay, that's like so but Michelle moved in, and all that shit stopped because Michelle came in and they said, "Oh man, this bitch. If we thought we were ragging, if we thought we was on the rag, this bitch is bleeding every fucking day. She's ragging us. We out of here." And then they left, but then Michelle was there. And then, and how was it? Oh, yeah. Holly described it as like, what was those Glad sandwich bags? The big ones, gallon sandwich bags? She said, gallon sandwich bags full of ephedrine. What is that shit?
I bet. I fucking bet.
Yeah, that's the shit. That's the what's the precursor molecule to methamphetamine? Was the ephedrine, epinephrine, whatever that.
Yeah, it was that thing.
Yeah. She's got gallon sandwich bags of that the doctor was giving to her and shit. And she said she would just like
ephedrine. Sudafed. They used to call it Sudafed.
Yeah.
That was the brand name.
Yeah. And she said it was like the scene from Al Pacino in that Scarface where he's burying his face in the coke, lifts his face out of the mountain of coke. She said it was like that. That's how she was with that shit. She put it on a bed tray.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and just be inhaling that shit. And she was just up all hours online.
And somehow she still was all nasally. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
It obviously isn't working.
Oh, well, it's good God. There is too much of a good thing, people. You just don't overdo it because, if you're blowing out, obviously you're going to totally unbalance your system with that. And then you're going to need it all the time, right? Because you're like.
Yeah, I think that's what happened, right? Rebound. It's like, they used to call it rebound, right?
Yeah, because your system compensates. So when your system compensates by producing just excessive amounts of snot, then she's got to be on it all the time or she's going to drown in her own snot, which is, the way it sounded. Poor dear. And remember how she claimed to be a pyrokinetic too, that she could melt buildings and shit,
Yeah, that was classic.
Yeah.
She straight up said Firestarter was about her.
Yeah, that's it. Of course.
Holy shit.
Damn.
Crazy.
That's awful. It was everything. The whole world was I can't understand why Holly wouldn't cop to that. Come on, Holly. The whole world to Michelle Carmela Saldana is about Michelle Carmela Saldana. It's like,
I don't know. Whatever it was, it must. Yeah, we can speculate. Let's say.
Yeah, and like everything, like you said, everything that you bring up anything, then she'd say, "Oh, I was part of it. Oh, I'm related. Oh, yeah." It's like,
yeah, of course.
Oh,
basically what everyone accuses you of, but she was like, she was bad.
Thank you. She was what everyone accuses me of, which is, always a bunch of bullshit, but in her case, no, it was.
Everything's about Dietrich, yeah.
Yeah, everything was about her. It was, remember when I said, "Hey, George is on with us. He really needs to get a word in." Remember that? And she bowled right in.
Yeah, she straight up shit on him. Yeah, it was horrible.
Oh, yeah.
He had to leave. He straight up left.
Yeah. Yeah, he did not exist. As far as she was concerned, there is no one else. It's like, and then she said, my battery's dying. And yet she was still in the chat. She was still in the chat monitoring what we said about her when she was gone. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it didn't make any sense. God, it was just. Yeah, it's just
you really know how to attract them, man.
I do. And yet one thing was for sure.
And they're all like ex-cultists somehow. Like,
yeah.
They love you.
Yeah.
Scientology. It's like you're like like they're like Pokemon badges and shit.
You know what
like
they're trying to do? They're looking for a replacement for their cult.
Yeah.
And
like, is this guy good enough?
Yeah, in the end the problem is they just don't realize, look, that's not where I'm coming from. I really want to go that direction so I can rake in some books. But
Right.
that's why I can't get about the enemy calling me a cult leader and shit, saying, yay, all Douglas Dietrich's listeners are cultists. It's like, fuck, how come I don't get the cult
Like, we're
contributions?
broke. Yeah.
Yeah, we're fucking broke.
This shit ain't working. We're in default. And
Yeah.
shit. Yeah.
Yeah, damn, we ought to start a religion. Yeah, it's... but
Good luck. Good fucking luck.
yeah, it's like, what a
All right.
what a
Good
world.
to knock.
All right.
I'm gonna go now so I can hopefully rest. So should not.
Okay, love you dearly. And
Jai Ram.
yes, blessed be thy dreams. Okay.
Yes.
And sweet be thy slumber.
Gratitude.
All
Yes.
right, that's our man. And so the senators, Susan Collins, Republican from Maine, and Lisa Murkowski, Republican from Arkansas, were the only 12 Republican no votes on yesterday's procedural vote concerning Hegseth being anointed into departmental defense, commandment position. Hegseth could only lose 3 Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party votes, so it remained close, but there was never any real sign that enough Republican senators would rally to stop his confirmation. The vote was 50-50 after the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent senators Suzanne Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and Mitch McConnell joined all Democrats in voting against Hegseth, who is, in case you didn't know, a former Fox News anchor and non-combatant National Guards veteran whose nomination has been mired in a series of controversies. Vance's vote, the breaking vote, the tiebreaker, was just the second time in history a vice president has broken a tie for a cabinet-level nominee. All too ironically, that made the vote 51-50, which is the old out-of-balance police call signal for responding to a crazy call. It is a mental disturbance situation. Pete Hegseth will take office as Defense Secretary, today, stepping into a role that comes with a wide range of challenges. As he begins, he will need to quickly get up to speed on military operations, strategic priorities, and internal Pentagon matters. Hegseth has already signaled that major decisions lie ahead. In the coming days, he will meet with military leaders and staff as he works to navigate the demands of the role and the expectations set by, his own misadministration. And this brings us to the inauguration of Big Tech. When the multi-billionaires of Silicon Valley took to the dais during Trump's swearing-in ceremony, it became abundantly clear that the techno leaders are going to be instrumental in his second midterm. Social media platforms, by all evidence, have lurched rightward, and a new establishment media has been instated. And this brings us back to, dishing in on Davos. Whence upon Trump made threats and promises on oil, the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, and debanking. So, my dear CO, or Critical Omissions listeners, the day before yesterday, or the day before yesterday by now, was the final day of the World Economic Forum. I promised you some exclusive and gossipy reflections from this year's World Economic Forum. So here goes. First off, why is this even important? It's a good question to ask. There are now literally dozens of large annual conferences. Think of Milken, TED, or the TED Conference. That's an acronym for Technology, Entertainment, and Design. The Munich Security Conference, or UNGA, the UNGA, the National Nations General Assembly, and so many others in Brussels, erstwhile capital of Europe, Doha, London, New Delhi, and Singapore, or Lion City, it is Singapore. But the WEF's, the World Economic Forum's Davos gathering, is the broadest in scope of them all. It remains the place that world leaders, CEOs, and celebrities trek to in large part because other world leaders, CEOs, and celebrities are going to be there. There's a certain network effect, even though many longtime attendees love to complain about the subpar hotels, icy pavements, traffic snarls, and the unofficial events that have multiplied across the tiny ski town. But delegates secretly love the summit's caste system, where white badge holders have a status among the highest levels of access. Timing matters too. WEF's Davos Shindig is held near the start of the year, when A-type folks are looking to hit the ground running with big plans and bigger deals. This year's Davos felt different, however. A lot of that has to do with trois demagogues. The U.S. President, Donald Trump, is the obvious one, even though he only beamed in from afar, and Argentina's Javier Milei, who delivered a fiery diatribe against what he called wokeism. At a deeper level, there's the uncomfortable fact that many of the things that Davos once formed a consensus over, more globalization and free trade, for example, or prioritizing a rules-based global order via the objectives around the standards of ESG, environmental, social, and governance issues. That's shorthand for investing in principles that prioritize environmental topics, social issues, and corporate government. Investing, with ESG considerations sometimes being referenced as responsible investing, or in more proactive cases, impact investing. It's all about corporate governance as nation states cease to govern the world and are replaced by transnationals to a degree, at least in the economic sense. These are all now areas of greater divergence than agreement, more so than at any point since the conference's inception. They are issues of division rather than unition. The big news throughout the day before yesterday was the virtual session with President Donald Trump. He said plenty, from promises of prosperity and threats of tariffs to an accusation against Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan and JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon that their companies refuse to bank with conservatives. And yes, of course, both denied it. What's not shown on the WEF video? All that nervous laughter when Trump veered into hyperbole and insults against the outgoing Biden administration. As one United States CEO told my son's husband afterwards, "It feels unnecessary when the wind is already at his back." Besides getting semi-crushed by the media scrum around the upstart Argentine dictator Javier Milei as sugar daddy, my son's husband, who will never be named for the sake of security reasons that everyone should understand, sat with a source, politics was mainly a backdrop in discussions about how business leaders are managing everything from climate catastrophe to deploying AI. Now, I myself will endeavor to remember to share more insights from those personally related exchanges in the coming days. If I don't get to them, it's because of superseding issues of greater importance in the more immediate sense. For Christian Ulbrich of JLL, that's a global real estate consultancy with 110,000 employees, One challenge is navigating a thicket of changing regulations such as United German law, or at least a United German law in particular, that requires companies to monitor hours and enforce breaks for remote workers, which cut JLL employee productivity there by 20%, to state regulations around building in places like New York City and my own golden state of California. The biggest issue for CEOs, Christian Ulbrich of JLL argues, is not knowing what's coming next. To quote his T, we usually need to operate in a framework that's pretty steady. What's right today may be wrong tomorrow, and that is a risk to the U.S. economy. Overall, the mood in Davos was extremely optimistic around AI. Fortune magazine's AI editor, Jeremy Kahn, ended the roster of events with a conversation about the perks and perils with AI pioneer Andrew Ng and Signal presidentress Meredith Whittaker, a longtime critic of what she calls surveillance capitalism. The lot of A concurring with leaders, or rather all agreeing that leaders need to think about the risk of unintended consequences in giving generative agents access to data. But other than that, Davos, well, it was all Trump, Trump, Trump! In the opening day, wow, we're getting some feedback. I'm going to mute dear Brendan. We love him dearly, but I think he fell asleep with that on. So hopefully everybody, some feedback as to whether you can hear me. I think we're doing great in terms of connection. We've got a connectivity feedback here that says we're doing all right. But everybody do respond. So, such being said, well, the opening day of the summit was always destined to be overshadowed by Trump's inauguration in Washington, D.C. To make sure he caught the entirety of Trump's speech, my son's husband showed up late to the much-loved dinner, now in its 29th year of the CEO Hermitage Capital Management, head of the Global Magnitsky Justice Campaign, and the author of the book titled Red Notice, William Bill Browder, the largest foreign investor in Russia until 2005, when he was denied entry to the empire and declared a threat to national security for exposing corruption in Russian state-owned enterprises. But it wasn't just a day one thing. Trump inevitably popped up in every conversation of every day, reaching a crescendo on the penultimate night when rumors spread that he would make a surprise in-person appearance. In the end, Trump delivered a virtual talk in which he reeled off a list of executive orders made as part of his revolution of common sense. Much of what Trump said will be familiar to CO, or critical omissions listeners. 2 things stood out to me as noteworthy. One was that the new catchphrase shooting from the lip was, "We don't need them." Trump's latest swipe has drawn skepticism from Canadian leaders, with the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau being quick to wave off Trump's words as empty rhetoric. The other implied standout being that money has become the measure of everything. The U.S. President Donald Trump's latest swipe at Canada in virtual remarks to the World Economic Forum, telling a 10 days that the U.S. economy could get along just fine without Canadian imports, drew a skeptical response from Canadian leaders. Speaking remotely from Washington, D.C., to the forum in Davos, Switzerland, about, among other things, what he doesn't need from Canada, Trump said, "We don't need them to make our cars. We don't need their lumber because we have our own forests. We don't need their oil and gas. We have more than anybody." Yeah, he's full of gas, all right. And he's oily as a snake. In his first speech to the WEF since his first presidency ended in early 2021, Trump repeated talking points painting Canada as a self-serving trade partner, taking advantage of U.S. generosity, repeating his now expected punchline about Canada becoming the 51st state of these United States in reference to the small trade imbalance created by the United States' demand for Canadian energy exports. As of 2023, Canada's total trade surplus was around $32 billion. Trump said, "Canada's been very tough to deal with over the years, and it's not fair that we should have a $200 or $250 billion trade deficit. As you probably know, I say you can always become a state, and then if you're a state, we won't have a deficit, and we won't have to tariff you." Attesting that Canada will participate in the process, Trump set forth in a Day 1 executive order directing U.S. federal agencies to re-examine our empire's trade relationships with Red China and our North American neighbors. The Foreign Affairs Ministress, Mélanie Joly, said she remained focused on finding a diplomatic path toward averting a cross-border trade war, herself so telling reporters that she spoke to newly confirmed U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio for 30 minutes on Wednesday, making the case that tariffs would have negative economic consequences for both Canada and these United States, while also revealing that she will be heading to Washington next week, well, this week by now, to meet with Rubio and other high-ranking Republicans. Succinctly, she has gone on record to say, first and foremost, our engagement with the United States continues. Well, Trump's going to do his best to fuck that up. Declaring that she is up to the challenge of fighting Trump's America First agenda by pointing to her track record as Canada's lead trade negotiator during the first Trump presidency, the former finance ministress Chrystia Freeland, currently a contender to succeed Trudeau as the next prime ministress in March, warned that it would be a mistake to take Trump's words too lightly, with reporters quoting herself as saying, "I am the person who is ready to defend Canada. We cannot ignore what President Trump is doing. This is a president who has a majority in the Senate, who has a majority in Congress, and who has really, really radical plans. He wants to change the United States. He wants to change the world." One politician who wasn't too concerned by Trump's rhetoric was the Premieress of Alberta, Danielle Smith, who just got back from a 5-day stay in Washington, D.C. on Thursday. In a statement to the media, Smith spokesman Sam Blackett said, "In a negotiation, both sides will say all kinds of things and use different tactics. It's important when this happens to remain calm and diplomatic while continuing to carry out Alberta's and Canada's strategy. The Premieress will continue to do so." Finally, the outgoing Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, in Ottawa for a caucus retreat, was quick to wave off Trump's words as empty rhetoric. Trudeau telling reporters that Trump does, in fact, need Canada's exports if he wants to make good on his campaign promise to deliver unprecedented prosperity to Americans. Trudeau himself being quoted as saying, "President Trump has announced that he wants a golden age for the American economy. That means they're going to need more energy, more minerals, more of the things that Canada is already sending them as a reliable and trustworthy partner." All implicative of the point that 12 centuries ago, America pioneered a way of thinking that puts human well-being in economic terms. I mean to say now that money and markets have been around for thousands of years, most certainly. Yet, as central as currency has been to so many civilizations, people in societies as different as ancient Greece, imperial China, medieval Europe, and colonial America did not measure residents' well-being in terms of monetary earnings or economic output. In the mid-19th century, these United States, and to a lesser extent other industrializing nations such as England and Germany, departed from this historical pattern. It was then that American business people and policymakers started to measure progress in dollar amounts, tabulating social welfare based on people's capacity to generate income. The fundamental shift in time transformed the way Americans appraised not only investments and businesses, but also their communities, their environment, even themselves. Today, well-being may seem hard to quantify in a non-monetary manner, but indeed, other metrics, from incarceration rates to life expectancy, have held sway in the course of our country's history. The turn away from those statistics and toward financial ones means that rather than considering how economic developments could meet Americans' needs, the default stance in policy, business, and everyday life is to assess whether individuals are meeting the exigencies of the economy. This is where I tell John Fitzgerald Kennedy, please, Mr. President, go fuck yourself. JFK told us, think not of what your country can do for you. Think of what you can do for your country. Motherfucker, I think we've been doing for our country for too much, for too long. Now, when did all this start to the point where they're expecting that of us? Demanding that of us? Well, at the turn of the 19th century, it did not even appear that financial metrics were ever going to define Americans' concept of progress. In 1791, then Secretary of the Treasury Alexander Hamilton wrote to various Americans across the country asking them to calculate the money-making capacities of their farms, workshops, and families so that he could use that data to create economic indicators for his famous Report on Manufactures. Hamilton was greatly disappointed by the paltry responses he received and had to give up on adding price statistics to his report. You see, apparently, most Americans in our early republic did not see, count, or put a price on the world as he did. Until the 1850s, in fact, by far the most popular and dominant form of social measurement in 19th century America, as in Europe, were a collection of social indicators known then as moral statistics, which quantified such phenomena as prostitution, incarceration, literacy, crime, education, insanity, pauperism, life expectancy, and disease. While these moral statistics were laden with paternalism, they nevertheless focused squarely on the physical, social, spiritual, and mental condition of the American people. For better or for worse, they placed human beings at the center of their calculating vision. Their unit of measure was bodies and minds, never dollars and cents. Yet, around the middle of the century, money-based economic indicators began to gain prominence, eventually supplanting moral statistics as the leading benchmarks of American prosperity. This epochal shift can be seen in the national debates over slavery. In the earlier parts of the 19th century, Americans in the North and South wielded moral statistics in order to prove that their society was the more advanced and successful one. In the North, abolitionist newspapers like the Liberty Almanac pointed to the fact that the North had far more students, scholars, libraries, and colleges. In the South, politicians like John Calhoun used dubious data to argue that freedom was bad for black people. In 1844, Calhoun claimed that the proportion of Northern blacks who are deaf and dumb, blind, idiots, insane, paupers, and in prison was 1 out of every 6, while in the South it was 1 out of every 154. By the way, this was actually true, but take a look at it this way. In the South, they were all on plantations working under the whip. In the North, nobody would hire them, so, well, where else would they wind up other than in prison or an asylum? Because you're left to turn to crime. By the late 1850s, however, most Northern and Southern politicians and businessmen had abandoned such moral statistics in favor of economic metrics. In the opening chapter of his best-selling 1857 book Against Slavery, the author Hinton Helper, which I believe was probably a pseudonym, measured the progress and prosperity of the North and the South by tabulating the cash value of agricultural produce that both regions had extracted from the earth itself. In so doing, he calculated that in 1850, the North was clearly the more advanced society, for it had produced 351,709,703 dollars of goods, and the South only 306,927,067 United States dollars worth. They were basically tied. I don't know what the fuck he was crowing about, but speaking the language of productivity, Helper's book became a hit with Northern businessmen, turning many men of capital to the anti-slavery cause. The Southern planter class, meanwhile, underwent a similar shift when South Carolina's governor, the planter and enslaver, Henry Hammond, of Hammond Maps fame, Hammond Atlas, sought to legitimize slavery in his famous 1858 "Cotton is King" speech. He did so in part by declaring that there is not a nation on the face of this earth with any numerous population that can compete with us in produce per capita. It amounts to $16.66 per head. What happened in the mid-19th century that led to this historically unprecedented pricing of progress? The short answer is straightforward enough. Capitalism happened. In the first few decades of the Republic, these United States developed into a commercial society, but not yet a fully capitalist one. One of the main elements that distinguishes capitalism from other forms of social and cultural organization is not just the existence of markets, but also of capitalized investment, the act through which basic elements of society and life, including natural resources, technological discoveries, works of art, urban spaces, educational institutions, human beings, and indeed entire nations, are transformed or capitalized into income-generating assets that are valued and allocated in accordance with their capacity to make money and yield further well, future returns. Save for a smattering of government-issued bonds and insurance companies, such a capitalization of everyday life was mostly absent until the mid-19th century. There existed few assets in early America through which one could invest wealth and earn an annual return. Capitalization, then, was crucial to the rise of economic indicators. An upper class, well, as the upper class Americans in both the North and South began to plow their wealth into novel financial assets, they began to imagine not only their portfolio, but their entire society as a capitalized investment, and its inhabitants, whether free or enslaved, as inputs of human capital that could be plugged into output maximizing equations of monetized growth. In the North, such investments mostly took the form of urban real estate and companies that were building railroads. As capital flowed into these new channels, investors were putting money via loans, bonds, stocks, banks, trusts, mortgages, and other financial instruments into communities they might never even ever set foot in. As local business people and producers lost significant power to these distant East Coast investors, a national business class came into being that cared less and less about moral statistics at all. Say, the number of prostitutes in Peoria or drunks in Detroit, than about a town's industrial output, population growth, real estate prices, labor costs, railway traffic, and per capita productivity. Capitalization was also behind the statistical shift in the Solid South. Only there it was less about investment in railroad stocks or urban real estate than in human bodies. Enslaved people had long been seen as pieces of property in these United States, but only in the antebellum Deep South did they truly become pieces of capital that could be mortgaged, rented, insured, and sold in highly liquid markets. Viewing enslaved people first and foremost as income-yielding investments, planters began to keep careful track of their market output and value. Hammond, Mr. Atlas Man, in his speech, had chosen to measure American prosperity in the same way that he valued, monitored, and disciplined those forced to work on his own cotton plantation. As corporate consolidation and factories' technological capabilities wrapped up in the Gilded Age and Progressive Era, additional techniques of capitalist quantification seeped from the business world into other facets of American society. By the Progressive Era, the logic of money could be found everywhere. On the 30th day of January in 1910, the New York Times declared, "An 8-pound baby is worth, at birth, $362 a pound. That is a child's value as a potential wealth producer. If he lives out the normal terms of years, he can produce $2,900 more wealth than it costs to rear him and maintain him as an adult." The title of the article I'm sourcing was, "What the Baby is Worth as a National Asset." Subtitled, "Last year's crop reached a value estimated at $6,960,000,000 United States dollars." During this era, an array of progressive reformers priced not only babies, but the annual social cost of everything, from intemperance at $2 billion, the common cold at $21 a month per employee, typhoid, $271 million collectively, and housewife labor, at $7.5 billion, as well as the annual social benefit of skunks, $3 million. Niagara Falls, $122.5 million US dollars, as well as government health insurance at $3 billion, $3 billion US dollars. This particular way of thinking is still around and hard to miss today in reports from the government, research organizations, and the mainstream mass media machine. Exempli gratiae. Researchers in this century have calculated the annual cost of excessive alcohol consumption at $223.5 billion, and of mental disorders at $467 billion, as well as the value of the average American life at $9.1 million, according to one Obama-era government estimate, up from $6.8 million at one point during George W. Bush's presidency. You see, your value goes up under Democratic administration, and it's way down under Republicans. As you notice by the disparity in expense between mental disorders and alcohol consumption, insanity costs America over twice as much as alcoholism. Now, a century ago, money-based ideas of progress resonated most with business executives, most of whom were well-to-do white men. Measuring prosperity according to the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which was invented in 1896, manufacturing output or per capita wealth made a good deal of sense for America's upper classes, since they were usually the ones who possessed the stocks, owned the factories, and held all the wealth. As recognized by the Yale economist Irving Fisher, a man who rarely met a social problem he did not put a price on, economic statistics could be potent in early 20th century political debates. In arguing for why people needed to be treated as money-making machines, Fisher explained how, in his own words, newspapers showed a strong aversion to the harrowing side of the tuberculosis campaign, but were always ready to sit up and take notice when the cost of tuberculosis in dollars and cents was mentioned. Hey, he argued well, and he made a point. In other words, when you show people how much these diseases are costing them, they became, eager disciples of the cure or the prevention, both of which entail vaccination. John Rockefeller Jr., J.P. Morgan, and other multimillionaire capitalists also came to recognize the power of financial metrics in their era. They began to plan for a private research bureau that would focus on the pricing of everyday life. Those plans came to fruition in the 1920s with the formation of the corporate-funded National Bureau of Economic Research. The private institution would go on to play a major role in the invention of gross net product in the 1930s, and continues to operate today. Many working-class Americans, however, were not as enthusiastic about the rise of economic indicators. This was largely because they believed the human experience to be priceless, a word that took off just as progress became conceptualized in terms of money. And because they astutely viewed such figures as tools that would be used to justify increased production quotas, more control over workers, or reduced wages. Massachusetts labor activists fighting for the 8-hour workday spoke for many American workers when they said in 1870 that the true prosperity and abiding good of the Commonwealth can only be learned by placing money on one scale and man upon another. The assignment of prices to features of daily life, therefore, was never a foregone conclusion, but rather a highly contested development. In the Gilded Age, some labor unions and populist farmers succeeded in pushing state bureaus of labor statistics to offer up a series of alternative metrics that measured not economic growth or market output, but rather urban poverty, gender discrimination, leisure time, indebtedness, class mobility, rent-seeking behavior, and exploitation of workers. The interests of businessmen, however, won the day more often than not. And by the mid-20th century, economic indicators that focused on monetary output came to be seen as apolitical and objective because the men with the money bought all the sources of academia and media. And, well, when they bought them out and came to own them all, academia and media, they said, money will be the measure of all things. And that shift carried tremendous social ramifications. The necessary conditions for economic growth were frequently placed before the necessary conditions for individuals' well-being. In 1911, Frederick Winslow Taylor, the efficiency expert, who dreamed of measuring every human movement in terms of its cost to employers, bluntly articulated this reversal of ends and means. In the past, the man has been first. In the future, the system must be first. Remember that, children. Boys and girls, understand that's capitalism, not fascism. In the end, men like Taylor got their wish. Since the mid-20th century, whether in the Keynesian 1950s or the neoliberal 1980s, economic indicators have promoted an idea of American society as a capital investment whose main goal, like that of any investment, is ever-increasing monetary growth. Americans have surely benefited materially from the remarkable economic growth over this period of time, an expansion wholly unique to capitalist societies. Nevertheless, by making capital accumulation synonymous with progress, money-based metrics have turned human betterment into a secondary concern. By the 21st century, American society's top priority became its bottom line. Net worth became synonymous with self-worth. And a multi-billionaire businessman who repeatedly pointed to his own wealth as proof of his fitness for office was elected President of the United States. Such bringing us to the Trump reaction. It's not a revolution, it's a reaction. And what comes next? The American imperial space industry has pivoted towards Mars. But in broad daylight, Musk and Trump have already changed this world. On its second test flight on the 18th day of November in 2023, the Musk ship rocket's second stage exploded in the upper atmosphere and briefly opened up an ionospheric hole. Now a new study from Russian scientists proves that the unexpected detonation of SpaceX's Starship rocket during a test flight in November of 2023 tore an ionospheric hole in the upper atmosphere. It is the first time This type of hole has been created by a human-caused explosion. Now, on April 10th of yesteryear, a bright red atmospheric hole was spotted in the night sky above Texas shortly after SpaceX launched 23 Starlink satellites into space. It is but the latest example of an increasingly common phenomenon caused by that company's dying rockets. An eerie, blood-red orb of light was recently photographed in the night sky above Texas after SpaceX launched a satellite-laden rocket into space. The increasingly common phenomenon known as a SpaceX aurora was the result of an atmospheric hole that was ripped open by the dying rocket. On April 10th of yesteryear, the photographer Abdur Anwar spotted the bright light at around 3:15 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time above Big Bend National Park in southern Texas. That light quickly faded out of view from the naked eye, but using a smartphone camera, Anwar was able to take a long exposure image that captured the faint blob before it disappeared completely. However, according to his Instagram post, he couldn't explain what it was. What Anwar managed to capture was the tail end of an aurora-like phenomenon that was triggered by a hole in the ionosphere, the upper part of our atmosphere between 50 and 370 miles. That would be 80 to 600 kilometers for our international listeners above the Earth's surface, where gases are turned into plasma by solar radiation. But this hole was not any natural occurrence. Instead, according to spaceweather.com, it was birthed by one of SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets falling back to Earth. Live Science's sister site, Space.com, reported that the rocket, which was carrying 23 Starlink satellites, launched from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida at around 1:40 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, around 90 minutes before Anwar spotted the light. After separating from the rocket's reusable booster, the rest of the spacecraft deployed the satellites into low Earth orbit. Then the now defunct rocket began a deorbit burn to land in the Pacific Ocean, according to spaceweather.com. This was done to minimize the amount of space junk in orbit around our planet. During the deorbit burn, the rocket released water and carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, which reacted with ionized oxygen atoms to create regular oxygen, temporarily reducing the amount of plasma in the ionosphere. This transformation excites these molecules and causes them to emit light as a result. The light has the same red wavelength as auroras given off by oxygen atoms, but quickly disappears as the molecules reionize. This phenomenon is becoming increasingly common, especially above Texas and the surrounding states, where rockets that launch from Florida begin their deorbit burns. The observatory researcher Stephen Hummel previously told spaceweather.com that above the McDonald Observatory in West Texas, astronomers observe 2 to 5 of them each month. SpaceX rockets can also create much larger ionospheric holes as they launch into space. Exempli gratiae. In July of 2023, a Falcon 9 rocket created a massive red streak in the sky above Arizona after blasting off from the Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. As the rockets deorbit, they can create other visually stunning light shows, such as SpaceX spirals. These luminous whirlpools of light are created when the spacecraft's dumped fuel freezes outside the atmosphere, creating a vortex of ice crystals that reflect sunlight back to the surface. One of these striking spectacles was photographed above Iceland in March this year. Incidentally, researchers are concerned about the payloads that rockets are frequently deploying into space. Starlink satellites are already proving to be a nuisance to astronomers because of their ability to photobomb telescopes and disrupt radio astronomy. This problem is also likely to get much worse as more and more satellites are placed in orbit. There are also concerns about what these satellites and other space junk may be doing to our atmosphere when they inevitably fall back to Earth. Researchers have already noticed a sharp increase in the amount of metal particulate left behind in our skies as spacecraft burn up on re-entry, and some have even warned that this pollution is already destabilizing our planet's magnetic field. All of this is called the detritosphere, the artificial layer of atmosphere in which, well, all this crap, including human bodies of astronauts from secret space programs, well, they're forever in low Earth orbit, just over our heads. Imagine that. Your body, well, partially imploded by vacuum, but you're eternally looking down upon the earth or looking upwards at the heavens. Dirt side, such being the spacer's phrase for planet side, in this case referencing earth side, from Yerushalayim, or Jerusalem, to Kiev, to London, to Ottawa, Musk's electoral victory in his installation of Donald Trump and the anticipation of a new Trump agenda has already changed the calculations of world leaders, with some far-reaching consequences. Trump is already drowning us in outrages. Trump mass fired at least 17 federal inspectors general across the federal government in an overnight purge to remove independent inspectors general at a series of government agencies. A senior White House official has confirmed to NBC News that President Donald Trump on Friday fired at least 17 inspectors general in the federal government, a sweeping action to remove oversight of his new misadministration that some members of Congress are suggesting violated federal oversight laws. The legal justification for the firings is murky at best, given that Congress strengthened protections for inspectors general from undue terminations when it amended the Inspector General Act in 2022. Federal law requires the White House to give Congress a full month of warning and case-specific details before firing a federal inspector general. So, you exhausted yet? It's been but a single full work week since Donald Trump returned to the presidency, and so far he has pulled the United States out of the Paris Climate Treaty and the World Health Organization, announced the unilateral cancellation of our Constitution's guarantee of birthright citizenship, reversed an order lowering prescription drug prices for seniors, threatened a trade war with Canada and Mexico starting February 1st, and an actual war with Panama if it doesn't surrender the Panama Canal, declared an emergency at the southern border, and moved to order thousands of U.S. military personnel there, eliminated federal government programs to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion, and demanded that employees snitch on anyone inside the bureaucracy who might be tempted to continue doing such work anyway, and mass pardoned the terrorist army of the Trump pumper insurrectionists who stormed our Capitol on the 6th day of January in 2021 at his own behest, no less. And that was in between sword dancing on stage to the village people at an inaugural ball, cashing in on the presidency by marketing the Strump or Dollar Trump crypto coin, currently worth billions of dollars, and getting in a pissing match with an Episcopalian bishopess who dared to question him to his ugly orange face. 8 years after the first Trump inauguration, we know the drill. He loves to drown us in outrage. The overwhelming volume is the point. Too many simultaneous scandals, and the system is so overloaded that it breaks down. It can't focus. It can't fight back. The distractions are just too damn distracting. Who has time to point out that Trump also promised to end the war in Ukraine and bring down inflation on his first day back in the Oval Office? And yet drones are still firing on Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, and eggs are still crazy expensive. In the days leading up to the inauguration, Trump's allies promised shock and awe, fast, decisive, transformational action to seize control of the government and rewrite all its rules before stunned opponents, the enemies within, as Trump calls us, have a chance to react. But speaking as one who was in Kuwait in those early days after the 1990 Amero coalition invasion, I'd caution against planning an assault on Washington that is based too closely on Donald Rumsfeld's playbook. The counterinsurgents may have hardly begun to regroup, but regroup they will. On Thursday, a federal judge temporarily blocked Trump's birthright citizenship decree, calling it a blatantly unconstitutional order. And later in the afternoon, the Republican senators Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski announced their opposition to Pete Hegseth, Trump's controversial nominee for Secretary of Defense. If it's too early then to draw conclusions about the success of Trump's multi-front attack, his frenetic return to the White House has already offered endlessly revealing material about the madman himself at the start of his second presidency. One crystal clear observation from his first few days back in office is that Trump remains a pugilist who sees politics as a series of battles, whether consequential or very, very stupid. He has already shown that in Trump 2.0, as in his first midterm, he will seek out fights wherever he can, picking new ones as necessary to put himself at the center of the action. It's also true that, like all bullies, Trump gravitates toward weaker targets, Canada and Panama, rather than Russia and Red China. He only punches down. Another conclusion so far is that Trump sees his second midterm as a do-over, a rare second chance to make a first impression. On his first inauguration day in 2017, Trump signed just one executive order compared with 26 this last Monday, which was still far fewer than the 100 he told senators were in the works during a pre-inaugural briefing. Trump always preferred the dramatic flourish and kingly implications of the executive order to the messier business of working with Congress to pass bills. He issued 1,220 in his first term, but it now seems that he plans to embrace them with even more monarchical vigor, announcing his plans for an imperial presidency far beyond any we've seen before. It should be noted here that, while a flood of words has poured forth from Trump this week, his inaugural address never even mentioned his campaign promise to get Congress to pass sweeping tax cuts or any other legislative agenda of consequence. And by flood, I mean an absolute torrent. In his first day alone, Trump gave that official address, which was longer than any of its modern predecessors, a second ad hoc speech to an overflow room at the Capitol, a third extemporaneous set of remarks at the Capitol One Arena, an extended press conference in the Oval Office while signing the aforementioned executive orders, and 12 long toasts at inaugural balls. He may have spraketh in public more in his first day in office than Joe Biden did in his entire fucking final month. If you really want to know someone, look not just at his public appearances, but at what he worries about late at night and early in the morning. An impossibility with previous presidents, but an inescapable reality with this social media obsessed one. On his first night back in the White House, at 12:28 a.m., ante-meridium, people. That means 12:28 before noon, like midnight, the fucking witching hour. Trump posted on Truth Social about his plans for identifying and removing more than 1,000 government employees who are not aligned with our vision to make America great again. He then specified a random group of 4 people he'd already ousted from various honorific government commissions and consuls: the activist chef, Jose Andres, his former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, his former chief envoy for Iran, Brian Hook, and the former Democratic mayor of Atlanta, Keisha Lance Bottoms. The message here was clear. Trump not only goes in for petty revenge, it's what he dreams about when he's all alone. On his second evening at the White House, he posted at 12:39 a.m. about the Episcopalian bishopess who had confronted him at an interfaith prayer service that morning at the National Cathedral, urging him to show compassion and empathy toward those who were scared of his policies. In his late-night response, Trump called her ungracious, nasty, not compelling or smart, and not very good at her job. During the workday, meanwhile, his misadministration issued orders to remove Milley's portrait from the Pentagon, where it had hung days earlier, to revoke the security clearances of a couple dozen former national security officials who had drawn his ire, and to cancel the government protective details for his first-term national security advisor, John Bolton, and the Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, despite Iranian threats against them. Both Bolton and Pompeo having broken with Trump, Bolton publicly and Pompeo privately, over his false claims about the 2020 election. This is a reminder, as clear as any could be, that for all Trump's displays of macho dominance this week, he remains a man beset by his own insecurities and consumed by his grievances. The difference this time being, perhaps, his far greater willingness to abuse the powers of his office for the vengeance he now sees as his own due. For Trumpologists, one of the occupational hazards has been relying too much on the guidance of this or that anonymous source familiar with the president, always a risk in Washington, but all the more so with a man for whom a decision is never final until he's actually announced it. On his first day back in office, Trump essentially made liars of his incoming vice president, attorney general designate, and the Speaker of the House when he announced the mass January 6th pardons, which turned out to cover even the most violent offenders, extremist militia leaders, thugs who beat police officers and impaled their exposed arteries with flagpoles. So much for J.D. Vance's statement days earlier that, obviously, Trump would not include them. The president has a long history of embarrassing those who predict he won't do something so extreme. A safer bet, looking ahead to the next 4 years, would be to expect that, whatever the most contentious, divisive option, he will choose it. Another challenge in covering Trump in the White House is understanding at any given moment who is up and who is down in his orbit, a perennial problem made more difficult by this president's penchant for encouraging advisors of sharply divergent views to battle it out in front of him. Infighting was endemic in Trump's first term. One reason he had 4 chiefs of staff, 4 national security advisors, and a revolving door cabinet. And the pattern looks to be holding in Trump 2.0. Already this week, the multi-billionaire former presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy quit, or was pushed out, of the new budget-cutting advisory agency Trump has created with so much fanfare, the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. Its now lone leader, Elon Musk, meanwhile, dumped on an announcement that Trump had made at the White House on the second day of his tenure, promoting a supposed $500 billion investment in AI infrastructure by some of Musk's Silicon Valley rivals. Soon after, Musk posted on his own personal social media site, X, "They don't actually have the money, man!" A furious, albeit unnamed, Trump ally responded to Politico magazine, "It's clear he has abused the proximity to the president." The Wall Street Journal, meanwhile, reported that Doji's, I'll call it Dodgy's, newly installed top attorney, Bill McKinley, is quitting just days into the job. McKinley had originally been tapped to be Trump's chief White House lawyer before being bumped down to the post on Musk's staff. Ah, the intrigue. The second richest man in the world after his own puppet master Vladimir Putin still appears to have nearly unlimited access to Trump and a coveted office in the White House complex. At the inauguration, Musk and fellow multi-billionaires commanded seats in front of Trump's cabinet appointees. How long can it last? Steve Bannon, the chief ideologue of Trump's first midterm and self-styled keeper of the MAGA flame, had already publicly gone to war with Musk over his support for special immigration visas for talented foreigners and called Musk a truly evil person. Bannon himself, inaccurately as it turned out, promised he'd get Musk kicked out of Trump's good graces by Inauguration Day. He was wrong on the timing, but his own experience is instructive. In February of 2017, he was on the cover of Time as the second most powerful man in the world. Only everybody thought it was Yasser Arafat, whose face was on the cover, but life's a bitch. By the end of August, he was out of Trump's White House. That's what they say, life's a bitch, and then you die. The point is this, Trump is back, and so, after only just a few days, are all of his pathologies. Second verse, same as the first. As the madman himself loves to say, we'll see. Right now, let's see what leaving the WHO, the World Health Organization, means for these United States and the world. On his first day in office, President Donald Trump signed an executive order withdrawing these United States from the WHO, the WHO, or World Health Organization, a maneuver that experts say makes the United States and other countries less safe from infectious diseases and other public health threats, which no doubt is Trump's intent. In a statement responding to Trump's order, the WHO says it regrets the U.S.'s decision. We hope the United States will reconsider, and we look forward to engaging in constructive dialogue to maintain the partnership between the USA and WHO for the benefit of the health and well-being of millions of people around the globe. So here's what to know about the American empire's withdrawal from the Global Health Organization and what it might mean for the health of Americans and people around the world. So first off, of course, the background, which is basically that this is the second time Trump has attempted to withdraw from the WHO. In 2020, during the pandemic and toward the end of his first term, Trump submitted a letter to the Secretary General of the United Nations stating the United States' intention to withdraw. Though American imperial funding stopped, a withdrawal did not happen. About 6 months later, then President Biden, in his first day in office, wrote back to the Secretary General saying that the United States would remain a member of the World Health Organization. In the new executive order, Trump cites the WHO's mishandling of the COVID-19 pandemic that arose out of Wuhan, mainland China, and other global health crises, its failure to adopt urgently needed reforms, and its inability to demonstrate independence from the inappropriate political influence of WHO member states. Trump, along with other public health experts, have previously criticized the agency for not holding the People's Republic of China more accountable for its slow response to the WHO's investigation of COVID-19's origins. The order also says that the United States' member dues, which ranged from $100 million to $122 million over the past decade, the highest that any member pays, are unfairly onerous and far out of proportion with other countries' assessed payments. By comparison, while market Leninist China has a similar assessment, its population is 4 times, quadruple that of the size of these United States. The U.S., or should I say the American empire, also contributed far more in voluntary funding in recent years. In 2022 through 2023, for example, it provided a total of nearly $1.3 billion to said health agency. So what happens next? In the WHO's agreement with these United States, the American empire would provide 1 year's advance notice and pay any remaining balance to the organization in order to leave. But that agreement, made in 1948, when the WHO, the WHO, had just been created, was made through a joint act of Congress. It's not clear whether Congress would have to act to implement the withdrawal. Lawrence Goldstein, professor and chair of global health law at Georgetown University and director of the O'Neill Institute, says Trump's decision may open him up to legal action. On X, Goldstein wrote, Trump made a unilateral decision to pull out of WHO, but we joined WHO in 1948 by an act of Congress. Trump needs Congress's approval to withdraw. As director of a WHO center, I am considering a lawsuit. Goldstein also points out that the executive order calls for immediate cessation of payments, although the terms of the American empire's agreement with the WHO allows for a year to implement the withdrawal. So as to what public health experts are saying, well, the WHO is not without controversy. Some of its biggest supporters have also criticized the bureaucracy and inefficiencies of said organization. However, health experts largely don't see withdrawing funding as an effective catalyst for change. So, here's a question I'm getting by email. What does WHO do? What does the WHO do? With 194 member countries, the WHO is responsible for a number of important public health programs, particularly vaccines. Each year, scientists there, working with health officials around the world, determine which influenza and COVID-19 strains to include in updated versions of the respective shots. As a member, the American empire has access to samples of these strains, which help vaccine makers develop and produce enough doses of matched flu vaccines in time for flu season for the public each year. The WHO was instrumental in coordinating the eradication of smallpox and is now working to eliminate polio. The WHO also provides health guidance for a number of countries that don't have the resources to create health recommendations for their populations, such as advice on breastfeeding, diabetes, and giving up smoking. Now, here's another incoming question through my email. Have countries withdrawn from WHO before? From the WHO. In 1949, a year after the WHO's creation, the then Greater Soviet Union and a number of satellite states in Eastern Europe withdrew as World War III tensions mounted. However, they returned in 1956, amidst what then stabilized as what's misnomered as the Cold War. Liechtenstein is the only country that is a member of the United Nations, but not a member of the World Health Organization. But one thing I can tell you before anybody asks any more questions is that a withdrawal will endanger these United States. By not being a WHO member, the American empire will also lose access to the global database of health information that includes surveillance for new and existing infectious diseases, which could make our country more vulnerable to microbial threats from around the world. The most immediate domestic consequences will be that if the United States is not privy to the WHO's database of changing influenza strains, more Americans will be hospitalized and will die from flu infections. While he says the agency's emergency preparedness response to outbreaks has improved, in his opinion, the WHO still must address underperforming personnel and what he sees as a culture that isn't it's not responsive enough to fast-moving pathogens. Experts are raising concerns about the short and long-term implications for public health in the United States and abroad. By supporting the WHO, the USA supports programs that bring clean water, food, and vaccines to children around the world, and in turn creates valuable relationships with countries that otherwise would be out of reach. Dr. Michael Osterholm, director of the Center for Infectious Disease Research and Policy at the University of Minnesota, says that if the U.S. withdraws, there will also be implications beyond health. Himself so saying that the United States would lose its major role as an influencer in global health policy. Currently, we shape how the world responds to and maintains people's health in what Dr. Osterholm calls public health diplomacy. Now, I'm going to relay to you a quote from himself at length and verbatim. The WHO continues to serve as a very critical air traffic control and public health response organization for the world. We in the U.S. don't experience many of the infectious diseases we see around the world, in large part because they are stopped in these countries, oftentimes through the support and coordination of the WHO. Funding the WHO is about investing in our own health here in this country. If we are not supporting or doing those things, wait to see how the Russians and the Red Chinese will. They will fill in behind us, and we will absolutely lose connections to some countries that have been valuable to us over recent decades. Now, I'm getting another question via email. Are there signs that the WHO is reforming and changing in response to criticisms? Well, the American empire's withdrawal will leave a sizable financial hole for the agency itself and thus impede any possible response to those criticisms. The Dr. Ashish Jha, Dean of the School of Public Health at Brown University and former White House COVID-19 response coordinator, and other public health experts argue, for example, that the WHO acted too slowly in allowing the American empire's Mpox vaccine to be made available to Black African countries during the recent Mpox outbreak. While other non-government organizations and philanthropies exist, like the Global Fund and Gavi, G-A-V-I, Dr. Jha explains that being part of the international network becomes critical when a new threat like COVID-19 emerges, and that, well, to quote us he at length and verbatim, none has the same level of trusted relationships with the ministries of health in different countries that who has. For Americans, it may not be obvious immediately what the impact will be, but given the world we live in and all of the factors that are driving more disease outbreaks, America cannot fight them alone. We need an effective WHO to not just keep the world safe from these diseases, but to keep Americans safe from these diseases. When there are outbreaks, countries usually report them first to the WHO and share samples with WHO. As a member, the U.S. has access to that information. But if the U.S. withdraws, our ability to access all of that will substantially be worse. If I were giving a grade, I would say the reform efforts get a solid C. There is an arrogance there that even though the vaccine was approved by FDA and EMA, that's the European Medicines Agency, their version of our Food and Drug Administration, they wanted their own review because they don't trust our regulators. I'm sorry, but if both the FDA and EMA have approved it, then you can do a pretty rapid review and don't need an independent 1.5 year review. But that's classic WHO. They think they are better than everybody else when they actually are not. I think there are deep cultural issues that need addressing inside WHO. Right now, 30,000 elderly people at high risk for influenza complications die every year from the flu. If we are not making vaccines, or our vaccines are not as good or effective, then we are going to see those numbers go up. It means we are going to see a lot more disease outbreaks become regional and global, and we will see more disease outbreaks from other countries coming into these United States. I don't see other countries stepping up and filling that gap, except maybe one country that could do this, and that's mainland China. That alone would not be great for American imperial interests. Soon after Trump stopped U.S. funding to WHO in 2020, the People's Republic of China pledged $30 million to the organization. So, as to what the rest of the world risks, without American imperial membership, the WHO will lose its close ties to the CDC, the United States Center for Disease Control, which is regarded as one of the world's leading public health agencies. Several dozen CDC researchers are currently assigned to the WHO and will likely be recalled. All experts will concur on this. Those scientists form critical bridges between these United States and other countries, allowing for the exchange of information on new and emerging threats, as well as policies that promote health and prevent chronic diseases. Health threats around the world, not just from infectious diseases, but also urbanization and deforestation, are forecasted to increase due to climate change and other factors, as articulated by Paul Spiegel, a professor in the Department of International Health and director of the Center for Humanitarian Health at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, who himself has gone on record to say, and here I quote his T, "The WHO can be improved. There are inefficiencies, like with all organizations. But by pulling out and removing the huge amount of money that the U.S. gives, you're not allowing the WHO to make those reforms. You're hobbling it. Our interactions with animals are increasing, so the chances of some novel disease like COVID-19 probably increase compared to 100 years ago. That makes global collaboration on health, in his words, more important now than ever." The WHO makes such collaboration possible with the common goal of improving health. Observing that the non-political rubric of the WHO enabled him to travel throughout India, meet with high-level local officials, and implement programs to reduce the spread of drug-resistant tuberculosis that continues today, that possibility hits close to home for Dr. Tom Frieden, President and CEO of the nonprofit health organization Resolve to Save Lives, and former director of the U.S. CDC, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Early in his own career, while working for the CDC, he was assigned to work at WHO in India on its programs to control tuberculosis. Frieden notes that smallpox, which required these United States and the then Greater Soviet Union to work together through the WHO was eradicated during the Third World Conflict, so-called Cold War. His quote, which I am reading to you at length and verbatim, I couldn't do, or what he says here is, I couldn't have done what I did as a CDC employee. The bottom line is that withdrawing from the WHO makes Americans and the world less safe. The executive order says the U.S. is looking for alternatives, but what alternative do we have that works with 194 countries and is trusted by them? If you look at the reach, the relationships, and infrastructure of the WHO, it's unparalleled. There are a lot of places where, as Americans, we can't be, for safety reasons, for political reasons. And WHO provides that space where countries that may not agree on anything else can have a discussion. What weakens WHO makes us all less safe. What strengthens WHO makes us more safe. Cool Boy 52 says, is Douglas? Great Russian accent, to be honest. Is this Douglas? Great Russian accent, to be honest. I do speak Russian. Yeah, so thank you. Let me thank our man in our chat here. Thanks. So, here we are. Thanks so much. Okay. Cool Boy, yes. And, okay. There we go. Get that out there. All right. Now, of course, another way Trump's impacting our world is in the Middle East. The ceasefire deal in the Gaza. I don't want people starting to write me now about what a positive that is. Look, Donald Trump made an impact on the Middle East even before he sat down in the Oval Office to start his second midterm as president. He cut through the delaying tactics that Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, in alliance with his ultra-nationalist coalition partners, had used to avoid accepting the ceasefire deal that Trump's predecessor, genocide Joe Biden, put on the negotiating table last May. American pressure on Hamas and other Palestinian groups is a given. Under Biden, pressure on Eretz Israel, or Greater Israel, was the lever that was never pulled. Trump starts his second midterm claiming credit, with reasonable justification, mindest ye, for getting the ceasefire deal in Gaza over the line. He can bask in some glory on that one. With that, we turn towards Hong Zhonghua, Red China, where investors eye the trade war. On Friday into last weekend, Beijing announced that market Leninist China's economy rebounded in the last 3 months of last year, allowing the government to meet its growth target of 5% in 2024. But it is one of the slowest rates of growth in decades as the world's second largest economy struggles to shake off a protracted property crisis, high local government debt, and youth unemployment. After the government launched a slew of stimulus measures late last year, the head of the country's Statistics Bureau said that mainland China's economic achievements in 2024 were hard won, meaning, man, it was a struggle. Beijing has rarely missed its growth targets in the past. Experts had broadly predicted this rate of growth. The World Bank said lower borrowing costs and rising exports would mean communist China and the Asian mainland could achieve annual growth of 4.9%. That noise you just heard was an incoming notification. Exclusive. Trump to ink new executive orders banning transgender service. Latest orders will toss military DEI programs. Oh well, no great loss to the transgender community. It's a loss to the military, not transgenders. At any rate, as I said, basically experts had broadly predicted the rate of slow growth that Red China is suffering now. The World Bank said lower borrowing costs and rising exports would mean communist China on the Asian mainland would achieve annual growth of 4.9%. Investors, however, are bracing themselves. The threat of President Donald Trump's tariffs on 409 billion pounds sterling, or $500 billion worth of Hànyǔ Chinese goods looms large. Yet that is not all that stands in the way of the communist Chinese empire's achieving its growth targets next year. See, Trump is all about tariffs as he leads a party that used to be all about free trade. But Trump's tariff promises will be hard to keep. Donald Trump made a new big promise last week about tariffs, the latest in a string of outsized pledges to abuse tariffs to benefit these United States. On his social media platform, he declared that he wants to create what he calls the ERS in opposition to the IRS. IRS being, of course, Internal Revenue Service. But Trump wants to create the External Revenue Service to collect tariffs and other revenues from foreign sources. To be clear, that name itself is misleading. The overwhelming number of tariffs are paid by American businesses importing goods, not by any external foreign sources at all. The Post is the latest in a long line of promises Trump has made about tariffs, which are at the center of his economic strategy. Those promises on tariffs will be hard to keep, as all economists concur, and some even work against each other. Now, what are these tariff objectives? Or rather, what's the point behind them? Revenues, jobs, and the war on drugs. One of Trump's big tariff promises is bigger revenue. On the campaign trail, he told a Georgia crowd that we will take in billions. No, he said, we will take in hundreds of billions of dollars into our treasury and use that money to benefit the American citizens. He also has repeatedly said that tariffs will boost United States manufacturing. In that same Georgia speech, Trump said he would impose tariffs on cars made in Estados Unidos Mexicanos, or the United Mexican States. To quote, we will put a 100% tariff on every single car coming across the Mexican border and tell them the only way they'll get rid of that tariff is if they want to build a plant right here in United States with you people operating that plant. And at a recent press conference, he also said tariffs would stem illegal immigration and drugs. To quote, Mexico has to stop allowing millions of people to pour into our country. We're going to put very serious tariffs on Mexico and Canada, because Canada, they come through Canada too. And the drugs that are coming through are at record numbers. No, Donald, those are the pharmaceutical drugs that people are buying through Canada on the cheap because they can't afford the shit Big Pharma charges here in the States. Bottom line being that these tariffs are completely at cross purposes with each other. They self-cancel out while fucking us all up. You know, it sounds great. One simple trick to tackle drugs, debt, and jobs, but it's hard to see how it could all happen at once. Peter Elitzer, who runs a chain of discount clothing stores called Label Shopper, worries that tariffs will force him to raise prices, turning off already skittish shoppers. Since a tariff is a tax that American importers pay for goods from other countries, tariffs do bring in some revenue. But Trump also wants tariffs to boost manufacturing. The idea here is to make, say, foreign cars more expensive, meaning Americans would buy fewer foreign cars. This is where a big contradiction comes in. If Americans buy fewer foreign cars, tariff revenue goes down. And that's not the only contradiction York sees in Trump's policy. If Trump threatens tariffs on Estados Unidos Mexicanos or the Dominion of Canada and succeeds in getting them to crack down on immigration or drugs, that is, if the United Mexicano States or Canada change their policies in order to get Trump not to tariff them, that would mean no additional revenue and also no additional protection for American workers. Erika York, Vice Presidentess of Federal Tax Policy at the Tax Foundation, a right-leaning economic think tank, has gone on record to say, the way the incoming Trump administration is talking about it is that they can have their cake and eat it too. But that is just not the case. You can have a tariff for revenue or you can have a tariff for restriction, but you cannot have both. So, National Public Radio asked Team Trump to explain how tariffs can accomplish all of Trump's stated goals. They didn't even answer specifically, instead insisting that tariffs will protect the American manufacturers and working men and women from the unfair practices of foreign companies and foreign markets. So what we're really talking about is higher prices and uncertain revenues. Trump's tariff proposals go way beyond what he's imposed in his first term, his first midterm. He has floated tariffs of up to 60% on CHICOM, or Chinese Communist goods, plus a proposed 25% on Canada and Mexico. He has even suggested a blanket 10% to 20% on all imports. But even now, high tariffs would not raise the kind of revenue Trump seems to want. Trump has often pointed to the 19th century, a time before the federal income tax, as an era he admires, speaking with admiration about the days of former President William McKinley, the man who was assassinated on 9/11, exactly 100 years to the day before September 11th, 2001, by a Filipino Roman Catholic, a man named Leon Czolgosz, who later a Polish family was paid to take responsibility. Their poor, insane, mentally disabled son being therefore executed for no goddamn good reason other than as a white scapegoat, because they didn't want people to know that a little Filipino man had killed our big white president. That little Filipino man's body was dissolved in acid, which, if you look up Leon Czolgosz, that's how they said they got rid of his body after execution, was by dissolving it in acid. What a strange thing to do. Ask yourself why. Why would they do that? Well, it's because he wasn't white. He was actually a Filipino, and the crazy Polish guy was allowed to escape. Or simply killed and buried in a pauper's field. We'll never know. But the Filipino guy, they dissolved the body. And the reason he killed McKinley killed his entire family when he invaded the Philippines. And the Americans came in and killed thousands and thousands of Filipinos under direct orders to kill every Filipino man above 10 years of age. Oh my God, the history you've never heard. That's why our show's named Critical Emissions. Anyhow, well, looking back to that period of time as America's golden age and admiring the genocidal president William McKinley, at a December press conference, Trump said, "It'll make our country rich. That was when we were at our proportionately the richest." That's his exact words. Really, literally, I'm not misquoting him. That was when we were at our proportionately the richest. The fucker can't even speak English. I'm wondering which shithole country he comes from. During the campaign, Trump even suggested that he wanted to replace the income tax with tariffs. Experts have said that would be impossible. Last year, tariffs accounted for just 2% of government income. According to one analysis from the Peterson Institute for International Economics, the maximum revenue that Trump's threatened tariffs would generate would be $780 billion. That's around but a third of the total revenue from income and corporate taxes, and also does not account for the economic effects of higher tariffs like higher prices and slower growth, not to mention retaliation from foreign countries. Kimberly Clausing worked in the Biden Treasury Department and co-wrote that analysis. She emphasized the tariff hikes would hurt lower-income Americans the most through higher prices, while at the same time helping higher-income people receiving Trump's proposed tax cuts. To quote a she, "I think a cynical reading of what the Trump administration is suggesting is a bunch of regressive tax cuts that help those at the top of the distribution that are paid for with the regressive consumption tax that's going to hit the poor the hardest." And that brings us to how else the Trumps affected the world before even shitting his ass in office. Ukraine, where there's pressure for a deal. The return of Trump to the White House means new realities for the Ukraine. The new U.S. president wants a peace deal, not a soaring bill for American imperial military support. That much is clear. How he intends to get there is not. His original boast that he could end the war in a single day has been revised by his new Russia-Ukraine envoy, the Lieutenant General Kellogg, who is retired, and who has said that he would like a solution within 100 days. If Trump can push both sides into negotiations, the Ukraine won't be coming to the table in any position of strength. Moscow currently controls 1/5 of Ukraine's territory, including the Crimean Peninsula, which was illegally annexed in 2014. Many there fear President Trump will push for a settlement on Russia's terms. President Zelensky has indicated that he is ready for some compromises. 3 years into Russia's invasion, he has little choice. But Pravitelь, that's the Russian word for supreme ruler, which is actually the title of Vladimir Putin. Well, Pravitelь Putin, who is winning on the battlefield, albeit slowly and with massive losses, will have no desire to stop now. And in a blow to our NATO allies, Donald Trump is pulling U.S. troops from Europe. According to a leading Italian news agency, President Donald Trump plans to pull about 20,000 American troops from Europe. A European diplomatic source told ANSA, that's again Italian news agency, that Trump, who entered office on Monday for a second midterm, wants to reduce the American contingent in Europe by about 20% and plans to ask for a financial contribution in other words, a protection racket payoff for the maintenance of the remaining troops. Now, I myself have contacted the White House for comment. No response. As to why it matters, the news is likely to worry Washington's NATO allies in Europe at a time when Russia's relations with the West are at their lowest point since the Cold War. Russian officials have repeatedly insinuated that Moscow could orchestrate attacks against members of the NATO military alliance in response to their support of Ukraine throughout the war. As for what to know, some 100,000 U.S. troops are currently deployed in Europe. The diplomatic source said Trump wants other NATO member states to pay up as American troops there are a deterrent, so costs incurred should not be borne only by American taxpayers. Well, in this I can agree with Trump. See, I told you I would be fair. What the fuck are they doing in Germany? They're drinking beer. Trump has long advocated for members of the military alliance to ramp up defense spending to 5% of their gross domestic product, up from a target of 2% set in 2014 that the majority of member states, including these United States, still fail to meet. On January 7th, he said of a NATO defense spending target, "I think NATO should have 5%. They can all afford it, but they should be at 5%, not 2%. The Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, is one of the few allies who welcomes an increase in the defense spending contribution target. On Wednesday, midweek last, he said that NATO members in Europe should welcome Trump's renewed call to spend more on defense, saying the Russian Empire poses an existential threat to security in European Union. Reuters reported that Tusk told lawmakers of the European Parliament, and here I quoted he, reading therefrom, "We shouldn't be irritated. We shouldn't be appalled. Some think it's extravagant, or it is a brutal or malicious warning. Only an ally can wish another ally to get stronger. This is not what an opponent of Europe would say. I would like to tell you that this is a time when Europe cannot afford to save on security." Well-spoken words. I stand shoulder to shoulder between the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk, with the suspiciously American name, and Donald Trump on this one. I told you I would be fair. As to what other people are saying, well, the European diplomatic source told ANSA, the Italian source, furthermore, for those who remain, he would like a financial contribution from European countries because these soldiers are a deterrent and the costs cannot be borne only by American taxpayers. And on Thursday, Nicolas Pascual de la Porte, a former Spanish ambassador to NATO, told ABC News, "The truth is, defense spending is not popular in European countries, whether it's Spain or another European country. We grew accustomed after the Second World War to delegate our ultimate defense to the United States of America through its military umbrella, and specifically its nuclear umbrella. It's true that we need to spend more. So there. And on Thursday, the former Finnish president, Sauli Niinistö, told the defense conference held by the British think tank Chatham House in London, as attended by Newsweek magazine. And here I read them from, at length and verbatim. Here in Europe, we have just one problem. That is, we lack armament and troops. We need financing. By the way, that's more than one problem, buddy. That's three right there. We lack armament, we lack troops, we lack money. Anyhow, he goes on to say, we have heard President Trump saying that, well, 2% should be 5%. It will be more than 2%. That's my expectation for the future. But we should also study what we can get with that 2%, how efficiently it's used, because the statistics are quite bad, in a way that if you compare the amount of armament in Europe in 90s, when the Cold War ended, and the present situation, you would find that there's a huge collapse in figures of tanks, fighters, whatever. Huge, even though money has been used. Meanwhile, there are a lot of questions on the role of what the U.S. with President Trump. I don't believe that we should fear that NATO is vanishing somehow, but we should be prepared to understand that at some stage it might be possible that the U.S. is reducing its presence in Europe. Then there is an extra burden for European NATO members to fill any gap which is left in NATO structures. We should altogether start thinking how we will fill those gaps if they appear. Basically, look, Trump's right here. I've got to confess, Trump's right here. Europe, fucking get off your goddamn knees and get on your goddamn feet. It's time for Europe to rearm. So what happens next? Well, NATO is expected to agree to a higher defense spending goal at a summit in June in The Hague. And across the Atlantic otherwise, Great Britain's Black Afro-Britannic Foreign Secretary braces for the second Trump age, as the UK marshals a secret mini-cabinet. See, Trump and his team are different this time around, more prepared, with a more aggressive agenda perhaps, but his delight in keeping the world guessing seems undimmed. It's this uncertainty accompanying Trump that the British political establishment in Whitehall and Westminster finds so shocking. How can the United Kingdom prepare for what it can't yet even know? A small group of senior ministers has been trying. And according to one source, there have been, well, I'll use serieses in the plurality let's just say there's been a series of secret mini-cabinet meetings with the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, and the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, in their words, trying to plan for what might come. One insider told the press that there hasn't been too much preparation for multiple specific scenarios because you drive yourself crazy, their words, trying to guess Trump's next steps. Yeah, if you try to understand, comprehend, and even outguess crazy, you'll go crazy. But another source says various papers have been prepared to be presented to the wider cabinet. The press has been told that the focus has been looking for opportunities rather than panicking about whether Trump might follow through on some of his more outlandish statements, such as annexing Canada. by force. The black Afrocentric David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of Great Britain, and ergo the United Kingdom's top diplomat, has a tough job. Lammy must, their words, rediscover Great Britain's place in the world after years of antic inwardness, a period defined by Brexit, economic rot, and political entropy that stopped the country from having much of a foreign policy at all. And then there is the United States, the other partner in what has long been understood as a special relationship. You know, like special education, or that tiny school bus that carries the retards that has the word special on it. That's bad of me. I feel bad. I'm so bad. Which is being led, this special relationship of, you know, both sides of the Great Pond, being led by a madman whom Lammy, not I, but the black Afro-Britannic David Lammy himself has openly denigrated as, his words, a neo-Nazi sympathizing sociopath, and a profound threat to the international order that has been the foundation of Western progress for so long. So can Lammy deal with the new misadministration and reset the UK's relationship with the EU at the same time? Talk about a two-front war. Which brings us back across the Great Pond to the Anglo-Dominion of Canada, where the threat of tariffs adds to turmoil. The political instability in Ottawa comes as Canada faces a number of challenges, not least the vow by Trump to impose 25% tariffs on Canadian goods. To quote Liam Mooney, shooting from the lip, his being one of the Ottawa-based marketers who came up with the Canada is not for sale ball cap that the Premier of Ontario, Doug Ford, was wearing yester septimania, that's last week, in the Latin. He said, imagine you're a snake and you're trying to consume a giant bowling ball, eh? That's what we've been experiencing here. It was far easier to come up with the idea of Canada is not for sale on a ball cap, mocking the MAGA hat, than it has been to get it fully manufactured in Canada. Because, you know, Canada, like America, nobody makes anything anymore. It's all made in China, people. And until recently, Justin Trudeau seemed determined to hang on as Prime Minister, citing his desire to face Pierre Poilievre, his ideological opponent, or his ideological opposite, actually, in the polls. But the shock resignation of Trudeau's key deputy, the former finance ministress Chrystia Freeland, in mid-December, when she cited his perceived failure to not take Trump's threats seriously, it proved to be the final straw. Members of Trudeau's own party began to make it publicly clear they no longer supported his leadership. And with that, the last domino fell. Trudeau announced his resignation as PM, Prime Minister, earlier this month, all leaving myself to wonder what good Trump thinks can come of his bigger thy customer approach. You see, bigger thy customer is a lousy idea, Mr. Trump. To eliminate its trade deficit, the American empire needs them to buy more goods from us. Just how does impoverishing them with tariffs help them to do that? Now, I myself remember being very annoyed when we were all forced to review in school at lunchtime some archival footage dating from the 20th day of January in 1961, preserving the inauguration of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy. This was the speech I cited earlier as "Go fuck yourself, John." Go fuck yourself, Johnny. But it was JFK's Ask Not address, crafted by Theodore Sorensen, which is still regarded as one of the very best. It began, "We observed today not a victory, a party, but a celebration of freedom. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago." Classy and unifying. Fast forward 65 years to the second inaugural address of U.S. President Donald Trump. "As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states." Applause! Yeah, give me a few rim shots. "And the popular vote. We won by millions of people." Applause. Give me a rim shot. And to be exact, by a minuscule 2.28 million votes out of 152.3 million cast. Not any celebration of freedom, but a partisan victory party. Yes, we have since learned that in his private life, JFK was not the young hero his speech made him out to be. But how a president comports himself in public helps teach people how to behave. The lesson Trump teaches from the same pulpit as Lincoln, the Roosevelts, JFK, and Ronald Reagan is that you boast about victories, you berate the person you're succeeding, radical and corrupt, and you bully all your neighbors and allies. Admirers of Trump tell me it's not how he acts that's important, it's what he does. But how a person acts, especially a president, is crucial. Well, it's a crucial part of what he does. Le style, c'est l'homme. Or how was it again? Le style, c'est l'homme même. Le style, c'est l'homme même. Le style, c'est l'homme même is French for style is the man himself, as Hitler's French mistress used to say. What example does Trump's style set? Do we really want young people to learn that bluster, boorishness, and bullying are how you succeed? As a social historian, I was especially struck by another sentence in the speech. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. Economics says life is not zero-sum. Trumponomics says it is. Yes, the American empire has been taxing itself to defend other countries, including Canadians. And them Canucks should be ashamed of themselves, as Trump might text it, for being such malingerers in meeting their commitment to NATO. if their parents and grandparents had been as negligent in military matters, D-Day would have come in 1952 or 1953 instead of 1944, and probably would have failed. But tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens is a perfect definition of beggar thy neighbor. You know, when I first heard that phrase, I didn't quite realize that beggar was being used as a verb. English speakers, in disambiguation from Americans, don't really say, I'm going to beggar you much anymore, meaning I'm going to impoverish you. But it's another Trumpish be verb. His speech literally says he wants them, well, he wants to make them all poorer so that these United States will be richer. This is pre-Smithian economics. Very zero sum. Actually, negative sum. Trade increases efficiency. They sell stuff to the us, the U.S., the us, as in these United States, a big U.S., because that's the best way for us to get it. Cut off trade with them, and, well, we get a bigger share of a smaller pie. But it will be a smaller pie. Note: I was saved by God to make America great again. Goes even farther back than pre-Smithian. It's the sort of thing people said in the Old Testament, in its antediluvian bits, meaning before the fucking flood. I was saved by God to make an ark. Sure, Noah. Now, granted, some neighbors are so obnoxious they deserve to be beggared. To your average Yank, them Canuckastanis can be insufferably superior and sanctimonious, especially liberals. But they're also us Americans' biggest customers. So in this case, beggar thy neighbor is also beggar thy customer. And how does that work? I'm upset you're not buying enough from me, so I'm going to impoverish you until you buy more. I mean, a 25% tariff won't destroy the Canadian economy, as some seem to be suggesting. They have the exchange rate to absorb part of it, and belt tightening and forced productivity changes for dealing with the rest. And doubtless the federal government will do what it loves best and print more bonds to help out with exporters' bottom lines, even at the risk of destroying its own. But it's hard to see how they would avoid a recession. And harder to see how a Canadian recession helps to either enrich Americans or reduce our own trade deficit. We want them to buy more from us. How do poorer people buy more? Beggar thy supplier might have a better chance. As the Ontario Premier Doug Ford keeps reminding Fox News anchors, well, I should say Fox anchors because they ain't pushing no fucking news. They, the Canadians, they're one of the Americans' biggest suppliers. impoverish them, and we might well pick up their resources, those they can't sell into world markets, at a better price. But Mr. Trump doesn't seem to want foreign resources. He's into developing the liquid gold under Americans' feet. We will export American energy all over the world. That Kennedy inaugural referred to the long twilight struggle against the common enemies of man. Right now, the next 4 years look like being a long midnight struggle against American imperial populism. But, or should I say, Amero-popular imperialism. But we got through the Third World War, misnomered as the Cold War, in which Canada, not Europe, was the actual front line of conflict over the pole between the superpowers. On either side of the 49th parallel, we'll likely get through Trump. But this brings me to the paranoid thriller that foretold Trump's foreign policy. President Donald Trump's baffling declarations on foreign policy were once the stuff of paranoid political thrillers. Imagine this. Let me present, or set the scene, the aged President of the United States and the young Midwestern senator he'd chosen as his second-term running mate were having a private late-night discussion. The commander-in-chief wanted to share his plan to make America greater than it's ever been before. He flung an arm toward one end of the room, where you know the big map on the wall is, as he explained the most audacious idea in the history of the Republic. Canada! Canada! The senator, a veteran of America's most recent war, was dumbfounded. A union with Canada? He asked. Right, a union with Canada. Canada's the wealthiest nation on earth. Canada will be the seat of power in the next century, and, properly exploited and conserved, her riches can go on for 1,000 years. Not only did the president want to annex Canada, but he then declared the need to bring Scandinavia, with populations ostensibly blessed by genetics, into a new Atlantic Union. Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland, to be specific. They will bring us the character and the discipline we so sadly lack. I know these people. I'm of German extraction, but many generations ago my people were Swedes who emigrated to Germany. Other NATO members would be frozen out, especially Great Britain, France, and divided Germany, nations the president believed had faded as world powers. He assured his running mate that eventually they would become part of the new union one way or another, even if that meant using force against former American allies to compel their submission to his plans for greatness. Force? The incredulous young senator asked. You mean military force, Mr. President? Yes, force, the president said. Only if necessary, and I doubt it ever would be. There are other kinds of pressure, the president continued. Trade duties and barriers, financial measures, economic sanctions, if you will. In the short term, however, the president's first move would be to meet with the Russians and to propose a nuclear alliance against Red China on the Asian mainland. These exchanges are, believe it or not, the plot of a 1965 political thriller written and published the year before I was born. A book titled Night of Camp David. The author, Flechter Nebel, who also co-wrote the more widely known book titled 7 Days in May, came up with these plans as evidence that a fictional president named Mark Hollenbach has gone insane. In the story, a crisis unfolds as the young senator, Jim McVeigh, no doubt an inspiration for Tim McVeigh, realizes that Hollenbach has told no one else of his scheme. He races to alert other members of the government to the president's madness before the potentially disastrous summit with the Kremlin. Such ideas, including a messianic president talking about attacking other NATO members, were in 1965 perhaps too unnerving for Hollywood. Unlike 7 Days in May, a book about a military coup d'etat in these United States that was made into a well-regarded film starring Burt Lancaster and Kirk Douglas, Night of Camp David was never made into a movie, despite decent reviews and more than 4 months on the New York Times bestseller list. In fairness, the market was glutted with such thrillers in the mid-60s, but perhaps the idea was too disturbing even for Cold War America. More properly, World War III America, as the Cold War was World War III in effect. And now, 60 years later, Donald Trump, an elderly president with a young Midwesterner as his vice president, is saying things that make him sound all too much like Mark Hollenbach. He too has proposed annexing Canada. He too has suggested that he would use coercion against American friends and allies, including Panama and Denmark. He too seems to believe that some groups bring better genes to America than others. Like Hollenbach, he dreams of a giant Atlantic empire and seeks the kind of accommodation with the Russian Empire that would facilitate an exit from our traditional alliances, especially NATO. One of the most important differences between the novel and real life is that until the titular night at Camp David, Hollenbach is a highly intelligent and decent man, a president respected by both parties after a successful first term. His new plans, which, in another moment of life imitating art, also include unleashing the FBI on America's domestic enemies, are wildly out of character for him. And in the end, McVeigh finally manages to convince the cabinet that the president is suffering from a sudden illness, perhaps dementia, a nervous breakdown, or the onset of paranoia. Trump, however, has always talked like this. He is regularly caught up in narcissistic and childlike flights of grandeur. He routinely lapses into fits of self-pitying grievance. He thinks himself besieged by enemies, and he talks about international affairs as if he is playing a giant game of Risk. In the novel, McVeigh at one point muses that the president's, this is to quote directly therefrom, I've got the book in front of me, I'll read a single sentence, once brilliant mind now was obsessed with fancied tormentors, and played like a child's with the toy blocks of destiny. Whatever one thinks of the 47th president, he is today who he has always been. I am not a doctor, and I am not diagnosing Donald Trump. I'm also not the first one to notice the similarities between the fictional Hollenbach and Trump. The book was name-checked by Bob Woodward, Michael Beschloss, and Rachel Maddow during Trump's first term, and then reissued in 2018 because of a resurgence of interest in its plot. Rumors that the United 93 director, Paul Greengrass, wanted to make a movie version circulated briefly in 2021, but the project is now likely languishing in development hell and will no doubt be suppressed. Well, let's just say that director Paul Greengrass got a special visit and an offer he could not refuse, which was basically to avoid a beating and the murder of his family. In any event, rereading Night of Camp David today raises fewer disturbing questions about Trump than it does about America. How did the United States, as an empire, travel the distance from 1965, the year before I myself was delivered into this vale of tears, when the things Trump says would have been considered signs of a mental or emotional disorder, to 2025, where Americans and their elected officials merely shrug at a babbling chief executive who talks repeatedly and openly about annexing Canada? Where is the Jim McVeigh who would risk everything in his life to oppose such things? I've read the book, and let me tell you, Vice President J.D. Vance is no Jim McVeigh. The saddest part of revisiting the book now is how quaint it feels to read about the rest of the American government trying hard to do the right thing. When others in Congress and the cabinet finally realize that Hollenbach is ill, they put their careers on the line to avert disaster. At the book's conclusion, Hollenbach, aware that something's wrong with him, agrees to give up the presidency. He resigns after agreeing to a cover story about having a serious heart condition, and the entire matter is hushed up. Perhaps such happy endings are why some thrillers are comforting to read. Fear ends up giving way to reassurance. Unfortunately, in the real world, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is not responding to Trump's bizarre foreign policy rants by rallying to the defense of America's alliances and our national values as the leader of the free world. Instead, Republican members of the United States Senate are seeing how fast they can ram through the nomination of an unqualified talk show host as Secretary of Defense. In 2018, Nebel's son was asked what his father would have thought about the renewed interest in the book. The younger Nebel answered, he'd say, "Yeah, this is just what I was afraid of." But at least Mark Hollenbach only dared whisper such ideas in the dark. Donald Trump says them over and over in broad daylight. Trump's delusional rhetoric demands our vigilance. Earlier this week, I posed the critical question to the lads I tutor, the Blood Boys. Is Trump evil are merely stupid. This came directly from his inaugural address, when he declared, "The golden age of America begins right now." This proclamation starkly contrasts with his actions and rhetoric, which continue to undermine democratic principles and sow division across our nation. Trump's speech was riddled with grandiose promises and blatant falsehoods, painting a distorted picture of America's past and present. He claimed, "Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored." Yet his tenure has been marked by policies that erode civil liberties and alienate all our allies. Trump targets his own government amid a series of executive orders this week last. President Donald Trump issued an order targeting his own federal agencies and departments. This is nothing less than a threat made real. Trump's MAGA America revives a Confederate nightmare. Within hours of taking office on Monday, Donald Trump released a raft of executive orders addressing targets he'd gone after throughout his campaign, such as immigration, government spending, and DEI. He issued full pardons for nigh 1,600 January 6th terrorists and signed the first 8 executive orders of dozens thus far in front of a cheering crowd in a sports arena, and there be no resistance. To see how far the lines of normal have moved since President Donald Trump freed the J6ers, the January 6th terrorists, briefly returned to the closing days of the 2024 presidential campaign. At the time, a hot issue was whether Trump harbored Ruchist imperatives, as all of his former aides thus admitted. The very notion struck most conservatives, including some who have criticized him from time to time, as ludicrous, laughably ridiculous. The National Review's editor-in-chief, Rich Lowry, conceded that Trump says crude and unworthy things and behaved abysmally after the 2020 election, but the idea that he bears any meaningful resemblance to these cracked moments is a stupid smear. Looking to dismiss the case, Lowry then reached for the wildest example of radicalist behavior he could think of. Obviously, Trump isn't deploying a paramilitary wing of the GOP, the grand old party, to clash with his enemies on the streets. Obviously, immediately upon assuming office, Trump issued sweeping pardons and commutations for the well-nigh 1,600 insurrectionists prosecuted for participating in the January 6th mass terror attacks, including convicted violent offenders. He might not have literally deployed any mobs yet, but he has freed members of paramilitary militias, groups that are loyal, armed groups, loyal only to himself, and who may see their pardons and commutations as license to act, license to kill, on his behalf again. Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers militia, led military-style maneuvers on January 6th and had an armed strike force nearby. This week, while strolling the Capitol in a kind of victory tour, Rhodes told CNN, "I don't regret calling out the election as it was." The Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio, who had to direct the attacks from a distance because a judge had barred him from the city for vandalizing a black church, attempting to install an improvised explosive device, a bomb that would have killed the entire congregation, not to mention incendiaries that would have burned it to the ground with all of the bodies inside, likely still alive and injured, attempting to crawl out, missing limbs, while on fire. That was his intent, expressed vindication and a desire for revenge. On the Alex Jones show, he exulted, "We went through hell, and I'm going to tell you it was worth it. The people who did this to us, they need to feel the heat. They need to be put behind bars." And in a live stream, the Stop the Steal organizer, Ali Alexander, said, "I would storm the Capitol again for Donald Trump. I will start a militia for Donald Trump." The J6 pardons have chagrined many Republicans, but it is not going to make any of them rethink their support for Trump. If you want to understand why, look again at the sentence that Lowry wrote just before laughing off the hysterical fear of Trumpist paramilitaries. Trump says crude and unworthy things. He behaved abysmally. Even when Republicans in good MAGA standing can bring themselves to scold Trump, their criticism is limited to discrete acts. Trump can say or do something bad, but he cannot ever be something bad. To acknowledge that his bad acts follow from his character and beliefs, and therefore, ergo in the Latin, offer a guide to his future actions, would throw into question the morality and wisdom of mindlessly supporting him. Before the fact, vanishingly few prominent Republicans, prominent Republican politicians or conservative intellectuals, I should say pseudo-intellectuals, actively endorsed the notion of freeing the J6 criminals en masse. The party line before the inauguration held that Trump was in his rights to grant clemency to some of the non-violent offenders, but not to the ones who'd beat up cops or ultimately killed them or planned the operation. The week before he was sworn in as vice president, J.D. Vance said, "If you committed violence on that day, obviously you should not be pardoned." Even Representative Jim Jordan, one of the most flamboyant Trump devotees in Congress, would not endorse a full suite of pardons. After Trump went ahead, his allies mostly stopped short of defending the pardons. Instead, they turned to a familiar menu of evasive maneuvers. Some expressed an implausible degree of unfamiliarity with Trump's misactions, with Senator Susan Collins saying, "I don't know whether there were pardons given to individuals who assaulted police officers." Others fell back on whataboutism. In response to a reporter's question about January 6th, Senator Chuck Grassley sneered, "I assume you're asking me about the Biden pardons of his family. I'm just talking about the Biden pardons because that is so selfish." most expressed a desire to ignore the issue altogether, with the Senate Majority Leader John Toon so saying, we're not looking backwards, we're looking forwards. Awkwardly, almost immediately after bleating about their desire to move forward, House Republicans announced a new committee to investigate January 6th, which presumably will advance Trump's alt history, his alternative facts of the event as an FBI setup, a Democratic security failure, a day of love, or somehow all three. The most revealing statement on the pardons came from House Speaker Mike Johnson. He said, "The president's made his decision. I don't second guess those." Here, Johnson was stating overtly what most of his colleagues had only revealed tacitly, that he does not believe that his job permits him to criticize, let alone oppose, Trump's actions. This admission has profound implications. It shows that Trump faces no effective constraints from within his party. Given the Republican trifecta, this means he faces no effective opposition from within the elected branches of the federal government. Even if his allies personally believe that a line exists that the president cannot or will not cross, what matters is that when he does cross it, nothing will ever happen to him. This realization ought to shake their confidence that the next imagined red line will hold. Instead, they have declined to revise any of their deeper beliefs about Trump, ever. The refusal to draw any broader conclusions from the January 6th mass pardons is evident not just on Capitol Hill, but also in the handful of reproachful articles published in conservative media. The National Review editorialized the mass pardons are a poor start for an administration that has pledged to end the partisanship of law enforcement and restore public order. The Wall Street Journal's editorial board wrote, "This is a rotten message from a president about political violence done on his behalf." The editors of the Free Press observed, "For those who have supported Trump, this is a moment to recognize when he doesn't measure up, morally or constitutionally." And that last word can be taken in all its senses, constitutionally as in documentarily, and that his constitutional fiber is just plain, well, non-existent. The implication of these dutiful reprimands is that Trump has failed to live up to his values, rather than having ever fulfilled them. Any of them. In the midst of the Greater Soviets show trials in 1936, Workers' Age, an American communist newspaper, gently rebuked Joseph Stalin for his heavy-handedness. Sure, the defendants were guilty of sabotage at the behest of Trotsky, but execution was an excessive punishment. Their editorial declaring, and here I read therefrom, "Furthermore, we do not hesitate to say that the bureaucratic regime of Stalin in the CPSU makes it extremely difficult for healthy, constructive, critical opposition forces developing in the party ranks. As if inhibiting criticism of Stalin was some kind of unintended consequence of executing his rivals." The conservatives distressed over Trump's mass pardons have a similar lack of curiosity about his motives. Why Trump would take such actions such unfortunate misactions, they dare not ask. Could it be because he fundamentally believes that opposition to himself is criminal per se? Action on his half is per se legal, and any outcome which he loses, or any outcome in which he loses, is ergo illegitimate. One might hope that Trump's congressional allies, temporarily disappointed by his regrettable lapse in judgment regarding the January 6th mass pardons, might rethink their approach to the ongoing confirmation fights, which revolve around fears that the president will abuse his power. Given Trump's reported desire to abuse the military to shoot peaceful protesters, maybe find a defense secretary who hasn't written a series of hair-on-fire books depicting American liberals as tantamount to hostile enemy combatants. And given Trump's obsession with criminalizing his critics, they might pick an FBI directress who does not have an enemies list and who hasn't produced a recording of a Trump anthem performed by violent insurrectionists engaged in the conspiracy to overthrow the legally elected government. Alas, the moment, as the Free Press revealingly puts it, for expressing disappointment with the president has already passed. They are back to the workaday routine of supporting Trump's efforts to keep his misadministration free of any official who might be stricken with conscience. There may be more moments of concern in the future. Indeed, the party's acquiescence to Trump's appetite for revenge and corruption all but guarantees it. But those moments, too, shall pass. For amid the deluge of misactions, Trump also signed an executive order that takes aim at his own federal bureaucracy and allows his perceived enemies within the government to be investigated and punished. This executive order, titled Ending the Weaponization of the Federal Government, opens by stating as fact that the Biden administration and all its allies abused the government to take action against political opponents. It says Democrats engaged in an unprecedented third world weaponization of prosecutorial power to upend the democratic process. Its stated purpose: to establish a process to ensure accountability for the previous administration's weaponization of the federal government against the American people. Reads like exactly what it is: a threat. This order calls out particular targets, including the Department of Justice and the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, agencies that Trump and his supporters betrayed, alleged betrayed them under President Joe Biden. Trump's team, or rather Team Trump, led by whomever is appointed Attorney General and Director of National Intelligence, will be sniffing out what it determines to be signs of political bias. These officials will be responsible for preparing reports to be submitted to the president himself with recommendations for appropriate remedial actions. What exactly those remedial actions would look like is never made clear. Beyond theatrics, Quinta Jurecic, a fellow in governance studies at the Brookings Institution and a contributing writer to The Atlantic magazine, has gone on record to assess that this order could open the door to the prosecutions that Trump has threatened against his political opponents, and that the very vagueness of the order will result in a long-running desultory investigation, in quotes. But the information gathered in such investigations could lead to some federal employees being publicly criticized or otherwise punished by Trump himself. Put another way, in an executive order suggesting that Biden's administration weaponized our government, Trump is laying out how his misadministration will do the same. Trump's cabinet is still taking shape, and whomever ends up in the top legal and intelligence roles will influence how this order is executed. Pam Bondi, Trump's attorney general pick, is an established loyalist with long-standing ties to Trump. He reportedly considered her for the role in his first term, but worried that her past scandals would impede her confirmation. Bondi, in her first Senate confirmation hearing last week, attempted to downplay Trump's persistent rhetoric on retribution and avoided directly answering questions about how she, as head of the Justice Department, would engage with his plans to punish enemies. She said that she wouldn't entertain hypotheticals about the president, though she did claim that there will never be an enemies list within the Department of Justice. Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's nominee for Directoress of National Intelligence, has a history of political shapeshifting, albeit she has lately sworn fealty to MAGA world. Gabbard is a former progressive Democrat with lifelong ties to the Science of Identity Foundation, a Hare Krishna breakaway sect. Like Carlson, she is also an apologist for the brutal Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and for the recently deposed dictator of Syria, Bashar al-Assad, both of whose fantastical lies she has sometimes repeated. Well before Trump took office, his allies were signaling their interest in turning federal bureaucracy, which they deride as the deep state, into a system driven by unquestioning loyalty only to the president himself. As Russell Berman wrote in 2023, some conservatives have argued, without even cloaking their arms in euphemisms about making government more effective and efficient, that bureaucrats should be loyal only to Trump and not the United States of America. Russ Vought, the nominee for director of the Office of Management and Budget, an unflashy but very powerful federal position, who today appeared before Congress, well, the day before yesterday by now, appeared before Congress for the second time, has previously written that the executive branch should use boldness to bend or break the bureaucracy to the presidential will. The executive order on weaponizing the federal government is consistent with the goals of retribution that Trump expressed on the campaign trail, and accusing rivals of abusing the government for personal ends has been a favored Republican tactic in recent years. Still, this order confirms that, now that he is back in office, Trump will have no qualms toggling the levers of executive power to follow through on his promises of revenge. Many of Trump's executive actions this last week are sending a clear message. If you are loyal, you are protected. If not, you will be under attack. Welcome to your first full week in the new Confederate States of America. Much like the old CSA, the new CSA, also known as MAG America, is devoted to the 10 points of perfidy. 1. Making America as white as possible. Not just America, but Americans. By uprooting birthright citizenship, you decide who a real American is. And by Trump definition, by Republican definition, that means you gotta be white. Or honorarily white acculturated. 2. Stripping women and minorities of political and economic power. 3. Gutting workers' rights. 4. Rigging electoral outcomes. 5. Leaders nakedly taking bribes. 6. Using a phony veneer of Christianity to justify brutal policies. 7. Making queer people invisible. 8. Reconfiguring schools for indoctrination in antithesis from education. 9. Arming militias, both legislatively and literally, to terrorize minorities and their opponents. And 10. Maintaining a government of, by, and for wealthy white males. Rich white men, people. Never in American history has a group of morbidly rich white men with this large or with anything close to this net worth sat to watch a president get sworn into office. And never before have so many multi-billionaires been in a president's cabinet. Trump has been brazenly prostituting governance. It is openly selling legislation. Exempli Greciae. He recently told a group of fossil fuel CEOs that if they'd only give him $1 billion, he sells himself cheap, he'd gut the nation's environmental laws that they don't like. This, while Russian scientists have revealed that a catastrophic SpaceX Starship explosion tore a hole in our atmosphere the year before yesteryear in a first-of-its-kind event. A new study from Russian scientists proves that the high-altitude explosion of one of SpaceX's supersized Starship rockets in the year before last temporarily ripped a hole in our upper atmosphere. Researchers concur that it is the first time this type of atmospheric disturbance has been created by a human-caused explosion. On November 18th of 2023, SpaceX launched its Super Heavy Starship rocket, the largest and most powerful rocket ever built for the second time ever from SpaceX's Starbase test and manufacturing facility in Boca Chica, Texas. Around 4 minutes after liftoff, the rocket's first stage, the large lower part that contains the main engines, detached from the upper part of the rocket as planned, but unexpectedly exploded shortly thereafter, before it could land back on Earth. Then, another 4 minutes later, the rest of the rocket blew up in a larger, rapid, unscheduled disassembly around 150 kilometers, that's 93 miles by imperial measurement, above the ground, when a fire started as the rocket vented liquid oxygen. The company's founder and CEO, Elon Musk, later claimed that the rocket would have made it into orbit, if it had been carrying a proper payload. In the new study, published August 26th in the journal Geophysical Research Letters, researchers revealed that the second explosion temporarily created a large hole in the ionosphere. The ionosphere is that part of the atmosphere between 80 and 650 kilometers, that'd be between half 100 to 400 miles by imperial measurement, above Earth's surface, where gases have been ionized, or stripped of electrons, and turned into plasma. In an article translated by myself from the Russian state media site TASS, or TASS, the study lead author, Yuri Yasyukevich, an ionospheric physicist at the Russian Academy of Sciences, ISTP, or Institute of Solar Terrestrial Physics, stated, and here I read therefrom, usually such holes are formed as a result of chemical processes in the ionosphere due to interaction with engine fuel, with himself qualifying that this is the first known time that an ionospheric hole has been created by a catastrophic phenomena, such as a human-made explosion. Multiple satellites and international ground-based stations observed this disturbance, with the researchers writing that it lasted for 30 to 40 minutes before the affected part of the ionosphere fully recovered. The peak size of this hole in our sky remains unclear. Human-caused ionospheric holes are nothing new. Scientists have long known that chemicals in rocket fuel, such as carbon dioxide and water vapor, can react with ionized oxygen atoms, causing them to temporarily recombine or turn back into regular oxygen atoms, leaving a gap or hole in the plasma sea within the ionosphere above our heads. Our, well, what is it called biblically? There's a term for it. Victoria, if you're there, you can tell me. Catafalque? No, it was a, oh gosh, I'm forgetting what they call it. At any rate, that sea in the sky of plasma, that firmament, that would be another word. But SpaceX's Falcon 9 rockets are particularly prone to creating ionospheric holes, either during the separation of the rockets' first and second stages shortly after launch, or when the rockets dump their fuel during re-entry. When the atoms within these holes reionize and turn back into plasma, they release red aurora-like light, creating bright, blood-red light shows in the night sky that astronomers have dubbed SpaceX auroras. And in this case, the researchers wrote that the ionospheric hole was created due to the shock wave generated by the Starship explosion, which temporarily scattered the free electrons within the ionosphere, essentially stripping the plasma of its normal properties, qualifying that any of the rocket's fuel not immediately burned up in the explosion might have reinforced the depletion and extended its duration. They added that it was not the primary cause of the hole. As a result, there was no aurora-like light show once the plasma returned. The researchers concluded that the effects of ionospheric holes are poorly understood and require further research, but added that novel ionospheric phenomena like this provide a rare chance to learn more about the plasma-filled region of our upper atmosphere. ̔ŽCHUḵINGGNÁN, thus telling TASS, analyzing the data and understanding their nature, we understand more deeply the structure of the ionosphere and the nature of the phenomena that occur within it. This was the second time one of SpaceX's 120 meters, that's 400 foot tall, rockets exploded in as many flight tests. In the first test, on April 20th of the year before yesteryear, the first Starship was given a self-destruct code around 4 minutes after lifting off when it entered into an uncontrolled spin around 29 kilometers, or 18 miles, above the ground. On this occasion, chunks of debris from the destroyed rocket rained down upon the Earth, triggering a federal investigation and leading to a lawsuit from environmental groups, with my sourced researchers noting that a similar ionospheric hole did not occur after the April explosion because the incident happened at a much lower altitude, meaning its shock waves did not reach the ionosphere. Starship finally made it to orbit in one piece during its third test flight on March 14th of yesteryear, but was lost somewhere in the Indian Ocean upon re-entry. Regardless, Elon Musk and his personal president-select, DJ Trump, are shifting America's space focus to Mars. As settlements get established, corporate control will likely loom large. You see, in 1606, a group of English merchants, nobles, and adventurers decided they needed 3 transatlantic ships to pursue riches in the New World. The imperial rivals of Spain, Portugal, and France had already amassed immense wealth across Latin America, and England's King James I was looking to catch up. The crown, however, was also wary of risking public money. So, in order to finance the effort, the men formed what became known as the Virginia Company, named after the Virgin Lands, a joint stock group that allowed investors to pool their money and fund voyages to a narrow peninsula with a fresh water source near the Chesapeake Bay, to rape that virgin territory, and King James granted said company a royal charter, gracing it the power to devise its own leadership and establish England's first permanent colony in the New World. Governance would come in the form of a corporate entity, with early colonists effectively employees whose rights and responsibilities were often dictated by company policies. Ultimate authority resided with the king, embodied in a governing council that wielded authority over local matters. But overarching control would more practically tree back to the company in London, whose influence touched virtually every aspect of colonial life. Understand then, this is one of the factors of American rebellion against an absentee corporate landlord. If history be any guide, this may also be how the first Martian settlements are established, and would then, inevitably, regardless of whether they succeed or not, rebel. With President Donald Trump beginning his second term, buttressed by the CEO of the world's most powerful private space company, humanity's corporate-driven future on the red planet may be closer than ever before. During his second inaugural address, President Trump promised to pursue our manifest destiny into the stars and send astronauts to plant the American flag on Mars. It might seem a curious maneuver for a misadministration that had launched the Artemis program, Apollo's successor, which instead gave primacy to the moon. That sense of a coming pivot has reignited a time-honored Mars versus Moon debate as old as the Apollo program itself. Knowing that there are finite federal contracts in any major spaceborne endeavor, the industry has often been in conflict over this very dilemma. Recently, however, many NASA observers had assumed that the question had finally been settled. The United States-led Artemis program, which includes 52 countries, has been focused on a human moon landing, should I say refocused, which would return astronauts to the lunar surface for the first time since Apollo 17 in 1972. Spurred on by India, but more significantly, the Communist Chinese Empire, both of which have achieved uncrewed moon landings, America is again making its own lunar play. Only this time, Washington is leaning more heavily on private companies, which develop their own spacecraft, rockets, and infrastructure, all loosely organized under the Artemis umbrella. This reemerging geopolitical competition in the cosmos, therefore, is not just a rivalry between nations, but also a contest of philosophies and competing visions for how best to pursue human development of space itself. Absent the kind of unified national effort that once benefited America's Apollo program, so far, only one private company, Houston-based Intuitive Machines, has been able to pull off a lunar landing. And yet, even they are looking further afield. Despite that first commercial touchdown near the water-rich lunar South Pole this past February, along with a recent $4.82, how would I say this? $4 billion, basically $4.82 billion United States dollar NASA contract for lunar communication and navigation services. Company leadership told me it has nonetheless kept its eye on Mars in the event of a potential pivot. Now, the company's liquid methane and oxygen-powered landers, in fact, employ just the sort of rocket fuel likely to be developed in the Martian environment, which Musk also uses for his mega rocket Starship. That is because of trace amounts of methane in the Martian atmosphere, but more importantly, the ability to make methane from the carbon dioxide which fills the Martian air and hydrogen found in Mars's ice. A more than century-old process called the Sabatier reaction, invented by the French chemist Paul Sabatier in 1897, discovered that when hydrogen is added to carbon dioxide under certain conditions, it produces methane, water, and energy. That's killing 3 birds with 1 stone and possibly powering Martian settlement. Because the Martian atmosphere is 95% carbon dioxide and hydrogen is the most abundant element in the known universe, using methane-powered engines could tap into a ready fuel source on the Red Planet and beyond once the local infrastructure is developed. That homegrown availability of Martian fuel would then start to remove the need and expense of bringing extra fuel from Earth, which also, while also contributing to the more rapid growth of human settlements. A kind of machine, the colonization machine that feeds itself. SpaceX, Jeff Bezos' Blue Origin, and the Boeing Lockheed Martin joint venture, United Launch Alliance, or ULA, are all developing such vehicles, as is our own Long Beach, California-based Rocket Lab, founded by Peter Beck. But it was the Red China-based Landspace that garnered the first major win in 2023, sending the first methalox-fueled vehicle into orbit. Methalox, which is just a term for rocket propellant that's made up of liquid methane and liquid oxygen, see, methalox, get it, has a similar density to kerosene, but burns cleaner and can be more efficient, allowing for smaller engines with comparable thrust, like a small dick that's able to penetrate with a greater sense of impact due to pelvic thrust. That is our shot in the dark, and that in turn frees up more space for cargo. No matter how adept those first Martian settlements are in living off of the land, they will still need lots of cargo. Until a local Mars industry emerges, life support systems, habitat construction technologies, rovers, communications equipment, medical supplies, and spare parts will all have to be flown in from Earth. Starship, in that sense, is the real game changer. When it comes to settlement building on Mars, there is nothing comparable. Capable of carrying up to 150 metric tons, that's 165 imperial measurement tons, of cargo into orbit in its fully reusable mode, or roughly the weight of a blue whale, its 33 methalox guzzling Raptor engines constitute the most powerful launch vehicle ever built. The most powerful of Red China's Long March class rockets, by comparison, can send up just 25 metric tons, though future Chi-Com rockets are expected to have payloads more comparable to Starship. Starship, given its sheer size and composition, stainless steel, is relatively radiation resistant, could in fact be used as the first permanent human facility on Mars. And Musk clearly wants to use it. Now, with the Trump presidency, boosted by the cash and cachet of the SpaceX founder, he may get more of a chance. During the campaign, Trump routinely appeared with Musk, who often sported his signature black Occupy Mars t-shirt during rallies. Days after the election, the two men watched a Starship test flight together at SpaceX's Starbase, as they call it, in South Texas. On January 2nd, the SpaceX founder made his position even more clear. On his own private X platform, he posted, We're going straight to Mars, man! The moon is a distraction! His company, in fact, plans to send 5 mega rockets to the Red Planet in 2026, just next year, when Mars's and Earth's orbits are more closely aligned. You know, when the Martians will be sending rockets our way for their invasion, because we're closer than ever before. I'm joking on that part. If successful, crewed flights would then be expected in as soon as 4 years' time, which be, well, Trump intends to still be president by then, I guarantee you that much. Now, let's talk about the case, or let's make the case for becoming multiplanetary, which of course is the case I've always made. During the campaign, Musk, who believes humanity needs to become multiplanetary to survive, claimed that a bloated bureaucracy under then Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, who had chaired the National Space Council during the Biden administration, would destroy the Mars program and doom humanity, man! Harris, an advocate of returning astronauts to the moon, presided during a period of belt-tightening, particularly during Biden's debt ceiling negotiations, that resulted in the cancellation of projects like NASA's VIPER, VIPER, all uppercase acronym, standing for Volatiles Investigating Polar Exploration Rover, a rover mission to the moon's south pole. That would have, of course, potentially run across the ruins of the Reichsbase, Lunestadt, or Lunar City. That, well, NASA's SLS, or Space Launch System, the agency's main launch vehicle for returning to the moon, and a direct competitor to Starship, has also faced a growing price tag and numerous delays. Meanwhile, Musk's companies, including SpaceX and Tesla, have been subject to fines, and a bevy of investigations that Musk has complained have stunted Starship's progress. Now, poised as he is to have an outsized influence in space, or at least an outside influence on space, his vaunted place atop the planned Department of Government Efficiency, which has a mandate to slash excess regulations and cut wasteful expenditures, means many of those Federal Aviation Administration, those FAA regulations and investigations, will now just completely go away. In other words, he'll scrub them, eliminate them, wipe them off the fucking map. It will also spell an end to SLS, as the focus sharpens on Mars. Late last year, the retired United States Space Force Lieutenant General John Shaw explained to the Fourth Estate that part of that potential shift, or acceleration, toward Mars may be that we really didn't go all in on Artemis. We talked about it, but where's the infrastructure? Where's the lunar domain awareness infrastructure? Shaw, who served as deputy commander of the U.S. Space Command from 2020 through to 2023, believes there are 3 potential options for the new misadministration. 1. Maintain the status quo, acknowledging that the U.S. cannot afford SLS or Artemis to the extent it requires to compete with CHICOM lunar ambitions. 2. invest more meaningfully in the kinds of resources needed to beat Red China back to the moon, leveraging SpaceX's Starship and supporting programs. 3. Pivot to a leapfrog strategy, which means pushing past the moon and focusing instead on Mars as the main national prestige objective. The misadministration's thumb, it seems, is now firmly on the scale towards Mars. But how that happens depends as much on the directive as it does the personnel. Enter Jared Isaacman. This brings us to NASA's new leadership. Last month, Trump tapped the multi-billionaire entrepreneur and SpaceX's Polaris Dawn commander to run our space agency. Like Musk, Isaacman made his money in financial transaction software before leveraging his fortune into space travel. An influential associate of Musk, who had already commanded 12 private missions atop SpaceX rockets, Isaacman, who still requires a Senate confirmation, vowed in a December 4th post on X that Americans would walk on the moon again and Mars, a statement that seemed to indicate America's lunar ambitions were still very much in play. NASA had, of course, already signed lunar landing system contracts with both SpaceX and Blue Origin, valued at more than $4 billion and $3.4 billion, respectively. However, given Isaacman's apparent frustration over the TWA contract approach to the moon, given that budgets are not unlimited, it now seems less likely that these programs will continue as planned. Instead, we will see a pivot. In fact, with upgrades to propulsion systems and aerodynamic aids, there be little reason commercial moon landing systems could not be modified for the harsh realities of the red planet, according to conversations with top commercial and NASA leadership. Atmospheric and gravitational differences, not to mention surface conditions, are, of course, distinct between the trois celestial bodies. Celestial, as Americans would say. But both still require precise engineering systems and sequences for entry, descent, and landing, as well as the capacity to operate autonomously. Now, weeks after Trump's electoral win, however, Doug Lovero, who served as NASA's human space flight chief under Trump during Trump's first midterm, explained to the Fourth Estate that President Trump has always been focused on Mars and considered the moon merely a stopping over point. But, he added, NASA instead turned it into a more complicated series of missions regarding settlements, the harvesting of water, and making fuel. NASA created all of that, but I think Trump always believed Mars was the right thing to do. I could easily see a situation where Trump says, I don't need 2 moon landers. Jeff, you focus on the moon. Elon, you focus on Mars. Meanwhile, Isaacman's ties to SpaceX, a Blue Origin rival, are well documented. As of June 2021, his company, Shift4, not Shit Tour, but Shift4, has invested $27.5 million in SpaceX. And while Isaacman says he plans to leave the role of Shift4 CEO if confirmed as NASA administrator, he also says he will retain the majority of my equity interest in that company. A conflict of interest if ever there was one. In June, Isaacman thus posted on X I do lean SpaceX on a lot of issues, especially when it comes to the government or defense aerospace industry waste and stagnation. But not a blind follower. On the flip side, it's clear many others will blindly take the anti-SpaceX position simply because of Elon or other nonsensical reasons. Nothing nonsensical about it, buddy. Or should I say bastard. In 2021, his company noted in a shareholder letter the existence of a 5-year global strategic partnership with SpaceX Starlink, a satellite internet constellation with nearly 5 million users. Said service is designed to provide high-speed, low-latency broadband internet where traditional infrastructure is limited or unavailable, with nearly 7,000 small satellites currently in low Earth orbit. Earth, however, is not Starlink's only potential market. During a November 7th meeting of the MEPAG, MEPAG, acronyms for Mars Exploration Program Analysis Group, a community-based forum supporting NASA, a presentation slide focused on future Mars communications and satellite relay services zeroed in on the development of a MarsLink constellation using multiple SpaceX satellites placed in Mars orbit to provide full visibility and interoperability for ground and orbital assets. The next day, referring to connectivity speeds capable of transmitting at least 4 megabits per second across the distance between Earth and Mars, speeds of that nature being typically able to handle basic web browsing, emailing, and the streaming of low-quality video, Musk posted on X, "This is just a very basic first step, man. Earth and Mars will ultimately need petabit, or something greater than petabit /sec connectivity." Well, I guess this is the beginnings of Martian governance. SpaceX's Starlink is on pace to net an astonishing $11.8 billion in revenue for 2025, with its first D2C, or direct-to-cell-phone, constellation now complete, and has surprised industry analysts with its rapid growth. But it was the promise of future off-Earth markets during beta testing years earlier that drew comparisons with that 17th century Virginia company and the early Jamestown colony. You see, buried in the beta software market, the beta software agreement of the Starlink app was the following paragraph, which I will read to you so that you don't have to, ruin your eyesight with the fine print. For services provided on Mars or in transit to Mars via Starship or other colonization spacecraft, the parties recognize Mars as a free planet and that no Earth-based government has authority or sovereignty over Martian activities. Accordingly, disputes will be settled through self-governing principles established in good faith at the time of Martian settlement. Published in 2020, it may have seemed like a joke at first, given that, so far as we know, there be no Starlink satellites presently orbiting Mars. Musk is also somewhat known for similar gags. Still, in an interview with Law 360 that same year, then SpaceX General Counsel David Anderman seemed to double down, reportedly saying he was drafting a constitution for Mars while working at the Hawthorne-based space company. He told New York-based Legal News Service, "I think SpaceX will move to impose our own legal regime. I think it will be interesting to see how it plays out with terrestrial governments exerting control. I do think we are going to have a pretty important role to play in what works and what laws apply. Neither Anderman nor SpaceX have ever responded to my own requests for comment on those reported statements. But the ideas predictably spawned a firestorm of controversy. In an article published in Space News entitled, "No, Mars is not a free planet, no matter what SpaceX says," the Italian space lawyer, Dr. Antonino Salmeri, argued that refusing any Earth-based authority over Martian activities conflicts with the international obligations of the United States under the Outer Space Treaty, which naturally takes precedence over contractual terms of services. In point of fact, Article 18 of the Outer Space Treaty says that states are to retain jurisdiction and control of registered space objects and any personnel thereof while in outer space or on a celestial body. Well, it relies on a concept known as quasi-territorial jurisdiction, whereby a state continues to maintain authority over ships, aerocraft, and spacecraft, even while operating in far-flung autonomous or semi-autonomous regions. Even if SpaceX launched from non-treaty member countries, the crafts would remain bound under international law by the company's home country. Again, Article 18 of the Outer Space Treaty states are to retain jurisdiction and control of registered space objects and any personnel thereof while in outer space or on a celestial body. To quote it, by way of explanation, the bottom line is, if Musk wants to go to Mars and establish a settlement, the United States government's going to get involved. Now, that's a quote as sourced from the attorney at law, Michael J. Listner, the founder of Space Law and Policy Solutions, a private company that, well, sues for space. Now, under Trump, however, these reins will be significantly loosened. The Trump misadministration, which made regulation cutting a focus of its campaign, also has a history of skepticism when it comes to international agreements. Perhaps most notably, the 2017 announcement of America's withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accords. So it's likely that the resulting push toward Mars, which will inevitably rely on private enterprise to shoulder much of the risk, will offer favored companies like SpaceX much of the reward, much to the chagrin of its competitors. This may also include a great deal of leeway in how future settlements are structured or how charters are bestowed. Early outposts would resemble those early company towns that sprang up on America's frontiers, where coal miners, lumberjacks, and railroad workers carved out a living in remote, harsh environments. There, corporations created communities to house their labor forces. In such isolated locales, often devoid of external competition, workers frequently faced steep housing costs, low wages, and looming debts that had to be worked off before they could leave. In other words, they never could leave. They became slaves to their wages. because everything that they earned had to be paid back to the company in a company town. That was the horror of wage slavery. All your money went back to the company because you purchased your supplies from the company at exorbitant prices that ate up every penny that you earned. There was nothing left to save. Oh, I mean, I just get so depressed when I think about that. That's what produced the song. If you remember 16 tons, and what do you get? Another day's, what was it again? Another day's wages and deeper in debt. Another day older, that was it. 16 tons and what do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. I mean, you're just left crying for the horrors of what these people, what they suffered. And that's what it would be like for our, the space equivalent of those frontiersmen of the West, the railroad hammerers. And this is what brings us to the perils of the New World itself. You see, in 2012, a Dutch nonprofit announced their Mars One project to send 4 astronauts on a one-way trip to the Red Planet. Now, knowing that they would never return to Earth, their suicide mission was to build humanity's first permanent settlement. The group was, in fact, roundly criticized for its lack of logistics and medical concerns, as well as critical gaps in hardware planning, and it eventually declared bankruptcy. But news coverage of the mission prompted further questions about the nature and perils of extreme isolation following months of travel, regardless of the arrangements at the outset of the journey. Now here again, the parallels to Jamestown are striking. Back then, getting to the New World reflected a perilous, months-long voyage fraught with high mortality rates, limited navigational tools, and countless unknown dangers. Inevitably, perhaps, those realities set the stage for tensions between 3 groups: the early settlers, principally concerned with establishing a defensible, self-sustaining colony; distant investors, eager for a return on their investments; and the English crown, which tended to view Jamestown as a long-term extension of its imperial influence and a newfound source of economic gain. The Trump-Musk approach to Mars will likely blend national interests and private enterprise with less regard for conflicts of interest. But given that Musk says he expects 1 million people to live there in roughly 20 fucking years, a figure that even the most optimistic Mars observers openly doubt, it makes sense to discuss more of what those societies might even resemble. If Martian settlements begin to grow and evolve, they will likely do so with varying and competing social and legal structures. A SpaceX settlement would likely look very different than one devised by authorities from Beijing. Martian immigrants could also eventually find themselves the focus of bidding wars between colonies, shaping the very future of Martian society as competition for talent, labor, and innovation development. Well, as competition for labor, talent, and innovation develops, well, you'd get contract societies where different cultures would have either hard, binding contracts, essentially wage slavery, or soft contracts for high-tech professionals that could, well, worm their way out of it. The dichotomy is aptly captured in the 2016 science fiction film titled Passengers, in which Chris Pratt's character, as a mechanic, is given a preferential spot aboard an interstellar spacecraft heading to the planet Homestead 2, all while taking on debt along the way. In a January 2020 thread on then Twitter, Musk said Mars needs to be such that anyone can go if they want, with loans available for those who don't have money. I mean, like a loan to a one-way trip. You can take that loan and shove it up your ass. But the comment drew comparisons to early indentured servitude, in which early settlers of the American colonies signed labor contracts without salaries or for minimal compensation to repay debts that they accrued to gain passage there in the first. The first such servants began arriving in Jamestown in 1607, filling a need for cheap labor in a system developed by the Virginia Company. The workers typically were bound by 4 to 7 year contracts in exchange for a spot aboard the ship, as well as food and lodging upon arrival. Conditions were harsh, and servants could be sold or loaned out to other colonists or distant corporate managers for the time of their contracts. Those arrangements could also be extended as punishment for attempting to break the contract by running away. A growing reliance on enslaved black Africans would eventually render the abuse of indentured servitude obsolete, while 19th century legal reforms would later undercut the practice, even though it would reemerge with Asian immigrants throughout the Caribbean and South America. Today, debt bondage and human trafficking remain prevalent in every part of the world, a kind of indentured servitude that is difficult to police on Earth itself, let alone 140 million miles away. In fact, how legal structures might be practically applied to Martian colonies is not inherently clear, and I can guarantee you they will not be applied. Rather, slavery will be re-legalized, first on Mars, and then reflected in revising it here on Earth, meaning reestablishing chattel slavery on Earth as on Mars. As above, so below. As in the heavens, so on the earth. Perhaps an earthly legal overseer would need to be included in those early colonies to keep them in line, reporting back to regulatory bodies despite the 23-minute delay of one-way communications from Mars to Earth. Meanwhile, given that Mars would still require a diverse workforce to thrive, competition between settlements seems likely. For those like Mars Society President Robert Ząjó-Zubrin, a man who refers to my own people by a racial slur, in other words, he calls the Japanese Japs, on national radio, without facing any criticism or commentary because he's Jewish and they're allowed anything. He takes a longer view that competition could help sidestep the potential perils of governance. Because, you see, he's a libertarian who believes government should be shrunk till we could drown it in a tub. And in late November, the ЗХУ쌓INGГYUÈ told the Fourth Estate, and here I quote his tea, "The ones that have the best ideas and create the most attractive forms of society are the ones that will draw the most immigrants." It's certainly possible, though hardly plausible. Of course, ЗХУɁ has been forced to acknowledge that if the past is any teacher, New World competition will only breed inequality, mismanagement, marginalization, and conflict. It est violence and war. The challenges of living on a foreboding planet such as Mars, where residents would face radiation exposure, limited gravity, toxic dust, punishing temperatures, and extreme isolation and confinement, will only exacerbate these divides and lead to a far more dystopian reality than either Trump or Musk have acknowledged thus far. Still, with reservoirs of water, carbon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and oxygen, the building blocks of an advanced civilization are already there. A human settlement would be a pivotal moment, a day when humans were considered not merely Earthlings, but also Martians, with all the technological and exploratory benefits that could pave the way for a truly spacefaring civilization. If planned well, there may also be a chance for some improvements. As Thomas Paine wrote in 1776, "We would have it in our power to begin the world over again." Seeing and seizing the opportunity to corrupt such beginnings before they even if ever begin, our nation's wealthiest people have flocked to Trump's side, each presumably hoping for their own desired federal subsidies or an end to regulations, government lawsuits, or antitrust actions. And, of course, they all want more tax cuts. The Immigration Act of 1924 limited people coming into the country based on race. Each year's immigrants must be selected in a way that maintained the racial ratios that existed in 1890, before the big wave of swarthy Southern European immigrants, most Italian and Greek, that came here during the 3 decades between 1890 and 1924. In 1965, the year before I was born, Congress passed a new immigration law that ended the racial/country quotas, leading to a rapid increase in black and brown immigrants entering our country legally. Combined with illegal immigration, Reagan's amnesty, and birthright citizenship for their children, the browning of America picked up speed to the point where 2014 was the first year when non-white children outnumbered white kids in our nation's public schools. Now, we have not only the browning of America, but the browning of Americans. To end this trend and make America white again, Trump has, at various times, proposed that America no longer allow immigrants from majority black shithole countries, banned immigration from majority Muslim countries, will harden the southern border, and opened last work week by signing an executive order to end birthright citizenship. The attack on birthright citizenship is a blatantly unconstitutional order and the grand test for the Constitution itself. President Trump's executive order purporting to end birthright citizenship did not survive first contact with a federal judge. In a court hearing to temporarily block the executive order, the U.S. District John C. Cohenour, a Reagan appointee, called it a blatantly unconstitutional order. Cohenour savaging Trump, the Trump misadministration, barristers, Trump's lawyers, for arguing otherwise. Let me quote his tea. Frankly, I have difficulty understanding how a member of the bar would state unequivocally that this is a constitutional order. It just boggles my mind. I've been on the bench for over 4 decades. I cannot remember another case where the question presented is as clear as this one is. This is a blatantly unconstitutional order. There are other times in world history where we would look back and people of goodwill can say, where were the judges? Where were the lawyers? He granted the temporary restraining order while the case, one of several challenging the executive order, proceeds. The purpose of the 14th Amendment was to settle once and for all the question of racial citizenship, forever preventing the subjugation of one class of people by another. Donald Trump's executive order purporting to end birthright citizenship is an attempt to reverse one outcome of the first American Civil War between the states for rights by creating a permanent underclass of stateless people who have no rights they can invoke in their own defense. In 1856, in the infamous Dred Scott decision that declared that black people could not be American citizens, Chief Justice Roger Taney wrote that as a subordinate and inferior class of beings, black people had no rights which the white man was bound to respect. Yes, the Declaration of Independence had stated that all men are created equal, but the enslaved African race were not intended to be included. Frederick Douglass, who argued that the Constitution did not sanction slavery, responded to the Taney decision by saying that one could find a defense of slavery in the Constitution only by, well, here to quote his tea, by discrediting and casting away as worthless the most beneficent rules of legal interpretation, by disregarding the plain and common sense regarding, well, the common sense reading of the instrument itself, by showing that the Constitution does not mean what it says, and says what it does not mean, by assuming that the written Constitution is to be interpreted in the light of a secret and unwritten understanding of its framers, which understanding is declared to be in favor of slavery. By the way, it's all in handwriting. Yes, I read cursive. I read cursive handwriting, which is considered a fucking superpower, and the government needs it to go through their national archives. If you know how to read handwriting, you got a job. And let's just put it this way. Reading it off a screen, it's not easy. Regardless, what I just read about what Frederick Douglass said by discrediting and casting away as worthless the most beneficent rules of legal interpretation, by disregarding the plain and common sense reading of the instrument itself, by showing that the Constitution does not mean what it says and says what it does not mean, by assuming that the written Constitution is to be interpreted in the light of a secret and unwritten understanding of its framers, which understanding is declared to be in favor of slavery, well, sounds familiar. Trump's executive order similarly rewrites the Constitution by fiat, something the president simply does not have the authority to do. The order, which purports to exclude the U.S.-born children of unauthorized immigrants from citizenship, states that such children are not subject to the jurisdiction of these United States, and therefore not included in the amendment's language extending citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in these United States. This makes no fucking sense on its own terms. As the legal scholaress Amanda Frost wrote earlier this month, undocumented immigrants must follow all federal and state laws. When they violate criminal laws, they are jailed. If they park illegally, they are ticketed. The ultra-conservative federal judge James C. Ho, and never has a person been more appropriately named, because he's a hoe. James Ho observed in 2006, back when he was sane, that text, history, judicial precedent, and executive branch interpretation confirm that the citizenship clause reaches most U.S.-born children of aliens, including illegal aliens. As such, Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship is an early test of the federal judiciary and of the extent to which Republican-appointed judges and justices are willing to amend our Constitution from the bench just to give Trump what he wants. They have done so at least twice before. The first time by writing the 14th Amendment's ban on insurrectionists running for office out of the Constitution, and the second time by seeking to protect Trump from prosecution by inventing an imperial presidential immunity out of whole cloth. But accepting Trump's attempt to abolish birthright citizenship would have more direct consequences for millions of people by nullifying the very principle that almost anyone born here is an American. In the aftermath of the first American Civil War between the states for rights, white Southerners tried to restore, at gunpoint, the slave society that had existed prior to the war, notwithstanding the 13th Amendment's abolition of slavery. Radical Republicans in Congress passed the 14th Amendment to secure equal citizenship and the 15th Amendment to protect the right to vote regardless of race. Amendments that guaranteed political and civil equality. The Civil War I amendments, the work of the formerly progressive Republican Party, are the cornerstone of multiracial democracy in these United States. Despite this historic accomplishment, for the past 80 years or so, the Party of Lincoln has aimed every effort at repealing or nullifying them in toto. Though he is cautious to note that these principles were not always respected by the government, Jim Crow and the ethno-Japanese mass internment being but two of the most painfully obvious examples, the historian Eric Foner writes in his work titled The Second Founding, A History of the Civil War I Amendments, adopted as part of the effort to purge the United States of the legacy of slavery, birthright citizenship, with which the 14th Amendment begins, remains an eloquent statement about the nature of American society, a powerful force for assimilation of the children of immigrants, and a repudiation of a long history of racism. To quote it further from his writ, birthright citizenship was a dramatic repudiation of the powerful tradition of equating citizenship with whiteness, a doctrine built into the naturalization process from the outset and constitutionalized by the Supreme Court in Dred Scott. This detachment of American citizenship from whiteness was one of the parts of the 14th Amendment that Democrats, at the time the party of white supremacy, hated the most. Foner so writes, and here I read therefrom, Democratic members of Congress repeatedly identified American nationality with the Caucasian race, insisted that the government was made for white men, and objected to extending the advantages of American citizenship to the Negroes, the Coolies, and the Indians. At that time, they meant red Native American Indians, or what they would call Red Indians, or even worse, Redskins. Not Asian Indians, because they hadn't shown up yet, because we didn't have H-1B visas. Now, Trump's immigration brain trust sees things differently. In emails with conservative reporters, Trump's point man on immigration, Stephen Miller, praised articles attacking the 1965 repeal of racist restrictions on immigration that had been passed in 1921 and were intended to keep out non-white people, Southern and Eastern Europeans, and Jews. These laws again redefined American citizenship in racist terms and helped inspire the Nuremberg race laws of my own biological father's Nazis. The end of those restrictions meant that more non-white immigrants were able to gain citizenship in these United States, a phenomenon conservatives have dubbed a Great Replacement, borrowing a concept from white supremacist sources. That the Trump coalition now includes people who would have been shut out by Miller's preferred immigration policies does not change the fact that Trump's immigration advisors view the decline of the white share of the population as an apocalyptic occurrence that must be reversed. It is no accident that this project begins with the nullification of constitutional language guaranteeing citizenship regardless of race or country of national origin. Republicans have made significant inroads among non-white voters in the past few years. Their reasons for supporting Trump change neither the intent of his entourage nor the effects of his policies. A successful repeal of birthright citizenship would mean the so-called pro-life party creates a class of stateless infants a shadow cast, mostly unprotected by law, the new American untouchables. It would require Americans to prove their citizenship time and time again, and leave them vulnerable to administrative errors that would endanger proof of their status. These burdens would likely fall disproportionately on those non-white people the Trump humpers see as their replacers. No matter how enthusiastic about Trump they might be stupid enough to be. Since the rise of Trump, the once fringe idea that the 14th Amendment does not confer citizenship on the children of undocumented immigrants has gained traction among ambitious conservatives whose malleable principles allow them to shape themselves, or rather reshape themselves, to Trump's whims on caprice. By November of 2024, the aforementioned Judge Ho, who had previously written a detailed law review article rejecting such J-June theories, had become a bombastic, partisan, Trump humper judge. He carefully retraced his steps and insisted that the birthright citizenship clause does not apply in the case of immigrant invasion, substituting Fox News talking points for legal reasoning. This is the level of respect for our Constitution one can expect from reactionary jurists in the Trump era. Whatever Trump says is not only correct, it's fucking law. This renders Trump a fucking king. In effect, what the original framers of the 14th Amendment understood was that the necessities of multiracial democracy demand more than bowing and scraping before this sort of lawlessness. For now, neither party's political leadership seems up to the task. To reiterate, the 14th Amendment defines birthright citizenship, saying, and here I read therefrom, all persons born or naturalized in these United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of these United States and of the state wherein they reside. Trump's barristers are arguing that people here without documentation are not subject to the jurisdiction of American law because they're not here legally. Therefore, they say, their children born here are also not born subject to the jurisdiction of American law and thus not citizens. They plan to take their argument to the Supreme Court, where it will receive a favorable hearing. And if successful, they will even have a case for stripping citizenship from and then deporting tens of millions of majority Hispanic American citizens whose parents were undocumented. Our magnified Supreme Court majority has already succeeded in several steps toward this apocalyptic objective by ending abortion rights and gutting both civil rights and voting rights laws. 4. Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent-controlled states are considering charging women who get abortions with murder. And Republicans on the Supreme Court have already functionally outlawed affirmative action and given states the power to making voting harder, if not impossible, for Black, Hispanic, and yes, those pesky Redskins, the Native American people. Vice President Vance has written to the Justice Department demanding that they begin to enforce the moribund Comstock Act, which would outlaw the mailing of abortion and birth control medications. Among other things, the most important to myself would be that would be including porn. Meanwhile, DEI programs in both government and the corporate world are being ended to once again allow companies with white leadership to give preference to white men up for jobs or promotions. Looking at the composition of Trump's malfoisted misadministration and cabinet, it's perfectly reasonable to presume that non-white people must be willing to play the role Samuel L. Jackson did in Django Unchained if they want a position. In his last misadministration, Trump put the virulently anti-union attorney Eugene Scalia, the son of the former Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, found dead with a laptop clutched to his chest, having died of a heart attack while jacking off to child porn, because that was the laptop that belonged to the best friend of James Arthur Yanchek, the pedopornographer, David Allen Sterling. That's why the sheriff ordered no autopsy. And that pedopornaholics, that child predator's son, will be put in charge of the Labor Department. The Union Buster. Trump's current nominee, the former Congresswoman Lori Chavez de Reymer, has a more mixed record, but she won't be setting the misadministration's labor policy. Trump will. The same Trump who told Elon Musk on a Live X event, "You're the greatest, Cutter. I look at what you do. You walk in and say, you want to quit. I won't mention name of company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay, you all gone." And Musk laughed and said, "Yeah, man." No, what's the Squidward laugh? Hey, Brendan, help me out here. Squidward laugh. That sounds more like Brandon Young, but hey, that's Musk laughing and saying, yeah. Bezos is also virulently opposed to unionization of his Amazon.bomb workplace, and Trump has a long history of avoiding hiring companies with unions to do work on his properties. You know, when the plantation oligarchs ended democracy in the Old South during the 1840 to 1860 era, they continued to allow elections. But white men who voted, they were the only ones allowed to vote for anybody other than the oligarchs as men. Well, they often lost work, were beaten to within an inch of their lives, or Well, they were even sometimes lynched as if they were but another nigger by Southern social standards. Now, Republicans today are no more sophisticated, and their ability to rig elections has not only endured but improved. And in the years immediately following the Republicans on the Supreme Court's Shelby County decision that eviscerated the Voting Rights Act of 1965 over 1,600 polling places,